The Book of Fantasy, edited by Jorge Luis Borges, Silvina Ocampo. A. Bioy Casares. Introduced by Ursula K. Le Guin. Copyright, the estate of Jorge Luis Borges, Adolfo Bioy Casares, the estate of Silvina Ocampo, and Xanadu Publications Limited, 1988. Forward copyright, Ursula K. Le Guin, 1988, all rights reserved. Narrated by Mary Woods.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Annotation. This omnibus collection of fantasy literature from all over the world was first published in Argentina in 1940. It now appears in English for the first time. In addition to stories by Ballard, Poe, Saki, Beerbohm, Bradbury, and Cortazar, there are shorter pieces, anecdotes, folkloric fragments, and dreamlike tales. 1988. From the book jacket. The Book of Fantasy began one night when three friends fell to talking about fantasies and ghost stories. The place was Buenos Aires, 1937, and the people were Jorge Luis Borges, Adolfo Bioy Casares, and his wife, Silvina Ocampo. "We debated which stories were best," wrote Bioy Casares later, and someone suggested that if we brought together the tales and the fragments that we had listed in our notebooks, we would have a good book. The result is an astonishing collection of stories drawn from all the literatures of the world, from ancient China to modern America, mingling the obscure and the neglected with the already famous, and showing a splendid disdain for conventional literary opinion. Among the authors included are Leonid Andreyev, Léon Blois, Lewis Carroll, Jean Cocteau, G.K. Chesterton, James Joyce, Giovanni Papini, Carlos Peralta, Rabelais, and Villiers de l'Isle-Adam, some of whom have never been translated before. "It is sometimes said," wrote Bruce Chatwin, "that all the elements of civilization end up eventually in Argentina, and most of it ends up in Borges' head. His values are those of high Western civilization. They say Borges lives in a world of imagination and dreams, but he's central to life." Now considerably expanded and published for the first time in English, the Book of Fantasy has a specially written introduction by Ursula K. Le Guin, twice winner of both the Hugo and Nebula Awards. She writes, "It is an idiosyncratic selection and completely eclectic. Some of the stories will be familiar to anyone who reads. Others are exotic discoveries. A very well-known piece seems less predictable set among works and fragments from the Orient and South America and distant centuries, by Kafka, Swedenborg, Cortazar, Akutagawa, Niu Jiao. Its own essential strangeness is restored to it. This is quite simply the finest anthology of its kind." About the editors. Jorge Luis Borges was born in Buenos Aires, educated in Europe, and was for many years director of the National Library of Argentina. His stories, poems, and essays, collected in Ficciones, Labyrinths, Other Inquisitions, and The Book of Sand, amongst others, gained him worldwide recognition as one of the major writers of the 20th century. He shared the International Publishers' Prize with Samuel Beckett in 1961, was granted the annual literary award of the Ingram Merrill Foundation in 1966 for his outstanding contribution to literature, and in 1970 was awarded an honorary doctorate of letters by both Columbia and Oxford universities. He died in 1986. Adolfo Bioy Casares has been called Argentina's greatest living writer. Several of his novels have been translated into English, including The Invention of Morel, Asleep in the Sun, The Diary of the War of the Pig, and Dream of Heroes. He collaborated with Borges on many projects, including those written under the joint pseudonym H. Bustos Domecq. He lives in Buenos Aires. Silvina Ocampo was a member of one of Argentina's most aristocratic and literary families, the sister of Victoria Ocampo, founder of the influential magazine Sur, and wife of Adolfo Bioy Casares. She was a poet and painter as well as a writer of fiction. Her poetry was collected in Forgotten Journey, Poems of Desperate Love, and Yellow Blue, while her short stories appeared in books like The Fury and The Days of Night. She collaborated with Bioy Casares on a crime novel, and with J.R. Wilcock on a verse play, The Traitors. Contents. Introduction by Ursula K. Le Guin. Side 1, Tone 2. Sennin, Ryunosuke Akutagawa. Side 1, Tone 3. A Woman Alone with Her Soul, Thomas Bailey Aldrich. Side 1, Tone 4. Ben-Tobith, Leonid Andreyev. Side 1, Tone 5. The Phantom Basket, John Aubrey. Side 1, Tone 6. The Drowned Giant, J.G. Ballard. Side 1, Tone 7. Enoch Soames, Max Beerbohm. Side 1, Tone 8. The Tale of the Sphinx, Ambrose Bierce. Side 2, Tone 1. The Squid in Its Own Ink, Adolfo Bioy Casares. Side 2, Tone 2. Guilty Eyes, Ahmed Hirawani. Side 3, Tone 1. Anything You Want, Léon Blois. Side 3, Tone 2. Plön Ucbar Orbis Tertius, Jorge Luis Borges. Side 3, Tone 3. Odin, Jorge Luis Borges and Delia Ingenieros. Side 3, Tone 4. The Golden Kite, the Silver Wind, Ray Bradbury. Side 3, Tone 5. The Man Who Collected the 1st of September, 1973. Tor Åge Bringsvärd. Side 3, Tone 6. The Careless Rabbi, Martin Buber. Side 3, Tone 7. The Tale and the Poet, Sir Richard Burton. Side 4, Tone 1. Fate is a Fool, Arturo Cancela and Pilar de Luzarreta. Side 4, Tone 2. An Actual Authentic Ghost, Thomas Carlyle. Side 4, Tone 3. The Red King's Dream, Lewis Carroll. Side 4, Tone 4. The Tree of Pride, G.K. Chesterton. Side 4, Tone 5. The Tower of Babel, G.K. Chesterton. Side 4, Tone 6. The Dream of the Butterfly, Zhuang Tzu. Side 4, Tone 7. The Look of Death, Jean Cocteau. Side 4, Tone 8. House Taken Over, Julio Cortazar. Side 4, Tone 9. Being Dust, Santiago da Bove. Side 4, Tone 10. A Parable of Gluttony, Alexandra David-Neel. Side 4, Tone 11. The Persecution of the Master. Alexandra David-Neel. Side 4, Tone 12. The Idle City, Lord Dunsany. Side 4, Tone 13. Tantalya, Macedonio Fernandez. Side 5, Tone 1. Eternal Life, J.G. Fraser. Side 5, Tone 2. A Secure Home, Elena Garro. Side 5, Tone 3. The Man Who Did Not Believe in Miracles, Herbert A. Giles. Side 5, Tone 4. Earth's Holocaust, Nathaniel Hawthorne. Side 5, Tone 5. Ending for a Ghost Story, I. A. Ireland. Side 6, Tone 1. The Monkey's Paw, W. W. Jacobs. Side 6, Tone 2. What is a Ghost? James Joyce. Side 6, Tone 3. May Goulding, James Joyce. Side 6, Tone 4. The Wizard Passed Over, Don Juan Manuel. Side 6, Tone 5. Josephine the Singer, or The Mouse Folk, Franz Kafka. Side 6, Tone 6. Before the Law, Franz Kafka. Side 6, Tone 7. The Return of Imre, Rudyard Kipling. Side 7, Tone 1. The Horses of Abdera, Leopoldo Lugones. Side 7, Tone 2. The Ceremony, Arthur Machen. Side 7, Tone 3. The Riddle, Walter de la Mare. Side 7, Tone 4. Who Knows? Guy de Maupassant. Side 7, Tone 5. The Shadow of the Players, Edwin Morgan. Side 8, Tone 1. The Cat, H. A. Murena. Side 8, Tone 2. The Story of the Foxes, Niu Jiao. Side 8, Tone 3. The Atonement, Silvina Ocampo. Side 8, Tone 4. The Man Who Belonged to Me, Giovanni Papini. Side 8, Tone 5. Rani, Carlos Peralta. Side 8, Tone 6. The Blind Spot, Barry Perron. Side 8, Tone 7. The Wolf, Petronius. Side 9, Tone 1. The Bust, Manuel Peru. Side 9, Tone 2. The Cask of Amontillado, Edgar Allan Poe. Side 9, Tone 3. The Tiger of Jiao Cheng, Pu Sung Ling. Side 9, Tone 4. How We Arrived at the Island of Tools, Francois Rabelais. Side 9, Tone 5. The Music on the Hill, Saki, H. H. Munro. Side 9, Tone 6. Where Their Fire Is Not Quenched, May Sinclair. Side 9, Tone 7. The Cloth Which Weaves Itself, W. W. Skeet. Side 10, Tone 1. Universal History, Olaf Stapledon. Side 10, Tone 2. A Theologian in Death, Emanuel Swedenborg. Side 10, Tone 3. The Encounter, from the Tang Dynasty. Side 10, Tone 4. The Three Hermits, Leo Tolstoy. Side 10, Tone 5. Macario, B. Travin. Side 10, Tone 6. The Infinite Dream of Bao Yu, Cao Shua Jin. Side 11, Tone 1. The Mirror to Wind and Moon, Cao Shua Jin. Side 11, Tone 2. The Desire to be a Man, Villiers de l'Isle-Adam. Side 11, Tone 3. Memon, or Human Wisdom, Voltaire. Side 11, Tone 4. The Man Who Liked Dickens, Evelyn Waugh. Side 12, Tone 1. Pomegranate Seed, Edith Wharton. Side 12, Tone 2. Lacundu, Edward Lucas White. Side 13, Tone 1. The Donkeys, Juan Rudolfo Wilcock. Side 13, Tone 2. Lord Arthur Saville's Crime, Oscar Wilde. Side 13, Tone 3. The Sorcerer of the White Lotus Lodge, Richard Wilhelm. Side 14, Tone 1. The Celestial Stag, G. Willoughby Mead. Side 14, Tone 2. Saved by the Book, G. Willoughby Mead. Side 14, Tone 3. The Reanimated Englishman, Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. Side 14, Tone 4. The Sentence, Wu Cheng En. Side 14, Tone 5. The Sorcerers, William Butler Yeats. Side 14, Tone 6. Fragment, José Zorrilla. Side 14, Tone 7. Sources and Acknowledgments. Side 14, Tone 8. Introduction by Ursula K. Le Guin. There are two books which I look upon as esteemed and cherished great-aunts or grandmothers, wise and mild, though sometimes rather dark of counsel, to be turned to when the judgment hesitates for want of material to form itself upon. One of these books provides facts of a peculiar sort. The other does not. The I Ching, or Book of Changes, is the visionary elder who has outlived fact, the ancestor so old she speaks a different tongue. Her counsel is sometimes appallingly clear, sometimes very obscure indeed. The little fox crossing the river wets its tail, she says, smiling faintly. Or, a dragon appears in the field. Or, biting upon dried grizzly meat. One retires to ponder long upon such advice. The other auntie is younger and speaks English. Indeed, she speaks more English than anybody else. She offers fewer dragons and much more dried gristly meat. And yet, the Oxford English Dictionary, or a New English Dictionary on Historical Principles, is also a book of changes. Most wonderful in its transmutations, it is not a book of sand, yet is inexhaustible. Not an aleph, yet all we can ever say is there, if we can but find it. Auntie, I say, magnifying glass in hand because my edition, the compact Auntie, is compressed into 2 volumes of terrifyingly small print. Auntie, please tell me about fantasy, because I want to talk about the book of fantasy, but I am not sure what I am talking about. Fantasy, F-A-N-T-A-S-Y, or fantasy, P-H-A-N-T-A-S-Y, replies Auntie, clearing her throat, is from the Greek, fantasia, literally, a making visible. She explains that fantasia is related to phantazein, to make visible, or in late Greek, to imagine, have visions, and to phantein, to show. And she summarizes the older uses of the word in English: an appearance, a phantom, the mental process of sensuous perception, the faculty of imagination, a false notion, caprice, or whim. Then, though she eschews the casting of yarrow stalks or coins polished with sweet oil, being after all an Englishwoman, she begins to tell the changes, the mutations of a word moving through the minds of people moving through the centuries. She shows how a word that to the schoolmen of the late Middle Ages meant the mental apprehension of an object of perception, that is, the mind's very act of linking itself to the phenomenal world, came in time to signify just the reverse, an hallucination, or a phantasm, or the habit of deluding oneself. After which, doubling back on its tracks like a hare, the word fantasy was used to mean the imagination, the process, the faculty, or the result of forming mental representations of things not actually present. This definition seems very close to the scholastic sense of fantasy, but leads, of course, in quite the opposite direction. Going so far in that direction, these days, as often to imply that the representation is extravagant, or visionary, or merely fanciful. Fancy is fantasy's own daughter, via elision of the penult, while fantastic is a sister word with a family of her own. So fantasy remains ambiguous. It stands between the false, the foolish, the delusory, the shallows of the mind, and the mind's deep connection with the real. On this threshold sometimes it faces one way, masked and beribboned, frivolous and escapist. Then it turns, and we glimpse as it turns the face of an angel, bright, truthful messenger, arisen Urizen. Since the Oxford English Dictionary was compiled, the tracks of the word fantasy have been complicated still further by the comings and goings of psychologists. The technical uses in psychology of fantasy and fantasy, Phantasy, have deeply influenced our sense and use of the word, and they have also given us the handy verb to fantasize. But Auntie does not acknowledge the existence of that word. Into the supplement, through the back door, she admits only fantasist, and she defines the newcomer politely, but with, I think, a faint curl of the lip, as one who weaves fantasies. One might think that a fantasist was one who fantasizes, but it is not so. Currently, one who fantasizes is understood either to be daydreaming or to be using the imagination therapeutically as a means of discovering reasons reason does not know, discovering oneself to oneself. A fantasist is one who writes a fantasy for others, but the element of discovery is there too. Auntie's use of weave may be taken as either patronizing or quaint, for writers don't often say nowadays that they weave their works, but bluntly that they write them. Fantasists earlier in the century, in the days of victorious realism, were often apologetic about what they did, offering it as something less than real fiction, mere fancy work, bauble fringing to literature. More fantasists are rightly less modest, now that what they do is generally recognized as literature, or at least as a genre of literature, or at least as a genre of subliterature, or at least as a commercial product. For fantasies are rife and many-colored on the bookstalls. The head of the fabled unicorn is laid upon the lap of Mammon, and the offering is acceptable to Mammon. Fantasy, in fact, has become quite a business. But when one night in Buenos Aires in 1937, 3 friends sat talking together about fantastic literature, it was not yet a business. Nor was it even known as fantastic literature, when one night in a villa in Geneva in 1818, 3 friends sat talking together, telling one another ghost stories. They were Mary Shelley, her husband Percy, and Lord Byron, and Claire Clairmont was probably with them, and the strange young Dr. Polidori, and they told awful tales, and Mary Shelley was frightened. "We will each," cried Byron, "write a ghost story." So Mary went away and thought about it, fruitlessly, until a few nights later she dreamed a nightmare in which a pale student used strange arts and machineries to arouse from unlife the hideous phantasm of a man. And so, alone of the friends, she wrote her ghost story, Frankenstein, or A Modern Prometheus, which I think is the first great modern fantasy. There are no ghosts in it, but fantasy, as the dictionary showed us, is often seen as ghoulie-mongering. Because ghosts inhabit or haunt one part of the vast domain of fantastic literature, both oral and written, people familiar with that corner of it call the whole thing ghost stories or horror tales, just as others call it fairyland after the part of it they know or love best, and others call it science fiction, and others call it stuff and nonsense. But the nameless being given life by Dr. Frankenstein's or Mary Shelley's arts and machineries is neither ghost nor fairy, and science-fictional only in intent. Stuff and nonsense he is not. He is a creature of fantasy, archetypal, deathless. Once raised, he will not sleep again, for his pain will not let him sleep. The unanswered moral questions that woke with him will not let him rest in peace. When there began to be money in the fantasy business, plenty of money was made out of him in Hollywood, but even that did not kill him. If his story were not too long for this anthology, it might well be here. Very likely it was mentioned on that night in 1937 in Buenos Aires, when Jorge Luis Borges, Adolfo Bioy Casares, and Silvina Ocampo fell to talking, so Casares tells us, about fantastic literature, discussing the stories which seemed best to us. One of us suggested that if we put together the fragments of the same type we had listed in our notebooks, we would have a good book. As a result, we drew up this book, simply a compilation of stories from fantastic literature which seemed to us to be the best. So that, charmingly, is how the book of fantasy came to be 50 years ago. 3 friends talking. No plans, no definitions, no business, except the intention of having a good book. Of course, in the making of such a book by such makers, certain definitions were implied by inclusion, and by exclusion other definitions were ignored. So one will find, perhaps for the first time, horror and ghosts and fairy and science fiction stories all together within the covers of the book of fantasy. While any bigot wishing to certify himself as such, by dismissing it as all stuff and nonsense, is tacitly permitted to do so. The 4 lines in the book by Zhuang Tzu should suffice to make him think twice, permanently. It is an idiosyncratic selection and completely eclectic. Some of the stories will be familiar to anyone who reads. Others are exotic discoveries. A very well-known piece, such as the Cask of Amontillado, seems less predictable, set among works and fragments from the Orient and South America and distant centuries, by Kafka, Swedenborg, Cortazar, Akutagawa, Niu Jiao. Its own essential strangeness is restored to it. There is some weighting towards writers, especially English writers of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, which reflects, I imagine, the taste of the anthologizers, and perhaps particularly that of Borges, who was himself a member and direct inheritor of the international tradition of fantasy which included Kipling and Chesterton. Perhaps I should not say tradition, since it has no name as such, and little recognition in critical circles, and is distinguished in college English departments mainly by being ignored. But I believe that there is a company of fantasists that Borges belonged to even as he transcended it, and which he honored even as he transformed it. As he included these older writers in the Book of Fantasy, it may be read truly as his notebook of sources and affiliations and elective affinities. Some chosen, such as Blois or Andreyev, may seem rather heavy-handed now, but others are treasurable. The Dunsany story, for instance, is not only very beautiful, as the early poetry of Yeats is beautiful, but is also fascinatingly a kind of miniature or concave mirror of the anthology itself. The book is full of such reflections and interconnections. Beerbohm's familiar tale of Enoch Soames, read here, seems to involve and concern other writings and writers in the book, so that I now believe that when people gather in the reading room of the British Library on June 3, 1997, to wait for poor Enoch's phantom and watch him discover his fungoids, still ignored by critics and professors, and the heartless public, still buried ignominious in the catalogue, I believe that among those watching there will be other phantoms, and among those, perhaps Borges, for he will see then not as through a glass darkly. If in the 1890s fantasy appeared to be a kind of literary fungus growth, if in the 1920s it was still perceived as secondary, if in the 1980s it has been degraded by commercial exploitation, it may well seem quite safe and proper to the critics to ignore it. And yet I think that our narrative fiction has been going slowly and vaguely and massively, not in the wash and slap of fad and fashion, but as a deep current for years in one direction, and that direction is the way of fantasy. An American fiction writer now may yearn toward the pure veracity of Sarah Orne Jewett or Dreiser's Sister Carrie, as an English writer, such as Margaret Drabble, may look back with longing to the fine solidities of Bennett. But the limited and rationally perceived societies in which those books were written, and their shared language, are lost. Our society, global, multilingual, enormously irrational, can perhaps describe itself only in the global, intuitional language of fantasy. So it may be that the central ethical dilemma of our age, the use or non-use of annihilating power, was posed most cogently in fictional terms by the purest of fantasists. Tolkien began The Lord of the Rings in 1937, and finished it about 10 years later. During those years, Frodo withheld his hand from the Ring of Power, but the nations did not. So it is that Italo Calvino's Invisible Cities serves many of us as a better guidebook to our world than any Mechlin or Fodor's. So it is that the most revealing and accurate descriptions of our daily life in contemporary fiction may be shot through with strangeness, or displaced in time, or set upon imaginary planets, or dissolved into the phantasmagoria of drugs or of psychosis, or may rise from the mundane suddenly into the visionary, and as simply descend from it again. So it is that the magical realists of South America are read for their entire truthfulness to the way things are, and have lent their name as perhaps the most fitting to the kind of fiction most characteristic of our times. And so it is that Jorge Luis Borges' own poems and stories, his reflections, his libraries, labyrinths, forking paths, and amphisbene, his books of tigers, of rivers, of sand, of mysteries, of changes, have been and will be honored by so many readers for so long, because they are beautiful, because they are nourishing, because they do supremely well what poems and stories do, fulfilling the most ancient, urgent function of words, just as the I Ching and the dictionary do, to form for us mental representations of things not actually present, so that we can form a judgment of what world we live in and where we might be going in it. Ursula K. Le Guin, 1987. Sennin, Note: according to the ancient Chinese legend, a holy hermit who usually lives in the heart of a mountain, and has trained himself to various mystical powers, those of flying in the air at will, and enjoying extreme longevity among them. End note. Ryunosuke Akutagawa, 1892 to 1927. Japanese writer. Before taking his own life, he calmly explained the reasons which brought him to this decision, and compiled a list of historical suicides in which he included Christ. His works include Grotesque and Curious Tales, The Three Treasures, Kappa, Rashomon, Japanese short stories. He translated the works of Robert Browning into Japanese. My dear young readers, I am stopping in Osaka now, so I will tell you a story connected with this town. Once upon a time there came to the town of Osaka a certain man who wanted to be a domestic servant. I do not know his real name. They only remember him by the common servant's name of Gonsuke, for he was, after all, a servant of all work. Now this man, we'll call him Gonsuke too, entered a we-can-get-you-any-job office, and said to the clerk in charge, who was puffing at his long bamboo pipe, "Please, Mr. Clerk, I wish to become a Sennin. Would you kindly find me a family where I could learn the secret while working as a servant?" The clerk remained speechless for a while, as if astonished at his client's tall order. "Didn't you hear me, Mr. Clerk?" said Gonsuke. "I wish to become a Sennin. Will you find me a family where I could learn the secret while working as a servant?" "We're very sorry to disappoint you," the clerk drawled, beginning to puff again at his forgotten pipe. "But not once in our long business career have we undertaken to find a situation for aspirants to your senninship. Suppose you go round to another place, then perhaps—" Here Gonsuke edged closer to him on his petulant blue-pantalooned knees and began to argue in this way. Now, mister, that isn't quite honest, is it? What does your signboard say anyhow? It says, 'We can get you any job,' in so many words. Since you promise us any job, you ought to find us no matter what kind of jobs we may ask for. But now you may have lied about it all along, intentionally." His argument being quite reasonable, the clerk could not very well blame him for his angry outburst. "I can assure you, Mr. Stranger, there's no trick there. It's all straight," the clerk pleaded hastily. "But if you insist on your strange request, I must beg you to come round to us again tomorrow. We'll make inquiries today at all likely places we can think of." The clerk could see no other way out of it than to give him the promise and get him away, for the present anyhow. Needless to say, however, he had not the faintest idea, how could he indeed, of any household where they could teach their servant the secrets of senninship. So, on getting rid of the visitor, the clerk hastened to a physician living near his place. To him he told the story of his strange client, and then asked in an anxious, pleading tone, "Now, please, doctor, what sort of family do you think could train a fellow into a sennin, and that very quickly?" The question apparently puzzled the doctor. He remained a while in pensive silence, arms folded across his chest, vaguely looking at a big pine tree in the garden. It was the doctor's helpmate, a very shrewd woman, better known as Old Vixen, who answered for him, uninvited, on hearing the clerk's story. "Why, nothing can be simpler. Send him on to us. We'll make him a sennin in a couple of years." "Will you really, ma'am? That's great. Really, I can't thank you enough for your kind offer. But frankly, I felt certain from the first that a doctor and a sennin were somehow closely related to each other." The clerk, who was blissfully ignorant of her design, bowed his thanks again and again, and left in great glee. Our doctor followed him out with his eyes, looking as sour as anything, and then, turning round on his wife, brayed peevishly, "You silly old woman, Do you realize what a foolish thing you've gone and said now? What the dickens would you do if the bumpkin should begin to complain some day that we hadn't taught him a scrap of your holy trick after so many years?" But his wife, far from asking his pardon, turned up her nose at him and quacked, "Huh! You dullard, you'd better mind your own business. A fellow who is as stupidly simple as you could hardly scrape enough in this eat-or-be-eaten world to keep body and soul together." This counterattack succeeded, and she pecked her husband into silence. The next morning, as had been agreed upon, the clerk brought his boorish client to the doctor's. Country-bred as he was, Gunsuke came this particular day, ceremoniously dressed in haori and hakama, perhaps in honor of this important occasion of his first day. Outwardly, however, he was in no way different from the ordinary peasant. His very commonness must have been a bit of a surprise to the doctor, who had been expecting to see something unusual in a would-be Sennin. He eyed him curiously as one might a rare exotic animal, such as a musk deer brought over from far-off India, and then said, "I am told that you wish to be a Sennin, and I'm very curious to know whatever has put such a notion into your head." "Well, sir, I haven't much to tell there," replied Gunsuke. "Indeed, it was quite simple. When I first came up to this town and looked at the great big castle, I just thought like this, that even our great ruler Tycho, who lives up there, must die some day. That you may live in the grandest way imaginable, but still you must come to dust like the rest of us. Well, in short, that all our life is a fleeting dream is just what I felt then." Then old Vixen promptly put in her word, "You'd do anything if you could only be a Sennin." "Yes, madam, if only I could be one." "Very good. Then you'll live here and work for us for 20 years from today, and you shall be the happy possessor of the secrets at the end of your term." "Really, madam? I'm indeed very much obliged to you. But," she added, "for 20 years to come you won't get a penny from us as wages. Is that understood?" "Yes, ma'am. Thanks, ma'am. I agree to all that." In this way started Gunsuke's 20-year service at the doctor's. He would draw water from the well, chop firewood, prepare every meal, and do all the scrubbing and sweeping for the family. But this was not all, for he would follow the doctor on his rounds, carrying a big medicine chest on his back. Yet for all this labor, Gunsuke never asked for a single penny. Indeed, nowhere in Japan could you have found a better servant for less wages. At last, the 20 long years passed, and Gunsuke, again ceremoniously dressed in his family-crested haori, as when he first came to them, presented himself before his master and mistress. To them he expressed his cordial thanks for all their kindness to him during the past 20 years. "And now, sir," he went on, "would you kindly teach me today, as you promised 20 years ago today, how to become a Sennin and attain eternal youth and immortality?" "Here's a go," sighed the doctor to himself at this request. After having worked him 20 long years for nothing, how in the name of humanity could he tell his servant now that really he knew nothing of the way to Senninship? The doctor wriggled himself out of the dilemma, saying that it was not he but his wife who knew the secrets. "So you must ask her to tell you," he concluded, and turned woodenly away. His wife, however, was sweetly unperturbed. "Very well, then, I'll teach you," she said. "But mind, you must do what I tell you, however difficult it may seem. Otherwise you could never be a Sennin, and besides, you'll then have to work for us another 20 years without pay, or believe me, God Almighty will strike you dead on the spot." "Very good, madam. I'll do anything, however difficult it may be," replied Gunsuke. He was now hugely delighted, and waited for her to give the word. "Well, then," she said, "climb that pine tree in the garden." Utter stranger as she undoubtedly was to Senninship, her intentions may have been simply to impose any impossible task on him, and in case of his failure, to secure his free services for another 20 years. At her order, however, Gunsuke started climbing the tree without a moment's hesitation. Go up higher, she called after him. No, still higher, right up to the top. Standing near the edge of the veranda, she craned her neck to get a better view of her servant on the tree, and now saw his houri fluttering high up among the topmost boughs of that very tall pine tree. Now let go your right hand. Gunsuke gripped the bough with his left hand the tighter, and then let go his right in a gingerly sort of way. Next, let go your left hand as well. Come, come, my good woman, said her husband at last, now peering his anxious face upward from behind her. You know, with his left hand off the bough, the bumpkin must fall to the ground, and right below there's the big stone, and he's a dead man as sure as I'm a doctor. Right now I want none of your precious advice. Leave everything to me. Hey, man! Off with your left hand, do you hear? No sooner had she given the word than Gunsuke pushed away his hesitant left hand. Now, with both hands off the bough, how could he stay on the tree? The next moment, as the doctor and his wife caught their breath, Gunsuke, yes, and his houri too, were seen to come off the bough. And then, why, what's this? He stopped. He stopped. In mid-air, instead of dropping like a brick, and stayed on up in the bright noonday sky, posing like a marionette. I thank you both from the very bottom of my heart. You've made me a Sennin, said Gunsuke from far above. He was seen to make a very polite bow to them, and then he started climbing higher and higher, softly stepping on the blue sky, until he became a mere dot and disappeared in the fleecy clouds. What became of the doctor and his wife no one knows. But the big pine tree in their garden is known to have lived on for a long time, for it is told that a couple of centuries later, a Yadoya Tatsugoro, who wanted to see the tree clad in snow, went to the trouble and expense of having the big tree, which was then more than 20 feet round, transplanted in his own garden. A Woman Alone with Her Soul. Thomas Bailey Aldrich, North American poet and novelist, was born in New Hampshire in 1835 and died in Boston in 1907. He was the author of Cloth of Gold, 1874, Wyndham Tower, 1879, and An Old Town by the Sea, 1893. A woman is sitting alone in a house. She knows she is alone in the whole world. Every other living thing is dead. The doorbell rings. Ben-Tobith. Leonid Andreyev, 1871 to 1919. Studied law at the universities of Moscow and St. Petersburg, but after depressions which led to several suicide attempts, turned to writing, encouraged by Gorky. His sensational themes, treated in a highly realistic manner, made his reputation. Amongst his works are In the Fog, 1902, and The Red Laugh, 1904, as well as numerous plays. On that dread day, when a universal wrong was wrought, and Jesus Christ was crucified between two thieves on Golgotha, on that day the teeth of Ben-Tobith, a trader of Jerusalem, had begun to ache unbearably from the earliest hours of the morning. That toothache had begun even the day before, toward evening. At first his right jaw had begun to pain him slightly, while one tooth, the one just before the wisdom tooth, seemed to have become a little higher, and whenever the tongue touched it, felt a trifle painful. After supper, however, the ache had subsided entirely. Ben-Tobith forgot all about it, and felt rather on good terms with the world. He had made a profitable deal that day, exchanging his old ass for a young and strong one, was in a very merry mood, and had not considered the ill-boding symptoms of any importance. And he had slept very well and most soundly. But just before the dawn something had begun to trouble him, as though someone were rousing him to attend to some very important matter. and when Ben-Tobith angrily awoke, his teeth were aching frankly and malevolently in all the fullness of a sharp and piercing pain. And by now he could not tell whether it was only the tooth that had bothered him yesterday, or whether other teeth had also made common cause with it. All his mouth and his head were filled with a dreadful sensation of pain, as though he were compelled to chew 1,000 red-hot sharp nails. He took a mouthful of water from a clay jug. For a few moments the raging pain vanished. The teeth throbbed and undulated, and this sensation was actually pleasant in comparison with what he had felt before. Ben-Tobith lay down anew, bethought him of his newly acquired young ass, reflected how happy he would be if it were not for those teeth of his, and tried his best to fall asleep. But the water had been warm, and 5 minutes later the pain returned, raging worse than before, and Ben-Tobith sat up on his pallet and swayed to and fro like a pendulum. His whole face puckered up and was drawn toward his prominent nose, while on the nose itself, now all white from his torments, hung a bead of cold sweat. And thus, swaying and groaning from his pain, did he greet the first rays of that sun which was fated to behold Golgotha with its 3 crosses, and then grow dim from horror and grief. Ben-Tobith was a good man and a kindly, with little liking for wronging anybody. Yet when his wife awoke, he told her many unpleasant things, even though he was barely able to open his mouth, and complained that he had been left alone like a jackal to howl and writhe in his pain. His wife accepted the unmerited reproaches with patience, since she realized that they were not uttered from an evil heart, and brought him many excellent remedies, such as purified rat droppings, to be applied to the cheek, a pungent infusion of scorpions, and a true shard of the tablets of the law, splintered off at the time Moses had shattered them. The rat droppings eased the pain a little, but not for long. It was the same way with the infusion and the shard, for each time, after a short-lived relief, the pain returned with new vigor. And during the brief moments of respite, Ben-Tobith consoled himself by thinking of the young ass, and making plans concerning it, while at such times as his teeth worsened, he moaned, became wroth with his wife, and threatened to dash his brains out against a stone if the pain would not abate. And all the while he kept pacing up and down the flat roof of his house, but avoided coming too near the edge thereof for very shame, since his whole head was swathed like a woman's in a shawl. The children came running to him several times, and speaking very fast, told him something or other about Jesus of Nazareth. Ben-Tobith would stop his pacing and listen to them for a few moments, with his face puckering, but then stamp his foot in anger and drive them from him. He was a kind-hearted man and loved children, but now he was wroth because they annoyed him with all sorts of trifles. Nor was that the only unpleasant thing. The street, as well as all the roofs nearby, were crowded with people who did not have a single thing to do, apparently, but stare at Ben-Tobith with his head swathed like a woman's in a shawl. And he was just about to come down from the roof when his wife told him, "Look there, they're leading the robbers. Maybe that will make thee forget thy pain." "Leave me in peace, woman. Canst thou not see how I suffer?" Ben-Tobith answered her surlily. But the words of his wife held out a vague hope that his toothache might let up, and he grudgingly approached the parapet of his roof. Putting his head to one side, shutting one eye, and propping up his sore cheek with his hand, he made a wry, weepy face and looked down. An enormous mob, raising great dust and an incessant din, was going helter-skelter through the narrow street that ran uphill. In the midst of this mob walked the malefactors, bending under the weight of their crosses, while the lashes of the Roman legionaries writhed over their heads like black serpents. One of the condemned, that fellow with the long light hair, his seamless chiton all torn and stained with blood, stumbled against a rock that had been thrown under his feet and fell. The shouts grew louder, and the motley crowd, like an iridescent sea, closed over the fallen man. Ben-Tobith shuddered from pain. It was just as though someone had plunged a red-hot needle into his tooth, and then given that needle a twist for good measure. He let out a long-drawn moan, "Oh," and left the parapet wryly apathetic and in a vile temper. "Hearken to them screaming," he enviously mumbled, picturing to himself the widely open mouths, with strong teeth that did not ache, and imagined what a shout he himself would set up if only he were well. and because of that mental picture his pain became ferocious, while his head bobbed fast, and he began to low like a calf. Moo! "They say he restored sight to the blind," said Ben-Tobith's wife, who was glued to the parapet, and she skimmed a pebble toward the spot where Jesus, who had risen to his feet under the lashes, was now moving slowly. "Yea, verily, if he would but rid me of my toothache it would suffice," Ben-Tobith retorted sarcastically, and added with a bitterness begotten of irritation, "Look at the dust they are raising, for all the world like a drove of cattle. Somebody ought to take a stick to them and disperse them. Take me downstairs, Sarah." The good wife turned out to be right. The spectacle had diverted Ben-Tobith somewhat, although it may have been the rat droppings that had helped at last, and he succeeded in falling asleep. And when he awoke, the pain had practically vanished, and there was only a gumboil swelling on his right jaw, so small a gumboil that one could hardly notice it. His wife said that it was altogether unnoticeable, but Ben-Tobith smiled slyly at that. He knew what a kind-hearted wife he had, and how she liked to say things that would please the hearer. Samuel the tanner, a neighbor, dropped in, and Ben-Tobith took him to see his young ass, and listened with pride to the tanner's warm praises of the animal and its master. Later on, heeding the plea of the inquisitive Sarah, the three of them set out for Golgotha to have a look at the crucified. On the way, Ben-Tobith told Samuel all about his misery from the very beginning, how last night he had felt a nagging ache in his right jaw, and how he had awakened in the night from the frightful pain. To make his recital graphic, he assumed an expression of suffering, shut his eyes, tossed his head, and moaned, while the gray-bearded Samuel shook his head commiseratingly and declared, "Tisk, tisk, tisk! How that must have hurt!" Ben-Tobith was so gratified by the sympathetic reception accorded to his story that he repeated it, and then went back to the remote time when his first tooth had begun to bother him. Just one, a lower, on his left jaw. And thus in animated talk they reached Golgotha. The sun, condemned to shed its light upon the world on that dread day, had already set beyond the distant knolls, and a ruddy scarlet streak was glowing like a blood-stain in the west. Against this background the crosses showed dark and indistinct, while some figures glimmered vague and white as they knelt at the foot of the central cross. The people had long since dispersed. It was turning chill, and Ben-Tobith, after a casual glance at the crucified malefactors, took Samuel by the arm and discreetly headed him for home. He was in a particularly eloquent mood, and he wanted to round out the story of his toothache. Thus did they wend their way homeward, and Ben-Tobith, to the accompaniment of Samuel's sympathetic nods and exclamations, assumed an expression of suffering, tossed his head, and moaned artfully, the while, from out the deep ravines, from the distant sun-parched plains, the black night rose, as though it would screen from the sight of heaven the great malefaction the earth had wrought. The Phantom Basket. John Aubrey, British antiquary, born in Wiltshire in 1626, died in Oxford in 1697. His works included Sacred Architecture and the Miscellanies, 1696, which deals with dreams and fantasies. Mr. Traherne, B.D., chaplain to Sir Orlando Bridgeman, Lord Keeper, a learned and sober person, was the son of a shoemaker in Hereford. One night as he lay in bed, the moon shining very bright, he saw the phantom of one of the apprentices sitting in a chair in his red waistcoat, and headband about his head, and strap upon his knee, which apprentice was really abed and asleep with another fellow apprentice in the same chamber, and saw him. The fellow was living 1671. Another time, as he was in bed, he saw a basket come sailing in the air along by the valance of his bed. I think he said there was fruit in the basket. It was a phantom from himself. The Drowned Giant. J.G. Ballard, born 1930, is one of England's most successful writers of what has been called speculative fiction. He made his reputation in the late 1950s and 60s with a series of finely imagined fantasies and novels of catastrophes, turning to more personal and obsessive themes with Crash, 1973, and High Rise, 1975. He achieved wider fame with Empire of the Sun, a semi-autobiographical novel set in Shanghai at the end of the war. On the morning after the storm, the body of a drowned giant was washed ashore on the beach 5 miles to the northwest of the city. The first news of its arrival was brought by a nearby farmer, and subsequently confirmed by the local newspaper reporters and the police. Despite this, the majority of people, myself among them, remained skeptical, but the return of more and more eyewitnesses attesting to the vast size of the giant was finally too much for our curiosity. The library where my colleagues and I were carrying out our research was almost deserted when we set off for the coast shortly after 2 o'clock, and throughout the day people continued to leave their offices and shops as accounts of the giant circulated around the city. By the time we reached the dunes above the beach, a substantial crowd had gathered, and we could see the body lying in the shallow water 200 yards away. At first the estimates of its size seemed greatly exaggerated. It was then at low tide, and almost all the giant's body was exposed, but he appeared to be a little larger than a basking shark. He lay on his back with his arms at his sides, in an attitude of repose, as if asleep on the mirror of wet sand, the reflection of his blanched skin fading as the water receded. In the clear sunlight, his body glistened like the white plumage of a seabird. Puzzled by this spectacle, and dissatisfied with the matter-of-fact explanations of the crowd, my friends and I stepped down from the dunes onto the shingle. Everyone seemed reluctant to approach the giant, but half an hour later 2 fishermen in wading boots walked out across the sand. As their diminutive figures neared the recumbent body, a sudden hubbub of conversation broke out among the spectators. The 2 men were completely dwarfed by the giant. Although his heels were partly submerged in the sand, the feet rose to at least twice the fisherman's height, and we immediately realized that this drowned leviathan had the mass and dimensions of the largest sperm whale. 3 fishing smacks had arrived on the scene, and with keels raised, remained a quarter of a mile offshore, the crews watching from the bows. Their discretion deterred the spectators on the shore from wading out across the sand. Impatiently, everyone stepped down from the dunes and waited on the shingle slopes, eager for a closer view. Around the margins of the figure, the sand had been washed away, forming a hollow, as if the giant had fallen out of the sky. The 2 fishermen were standing between the immense plinths of the feet, waving to us like tourists among the columns of some water-lapped temple on the Nile. For a moment I feared that the giant was merely asleep, and might suddenly stir and clap his heels together, but his glazed eyes stared skywards, unaware of the minuscule replicas of himself between his feet. The fishermen then began a circuit of the corpse, strolling past the long white flanks of the legs. After a pause to examine the fingers of the supine hand, they disappeared from sight between the arm and chest, then re-emerged to survey the head, shielding their eyes as they gazed up at its Grecian profile. The shallow forehead, straight, high-bridged nose, and curling lips reminded me of a Roman copy of Praxiteles, and the elegantly formed cartouches of the nostrils emphasized the resemblance to monumental sculpture. Abruptly there was a shout from the crowd, and 100 arms pointed towards the sea. With a start, I saw that one of the fishermen had climbed onto the giant's chest, and was now strolling about and signaling to the shore. There was a roar of surprise and triumph from the crowd, lost in a rushing avalanche of shingle, as everyone surged forward across the sand. As we approached the recumbent figure, which was lying in a pool of water the size of a field, our excited chatter fell away again, subdued by the huge physical dimensions of this moribund colossus. He was stretched out at a slight angle to the shore, his legs carried nearer the beach, and this foreshortening had disguised his true length. Despite the 2 fishermen standing on his abdomen, the crowd formed itself into a wide circle, groups of 3 or 4 people tentatively advancing towards the hands and feet. My companions and I walked around the seaward side of the giant, whose hips and thorax towered above us like the hull of a stranded ship. His pearl-colored skin, distended by immersion in salt water, masked the contours of the enormous muscles and tendons. We passed below the left knee, which was flexed slightly, threads of damp seaweed clinging to its sides. Draped loosely across the midriff, and preserving a tenuous propriety, was a shawl of heavy open-weave material, bleached to a pale yellow by the water. A strong odor of brine came from the garment as it steamed in the sun, mingled with the sweet but potent scent of the giant's skin. We stopped by his shoulder and gazed up at the motionless profile. The lips were parted slightly, the open eye cloudy and occluded, as if injected with some blue milky liquid, but the delicate arches of the nostrils and eyebrows invested the face with an ornate charm that belied the brutish power of the chest and shoulders. The ear was suspended in mid-air over our heads like a sculptured doorway. As I raised my hand to touch the pendulous lobe, someone appeared over the edge of the forehead and shouted down at me. Startled by this apparition, I stepped back, and then saw that a group of youths had climbed up onto the face and were jostling each other in and out of the orbits. People were now clambering all over the giant, whose reclining arms provided a double stairway. From the palms they walked along the forearms to the elbow, and then crawled over the distended belly of the biceps to the flat promenade of the pectoral muscles, which covered the upper half of the smooth, hairless chest. From here they climbed up onto the face, hand over hand along the lips and nose, or forayed down the abdomen to meet others who had straddled the ankles and were patrolling the twin columns of the thighs. We continued our circuit through the crowd and stopped to examine the outstretched right hand. A small pool of water lay in the palm, like the residue of another world, now being kicked away by the people ascending the arm. I tried to read the palm lines that grooved the skin, searching for some clue to the giant's character, but the distension of the tissues had almost obliterated them, carrying away all trace of the giant's identity and his last tragic predicament. The huge muscles and wrist bones of the hand seemed to deny any sensitivity to their owner, but the delicate flexion of the fingers and the well-tended nails, each cut symmetrically to within 6 inches of the quick, argued a certain refinement of temperament, illustrated in the Grecian features of the face, on which the townfolk were now sitting like flies. One youth was even standing, arms wavering at his sides, on the very tip of the nose, shouting down at his companions, but the face of the giant still retained its massive composure. Returning to the shore, we sat down on the shingle and watched the continuous stream of people arriving from the city. Some 6 or 7 fishing boats had collected offshore, and their crews waded in through the shallow water for a closer look at this enormous storm catch. Later a party of police appeared, and made a half-hearted attempt to cordon off the beach, but after walking up to the recumbent figure, any such thoughts left their minds, and they went off together with bemused backward glances. An hour later there were 1,000 people present on the beach, at least 200 of them standing or sitting on the giant, crowded along his arms and legs, or circulating in a ceaseless melee across his chest and stomach. A large gang of youths occupied the head, toppling each other off the cheeks and sliding down the smooth planes of the jaw. 2 or 3 straddled the nose, and another crawled into one of the nostrils, from which he emitted barking noises, like a dog. That afternoon the police returned and cleared a way through the crowd for a party of scientific experts, authorities on gross anatomy and marine biology, from the university. The gang of youths and most of the people on the giant climbed down, leaving behind a few hardy spirits perched on the tips of the toes and on the forehead. The experts strode around the giant, heads nodding in vigorous consultation, preceded by the policemen who pushed back the press of spectators. When they reached the outstretched hand, the senior officer offered to assist them up onto the palm, but the experts hastily demurred. After they returned to the shore, the crowd once more climbed onto the giant, and was in full possession when we left at 5 o'clock, covering the arms and legs like a dense flock of gulls sitting on the corpse of a large fish. I next visited the beach 3 days later. My friends at the library had returned to their work, and delegated to me the task of keeping the giant under observation and preparing a report. Perhaps they sensed my particular interest in the case, and it was certainly true that I was eager to return to the beach. There was nothing necrophilic about this, for to all intents the giant was still alive for me, indeed more alive than many of the people watching him. What I found so fascinating was partly his immense scale, the huge volumes of space occupied by his arms and legs, which seemed to confirm the identity of my own miniature limbs, but above all the mere categorical fact of his existence. Whatever else in our lives might be open to doubt, the giant, dead or alive, existed in an absolute sense, providing a glimpse into a world of similar absolutes, of which we spectators on the beach were such imperfect and puny copies. When I arrived at the beach, the crowd was considerably smaller, and some 200 or 300 people sat on the shingle, picnicking and watching the groups of visitors who walked out across the sand. The successive tides had carried the giant nearer the shore, swinging his head and shoulders towards the beach, so that he seemed doubly to gain in size, his huge body dwarfing the fishing boats beached beside his feet. The uneven contours of the beach had pushed his spine into a slight arch, expanding his chest and tilting back the head, forcing him into a more expressly heroic posture. The combined effects of sea-water and the tumefaction of the tissues had given the face a sleeker and less youthful look, although the vast proportions of the features made it impossible to assess the age and character of the giant. On my previous visit, his classically modelled mouth and nose suggested that he had been a young man of discreet and modest temper. Now, however, he appeared to be at least in early middle age. The puffy cheeks, thicker nose and temples, and narrowing eyes gave him a look of well-fed maturity that even now hinted at a growing corruption to come. This accelerated post-mortem development of the giant's character, as if the latent elements of his personality had gained sufficient momentum during his life to discharge themselves in a brief final resume, continued to fascinate me. It marked the beginning of the giant's surrender to that all-demanding system of time in which the rest of humanity finds itself, and of which, like the million twisted ripples of a fragmented whirlpool, our finite lives are the concluding products. I took up my position on the shingle directly opposite the giant's head, from where I could see the new arrivals and the children clambering over the legs and arms. Among the morning's visitors were a number of men in leather jackets and cloth caps, who peered up critically at the giant with a professional eye, pacing out his dimensions and making rough calculations in the sand with spars of driftwood. I assumed them to be from the Public Works Department and other municipal bodies, no doubt wondering how to dispose of this gargantuan piece of jetsam. Several rather more smartly attired individuals, circus proprietors and the like, also appeared on the scene, and strolled slowly around the giant, hands in the pockets of their long overcoats, saying nothing to one another. Evidently its bulk was too great for their matchless enterprise. After they had gone, the children continued to run up and down the arms and legs, and the youths wrestled with each other over the supine face, the damp sand from their feet covering the white skin. The following day I deliberately postponed my visit until the late afternoon, and when I arrived there were fewer than 50 or 60 people, sitting on the shingle. The giant had been carried still closer to the shore, and was now little more than 75 yards away, his feet crushing the palisade of a rotting breakwater. The slope of the firmer sand tilted his body towards the sea, and the bruised face was averted in an almost conscious gesture. I sat down on a large metal winch, which had been shackled to a concrete caisson above the shingle, and looked down at the recumbent figure. His blanched skin had now lost its pearly translucence, and was spattered with dirty sand, which replaced that washed away by the night tide. Clumps of seaweed filled the intervals between the fingers, and a collection of litter and cuttle-bones lay in the crevices below the hips and knees. But despite this, and the continuous thickening of his features, the giant still retained his magnificent Homeric stature. The enormous breadth of the shoulders, and the huge columns of the arms and legs, still carried the figure into another dimension, and the giant seemed a more authentic image of one of the drowned Argonauts or heroes of the Odyssey than the conventional human-sized portrait previously in my mind. I stepped down onto the sand and walked between the pools of water towards the giant. 2 small boys were sitting in the well of the ear, and at the far end a solitary youth stood perched high on one of the toes, surveying me as I approached. As I had hoped when delaying my visit, no one else paid any attention to me, and the people on the shore remained huddled beneath their coats. The giant's supine right hand was covered with broken shells and sand, in which a score of footprints were visible. The rounded bulk of the hip towered above me, cutting off all sight of the sea. The sweetly acrid odor I had noticed before was now more pungent, and through the opaque skin I could see the serpentine coils of congealed blood vessels. However repellent it seemed, this ceaseless metamorphosis, a visible life in death, alone permitted me to set foot on the corpse. Using the jutting thumb as a stair rail, I climbed up onto the palm and began my ascent. The skin was harder than I expected, barely yielding to my weight. Quickly I walked up the sloping forearm and the bulging balloon of the biceps. The face of the drowned giant loomed to my right, the cavernous nostrils and huge flanks of the cheeks like the cone of some freakish volcano. Safely rounding the shoulder, I stepped out on to the broad promenade of the chest, across which the bony ridges of the rib-cage lay like huge rafters. The white skin was dappled by the darkening bruises of countless footprints, in which the patterns of individual heel marks were clearly visible. Someone had built a small sandcastle on the center of the sternum, and I climbed on to this partly demolished structure to give myself a better view of the face. The two children had now scaled the ear and were pulling themselves into the right orbit, whose blue globe, completely occluded by some milk-colored fluid, gazed sightlessly past their miniature forms. Seen obliquely from below, the face was devoid of all grace and repose. The drawn mouth and raised chin, propped up by its gigantic slings of muscles resembling the torn prow of a colossal wreck. For the first time I became aware of the extremity of this last physical agony of the giant, no less painful for his awareness of the collapsing musculature and tissues. The absolute isolation of the ruined figure, cast like an abandoned ship upon the empty shore, almost out of sound of the waves, transformed his face into a mask of exhaustion and helplessness. As I stepped forward, my foot sank into a trough of soft tissue, and a gust of fetid gas blew through an aperture between the ribs. Retreating from the fouled air, which hung like a cloud over my head, I turned towards the sea to clear my lungs. To my surprise, I saw that the giant's left hand had been amputated. I stared with bewilderment at the blackening stump, while the solitary youth reclining on his aerial perch 100 feet away surveyed me with a sanguinary eye. This was only the first of a sequence of depredations. I spent the following 2 days in the library, for some reason reluctant to visit the shore, aware that I had probably witnessed the approaching end of a magnificent illusion. When I next crossed the dunes and set foot on the shingle, the giant was little more than 20 yards away, and with this close proximity to the rough pebbles, all traces had vanished of the magic which once surrounded his distant wave-washed form. Despite his immense size, the bruises and dirt that covered his body made him appear merely human in scale, his vast dimensions only increasing his vulnerability. His right hand and foot had been removed, dragged up the slope and trundled away by cart. After questioning the small group of people huddled by the breakwater, I gathered that a fertilizer company and a cattle food manufacturer were responsible. The giant's remaining foot rose into the air, a steel hawser fixed to the large toe, evidently in preparation for the following day. The surrounding beach had been disturbed by a score of workmen, and deep ruts marked the ground where the hands and foot had been hauled away. A dark brackish fluid leaked from the stumps, and stained the sand and the white cones of the cuttlefish. As I walked down the shingle, I noticed that a number of jocular slogans, swastikas, and other signs had been cut into the gray skin, as if the mutilation of this motionless colossus had released a sudden flood of repressed spite. The lobe of one of the ears was pierced by a spear of timber, and a small fire had burnt out in the center of the chest, blackening the surrounding skin. The fine wood ash was still being scattered by the wind. A foul smell enveloped the cadaver, the undisguisable signature of putrefaction, which had at last driven away the usual gathering of youths. I returned to the shingle and climbed up onto the winch. The giant's swollen cheeks had now almost closed his eyes, drawing the lips back in a monumental gape. The once straight Grecian nose had been twisted and flattened, stamped into the ballooning face by countless heels. When I visited the beach the following day, I found almost with relief that the head had been removed. Some weeks elapsed before I made my next journey to the beach, and by then the human likeness I had noticed earlier had vanished again. On close inspection, the recumbent thorax and abdomen were unmistakably manlike, but as each of the limbs was chopped off, first at the knee and elbow, and then at shoulder and thigh, the carcass resembled that of any headless sea animal, whale or whale shark. With this loss of identity, and the few traces of personality that had clung tenuously to the figure, the interest of the spectators expired, and the foreshore was deserted, except for an elderly beachcomber and the watchman sitting in the doorway of the contractor's hut. A loose wooden scaffolding had been erected around the carcass, from which a dozen ladders swung in the wind, and the surrounding sand was littered with coils of rope, long metal-handled knives and grappling irons, the pebbles oily with blood and pieces of bone and skin. I nodded to the watchman, who regarded me dourly over his brazier of burning coke. The whole area was pervaded by the pungent smell of huge squares of blubber, being simmered in a vat behind the hut. Both the thigh bones had been removed, with the assistance of a small crane, draped in the gauze-like fabric which had once covered the waist of the giant, and the open sockets gaped like barn doors. The upper arms, collar bones, and pudenda had likewise been dispatched. What remained of the skin over the thorax and abdomen had been marked out in parallel strips with a tar brush, and the first 5 or 6 sections had been pared away from the midriff, revealing the great arch of the rib-cage. As I left, a flock of gulls wheeled down from the sky and alighted on the beach, picking at the stained sand with ferocious cries. Several months later, when the news of his arrival had been generally forgotten, various pieces of the body of the dismembered giant began to reappear all over the city. Most of these were bones, which the fertilizer manufacturers had found too difficult to crush, and their massive size and the huge tendons and discs of cartilage attached to their joints immediately identified them. For some reason, these disembodied fragments seemed better to convey the essence of the giant's original magnificence than the bloated appendages that had been subsequently amputated. As I looked across the road at the premises of the largest wholesale merchants in the meat market, I recognized the 2 enormous thigh bones on either side of the doorway. They towered over the porters' heads like the threatening megaliths of some primitive druidical religion, and I had the sudden vision of the giant climbing to his knees upon these bare bones and striding away through the streets of the city, picking up the scattered fragments of himself on his return journey to the sea. A few days later, I saw the left humerus lying in the entrance to one of the shipyards. Its twin for several years lay on the mud among the piles below the harbor's principal commercial wharf. In the same week, the mummified right hand was exhibited on a carnival float during the annual pageant of the guilds. The lower jaw, typically, found its way to the Museum of Natural History. The remainder of the skull has disappeared, but is probably still lurking in the waste grounds or private gardens of the city. Quite recently, while sailing down the river, I noticed 2 ribs of the giant forming a decorative arch in a waterside garden, possibly confused with the jawbones of a whale. A large square of tanned and tattooed skin, the size of an Indian blanket, forms a backcloth to the dolls and masks in a novelty shop near the amusement park, and I have no doubt that elsewhere in the city, in the hotels or golf clubs, the mummified nose and ears of the giant hang from the wall above a fireplace. As for the immense pizzle, this ends its days in the freak museum of the circus, which travels up and down the Northwest. This monumental apparatus, stunning in its proportions and sometime potency, occupies a complete booth to itself. The irony is that it is wrongly identified as that of a whale, and indeed most people, even those who first saw him cast up on the shore after the storm, now remember the giant, if at all, as a large beast. The remainder of the skeleton, stripped of all flesh, still rests on the seashore, the clutter of bleached ribs like the timbers of a derelict ship. The contractor's hut, the crane, and the scaffolding have been removed, and the sand being driven into the bay along the coast has buried the pelvis and backbone. In the winter the high curved bones are deserted, battered by the breaking waves, but in the summer they provide an excellent perch for the sea-wearying gulls. Enoch Soames. Max Beerbohm, writer, humorist, and caricaturist, born in London in 1872, died in Rapallo in 1956. Author of A Defense of Cosmetics, 1896, The Happy Hypocrite, 1897, More, 1899, Zuleika Dobson, 1911. 7 Men, 1919. And Even Now, 1920. When a book about the literature of the 1890s was given by Mr. Holbrook Jackson to the world, I looked eagerly in the index for Soames Enoch. I had feared he would not be there. He was not there. But everybody else was. Many writers whom I had quite forgotten, or remembered but faintly, lived again for me, they and their work, in Mr. Holbrook Jackson's pages. The book was as thorough as it was brilliantly written, and thus the omission found by me was an all the deadlier record of poor Soames's failure to impress himself on his decade. I dare say I am the only person who noticed the omission. Soames had failed so piteously as all that. Nor is there a counterpoise in the thought that if he had had some measure of success, he might have passed, like those others, out of my mind, to return only at the historian's beck. It is true that had his gifts, such as they were, been acknowledged in his lifetime, he would never have made the bargain I saw him make, that strange bargain whose results have kept him always in the foreground of my memory. But it is from those very results that the full piteousness of him glares out. Not my compassion, however, impels me to write of him. For his sake, poor fellow, I should be inclined to keep my pen out of the ink. It is ill to deride the dead. And how can I write about Enoch Soames without making him ridiculous? Or rather, how am I to hush up the horrid fact that he was ridiculous? I shall not be able to do that. Yet sooner or later write about him I must. You will see in due course that I have no option, and I may as well get the thing done now. In the summer term of '93, a bolt from the blue flashed down on Oxford. It drove deep. It hurtlingly embedded itself in the soil. Dons and undergraduates stood around, rather pale, discussing nothing but it. Whence came it, this meteorite? From Paris. Its name? Will Rothenstein. Its aim? To do a series of 24 portraits in lithograph. These were to be published from the Budleigh Head, London. The matter was urgent. Already the warden of A, and the master of B, and the Regius Professor of C had meekly sat. Dignified and doddering old men, who had never consented to sit to anyone, could not withstand this dynamic little stranger. He did not sue. He invited. He did not invite. He commanded. He was 21 years old. He wore spectacles that flashed more than any other pair ever seen. He was a wit. He was brimful of ideas. He knew Whistler. He knew Edmond de Goncourt. He knew every one in Paris. He knew them all by heart. He was Paris in Oxford. It was whispered that, so soon as he had polished off his selection of dons, he was going to include a few undergraduates. It was a proud day for me when I was included. I liked Rothenstein not less than I feared him, and there arose between us a friendship that has grown ever warmer, and been more and more valued by me with every passing year. At the end of term he settled in, or rather, meteoritically, into London. It was to him I owed my first knowledge of that forever enchanting little world in itself, Chelsea, and my first acquaintance with Walter Sickert and other august elders who dwelt there. It was Rothenstein that took me to see, in Cambridge Street, Pimlico, a young man whose drawings were already famous among the few, Aubrey Beardsley by name. With Rothenstein I paid my first visit to the Budleigh Head. By him I was inducted into another haunt of intellect and daring, the domino room of the Café Royal. There on that October evening, there in that exuberant vista of gilding and crimson velvet, set amidst all those opposing mirrors and upholding caryatids, with fumes of tobacco ever rising to the painted and pagan ceiling, and with the hum of presumably cynical conversation, broken into so sharply now and again by the clatter of dominoes shuffled on marble tables, I drew a deep breath, and, "This indeed," said I to myself, "is life." It was the hour before dinner. We drank vermouth. Those who knew Rothenstein were pointing him out to those who knew him only by name. Men were constantly coming in through the swing doors, and wandering slowly up and down in search of vacant tables, or of tables occupied by friends. One of these rovers interested me because I was sure he wanted to catch Rothenstein's eye. He had twice passed our table, with a hesitating look. But Rothenstein, in the thick of a disquisition on Puvis de Chavannes, had not seen him. He was a stooping, shambling person, rather tall, very pale, with longish and brownish hair. He had a thin, vague beard, or rather, he had a chin on which a large number of hairs weakly curled and clustered to cover its retreat. He was an odd-looking person. But in the 90s, odd apparitions were more frequent, I think, than they are now. The young writers of that era, and I was sure this man was a writer, strove earnestly to be distinct in aspect. This man had striven unsuccessfully. He wore a soft black hat of clerical kind, but of bohemian intention, and a grey waterproof cape which, perhaps because it was waterproof, failed to be romantic. I decided that dim was the mot juste for him. I had already essayed to write, and was immensely keen on the mot juste, that holy grail of the period. The dim man was now again approaching our table, and this time he made up his mind to pause in front of it. "You don't remember me?" he said in a toneless voice. Rothenstein brightly focused on him. "Yes, I do," he replied after a moment, with pride rather than effusion, pride in a retentive memory. "Edwin Soames." "Enoch Soames," said Enoch. "Enoch Soames," repeated Rothenstein, in a tone implying that it was enough to have hit on the surname. "We met in Paris 2 or 3 times when you were living there. We met at the Café Gruche." "And I came to your studio once." "Oh, yes. I was sorry I was out." "But you were in. You showed me some of your paintings, you know. I hear you're in Chelsea now." "Yes." I almost wondered that Mr. Soames did not, after this monosyllable, pass along. He stood patiently there, rather like a dumb animal, rather like a donkey looking over a gate. A sad figure, his. It occurred to me that hungry was perhaps the mot juste for him. But hungry for what? He looked as if he had little appetite for anything. I was sorry for him, and Rothenstein, though he had not invited him to Chelsea, did ask him to sit down and have something to drink. Seated, he was more self-assertive. He flung back the wings of his cape with a gesture which, had not those wings been waterproof, might have seemed to hurl defiance at things in general. And he ordered an absinthe. "Je me tiens toujours fidèle," he told Rothenstein, "à la sorcière glauque." "It is bad for you," said Rothenstein dryly. "Nothing is bad for one," answered Soames. "Dans ce monde, il n'y a ni de bien ni de mal." "Nothing good and nothing bad? How do you mean?" "I explained it all in the preface to Negations." "Negations?" "Yes, I gave you a copy of it." "Oh, yes, of course. But did you explain, for instance, that there was no such thing as bad or good grammar?" "No," said Soames. "Of course, in art there is the good and the evil, but in life, no." He was rolling a cigarette. He had weak white hands, not well washed, and with fingertips much stained by nicotine. "In life there are illusions of good and evil, but—" His voice trailed away to a murmur in which the words vieux jeu and rococo were faintly audible. I think he felt he was not doing himself justice, and feared that Rothenstein was going to point out fallacies. Anyway, he cleared his throat and said, "Parlons d'autre chose." "It occurs to you that he was a fool?" "It didn't to me. I was young, and had not the clarity of judgment that Rothenstein already had. Soames was quite 5 or 6 years older than either of us. Also, he had written a book. It was wonderful to have written a book. If Rothenstein had not been there, I should have revered Soames. Even as it was, I respected him, and I was very near indeed to reverence when he said he had another book coming out soon. I asked if I might ask what kind of book it was to be. "My poems," he answered. Rothenstein asked if this was to be the title of the book. The poet meditated on this suggestion, but said he rather thought of giving the book no title at all. "If a book is good in itself," he murmured, waving his cigarette. Rothenstein objected that absence of title might be bad for the sale of a book. "If," he urged, "I went into a bookseller's and said simply, 'Have you got?' or 'Have you a copy of?' how would they know what I wanted?" "Oh, of course I should have my name on the cover," Soames answered earnestly. "And I rather want," he added, looking hard at Rothenstein, "to have a drawing of myself as frontispiece." Rothenstein admitted that this was a capital idea, and mentioned that he was going into the country and would be there for some time. He then looked at his watch, exclaimed at the hour, paid the waiter, and went away with me to dinner. Soames remained at his post of fidelity to the glaucous witch. "Why were you so determined not to draw him?" I asked. "Draw him? Him? How can one draw a man who doesn't exist?" "He is dim," I admitted, but my mot juste fell flat. Rothenstein repeated that Soames was non-existent. Still, Soames had written a book. I asked if Rothenstein had read Negations. He said he had looked into it. "But," he added crisply, "I don't profess to know anything about writing." A reservation very characteristic of the period. Painters would not then allow that anyone outside their own order had a right to any opinion about painting. This law, graven on the tablets brought down by Whistler from the summit of Fujiyama, imposed certain limitations. If other arts than painting were not utterly unintelligible to all but the men who practiced them, the law tottered. The Monroe Doctrine, as it were, did not hold good. Therefore no painter would offer an opinion of a book without warning you, at any rate, that his opinion was worthless. No one is a better judge of literature than Rothenstein. But it wouldn't have done to tell him so in those days, and I knew that I must form an unaided judgment on Negations. Not to buy a book of which I had met the author face to face would have been for me in those days an impossible act of self-denial. When I returned to Oxford for the Christmas term, I had duly secured Negations. I used to keep it lying carelessly on the table in my room, and whenever a friend took it up and asked what it was about, I would say, "Oh, it's rather a remarkable book. It's by a man whom I know." Just what it was about I never was able to say. Head or tail was just what I hadn't made of that slim green volume. I found in the preface no clue to the exiguous labyrinth of contents, and in that labyrinth nothing to explain the preface. Lean near to life, lean very near, nearer. Life is web, and therein nor warp nor woof is, but web only. It is for this I am Catholic in church and in thought, yet do let swift mood weave there what the shuttle of mood wills. These were the opening phrases of the preface, but those which followed were less easy to understand. Then came Stark, a conte, about a midinette who, so far as I could gather, murdered, or was about to murder, a mannequin. It seemed to me like a story by Catulle Mondes, in which the translator had either skipped or cut out every alternate sentence. Next, a dialogue between Pan and St. Ursula, lacking, I rather felt, in snap. Next, some aphorisms, entitled Aphorismata. Throughout, in fact, there was a great variety of form, and the forms had evidently been wrought with much care. It was rather the substance that eluded me. Was there, I wondered, any substance at all? It did now occur to me, suppose Enoch Soames was a fool? Up cropped a rival hypothesis. Suppose I was? I inclined to give Soames the benefit of the doubt. I had read L'après-midi d'un faune without extracting a glimmer of meaning. Yet Mallarmé, of course, was a master. How was I to know that Soames wasn't another? There was a sort of music in his prose, not indeed arresting, but perhaps, I thought, haunting, and laden perhaps with meanings as deep as Mallarmé's own. I awaited his poems with an open mind. and I looked forward to them with positive impatience after I had had a second meeting with him. This was on an evening in January. Going into the aforesaid domino room, I passed a table at which sat a pale man with an open book before him. He looked from his book to me, and I looked back over my shoulder with a vague sense that I ought to have recognized him. I returned to pay my respects. After exchanging a few words, I said with a glance to the open book, "I see I am interrupting you," and was about to pass on, but "I prefer," Soames replied in his toneless voice, "to be interrupted," and I obeyed his gesture that I should sit down. I asked him if he often read here. "Yes, things of this kind I read here," he answered, indicating the title of his book, "The Poems of Shelley." "Anything that you really," and I was going to say, "admire?" but I cautiously left my sentence unfinished, and was glad that I had done so, for he said with unwonted emphasis, "Anything second-rate." I had read little of Shelley, but, "Of course," I murmured, "he's very uneven." "I should have thought evenness was just what was wrong with him. A deadly evenness. That's why I read him here. The noise of this place breaks the rhythm. He's tolerable here." Soames took up the book and glanced through the pages. He laughed. Soames's laugh was a short, single, and mirthless sound from the throat, unaccompanied by any movement of the face or brightening of the eyes. "What a period," he uttered, laying the book down, and "what a country," he added. I asked rather nervously if he didn't think Keats had more or less held his own against the drawbacks of time and place. He admitted that there were passages in Keats, but did not specify them. Of the older men, as he called them, he seemed to like only Milton. Milton, he said, wasn't sentimental. Also, Milton had a dark insight. And again, I can always read Milton in the reading room. The reading room? Of the British Museum. I go there every day. You do? I've only been there once. I'm afraid I found it rather a depressing place. It seemed to sap one's vitality. It does. That's why I go there. The lower one's vitality, the more sensitive one is to great art. I live near the museum. I have rooms in Dyott Street. And you go round to the reading room to read Milton? Usually Milton. He looked at me. It was Milton, he certificatively added, who converted me to diabolism. Diabolism? Oh, yes, really, said I, with that vague discomfort and that intense desire to be polite which one feels when a man speaks of his own religion. You worship the devil? Soames shook his head. It's not exactly worship, he qualified, sipping his absinthe. It's more a matter of trusting and encouraging. Yes, but I had rather gathered from the preface to Negations that you were a Catholic. Je l'étais à cette époque. Perhaps I still am. Yes, I'm a Catholic diabolist. This profession he made in an almost cursory tone. I could see that what was upmost in his mind was the fact that I had read Negations. His pale eyes had for the first time gleamed. I felt as one who is about to be examined viva voce on the very subject in which he is shakiest. I hastily asked him how soon his poems were to be published. Next week, he told me. And are they to be published without a title? No. I found a title, at last. But I shan't tell you what it is. As though I had been so impertinent as to inquire. I'm not sure that it wholly satisfies me, but it is the best I can find. It does suggest something of the quality of the poems, strange growths, natural and wild, yet exquisite, he added, and many-hued, and full of poisons. I asked him what he thought of Baudelaire. He uttered the snort that was his laugh, and Baudelaire, he said, was a bourgeois malgré lui. France had had only one poet, Villon, and 2/3 of Villon were sheer journalism. Verlaine was an épicier malgré lui, although, rather to my surprise, he rated French literature lower than English. There were passages in Villiers de l'Isle Adam. But I, he summed up, owe nothing to France. He nodded at me. You'll see, he predicted. I did not, when the time came, quite see that. I thought the author of Fungoids did, unconsciously no doubt, owe something to the young Parisian decadents, or to the young English ones who owed something to them. I still think so. The little book, bought by me in Oxford, lies before me as I write. Its pale grey buckram cover and silver lettering have not worn well, nor have its contents. Through these, with a melancholy interest, I have again been looking. They are not much, but at the time of their publication I had a vague suspicion that they might be. I suppose it is my capacity for faith, not poor Soames's work, that is weaker than it once was. To a young woman. Thou art who hast not been. Pale tunes irresolute, and traceries of old sounds blown from a rotted flute, mingle with noise of cymbals rouged with rust, nor not strange forms and epicene lie bleeding in the dust, being wounded with wounds. For this it is that is thy counterpart of age-long mockeries. Thou hast not been, nor art. There seemed to me a certain inconsistency as between the first and last lines of this. I tried with bent brows to resolve the discord, but I did not take my failure as wholly incompatible with a meaning in Soames's mind. Might it not rather indicate the depth of his meaning? As for the craftsmanship, rouged with rust seemed to me a fine stroke, and nor not instead of and had a curious felicity. I wondered who the young woman was, and what she had made of it all. I sadly suspect that Soames could not have made more of it than she. Yet even now, if one doesn't try to make sense at all of the poem, and reads it just for the sound, there is a certain grace of cadence. Soames was an artist, in so far as he was anything, poor fellow. It seemed to me, when first I read Fungoids, that oddly enough the diabolist side of him was the best. Diabolism seemed to be a cheerful, even a wholesome influence in his life. Nocturne. Round and round the shuttered square I strolled with the devil's arm in mine. No sound but the scrape of his hoofs was there, and the ring of his laughter and mine. We had drunk black wine. I screamed, I will race you, master. What matter, he shrieked, tonight, which of us runs the faster? There is nothing to fear tonight, in the foul moon's light. Then I looked at him in the eyes, and I laughed full shrill at the lie he told, and the gnawing fear he would fain disguise. It was true what I'd time and again been told. He was old. Old. There was, I felt, quite a swing about that first stanza, a joyous and rollicking note of comradeship. The second was slightly hysterical, perhaps. But I liked the third. It was so bracingly unorthodox, even according to the tenets of Soames's peculiar sect in the faith. Not much trusting and encouraging here. Soames triumphantly exposing the devil as a liar, and laughing full shrill, cut a quite heartening figure, I thought. Then, now in the light of what befell, none of his poems depresses me so much as Nocturne. I looked out for what the metropolitan reviewers would have to say. They seemed to fall into two classes, those who had little to say, and those who had nothing. The second class was the larger, and the words of the first were cold, insomuch that strikes a note of modernity throughout. These tripping numbers, Preston Telegraph, was the sole lure offered in advertisements by Soames's publisher. I had hoped that when next I met the poet I could congratulate him on having made a stir, for I fancied he was not so sure of his intrinsic greatness as he seemed. I was but able to say, rather coarsely, when next I did see him, that I hoped Fungoids was selling splendidly. He looked at me across his glass of absinthe, and asked if I had bought a copy. His publisher had told him that 3 had been sold. I laughed as at a jest. "You don't suppose I care, do you?" he said with something like a snarl. I disclaimed the notion. He added that he was not a tradesman. I said mildly that I wasn't either, and murmured that an artist who gave truly new and great things to the world had always to wait long for recognition. He said he cared not a sou for recognition. I agreed that the act of creation was its own reward. His moroseness might have alienated me if I had regarded myself as a nobody. But hadn't both John Lane and Aubrey Beardsley suggested that I should write an essay for the great new venture that was afoot, the Yellow Book? And hadn't Henry Harland as editor accepted my essay? And wasn't it to be in the very first number? At Oxford I was still in statu pupillari. In London I regarded myself as very much indeed a graduate now. One whom no Soames could ruffle. Partly to show off, partly in sheer goodwill, I told Soames he ought to contribute to the Yellow Book. He uttered from the throat a sound of scorn for that publication. Nevertheless, I did, a day or two later, tentatively ask Harland if he knew anything of the work of a man called Enoch Soames. Harland paused in the midst of his characteristic stride around the room, threw up his hands towards the ceiling, and groaned aloud. He had often met that absurd creature in Paris, and this very morning had received some poems in manuscript from him. "Has he no talent?" he asked. "He has an income. He's all right." Harland was the most joyous of men and most generous of critics, and he hated to talk of anything about which he couldn't be enthusiastic, so I dropped the subject of Soames. The news that Soames had an income did not take the edge off solicitude. I learned afterwards that he was the son of an unsuccessful and deceased bookseller in Preston, but had inherited an annuity of £300 from a married aunt, and had no surviving relatives of any kind. Materially, then, he was all right. But there was still a spiritual pathos about him, sharpened for me now by the possibility that even the praises of the Preston Telegraph might not have been forthcoming had he not been the son of a Preston man. He had a sort of weak doggedness which I could not but admire. Neither he nor his work received the slightest encouragement, but he persisted in behaving as a personage. Always he kept his dingy little flag flying. Wherever congregated the jeunes féroces of the arts, in whatever Soho restaurant they had just discovered, in whatever music hall they were most frequenting, there was Soames in the midst of them, or rather on the fringe of them, a dim but inevitable figure. He never sought to propitiate his fellow writers, never bated a jot of his arrogance about his own work, or of his contempt for theirs. To the painters he was respectful, even humble, but for the poets and prosaists of the Yellow Book, and later of the Savoy, he had never a word but of scorn. He wasn't resented. It didn't occur to anybody that he or his Catholic diabolism mattered. When in the autumn of '96 he brought out, at his own expense this time, a third book, his last book, nobody said a word for or against it. I meant, but forgot to buy it. I never saw it, and am ashamed to say I don't even remember what it was called. But I did, at the time of its publication, say to Rothenstein that I thought poor old Soames was really a rather tragic figure, and that I believed he would literally die for want of recognition. Rothenstein scoffed. He said I was trying to get credit for a kind heart which I didn't possess. And perhaps this was so. But at the private view of the New English Art Club, a few weeks later, I beheld a pastel portrait of Enoch Soames, Esquire. It was very like him, and very like Rothenstein to have done it. Soames was standing near it, in his soft hat and his waterproof cape, all through the afternoon. Anybody who knew him would have recognized the portrait at a glance, but nobody who didn't know him would have recognized the portrait from its bystander. It existed so much more than he. It was bound to. Also, it had not that expression of faint happiness which on this day was discernible, yes, in Soames' countenance. Fame had breathed on him. Twice again in the course of the month I went to the New English, and on both occasions Soames himself was on view there. Looking back, I regard the close of that exhibition as having been virtually the close of his career. He had felt the breath of fame against his cheek, so late, for such a little while, and at its withdrawal he gave in, gave up, gave out. He who had never looked strong or well looked ghastly now, a shadow of the shade he had once been. He still frequented the domino room, but having lost all wish to excite curiosity, he no longer read books there. "You read only at the museum now?" asked I, with attempted cheerfulness. He said he never went there now. "No absinthe there," he muttered. It was the sort of thing that in the old days he would have said for effect, but it carried conviction now. Absinthe, erst but a point in the personality he had striven so hard to build up, was solace and necessity now. He no longer called it la saucière glauque. He had shed away all his French phrases. He had become a plain, unvarnished Preston man. Failure, if it be plain, unvarnished, complete failure, and even though it be a squalid failure, has always a certain dignity. I avoided Soames because he made me feel rather vulgar. John Lane had published by this time 2 little books of mine, and they had had a pleasant little success of esteem. I was a slight but definite personality. Frank Harris had engaged me to kick up my heels in the Saturday Review. Alfred Harmsworth was letting me do likewise in the Daily Mail. I was just what Soames wasn't, and he shamed my gloss. Had I known that he really and firmly believed in the greatness of what he as an artist had achieved, I might not have shunned him. No man who hasn't lost his vanity can be held to have altogether failed. Soames' dignity was an illusion of mine. One day in the first week of June, 1897, that illusion went. But on the evening of that day, Soames went too. I had been out most of the morning, and as it was too late to reach home in time for luncheon, I sought the 20e. This little place, Restaurant du 20e siècle, to give it its full title, had been discovered in '96 by the poets and prosaists, but had now been more or less abandoned in favor of some later find. I don't think it lived long enough to justify its name, but at that time there it still was, in Greek Street, a few doors from Soho Square, and almost opposite to that house where, in the first years of the century, a little girl, and with her a boy named De Quincey, made nightly encampment in darkness and hunger among dust and rats and old legal parchments. The 20e was but a small whitewashed room, leading out into the street at one end and into a kitchen at the other. The proprietor and cook was a Frenchman, known to us as Monsieur 20e. The waiters were his 2 daughters, Rose and Berthe, and the food, according to faith, was good. The tables were so narrow and were set so close together that there was space for 12 of them, 6 jutting from either wall. Only the 2 nearest to the door, as I went in, were occupied. On one side sat a tall, flashy, rather Mephistophelian man whom I had seen from time to time in the domino room and elsewhere. On the other side sat Soames. They made a queer contrast in that sunlit room. Soames sitting haggard in that hat and cape, which nowhere at any season had I seen him doff, and this other, this keenly vital man, at sight of whom I more than ever wondered whether he was a diamond merchant, a conjurer, or the head of a private detective agency. I was sure Soames didn't want my company, but I asked, as it would have seemed brutal not to, whether I might join him, and took the chair opposite to his. He was smoking a cigarette, with an untasted salmi of something on his plate, and a half-empty bottle of Sauterne before him, and he was quite silent. I said that the preparations for the Jubilee made London impossible. I rather liked them, really. I professed a wish to go right away, till the whole thing was over. In vain did I attune myself to his gloom. He seemed not to hear me, nor even to see me. I felt that his behaviour made me ridiculous in the eyes of the other man. The gangway between the 2 rows of tables at the 20e was hardly more than 2 feet wide. Rose and Berthe, in their ministrations, had always to edge past each other, quarrelling in whispers as they did so, and any one at the table abreast of yours was practically at yours. I thought our neighbour was amused at my failure to interest Soames, and so, as I could not explain to him that my insistence was merely charitable, I became silent. Without turning my head, I had him well within my range of vision. I hoped I looked less vulgar than he in contrast with Soames. I was sure he was not an Englishman, but what was his nationality? Though his jet-black hair was en brosse, I did not think he was French. To Berthe, who waited on him, he spoke French fluently, but with a hardly native idiom and accent. I gathered that this was his first visit to the 20e, but Berthe was offhand in her manner to him. He had not made a good impression. His eyes were handsome, but, like the 20e's tables, too narrow and set too close together. His nose was predatory, and the points of his moustache, waxed up beyond his nostrils, gave a fixity to his smile. Decidedly, he was sinister, and my sense of discomfort in his presence was intensified by the scarlet waistcoat which tightly, and so unseasonably in June, sheathed his ample chest. This waistcoat wasn't wrong merely because of the heat, either. It was somehow all wrong in itself. It wouldn't have done on Christmas morning. It would have struck a jarring note at the first night of Hernani. I was trying to account for its wrongness, when Soames suddenly and strangely broke silence. 100 years hence, he murmured, as in a trance. We shall not be here, I briskly but fatuously added. We shall not be here. No, he droned, but the museum will still be just where it is, and the reading room just where it is, and people will be able to go and read there. He inhaled sharply, and a spasm as of actual pain contorted his features. I wondered what train of thought poor Soames had been following. He did not enlighten me when he said, after a long pause, You think I haven't minded? Minded what, Soames? Neglect. Failure. Failure? I said heartily. Failure? I repeated vaguely. Neglect, yes, perhaps, but that's quite another matter. Of course you haven't been appreciated. But what then? Any artist who gives... What I wanted to say was, any artist who gives truly new and great things to the world has always to wait long for recognition. But the flattery would not out. In the face of his misery, a misery so genuine and so unmasked, my lips would not say the words. And then he said them for me. I flushed. That's what you were going to say, isn't it? He asked. How did you know? It's what you said to me 3 years ago, when Fungoids was published. I flushed the more. I need not have done so at all, for it's the only important thing I ever heard you say, he continued, and I've never forgotten it. It's a true thing. It's a horrible truth. But, do you remember what I answered? I said, I don't care a sou for recognition. And you believed me. You've gone on believing I'm above that sort of thing. You're shallow. What should you know of the feelings of a man like me? You imagine that a great artist's faith in himself and in the verdict of posterity is enough to keep him happy. You've never guessed at the bitterness and loneliness, His voice broke, but presently he resumed, speaking with a force that I had never known in him. Posterity! What use is it to me? A dead man doesn't know that people are visiting his grave, visiting his birthplace, putting up tablets to him, unveiling statues of him. A dead man can't read the books that are written about him. 100 years hence. Think of it. If I could come back to life then, just for a few hours, and go to the reading room and read, or better still, if I could be projected now, at this moment, into that future, into that reading room just for this one afternoon, I'd sell myself body and soul to the devil for that. Think of the pages and pages in the catalogue. Soames, Enoch, endless editions, commentaries, prolegomena, biographies. But here he was interrupted by a sudden loud creak of the chair at the next table. Our neighbour had half risen from his place. He was leaning towards us, apologetically intrusive. Excuse. Permit me, he said softly. I have been unable not to hear. Might I take a liberty? In this little restaurant sans façon," he spread wide his hands, "might I, as the phrase is, cut in?" I could but signify our acquiescence. Bertha had appeared at the kitchen door, thinking the stranger wanted his bill. He waved her away with his cigar, and in another moment had seated himself beside me, commanding a full view of Soames. "Though not an Englishman," he explained, "I know my London well, Mr. Soames. Your name and fame, Mr. Beerbohm's too, very known to me. Your point is, who am I?" He glanced quickly over his shoulder, and then in a lowered voice said, "I am the devil." I couldn't help it. I laughed. I tried not to. I knew there was nothing to laugh at. My rudeness shamed me, but I laughed with increasing volume. The devil's quiet dignity, the surprise and disgust of his raised eyebrows, did but the more dissolve me. I rocked to and fro, I lay back aching, I behaved deplorably. "I am a gentleman, and," he said with intense emphasis, "I thought I was in the company of gentlemen." "Don't," I gasped faintly. "Oh, don't." "Curious, nicht wahr?" I heard him say to Soames. "There is a type of person to whom the very mention of my name is, oh, so awfully funny. In your theatres the dullest comédien needs only to say, 'The devil,' and right away they give him the loud laugh that speaks the vacant mind. Is it not so?" I had now just breath enough to offer my apologies. He accepted them, but coldly, and readdressed himself to Soames. "I am a man of business," he said, "and always I would put things through right now, as they say in the States. You are a poet. Les affaires. You detest them. So be it. But with me you will deal, eh? What you have said just now gives me furiously to hope." Soames had not moved, except to light a fresh cigarette. He sat crouched forward, with his elbows squared on the table, and his head just above the level of his hands, staring up at the devil. "Go on," he nodded. I had no remnant of laughter in me now. "It will be the more pleasant, our little deal," the devil went on, "because you are, I mistake not, a diabolist." "A Catholic diabolist," said Soames. The devil accepted the reservation genially. "You wish," he resumed, "to visit now, this afternoon as ever is, the reading-room of the British Museum, yes? But of 100 years hence, yes? Parfaitement. Time, an illusion. Past and future, they are as ever present as the present, or at any rate only what you call just round the corner. I switch you on to any date. I project you. Poof! You wish to be in the reading-room just as it will be on the afternoon of June 3rd, 1997. You wish to find yourself standing in that room just past the swing doors this very minute, yes? And to stay there till closing time. Am I right?" Soames nodded. The devil looked at his watch. 2:10, he said. "Closing time in summer, same then as now. 7 o'clock. That will give you almost 5 hours. At 7 o'clock, poof, you find yourself again here, sitting at this table. I am dining tonight dans le monde, dans le Ilif. That concludes my present visit to your great city. I come and fetch you here, Mr. Soames, on my way home." "Home?" I echoed. "Be it never so humble," said the devil lightly. "All right," said Soames. "Soames," I entreated, but my friend moved not a muscle. The devil had made as though to stretch forth his hand across the table and touch Soames' forearm, but he paused in his gesture. 100 years hence, as now," he smiled. "No smoking allowed in the reading-room. You would better, therefore—" Soames removed the cigarette from his mouth and dropped it into his glass of Sauterne. "Soames!" again I cried. "Can't you—" But the devil had now stretched forth his hand across the table. He brought it slowly down on the tablecloth. Soames' chair was empty. His cigarette floated sodden in his wine-glass. There was no other trace of him. For a few moments the devil let his hand rest where it lay, gazing at me out of the corners of his eyes, vulgarly triumphant. A shudder shook me. With an effort I controlled myself and rose from the chair. "Very clever," I said condescendingly. "But The Time Machine is a delightful book, don't you think? So entirely original." "You are pleased to sneer," said the devil, who had also risen. "But it is one thing to write about a not-possible machine. It is a quite other thing to be a supernatural power." All the same, I had scored. Bertha had come forth at the sound of our rising. I explained to her that Mr. Soames had been called away, and that both he and I would be dining here. It was not until I was out in the open air that I began to feel giddy. I have but the haziest recollection of what I did, where I wandered in the glaring sunshine of that endless afternoon. I remember the sound of carpenters' hammers all along Piccadilly, and the bare, chaotic look of the half-erected stands. Was it in the Green Park, or in Kensington Gardens, or where was it, that I sat on a chair beneath a tree, trying to read an evening paper? There was a phrase in the leading article that went on repeating itself in my fagged mind. "Little is hidden from this august lady, full of the garnered wisdom of 60 years of sovereignty." I remember wildly conceiving a letter, to reach Windsor by express messenger, told to await answer. "Madam, well knowing that your Majesty is full of the garnered wisdom of 60 years of sovereignty, I venture to ask your advice in the following delicate matter. Mr. Enoch Soames, whose poems you may or may not know—" Was there no way of helping him, saving him? A bargain was a bargain, and I was the last man to aid or abet anyone in wriggling out of a reasonable obligation. I wouldn't have lifted a little finger to save Faust. But poor Soames, doomed to pay without respite an eternal price for nothing but a fruitless search and a bitter disillusioning— Odd and uncanny it seemed to me that he, Soames in the flesh, in the waterproof cape, was at this moment living in the last decade of the next century, poring over books not yet written, and seeing and seen by men not yet born. Uncannier and odder still, that tonight and evermore he would be in hell. Assuredly, truth was stranger than fiction. Endless that afternoon was. Almost I wished I had gone with Soames. Not, indeed, to stay in the reading-room, but to sally forth for a brisk sightseeing walk around a new London. I wandered restlessly out of the park I had sat in. Vainly I tried to imagine myself an ardent tourist from the 18th century. Intolerable was the strain of the slow passing and empty minutes. Long before 7 o'clock, I was back at the 20e. I sat there just where I had sat for luncheon. Air came in listlessly through the open door behind me. Now and again Rose or Bertha appeared for a moment. I had told them I would not order any dinner till Mr. Soames came. A hurdy-gurdy began to play, abruptly drowning the noise of a quarrel between some Frenchmen further up the street. Whenever the tune was changed, I heard the quarrel still raging. I had bought another evening paper on my way. I unfolded it. My eyes gazed ever away from it to the clock over the kitchen door. 5 minutes now to the hour. I remembered that clocks in restaurants are kept 5 minutes fast. I concentrated my eyes on the paper. I vowed I would not look away from it again. I held it upright, at its full width, close to my face, so that I had no view of anything but it. Rather a tremulous sheet? Only because of the draught, I told myself. My arms gradually became stiff. They ached. But I could not drop them. Now, I had a suspicion. I had a certainty. Well, what then? What else had I come for? Yet I held tight that barrier of newspaper. Only the sound of Bertha's brisk footstep from the kitchen enabled me, forced me to drop it and to utter, "What shall we have to eat, Soames?" Il est souffrant, ce pauvre Monsieur Soames? Asked Berthe. He's only tired. I asked her to get some wine, Burgundy, and whatever food might be ready. Soames sat crouched forward against the table, exactly as when last I had seen him. It was as though he had never moved, he who had moved so unimaginably far. Once or twice in the afternoon it had for an instant occurred to me that perhaps his journey was not to be fruitless, that perhaps we had all been wrong in our estimate of the works of Enoch Soames, that we had been horribly right was horribly clear from the look of him. But, "Don't be discouraged," I falteringly said. "Perhaps it's only that you didn't leave enough time. 2-3 centuries hence, perhaps—" "Yes," his voice came. "I've thought of that." "And now for the more immediate future. Where are you going to hide? How would it be if you caught the Paris express from Charing Cross? Almost an hour to spare. Don't go on to Paris. Stop at Calais. Live in Calais. He'd never think of looking for you in Calais." "It's like my luck," he said, "to spend my last hours on earth with an ass." But I was not offended. "And a treacherous ass," he strangely added, tossing across to me a crumpled bit of paper which he had been holding in his hand. I glanced at the writing on it. Some sort of gibberish, apparently. I laid it impatiently aside. "Come, Soames, pull yourself together. This isn't a mere matter of life and death. It's a question of eternal torment, mind you. You don't mean to say you're going to wait limply here till the devil comes to fetch you?" "I can't do anything else. I've no choice. Come, this is trusting and encouraging with a vengeance. This is diabolism run mad." I filled his glass with wine. "Surely now that you've seen the brute—" "It's no good abusing him. You must admit there's nothing Miltonic about him, Soames. I don't say he's not rather different from what I expected." "He's a vulgarian. He's a swell mobsman. He's the sort of man who hangs about the corridors of trains going to the Riviera and steals ladies' jewel cases. Imagine eternal torment presided over by him." "You don't suppose I look forward to it, do you? Then why not slip quietly out of the way?" Again and again I filled his glass, and always mechanically he emptied it. But the wine kindled no spark of enterprise in him. He did not eat, and I myself ate hardly at all. I did not in my heart believe that any dash for freedom could save him. The chase would be swift, the capture certain, but better anything than this passive, meek, miserable waiting. I told Soames that for the honor of the human race he ought to make some show of resistance. He asked what the human race had ever done for him. "Besides," he said, "can't you understand that I'm in his power? You saw him touch me, didn't you? There's an end of it. I've no will. I'm sealed." I made a gesture of despair. He went on repeating the word sealed. I began to realize that the wine had clouded his brain. No wonder. Foodless he had gone into futurity, foodless he still was. I urged him to eat at any rate some bread. It was maddening to think that he, who had so much to tell, might tell nothing. "How was it all?" I asked. "Yonder. Come, tell me your adventures." "They'd make first-rate copy, wouldn't they?" "I'm awfully sorry for you, Soames, and I make all possible allowances, but what earthly right have you to insinuate that I should make copy, as you call it, out of you?" The poor fellow pressed his hands to his forehead. "I don't know," he said. "I had some reason, I'm sure. I'll try to remember." "That's right. Try to remember everything. Eat a little more bread. What did the reading room look like?" "Much as usual," he at length muttered. "Many people there?" "Usual sort of number." "What did they look like?" Soames tried to visualize them. "They all," he presently remembered, "looked very like one another." My mind took a fearsome leap. "All dressed in Jaeger?" "Yes, I think so. Greyish, yellowish stuff." "A sort of uniform?" He nodded. With a number on it, perhaps. A number on a large disc of metal sewn onto the left sleeve. DKF 78.910, that sort of thing? It was even so. And all of them, men and women alike, looking very well cared for, very utopian, and smelling rather strongly of carbolic, and all of them quite hairless. I was right every time. Soames was only not sure whether the men and women were hairless or shorn. I hadn't time to look at them very closely, he explained. No, of course not, but they stared at me, I can tell you. I attracted a great deal of attention. At last he had done that. I think I rather scared them. They moved away whenever I came near. They followed me about at a distance wherever I went. The men at the round desk in the middle seemed to have a sort of panic whenever I went to make inquiries. What did you do when you arrived? Well, he had gone straight to the catalogue, of course, to the S volumes, and had stood long before SNN to SOF, unable to take this volume out of the shelf because his heart was beating so. At first he said he wasn't disappointed. He only thought there was some new arrangement. He went to the middle desk and asked where the catalogue of 20th century books was kept. He gathered that there was still only one catalogue. Again he looked up his name, stared at the 3 little pasted slips he had known so well. Then he went and sat down for a long time. And then, he droned, I looked up the Dictionary of National Biography and some encyclopedias. I went back to the middle desk and asked what was the best modern book on late 19th century literature. They told me Mr. T.K. Nupton's book was considered the best. I looked it up in the catalogue and filled in a form for it. It was brought to me. My name wasn't in the index, but— Yes, he said with a sudden change of tone. That's what I'd forgotten. Where's that bit of paper? Give it me back. I, too, had forgotten that cryptic screed. I found it fallen on the floor and handed it to him. He smoothed it out, nodding and smiling at me disagreeably. I found myself glancing through Nupton's book, he resumed. Not very easy reading. Some sort of phonetic spelling. All the modern books I saw were phonetic. Then I don't want to hear any more, Soames, please. The proper name seemed all to be spelt in the old way. But for that I mightn't have noticed my own name. Your own name? Really? Soames, I'm very glad. And yours? No. I thought I should find you waiting here tonight, so I took the trouble to copy out the passage. Read it. I snatched the paper. Soames' handwriting was characteristically dim. It and the noisome spelling, and my excitement, made me all the slower to grasp what T.K. Nupton was driving at. The document lies before me at this moment. Strange that the words I here copy out for you were copied out for me by poor Soames just 78 years hence. From page 234 of English Literature, 1890 to 1900, by T.K. Nupton, published by The State, 1992. For example, a writer of the time named Max Beerbohm, who was still alive in the 20th century, wrote a story in which he portrayed an imaginary character called Enoch Soames, a third-rate poet who believes himself a great genius, and makes a bargain with the devil in order to know what posterity thinks of him. It is a somewhat labored satire, but not without value as showing how seriously the young men of the 1890s took themselves. Now that the literary profession has been organized as a department of public service, our writers have found their level, and have learnt to do their duty without thought of the morrow. The laborer is worthy of his hire, and that is all. Thank heaven we have no Enoch Soameses among us today. I found that by murmuring the words aloud, a device which I commend to my reader, I was able to master them little by little. The clearer they became, the greater was my bewilderment, my distress and horror. The whole thing was a nightmare. Afar, the great grisly background of what was in store for the poor dear art of letters. Here at the table, fixing on me a gaze that made me hot all over, the poor fellow whom evidently— But no, whatever downgrade my character might take in coming years, I should never be such a brute as to— Again I examined the screed. Imaginary. But here Soames was, no more imaginary, alas, than I. And laboured. What on earth was that? To this day I have never made out that word. "It's all very baffling," I at length stammered. Soames said nothing, but cruelly did not cease to look at me. "Are you sure," I temporized, "quite sure you copied the thing out correctly?" "Quite." "Well, then it's this wretched Nupton who must be going to make some idiotic mistake. Look here, Soames, you know me better than to suppose that After all, the name Max Beerbohm is not at all an uncommon one, and there must be several Enoch Soameses running around, or rather, Enoch Soames is a name that might occur to anyone writing a story. And I don't write stories. I'm an essayist, an observer, a recorder. I admit that it's an extraordinary coincidence, but you must see." "I see the whole thing," said Soames quietly, and he added with a touch of his old manner, but with more dignity than I had ever known in him, "Parlons d'autre chose." I accepted that suggestion very promptly. I returned straight to the more immediate future. I spent most of the long evening in renewed appeals to Soames to slip away and seek refuge somewhere. I remember saying at last that if indeed I was destined to write about him, the supposed story had better have at least a happy ending. Soames repeated those last 3 words in a tone of intense scorn. "In life and in art," he said, "all that matters is an inevitable ending." "But," I urged more hopefully than I felt, "an ending that can be avoided isn't inevitable." "You aren't an artist," he rasped, "and you're so hopelessly not an artist that, so far from being able to imagine a thing and make it seem true, you're going to make even a true thing seem as if you'd made it up. You're a miserable bungler, and it's like my luck." I protested that the miserable bungler was not going to be I, but T.K. Nupton, and we had a rather heated argument, in the thick of which it suddenly seemed to me that Soames saw he was in the wrong. He had quite physically cowered, but I wondered why, and now I guessed with a cold throb just why he stared so past me. The bringer of that inevitable ending filled the doorway. I managed to turn in my chair and to say, not without a semblance of lightness, "Aha! Come in." Dread was indeed rather blunted in me by his looking so absurdly like a villain in a melodrama. The sheen of his tilted hat and of his shirt-front, the repeated twists he gave to his moustache, and most of all the magnificence of his sneer, gave token that he was there only to be foiled. He was at our table in a stride. "I am sorry," he sneered witheringly, "to break up your pleasant party, but—" "You don't. You complete it," I assured him. "Mr. Soames and I want to have a little talk with you. Won't you sit?" Mr. Soames got nothing, frankly nothing, by his journey this afternoon. We don't wish to say that the whole thing was a swindle, a common swindle. On the contrary, we believe you meant well, but of course the bargain, such as it was, is off." The devil gave no verbal answer. He merely looked at Soames and pointed with rigid forefinger to the door. Soames was wretchedly rising from his chair when, with a desperate quick gesture, I swept together 2 dinner knives that were on the table and laid their blades across each other. The devil stepped sharp back against the table behind him, averting his face and shuddering. "You are not superstitious," he hissed. "Not at all," I smiled. "Soames," he said as to an underling, but without turning his face, "put those knives straight." With an inhibitive gesture to my friend, "Mr. Soames," I said emphatically to the devil, "is a Catholic diabolist." But my poor friend did the devil's bidding, not mine, and now with his master's eyes again fixed on him, he arose. He shuffled past me. I tried to speak. It was he that spoke. "Try," was the prayer he threw back at me as the devil pushed him roughly out through the door. "Try to make them know that I did exist." In another instant I too was through that door. I stood staring all ways, up the street, across it, down it. There was moonlight and lamplight, but there was not Soames nor that other. Dazed I stood there. Dazed I turned back at length into the little room, and I suppose I paid Berthe or Rose for my dinner and luncheon, and for Soames. I hope so, for I never went to the 20e again. Ever since that night I have avoided Greek Street altogether, and for years I did not set foot even in Soho Square, because on that same night it was there that I paced and loitered long and long, with some such dull sense of hope as a man has in not straying far from the place where he has lost something. Round and round the shuttered square. That line came back to me on my lonely beat, and with it the whole stanza, ringing in my brain, and bearing in on me how tragically different from the happy scene imagined by him was the poet's actual experience of that prince, in whom of all princes we should put not our trust. But, strange how the mind of an essayist, be it never so stricken, roves and ranges, I remember pausing before a wide doorstep and wondering if perchance it was on this very one that the young De Quincey lay ill and faint, while poor Anne flew as fast as her feet would carry her to Oxford Street, the stony-hearted stepmother of them both, and came back bearing that glass of port wine and spices, but for which he might, so he thought, actually have died. Was this the very doorstep that the old De Quincey used to revisit in homage? I pondered Anne's fate, the cause of her sudden vanishing from the ken of her boyfriend, and presently I blamed myself for letting the past override the present. Poor vanished Soames. And for myself, too, I began to be troubled. What had I better do? Would there be a hue and cry, mysterious disappearance of an author, and all that? He had last been seen lunching and dining in my company. Hadn't I better get a hansom and drive straight to Scotland Yard? They would think I was a lunatic. After all, I reassured myself, London was a very large place, and one very dim figure might easily drop out of it unobserved. Now, especially, in the blinding glare of the near Jubilee. Better say nothing at all, I thought. And I was right. Soames' disappearance made no stir at all. He was utterly forgotten before anyone, so far as I am aware, noticed that he was no longer hanging around. Now and again some poet or prosaist may have said to another, "What has become of that man Soames?" But I never heard any such question asked. The solicitor through whom he was paid his annuity may be presumed to have made inquiries, but no echo of these resounded. There was something rather ghastly to me in the general unconsciousness that Soames had existed. And more than once I caught myself wondering whether Nupton, that babe unborn, were going to be right in thinking him a figment of my brain. In that extract from Nupton's repulsive book there is one point which perhaps puzzles you. How is it that the author, though I have here mentioned him by name, and have quoted the exact words he is going to write, is not going to grasp the obvious corollary, that I have invented nothing? The answer can but be this. Nupton will not have read the later passages of this memoir. Such lack of thoroughness is a serious fault in anyone who undertakes to do scholar's work, and I hope these words will meet the eye of some contemporary rival to Nupton, and be the undoing of Nupton. I like to think that sometime between 1992 and 1997, somebody will have looked up this memoir, and will have forced on the world his inevitable and startling conclusions, and I have reasons for believing that this will be so. You realize that the reading room into which Soames was projected by the devil was in all respects precisely as it will be on the afternoon of June 3rd, 1997. You realize, therefore, that on that afternoon, when it comes round, there the selfsame crowd will be, and there Soames too will be, punctually, he and they doing precisely what they did before. Recall now Soames' account of the sensation he made. You may say that the mere difference of his costume was enough to make him sensational in that uniformed crowd. You wouldn't say so if you had ever seen him, I assure you that in no period could Soames be anything but dim. The fact that people are going to stare at him and follow him around and seem afraid of him can be explained only on the hypothesis that they will somehow have been prepared for his ghostly visitation. They will have been awfully waiting to see whether he really would come. And when he does come, the effect will of course be awful. An authentic, guaranteed, proven ghost, but only a ghost, alas, only that. In his first visit, Soames was a creature of flesh and blood, whereas the creatures into whose midst he was projected were but ghosts, I take it. Solid, palpable, vocal, but unconscious and automatic ghosts, in a building that was itself an illusion. Next time that building and those creatures will be real, it is of Soames that there will be but the semblance. I wish I could think him destined to revisit the world actually, physically, consciously. I wish he had this one brief escape, this one small treat to look forward to. I never forget him for long. He is where he is, and forever. The more rigid moralists among you may say he has only himself to blame. For my part, I think he has been very hardly used. It is well that vanity should be chastened, and Enoch Soames' vanity was, I admit, above the average, and called for special treatment. But there was no need for vindictiveness. You say he contracted to pay the price he is paying. Yes, but I maintain that he was induced to do so by fraud. Well informed in all things, the devil must have known that my friend would gain nothing by his visit to futurity. The whole thing was a very shabby trick. The more I think of it, the more detestable the devil seems to me. Of him I have caught sight several times here and there since that day at the 20e. Only once, however, have I seen him at close quarters. This was in Paris. I was walking one afternoon along the Rue d'Antin when I saw him advancing from the opposite direction, overdressed as ever, and swinging an ebony cane, and altogether behaving as though the whole pavement belonged to him. At thought of Enoch Soames and the myriads of other sufferers eternally in this brute's dominion, a great cold wrath filled me, and I drew myself up to my full height. But, well, one is so used to nodding and smiling in the street to anybody whom one knows that the action becomes almost independent of oneself. To prevent it requires a very sharp effort and great presence of mind. I was miserably aware as I passed the devil that I nodded and smiled to him, and my shame was the deeper and hotter because he, if you please, stared straight at me with the utmost haughtiness. To be cut, deliberately cut, by him! I still am, furious at having had that happen to me. The Tale of the Sphinx. Ambrose Bierce, born 1842, American journalist and short story writer, is noted for his imagination and brilliant cynicism, as displayed in Can Such Things Be? 1893, and The Devil's Dictionary, 1906. Tired of life, he disappeared in Mexico sometime in 1913. A dog of a taciturn disposition said to his tail, "Whenever I am angry, you rise and bristle. When I am pleased, you wag. When I am alarmed, you tuck yourself in out of danger. You are too mercurial. You disclose all my emotions. My notion is that tails are given to conceal thought. It is my dearest ambition to be as impassive as the Sphinx." "My friend, you must recognize the laws and limitations of your being," replied the tail, with flexions appropriate to the sentiments uttered, "and try to be great some other way. The Sphinx has 150 qualifications for impassiveness which you lack." "What are they?" the dog asked. 149 tons of sand on its tail. "And?" "A stone tail." The Squid in its Own Ink. Adolfo Bioy Casares, Argentine writer born in Buenos Aires, author of La Invención de Morel, 1940, Plan de Evasión, 1945, La Trama Celeste, 1948, El Sueño de los Héroes, 1954, Historia Prodigiosa, 1955. Guirnalda con Amores, 1959. El lado de la sombra, 1962. More has happened in this town during the last few days than in the whole of the rest of its history. In order to fully appreciate what I am saying, remember that I'm talking about one of the oldest towns in the province, one that has witnessed countless outstanding events. Its foundation in the middle of the 19th century, cholera sometime later, an outbreak which luckily did not reach major proportions, and the threat of a surprise attack by the Indians, which, although it never actually happened, kept people in check for 5 years, when farms near the border were troubled by Indians. Leaving behind heroic times, I shall skip several visits by governors, members of parliament, candidates of every kind, as well as comics and 1 or 2 big names in sport, and to come full circle, I shall end this short list with the Foundation Centenary Party, a genuine pageant of homage and homilies. As I am about to recount an event of great importance, let me first present my credentials to the reader. Of broad mind and advanced ideas, I devour any book I can get my hands on in my Spanish friend Villarroel's bookshop, from Dr. Jung to Hugo, Walter Scott and Goldoni, not forgetting the last little volume of Scenes of Madrid. My objective is culture, but I'm already approaching those damned 30 years, and I'm afraid I have more to learn than I already know. In short, I try to carry on and to illuminate my neighbors. All lovely, beautiful people, though overly fond of the siesta, a custom passed down from the Middle Ages and obscurantism. I'm a teacher, primary school, and journalist. I practice my skill as a writer in modest local publications, now factotum for the Sunflower, a badly chosen title giving rise to taunts and attracting an enormous amount of mistaken correspondence, since we are taken for a serial publication. Now for Nueva Patria. The subject matter of this chronicle has a special peculiarity I cannot omit. Not only did the event in question take place in my hometown, but it happened in the block where my whole life unfolded, where were my home, my school, my second home, and a hotel bar opposite the station, where we restless local youths would go night after night very late. The epicenter of the phenomenon, or focus if you like, was Juan Camargo's yard, the bottom of which adjoined the hotel on the east side and our yard on the north. And the phenomenon itself was heralded by a couple of circumstances which not everyone would have linked together. I mean the request for books and the withdrawal of the sprinkler. Las Margaritas, Don Juan's private petit hotel, a real chalet with a flowery garden onto the street, takes up half the front and a small part of the bottom of the yard, where innumerable things were piled up, such as relics from ships at the bottom of the sea. As to the sprinkler, it always turned in the garden, so much so that it was one of the oldest traditions and one of the most interesting peculiarities in our town. One Sunday, early in the month, the sprinkler mysteriously went missing. Since it hadn't reappeared by the end of the week, the garden began to fade. Whilst many watched without seeing, there was one who was beset by curiosity from the first moment. This person infected the others, and at night, in the bar opposite the station, the lads would be bubbling with questions and comments, to the extent that, itching with natural, naive curiosity, we uncovered something about which little was natural, and which turned out to be quite a surprise. We knew very well that Don Juan was not a man who would carelessly cut off the water in the garden during a dry summer. We had so far considered him a pillar of the community. His portrait is a faithful representation of the character of our 50-year-old. Tall, of stout bearing, whitened hair combed in docile halves, whose waves form arches parallel to those of his moustache and to the lower ones of his watch-chain. Other details reveal an old-fashioned gentleman, breeches, leather gaiters, spats. Throughout his life, governed by order and restraint, nobody, as far as I can remember, had ever spotted a weakness in him, be it drunkenness, loose women, or a lapse into politics. In a past which we would willingly forget, which of us, if we're going to talk infamy, didn't let our hair down, Don Juan kept clean. Not for nothing did the very auditors of the cooperative, hardly respectable people, layabouts frankly, recognize his authority, etc. Not for nothing in those harsh years did that moustache constitute the handlebars the upright families of the village steered by. It must be recognized that this exceptional man expounds old-fashioned ideas, and that our ranks, themselves idealists, had so far not produced any great figures of comparable metal. In a new country, new ideas are short on tradition. As everyone knows, without tradition there can be no stability. Our hierarchy placed no one above this figure, except for Doña Remedios, mother and only adviser to such an overwhelming son. To complete the picture of those who live in the chalet, there is only one undoubtedly minor appendix to add, the godson, Don Tadeito, one of my students at evening classes. Since Doña Remedios and Don Juan rarely tolerate strangers in the house, neither as helpers nor as guests, the lad takes on the roles of laborer and assistant in the yard, and as servant boy in Las Margaritas. Add to this the fact that the poor devil regularly attends my classes, and you will understand why I let rip at anyone who jokingly, or out of pure spite, calls him names, mocking him. That he was gloriously turned down for national service matters to me not at all, since envy is not one of my sins. That particular Sunday, somewhere between 2 and 4 in the afternoon, there was a knock at my door, a deliberate effort, judging by the noise, to break it down. I staggered to my feet, murmured, "It can be no other," uttered words inappropriate to a teacher, and, as if this weren't a time for unpleasant visits, opened the door, sure that I would find Don Tadeito. I was right. There he was, smiling, his face so thin it didn't even block out the sun, which shone fully into my eyes. I understood he was asking straight out, and in that voice which suddenly drops, for first, second, and third-year textbooks. "Would you mind telling me what for?" I inquired irritably. "Godfather asked for them," he replied. I handed over the books on the spot and forgot the episode as though it had all been part of a dream. A few hours later, as I was on my way to the station, stretching out the walk to kill time, I noticed the sprinkler was missing in Las Margaritas. I mentioned this on the platform as we waited for the 1930 Plaza Express, which turned up at 20:54, and I mentioned it that night in the bar. I didn't refer to the request for the textbooks, and even less did I link one event with the other, because, as I said, I had barely registered the former in my memory. I imagined that after such a restless day, we would get back into our usual stride. On Monday, at siesta time, I joyfully said to myself, "This time it's for real." But the fringe of my poncho was still tickling my nose when the rumpus started. Muttering, "And what's up with him today? If I catch him kicking that door, I'll make him shed tears of blood," I slipped on my espadrilles and went to the hall. "Is interrupting your teacher to become a habit?" I growled on receiving back the pile of books. The reply confused me totally, because all I got was, "Godfather wants the 3rd, 4th, and 5th-year ones." "What for?" I managed to articulate. "Godfather wants them," explained Don Tadeito. I handed over the books and went back to my bed in search of sleep. I confess I did sleep, but I did so, believe me, in the air. Later, on the way to the station, I saw that the sprinkler wasn't back in its place, and that the yellowish tinge was spreading in the garden. I postulated all sorts of far-fetched ideas, and on the platform, as I showed off my body to frivolous groups of young ladies, my mind was still working on the interpretation of the mystery. Watching the moon, enormous in the distant sky, one of us, I think it was Di Pinto, always given to the romantic notion of cutting the figure of a man of the country, for goodness sake, in front of your lifelong friends, commented, "It's a dry moon. Let us not attribute, then, the removal of the device to a forecast of rain. Our Don Juan must have had his reasons." Badaraco, a sharp lad with a mole, because in previous times, apart from a bank salary, he earned a certain sum as an informant, asked me, "Why don't you approach the idiot about it?" "Who?" "Your student," he replied. I approved the idea and applied it that night after class. First I tried to dazzle Don Tadeito with the truism that rain is good for plants, then finally got straight to the point. The conversation went as follows. "Is the sprinkler out of order?" "No." "I don't see it in the garden." "Why would you see it?" "Why wouldn't I?" "Because it's watering the depot." I should explain that amongst ourselves we call the last shed in the yard, where Don Juan piles up the materials which don't sell much, such as strange stoves and statues, monoliths and mizzenmasts, the depot. Prompted by the desire to tell the lads the news about the sprinkler, I dismissed my student without questioning him on the other point. I both remembered and yelled after him at one and the same time. From the hallway, Don Tadeito looked at me with sheep's eyes. "What does Don Juan do with the books?" "Well," he shouted back, "he puts them in the depot." Bewildered, I ran to the hotel. Just as I had predicted, the lads were perplexed by what I had to tell them. We all contributed an opinion, since it was a pity to say nothing at the time, and luckily nobody listened to anybody else. Or perhaps the landlord lent an ear, the enormous Don Pomponio of the dropsical stomach, whom those in the group could barely tell apart from the pillars, tables, and crockery, because we are blinded by pride of intellect. Don Pomponio's brassy voice, muffled by rivers of gin, called us to order. 7 faces looked up, and 14 eyes fixed on one shiny red face, split by his mouth, to inquire, "Why don't you appoint a committee to go and ask Don Juan himself for an explanation?" His sarcasm awakened one of us, whose surname was Aldini, who takes correspondence courses and wears a white tie. Arching his eyebrows, he said to me, "Why don't you tell your student to eavesdrop on conversations between Doña Remedios and Don Juan, then use your cattle prod on him?" "What prod?" "Your school teacher's authority," he clarified with hate. "Does Don Tadeito have a good memory?" asked Bararaco. "He does," I asserted. "Anything entering his skull is temporarily photographed." "Don Juan," continued Aldini, "asks Doña Remedios advice about everything." "Before a witness like his godson," declared De Pinto, "they will talk in complete freedom." "If there is any mystery, it will be revealed," Toledo prophesied. Chazareta, who works as an assistant at the market, grumbled, "If there's no mystery, what is there?" Since the conversation was getting sidetracked, Bararaco, famous for his equanimity, restrained the contenders. "Lads," he reprimanded them, "you're old enough not to waste your energy." Just to have the last word, Toledo repeated, "If there's any mystery, it will be revealed." It was revealed, but not before several days had passed. Next siesta time, just as I was falling into a deep sleep, naturally enough the knocks resounded. Judging by my palpitations, they were beating on the door and in my heart at the same time. Don Tadeito was bringing back the books from the day before, and asking for those of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd years of secondary school. As the more advanced book was outside my scope, we had to go to Villarroel's bookshop, wake up the Spaniard by banging loudly on the door, and subsequently pacify him with the knowledge that it was Don Juan who was asking for the books. As we had feared, the Spaniard asked, "What's got into that man? Never in his life has he bought a book, and all of a sudden—" "Needless to say, he only wants to borrow them." "Don't take it to heart, mate," I reasoned, patting him on the back. "You sound like an Argentine, you're so bitter." I told him about the previous requests for primary textbooks and maintained the strictest reserve as to the sprinkler, of whose disappearance, so he himself gave me to understand, he was perfectly aware. With the books under my arm, I added, "Tonight we're meeting in the bar of the hotel to debate all this. If you'd like to chip in, that's where you'll find us." We didn't see a soul on the way there and back, except for the butcher's rust-colored dog, which must have been suffering from indigestion again, because even the humblest irrational being doesn't expose himself in his right mind to the heat of the 2 o'clock sun. I told my student to report to me verbatim the conversations between Don Juan and Doña Remedios. Not for nothing do they say that the punishment is in the crime. That night I was subjected to such torture as I had not foreseen in my rapacious curiosity. To listen to those interminably uninteresting dialogues recounted in every detail. I was occasionally about to make some cruel, ironic comment to the effect that I didn't care about Doña Remedios' opinions on the last lot of yellow soap, and the flannelette for Don Juan's rheumatism, but I restrained myself, for how could I leave what was to be considered important or not to the lad's discretion? Needless to say, the next day he interrupted my siesta to bring the books back for Villarroel. That's when the first new development occurred. Don Juan said Don Tadeito didn't want any more textbooks. He wanted old newspapers, which he was to buy by the kilo from the haberdashery, the butchers, and the bakers. In due course I discovered that the newspapers, like the books before them, were to end up in the depot. Afterwards there came a period when nothing happened. The soul is never satisfied. I missed that same knocking at the door which before had wrenched me from my siesta. I wanted something to happen, good or bad. Accustomed to living intensely, I couldn't adjust to the lull. At last, one night the student, after an orderly inventory of the effects of salt and other nourishing substances on Doña Remedio's system, without the slightest alteration in his tone to announce a change of subject, recited, "Godfather said to Doña Remedios that they have a guest living in the depot, and he very nearly bumped into him the other day, because he was inspecting a sort of funfair swing which hadn't been entered in the books, and that he remained cool-headed, although its state was pitiful and reminded him of a catfish gasping out of the lake. He said he hit on the idea of bringing a bucket of water, because without thinking he had understood that he was being asked for water, and he wasn't going to let a fellow creature die whilst he stood by and watched. He got no appreciable result, and preferred to draw a drinking trough near rather than touch the visitor. He filled the trough with buckets of water, but got no appreciable result. Suddenly he remembered the sprinkler, and like a doctor who tries, he said, various remedies to save a dying man, he ran to fetch the sprinkler and connected it up. The result was visibly appreciable because the dying creature revived, as if breathing moist air suited him admirably. Godfather said he spent some time with the visitor because he asked as best he could if he needed anything, and the visitor was, quite frankly, very sharp, and after a quarter of an hour was saying the odd word in Spanish and asking him for the basics so that he could teach himself. Godfather said he sent his godson to ask for the primary school textbooks from the teacher. As the visitor was, quite frankly, very sharp, he learnt all the primary courses in 2 days, and in one what he felt like of secondary school. Next, said Godfather, he started to read the newspapers to find out what was going on in the world. Did the conversation take place today? I ventured to ask. Of course, he answered, whilst they were having coffee. Did your godfather say anything else? Of course, but I don't remember. What do you mean, I don't remember? I protested angrily. Well, you interrupted me, the student explained. You're right. But you're not going to leave me like this, I argued, dying of curiosity. Come on, make an effort. Well, you interrupted me. I know I interrupted you. It's all my fault. All your fault, he repeated. Don Tadeito is a good man. He's not going to leave his teacher like this, halfway through a conversation, to carry on tomorrow or never. With deep sorrow, he repeated, or never. I was annoyed, as though something of great value were being stolen from me. I don't know why it was that I reflected that our dialogue consisted of repetitions, but I suddenly saw a glimmer of hope in that very thought. I repeated the last sentence in Don Tadeito's narrative. He read the papers to find out what was going on in the world. My student carried on indifferently. Godfather said that the visitor was stunned on discovering that the government of this world wasn't in the hands of worthy people, but rather in those of half-castes, if not complete ne'er-do-wells. That such a rabble should have the atom bomb in their care, said the visitor, was something which had to be seen to. If worthy people had it in their care, they would end up dropping it, because it is clear that when somebody has it, they drop it, but that it should be in the hands of that rabble just wasn't on. He said that they had discovered the bomb in other worlds before now, and such worlds inevitably blew up, that they didn't care if they blew up, since they were far away, but our world is nearby, and they feared that they could be involved in a chain reaction. The incredible suspicion that Don Tadeito was making fun of me made me inquire of him gravely, Have you been reading On Things You Can See in the Sky by Dr. Jung? Fortunately, he didn't hear the interruption and proceeded. Godfather said that he came from his planet in a vehicle made specially, with blood, sweat, and tears, because over there's a shortage of adequate materials, and it's the result of years of investigation and work. That he came as a friend and liberator, and that he was asking for the full support of Godfather to execute his plan to save the world. Godfather said the interview with the visitor had taken place that afternoon, and that he, at the gravity of the matter, hadn't hesitated to bother Doña Remedios to ask for her opinion, which he already took for granted was the same as his own. Since he did not resume after the pause which followed, I asked what the lady had answered. I don't know, he replied. What do you mean, I don't know? I repeated, angry once again. I left them talking together and came here, because it was time for my lessons. I thought to myself, when I'm not late, it makes my teacher happy. Shining with pride, his sheep's face awaited my congratulations. With admirable presence of mind, I reflected that the lads wouldn't believe my story unless I took Don Tadeito along as a witness. I grabbed him violently by the arm and pushed him towards the bar. There were my friends, with the addition of the Spaniard, Villarroel. As long as I am capable of remembering, I shall never forget that night. "Gentlemen," I shouted, as I pushed Don Tadeito against our table, "I bring the explanation of the whole thing, important news, and a witness who will not let me lie. In great detail, Don Juan told his mother of the event, and my faithful student didn't miss a word. In the depot in the yard, right here, the other side of this wall, is staying, guess who, an inhabitant from another world. Don't be alarmed, gentlemen. Apparently the traveler is not of robust constitution, since he cannot withstand the dry air of our city very well. We can still compete with Cordoba, and to prevent him dying like a fish out of water, Don Juan set up the sprinkler for him, which constantly moistens the air in the depot. What's more, apparently the motive for the arrival of the monster should not provoke anxiety. He has come to save us, convinced that the world is going to be blown up by an atom bomb, and he expressed his point of view to Don Juan outright. Naturally, Don Juan, whilst he drank his coffee, consulted Doña Remedios. It is unfortunate that this young man here—" I shook Don Tadeito as though he were a puppet. "Left just in time not to hear Doña Remedios' opinion, so we don't know what they decided to do." "We do know," said the bookseller, moving his thick wet lips like a snout. I felt uncomfortable at having been corrected about news which I thought was a scoop. I inquired, "What do we know?" "Don't get upset," said Villarroel, who can see under water. "If it's like you say, all that about the traveler dying if they remove the sprinkler, Don Juan has condemned him to die. On my way here I passed Las Margaritas, and by the light of the moon I could distinguish perfectly the sprinkler watering the garden as before." "I also saw it," confirmed Chazareta. "With my hand on my heart," murmured Aldini, "I tell you the traveler wasn't lying. Sooner or later we'll all be blown up by the atom bomb. I see no escape." As though he were talking to himself, Badaraco said, "Don't tell me that those old people between the two of them have killed our last hope." "Don Juan doesn't like his position to be challenged," said the Spaniard. "He'd rather the world blew up than have salvation come from someone else. It's a way of loving humanity." "Reluctance at the unknown," I commented. "Obscurantism." They say that fear sharpens the mind. The truth is that something strange hung over the bar that night, and we were all contributing ideas. "Courage, lads! Let's do something!" exhorted Badaraco. "For the love of humanity!" "Why do you have, Mr. Badaraco, so much love for humanity?" asked the Spaniard. Blushing, Badaraco stammered, "I don't know. We all know." "What do we know, Mr. Badaraco? If you think of men, do you find them admirable? I find them the opposite. Stupid, cruel, mean, envious," declared Villarroel. "When there are elections," agreed Chazareta, "your pretty humanity is quickly exposed and shows itself just as it is. The worst always wins." "Is the love of humanity a hollow phrase?" "No, Mr. Teacher," replied Villarroel. "Let us call love of humanity compassion for the pain of others, and veneration for the works of our great minds, for Cervantes' Don Quixote, for paintings by Velázquez and Murillo. In neither form is that love worth anything as an argument to postpone the end of the world. Only for men do these works exist, and after the end of the world, the day will come, with the bomb or by natural causes. They will have no justification or excuse, believe me. As to compassion, it's a winner when the end is nigh. Since there is no way anyone will escape death, let it come soon for all of us, so that the sum of pain will be minimal." "We're wasting time with the preciousness of an academic discussion, whilst right here, on the other side of this very wall, our last hope is dying," I said with an eloquence which I was the first to admire. "We have to act now," observed Badaraco. "Soon it will be too late." "If we invade his yard, Don Juan might get angry," suggested Di Pinto. Don Pomponio, who had approached without our hearing him, and gave us such a start that we jumped, proposed, "Why don't you detail Don Tadeito as advance scout? That would be the prudent thing to do." "All right," approved Toledo. "Don Tadeito is to connect the sprinkler in the depot and spy, to tell us what the traveler from another planet is like." We rushed out into the night, illuminated by the impassive moon. Practically in tears, Ballard pleaded, "Be generous, lads. No matter that we should put ourselves in danger. The fate of all the mothers and all the children in the world hangs on us." We scrambled in the front of the yard. There were marches and counter-marches, plottings and toings and froings. Finally, Ballard gathered up courage and pushed Don Tadeito inside. My student came back after an endless wait to inform us, "The catfish has died." We disbanded sadly. The bookseller came back with me. For some reason I don't fully understand, his company was a comfort to me. Opposite Las Margaritas, whilst the sprinkler monotonously watered the garden, I exclaimed, "I blame our lack of curiosity," adding, looking absorbed at the constellations, "How many Americas and infinite Terra Novas have we lost tonight?" "Don Juan," said Villarroel, "preferred to live within the constraints of a limited man. I admire his courage. We too. We don't even dare go in there." I said, "It's late." "It's late," he repeated. Guilty Eyes. Ahmed Kirwani is a name from a notebook, from a collection of folk tales. Nothing more is known of him. A man bought a girl for the sum of 4,000 denarii. Looking at her one day, he burst into tears. The girl asked why he wept. He replied, "Your eyes are so beautiful that they make me forget to worship God." Later, when she was alone, the girl plucked out her eyes. "Why do you so disfigure yourself? You have devalued your own worth." She replied, "I would not wish any part of me to stop you worshipping God." That night the man dreamed and heard a voice telling him, "The girl devalued herself in your eyes, but she increased her value in ours, and we have taken her from you." When he awoke, he found 4,000 denarii under his pillow. The girl was dead. Anything you want. Léon Blois, French writer, born in Périgueux, 1846, died at Bourg-la-Reine, 1917. Author of Le Désespoir, 1887, Christophe Colomb devant les taureaux, 1890, Le Salut par les Juifs, 1892, Ce descend la femme pauvre, 1897, Léon Blois devant le cochon, 1898, Celle qui pleure, 1906, L'âme de Napoléon, 1912. Maxence, weary after an evening of pleasure, arrived at the point where the main road crosses the Ruelle de Plex, opposite the military academy. The place, merely unpleasant by daylight, had become, at 1 o'clock in the morning, a little sinister. The dark alley, especially, offered little reassurance. A muddy, neglected thoroughfare where artillerymen and cavalrymen lived and worked for pennies in unspeakable quarters, which made the night reveller a trifle uneasy. Nonetheless, he was contemplating it. A loud clamour could be heard, coming from the Boulevard de Grenelle, a street that it was prudent to avoid, and a horror of being caught up in some drunken brawl made him feel inclined to turn into the dirty passage, at the other end of which he knew he would find a quieter street that would be more sympathetic to his amorous reverie. He had just left his mistress's arms, and felt the need to dissipate his lust with a gentle and peaceful walk home, without interruption. "Well, make up your mind, yes or no," cried a horrible voice, trying to make itself sound agreeable. Maxence saw, emerging from the shadows of a nearby wall, a gross woman who came towards him to offer the precious gift of her love. "It won't cost much. Come with me, and I'll do anything you want, sweetheart." She outlined a possible program. The wayfarer listened, stock still, as if hearing the pounding of his own heart. It was ridiculous, but he could not say why that voice moved him. The poor wretch could not have said why to save his life, but the feeling was real enough, and it turned into an unbearable anguish as he felt his mind drifting away on these shameful words, which somehow seemed to carry him back to his earliest days. Sweet, wonderful memories, which recalled under such circumstances as these, were being horribly desecrated. His memories of childhood were sacred things, in contrast to his present existence, which was, alas, not at all glorious. Whenever he needed to recover after a party or drinking bout, he would call into his mind these memories, which always came rushing back to him, faithful and true, like shivering abandoned lambs who only wanted to return to their shepherd. But this time he had not called them. They had come unbidden, or rather it was another voice that had summoned them, a voice they clearly heeded as much as his own, and it was terrible not to understand how it could have happened. "Anything you want. I'll do anything you fancy, my dear." No, this was intolerable. His mother was dead, burned alive in a fire. He remembered a calcified hand, the only part of her that they had dared to show him. His only sister, 15 years his senior, who had raised him so tenderly, and from whom he had learned all that was good in him, had come to an equally tragic end. The ocean had swallowed her, together with 50 other passengers, in a notorious shipwreck off one of the most dangerous coastlines of the Gulf of Gascony. Her body had never been recovered. These two tragic figures dominated his thoughts whenever he peered over the edge of his memory, as his own life took its course. And now, it was horrible, monstrous, that this sow who clutched at him in the street in this hellish place had his sister's voice, the voice of his favorite creature in all the world, who had seemed to him an angel, and whose feet, he believed, would have cleansed the filth of Sodom. Admittedly, the voice had become immeasurably coarsened, had fallen from heaven and been dragged through slimy, murderous pits, but it was her voice all the same, and the sound of it made him want to run, screaming and sobbing, away. In such ways can the dead mingle with the living, or those who pretend to be alive. Whilst the old whore offered him her vile flesh, and, oh God, in such language, he was hearing his sister, devoured by fish a quarter of a century before, enjoining him to worship God and love the poor. "If you knew how lovely my thighs are," said the crone. "If you knew how lovely Jesus is," said the saint. "Come with me, you rascal. I have a good fire and a strong bed," urged the hag. "Never cause your guardian angel any pain," murmured the other. Without realizing it, he uttered the words that had filled his childhood, out loud. Hearing them, the whore was startled and began to tremble. She raised her old, rheumy, bloodshot eyes, dull mirrors which seemed to reflect every scene of debauchery and every kind of torture, and looked sharply at him, like a drowning man looking for the last time at the sea-green sky through the window of water that is choking him. There was a moment of silence. "Sir," she said at last, "you must forgive me. I shouldn't have spoken to you. I'm just a wicked-minded old woman, a clown for the street urchins to mock, and you should have kicked me into the gutter. Go home, and may God protect you." Maxence, astounded, watched as she disappeared into the shadows. But she was right. He must go home. The midnight traveler turned towards the Boulevard de Grenelle, but very slowly. The encounter had completely overwhelmed him. He had not gone 10 paces when the old whore reappeared, running after him. "Sir, I beg you, don't go that way." "And why should I not go that way?" he asked. "It is on my way. I live in Vaugirard." "It doesn't matter if you return and take a different route altogether, even if it takes an hour longer. You'll be attacked if you go down that street. If you want to know, half the pimps in Paris are gathered there. They stretch from the abattoirs to the tobacco works. The police have given them the run of the place. There'll be no one there to look after you, and you'll walk straight into trouble." Maxence was tempted to reply that he had no need of protection, but fortunately he realized that such bravado would be misplaced. "Very well," he said. "I'll go back along by Les Invalides. It's a bit strong, though. I am very tired, and to have to make another detour is extremely annoying. They should send the cavalry in on these scoundrels." "There might be another way," said the old woman, after a moment's hesitation. "Really? And what might that be?" Very humbly she explained that as she was so well known in that delightful district, it would be easy for her to escort someone through. "Only," she added with a surprising softness, "people must think that you're a friend, so you'll have to let me take your arm." Maxence hesitated too, fearing a trap. But some strange force was at work within him. His reluctance quickly vanished, and he was able to proceed unharmed through the dirty crowd on the arm of his creature, who greeted several villains as they passed, and who would have revolted sin itself. Not a word passed between them. He noticed, however, that she squeezed his arm and pressed against him much more than the situation warranted, and that her grasp seemed almost convulsive. The extraordinary anguish that he had felt lessened now that she was no longer speaking. He soon came to the conclusion that the whole thing had been some kind of hallucination, and everyone knows how useful this precious word can be in explaining any unusual sensation or foreboding. When it was time for them to part, Maxence mumbled some banal word of thanks, and took out his purse with the intention of rewarding his strange, silent companion, who may have saved his life. But she stopped him with a gesture. "No, sir, that's not what I want." Only then did he see that she was crying, as he had not dared to look at her during the half-hour that they had been walking together. "What is the matter?" he asked, very moved. "What can I do for you?" "If you will let me embrace you," she replied, "that would be the greatest joy of my life, my disgusting life, and after that I think I should have the strength to die." Seeing that he assented, she threw herself upon him, groaning with love, and hugged him as if she wanted to devour him. A cry from the man she was smothering made her disentangle herself. "Goodbye, Maxence, my little Maxence, my poor brother. Goodbye forever. And forgive me," she cried. "Now I can die." She fell before her brother could make any move to help her, and instantly her head was crushed under the wheel of a night wagon that was driving by at lightning speed. Maxence no longer has a mistress. He is currently completing his novitiate as a lay brother at the monastery of Grande Chartreuse. Clun, Ucbar, Orbis Tertius. Jorge Luis Borges, 1899 to 1986. Born in Buenos Aires, Argentina's foremost modern writer and founder of several important periodicals in the 1920s. Author of Fervor de Buenos Aires, 1923. El idioma de los argentinos, 1928. Cuaderno San Martín, 1929. Evaristo Cariego, 1930. Discusión, 1932. Historia Universal de la Infamia, 1935. A collection of short stories, Historia de la Eternidad, 1936. El Jardín de Senderos que se bifurcan, 1941. Ficciones, 1944, translated into English 1962. El Aleph, 1949. Otras Inquisiciones, 1952. El Hacedor, 1960, translated into English as Dream Tigers, 1964. I owe the discovery of Ucbar to the conjunction of a mirror and an encyclopedia. The unnerving mirror hung at the end of a corridor in a villa on Calle Guano, in Ramos Mejia. The misleading encyclopedia goes by the name of The Anglo-American Cyclopedia, New York, 1917, and is a literal, if inadequate, reprint of the 1902 Encyclopedia Britannica. The whole affair happened some 5 years ago. Bioy Casares had dined with me that night and talked to us at length about a great scheme for writing a novel in the first person, using a narrator who omitted or corrupted what happened and who ran into various contradictions, so that only a handful of readers, a very small handful, would be able to decipher the horrible or banal reality behind the novel. From the far end of the corridor, the mirror was watching us, and we discovered, with the inevitability of discoveries made late at night, that mirrors have something grotesque about them. Then Bioy Casares recalled that one of the heresiarchs of Ukbar had stated that mirrors and copulation are abominable, since they both multiply the numbers of man. I asked him the source of that memorable sentence, and he replied that it was recorded in the Anglo-American Cyclopedia in its article on Ukbar. It so happened that the villa, which we had rented furnished, possessed a copy of that work. In the final pages of Volume 46, we ran across an article on Uppsala. In the beginning of Volume 47, we found one on Ural-Altaic languages, but not one word on Ukbar. A little put out, Bioy consulted the index volumes. In vain he tried every possible spelling: UKBAR, UCBAR, OOQBAR, OOKBAR, OUKBAHR. Before leaving, he informed me it was a region in either Iraq or Asia Minor. I must say that I acknowledged this a little uneasily. I supposed that this undocumented country and its anonymous heresiarch had been deliberately invented by Bioy out of modesty to substantiate a phrase. A futile examination of one of the atlases of Justus Partis strengthened my doubt. On the following day, Bioy telephoned me from Buenos Aires. He told me that he had in front of him the article on Ukbar in Volume 46 of the Encyclopedia. It did not specify the name of the heresiarch, but it did note his doctrine, in words almost identical to the ones he had repeated to me, though, I would say, inferior from a literary point of view. He had remembered, "Copulation and mirrors are abominable." The text of the Encyclopedia read, "For one of those Gnostics, the visible universe was an illusion, or, more precisely, a sophism. Mirrors and fatherhood are abominable because they multiply it and extend it." I said in all sincerity that I would like to see the article. A few days later he brought it. This surprised me, because the scrupulous cartographic index of Ritter's Erdkunde completely failed to mention the name of Ukbar. The volume which Bioy brought was indeed Volume 46 of the Anglo-American Cyclopedia. On the title page and spine, the alphabetical key was the same as in our copy, but instead of 917 pages, it had 921. These 4 additional pages consisted of the article on Ukbar, not accounted for by the alphabetical cipher, as the reader will have noticed. We ascertained afterwards that there was no other difference between the 2 volumes. Both, as I think I pointed out, are reprints of the 10th Encyclopedia Britannica. Bioy had acquired his copy in one of a number of book sales. We read the article with some care. The passage remembered by Bioy was perhaps the only startling one. The rest seemed probable enough, very much in keeping with the general tone of the work, and naturally a little dull. Reading it over, we discovered, beneath the superficial authority of the prose, a fundamental vagueness. Of the 14 names mentioned in the geographical section, we recognized only 3. Khorasan, Armenia, and Erzurum, and they were dragged into the text in a strangely ambiguous way. Among the historical names, we recognized only one, that of the impostor, Smerdis the Magian, and it was invoked in a rather metaphorical sense. The notes appeared to fix precisely the frontiers of Ukbar, but the points of reference were all vaguely enough, rivers and craters and mountain chains in that same region. We read, for instance, that the southern frontier is defined by the lowlands of Tsai Haldun and the Aksa Delta, and that wild horses flourish in the islands of that delta. This at the top of page 918. In the historical section, page 920, we gathered that just after the religious persecutions of the 13th century, The Orthodox sought refuge in the islands, where their obelisks have survived, and where it is a common enough occurrence to dig up one of their stone mirrors. The language and literature section was brief. There was one notable characteristic. It remarked that the literature of Uqbar was fantastic in character, and that its epics and legends never referred to reality, but to the two imaginary regions of Mlejnas and Plön. The bibliography listed 4 volumes, which we have not yet come across, even although the third, Silas Haslam, History of the Land Called Uqbar, 1874, appears in the library catalogues of Bernard Quaritch. Note: Haslam has also published a general history of labyrinths. End note. The first, Lesbare und Lesenwerte Bemerkungen über das Land Uqbar in Kleinasien, is dated 1641, and is a work of Johann Valentin Andrea. The fact is significant. A couple of years later I ran across that name accidentally in the 13th volume of De Quincey's writings, and I knew that it was the name of a German theologian who, at the beginning of the 17th century, described the imaginary community of Rose Crucis, the community which was later founded by others in imitation of the one he had preconceived. That night we visited the National Library. Fruitlessly we exhausted atlases, catalogues, yearbooks of geographical societies, memoirs of travelers and historians. Nobody had ever been in Uqbar. Neither did the general index of Bioy's encyclopedia show the name. The following day, Carlos Mastronardi, to whom I had referred the whole business, caught sight, in a Corrientes and Talcahuano bookshop, of the black and gold bindings of the Anglo-American Cyclopedia. He went in and looked up volume 46. Naturally, there was not the slightest mention of Uqbar. 2. Some small, fading memory of one Herbert Ashe, an engineer for the Southern Railroads, hangs on in the hotel in Androgué, between the luscious honeysuckle and the illusory depths of the mirrors. In life he suffered from a sense of unreality, as do so many Englishmen. Dead, he is not even the ghostly creature he was then. He was tall and languid. His limp, squared beard had once been red. He was, I understand, a widower and childless. Every so many years he went to England to visit, judging by the photographs he showed us, a sundial and some oak trees. My father and he had cemented, the verb is excessive, one of those English friendships which begin by avoiding intimacies and eventually eliminate speech altogether. They used to exchange books and periodicals. They would beat one another at chess without saying a word. I remember him in the corridor of the hotel, a mathematics textbook in his hand, gazing now and again at the passing colors of the sky. One afternoon we discussed the duodecimal numerical system, in which 12 is written 10. Ashe said that, as a matter of fact, he was transcribing some duodecimal tables, I forget which, into sexagesimals, in which 60 is written 10, adding that this work had been commissioned by a Norwegian in Rio Grande do Sul. We had known him for 8 years, and he had never mentioned having stayed in that part of the country. We spoke of rural life, of campangas, of the Brazilian etymology of the word gaucho, which some old people in the East still pronounced gaucho. And nothing more was said, God forgive me, of duodecimal functions. In September 1937, we ourselves were not at the hotel at the time, Herbert Ashe died of an aneurysmal rupture. Some days before, he had received from Brazil a stamped registered package. It was a book, an 8vo volume. Ashe left it in the bar where months later I found it. I began to leaf through it and felt a sudden, curious lightheadedness, which I will not go into, since this is the story not of my particular emotions, but of Uqbar and Plön and Orbis Tertius. In the Islamic world there is one night, called the Night of Nights, on which the secret gates of the sky open wide, and the water in the water jugs taste sweeter. If those gates were to open, I would not feel what I felt that afternoon. The book was written in English and had 1001 pages. On the yellow leather spine, and again on the title page, I read these words: A First Encyclopedia of Plön, Volume 11. Flair to Younger, There was nothing to indicate either date or place of origin. On the first page and on a sheet of silk paper covering one of the colored engravings, there was a blue oval stamp with the inscription, Orbis Tertius. It was 2 years since I had discovered, in a volume of pirated encyclopedia, a brief description of a false country. Now, chance was showing me something much more valuable, something to be reckoned with. Now I had in my hands a substantial fragment of the complete history of an unknown planet, with its architecture and its playing cards, its mythological terrors and the sound of its dialects, its emperors and its oceans, its minerals, its birds and its fishes, its algebra and its fire, its theological and metaphysical arguments, all clearly stated, coherent, without any apparent dogmatic intention or parodic undertone. The 11th volume, of which I speak, refers to both subsequent and preceding volumes. Nestor Ibarra, in an article in the NRF, now a classic, has denied the existence of those corollary volumes. Ezequiel Martinez Estrada and Drieu La Rochelle have, I think, succeeded in refuting this doubt. The fact is that, up to now, the most patient investigations have proved fruitless. We have turned the libraries of Europe, North and South America, upside down, in vain. Alfonso Reyes, bored with the tedium of this minor detective work, proposes that we all take on the task of reconstructing the missing volumes, many and vast as they were, ex ungue leonum. He calculates half seriously that 1 generation of Tlönists would be enough. This bold estimate brings us back to the basic problem. Who were the people who had invented Plön? The plural is unavoidable, because we have unanimously rejected the idea of a single creator. Some transcendental Leibniz working in modest obscurity. We conjecture that this brave new world was the work of a secret society of astronomers, biologists, engineers, metaphysicians, poets, chemists, mathematicians, moralists, painters, and geometricians, all under the supervision of an unknown genius. There are plenty of individuals who have mastered these various disciplines without having any facility for invention, far less for submitting that inventiveness to a strict systematic plan. This plan is so vast that each individual contribution to it is infinitesimal. To begin with, Plön was thought to be nothing more than a chaos, a free and irresponsible work of the imagination. Now it was clear that it is a complete cosmos, and that the strict laws which govern it have been carefully formulated, albeit provisionally. It is enough to note that the apparent contradictions in the 11th volume are the basis for proving the existence of the others, so lucid and clear is the scheme maintained in it. The popular magazines have publicized, with pardonable zeal, the zoology and topography of Plön. I think, however, that its transparent tigers and its towers of blood scarcely deserve the unwavering attention of all men. I should like to take some little time to deal with its conception of the universe. Hume remarked once and for all that the arguments of Berkeley were not only thoroughly unanswerable, but thoroughly unconvincing. This dictum is emphatically true as it applies to our world, but it falls down completely in Plön. The nations of that planet are congenitally idealist. Their language, with its derivatives, religion, literature, and metaphysics, presupposes idealism. For them, the world is not a concurrence of objects in space, but a heterogeneous series of independent acts. It is serial and temporal, but not spatial. There are no nouns in the hypothetical Ursprache of Plön, which is the source of the living language and the dialects. There are impersonal verbs qualified by monosyllabic suffixes or prefixes, which have the force of adverbs. For example, there is no word corresponding to the noun moon, but there is a verb to moon or to moondel. The moon rose over the sea would be written Hlur ufang aksaksas mlö. Or, to put it in order, upward beyond the constant flow there was moondling. Schul Solar translates it succinctly. Upward behind the onstreaming it mooned. The previous passage refers to the languages of the southern hemisphere. In those of the northern hemisphere, the 11th volume has little information on its Ursprache. The basic unit is not the verb, but the monosyllabic adjective. Nouns are formed by an accumulation of adjectives. One does not say moon, one says airy, clear, over dark round, or orange faint of sky, or some other accumulation. In the chosen example, the mass of adjectives corresponds to a real object. The happening is completely fortuitous. In the literature of this hemisphere, as in the lesser world of Meinong, ideal objects abound, invoked and dissolved momentarily according to poetic necessity. Sometimes the faintest simultaneousness brings them about. There are objects made up of two sense elements, one visual, the other auditory, the color of a sunrise and the distant call of a bird. Other objects are made up of many elements, the sun, the water against the swimmer's chest, the vague quivering pink which one sees when the eyes are closed, the feeling of being swept away by a river or by sleep. These second-degree objects can be combined with others. Using certain abbreviations, the process is practically an infinite one. There are famous poems made up of one enormous word, a word which in truth forms a poetic object, the creation of the writer. The fact that no one believes that nouns refer to an actual reality means, paradoxically enough, that there is no limit to the numbers of them. The languages of the northern hemisphere of Plön include all the names in Indo-European languages, plus a great many others. It is no exaggeration to state that in the classical culture of Plön there is only one discipline, that of psychology. All others are subordinated to it. I have remarked that the men of that planet conceive of the universe as a series of mental processes whose unfolding is to be understood only as a time sequence. Spinoza attributes to the inexhaustibly divine in man the qualities of extension and of thinking. In Plön, nobody would understand the juxtaposition of the first, which is only characteristic of certain states of being, with the second, which is a perfect synonym for the cosmos. To put it another way, they do not conceive of the spatial as everlasting in time. The perception of a cloud of smoke on the horizon, and later of the countryside on fire, and later of a half-extinguished cigar which caused the conflagration, would be considered an example of the association of ideas. This monism, or extreme idealism, completely invalidates science. To explain or to judge an event is to identify or unite it with another one. In Plön, such connection is a later stage in the mind of the observer, which can in no way affect or illuminate the earlier stage. Each state of mind is irreducible. The mere act of giving it a name, that is, of classifying it, implies a falsification of it. From all this, it would be possible to deduce that there is no science in Plön, let alone rational thought. The paradox, however, is that sciences exist in countless number. In philosophy, the same thing happens as happens with the nouns in the northern hemisphere. The fact that any philosophical system is bound in advance to be a dialectical game, a philosophie des Alzobes, means that systems abound, unbelievable systems, beautifully constructed or else sensational in effect. The metaphysicians of Plön are not looking for truth, nor even for an approximation of it. They are after a kind of amazement. They consider metaphysics a branch of fantastic literature. They know that a system is nothing more than the subordination of all the aspects of the universe to some one of them. Even the phrase, all the aspects, can be rejected, since it presupposes the impossible inclusion of the present moment and of past moments. Even so, the plural, past moments, is inadmissible, since it supposes another impossible operation. One of the schools in Plön has reached the point of denying time. It reasons that the present is undefined, that the future has no other reality than as present hope, that the past is no more than present memory. Note: Russell, The Analysis of Mind, 1921, page 159, conjectures that our planet was created a few moments ago, and provided with a humanity which remembers an illusory past. End note. Another school declares that the whole of time has already happened, and that our life is a vague memory or dim reflection, doubtless false and fragmented, of an irrevocable process. Another school has it that the history of the universe, which contains the history of our lives and the most tenuous details of them, is the handwriting produced by a minor god in order to communicate with a demon. Another maintains that the universe is comparable to those code systems in which not all the symbols have meaning, and in which only that which happens every 300th night is true. Another believes that while we are asleep here, we are awake somewhere else, and that thus every man is two men. Among the doctrines of Plön, none has occasioned greater scandal than the doctrine of materialism. Some thinkers have formulated it with less clarity than zeal, as one might put forward a paradox. To clarify the general understanding of this unlikely thesis, one 11th century heresiarch, note, a century in accordance with the duodecimal system signifies a period of 144 years, end note, offered the parable of 9 copper coins, which enjoyed in Plön the same noisy reputation as did the Eleatic paradoxes of Zeno in their day. There are many versions of this feat of specious reasoning, which vary the number of coins and the number of discoveries. Here is the commonest. On Tuesday, X ventures along a deserted road and loses 9 copper coins. On Thursday, Y finds on the road 4 coins, somewhat rusted by Wednesday's rain. On Friday, Z comes across 3 coins in the road. On Friday morning, X finds 2 coins in the corridor of his house. The heresiarch is trying to deduce from this story the reality, that is, the continuity, of the 9 recovered coins. It is absurd, he states, to suppose that 4 of the coins have not existed between Tuesday and Thursday, 3 between Tuesday and Friday afternoon, and 2 between Tuesday and Friday morning. It is logical to assume that they have existed, albeit in some secret way, in a manner whose understanding is concealed from men, in every moment, in all 3 places. The language of Plön is by its nature resistant to the formulation of this paradox. Most people do not understand it. At first, the defenders of common sense confined themselves to denying the truth of the anecdote. They declared that it was a verbal fallacy, based on the reckless use of 2 neological expressions, not substantiated by common usage, and contrary to the laws of strict thought. The verbs to find and to lose entail a petitio principii, since they presuppose that the first 9 coins and the second are identical. They recalled that any noun, man, money, Thursday, Wednesday, rain, has only metaphysical value. They denied the misleading detail, somewhat rusted by Wednesday's rain, since it assumes what must be demonstrated, the continuing existence of the 4 coins between Thursday and Tuesday. They explained that equality is one thing and identity another, and formulated a kind of reductio ad absurdum, the hypothetical case of 9 men who, on 9 successive nights, suffer a violent pain. Would it not be ridiculous, they asked, to claim that this pain is the same one each time? Note: nowadays one of the churches of Plön maintains platonically that such and such a pain, such and such a greenish-yellow color, such and such a temperature, such and such a sound, etc., make up the only reality there is. All men in the climatic instant of coitus are the same man. All men who repeat one line of Shakespeare are William Shakespeare. End note. They said that the heresiarch was motivated mainly by the blasphemous intention of attributing the divine category of being to some ordinary coins, and that sometimes he was denying plurality, at other times not. They argued thus, that if equality entails identity, it would have to be admitted at the same time that the 9 coins are only 1 coin. Amazingly enough, these refutations were not conclusive. After the problem had been stated and restated for 100 years, one thinker, no less brilliant than the heresiarch himself, but in the orthodox tradition, advanced a most daring hypothesis. This felicitous supposition declared that there is only one individual, and that this indivisible individual is every one of the separate beings in the universe, and that those beings are the instruments and masks of divinity itself. X is Y, and is Z. Z finds 3 coins because he remembers that X lost them. X finds only 2 in the corridor because he remembers that the others have been recovered. The 11th volume gives us to understand that there were three principal reasons which led to the complete victory of this pantheistic idealism. First, it repudiated solipsism. Second, it made possible the retention of a psychological basis for the sciences. Third, it permitted the cult of the gods to be retained. Schopenhauer, the passionate and clear-headed Schopenhauer, advanced a very similar theory in the first volume of his Parerga und Paralipomena. The geometry of Clun has two somewhat distinct systems, a visual one and a tactile one. The latter system corresponds to our geometry. They consider it inferior to the former. The foundation of visual geometry is the surface, not the point. This system rejects the principle of parallelism and states that, as man moves about, he alters the forms which surround him. The arithmetical system is based on the idea of indefinite numbers. It emphasizes the importance of the concepts greater and lesser, which our mathematicians symbolize as a V-shape pointed right and a V-shape pointed left. It states that the operation of counting modifies quantities and changes them from indefinites into definites. The fact that several individuals counting the same quantity arrive at the same result is, say their psychologists, an example of the association of ideas, or the good use of memory. We already know that in Clun, the source of all knowing is single and eternal. In literary matters, too, the dominant notion is that everything is the work of one single author. Books are rarely signed. The concept of plagiarism does not exist. It has been established that all books are the work of one single writer, who is timeless and anonymous. Criticism is prone to invent authors. A critic will choose two dissimilar works, the Tao Te Ching and the 1001 Nights, let us say, and attribute them to the same writer, and then, with all probity, explore the psychology of this interesting homme de lettres. The books themselves are also odd. Works of fiction are based on a single plot, which runs through every imaginable permutation. Works of natural philosophy invariably include thesis and antithesis, the strict pro and con of a theory. A book which does not include its opposite, or counterbook, is considered incomplete. Centuries and centuries of idealism have not failed to influence reality. In the very oldest regions of Clun, it is not an uncommon occurrence for lost objects to be duplicated. Two people are looking for a pencil. The first one finds it and says nothing. The second finds a second pencil, no less real, but more in keeping with his expectation. These secondary objects are called Hrunir, and even though awkward in form, are a little larger than the originals. Until recently, the Hrunir were the accidental children of absent-mindedness and forgetfulness. It seems improbable that the methodical production of them has been going on for almost 100 years, but so it is stated in the 11th volume. The first attempts were fruitless. Nevertheless, the modus operandi is worthy of note. The director of one of the state prisons announced to the convicts that in an ancient riverbed certain tombs were to be found, and promised freedom to any prisoner who made an important discovery. In the months preceding the excavation, printed photographs of what was to be found were shown the prisoners. The first attempt proved that hope and zeal could be inhibiting. A week of work with shovel and pick succeeded in unearthing no hrun, other than a rusty wheel, post-dating the experiment. This was kept a secret, and the experiment was later repeated in 4 colleges. In 3 of them the failure was almost complete. In the 4th, the director of which died by chance during the initial excavation, the students dug up, or produced, a gold mask, an archaic sword, 2 or 3 earthenware urns, and the mouldered, mutilated torso of a king with an inscription on his breast, which has so far not been deciphered. Thus was discovered the unfitness of witnesses who were aware of the experimental nature of the search. Mass investigations produced objects which contradicted one another. Now individual projects, as far as possible spontaneous, are preferred. The methodical development of Hrunir, states the 11th volume, has been of enormous service to archaeologists. It has allowed them to question and even to modify the past, which nowadays is no less malleable or obedient than the future. One curious fact, the Hrunir of the 2nd and 3rd degree, that is, the Hrunir derived from another Hrun, and the Hrunir derived from the Hrun of a Hrun, exaggerate the flaws of the original. Those of the 5th degree are almost uniform. Those of the 9th can be confused with those of the 2nd. and those of the 11th degree have a purity of form which the originals do not possess. The process is a recurrent one. A rune of the 12th degree begins to deteriorate in quality. Stranger and more perfect than any rune is sometimes the which is a thing produced by suggestion, an object brought into being by hope. The great gold mask I mentioned previously is a distinguished example. Things duplicate themselves in Plön. They tend at the same time to efface themselves, to lose their detail when people forget them. The classic example is that of a stone threshold which lasted as long as it was visited by a beggar, and which faded from sight on his death. Occasionally a few birds, a horse perhaps, have saved the ruins of an amphitheater. 1940, Salto Oriental. Postscript, 1947. I reprint the foregoing article just as it appeared in the Book of Fantasy 1940, omitting no more than some figures of speech and a kind of burlesque summing up, which now strikes me as frivolous. So many things have happened since that date. I will confine myself to putting them down. In March 1941, a manuscript letter by Gunnar Erfjord came to light in a volume of Hinton, which had belonged to Herbert Ashe. The envelope bore the postmark of Ouro Preto. The letter cleared up entirely the mystery of Plön. The text of it confirmed Martinez Estrada's thesis. The elaborate story began one night in Lucerne or London in the early 17th century. A benevolent secret society, which counted Dalgarno and later George Berkeley among its members, came together to invent a country. The first tentative plan gave prominence to Hermetic studies, philanthropy, and the Kabbalah. Andreyev's curious book dates from that first period. At the end of some years of conventicles and premature syntheses, they realized that a single generation was not long enough in which to define a country. They made a resolution that each one of the master scholars involved should elect a disciple to carry on the work. That hereditary arrangement prevailed. And after a hiatus of 2 centuries, the persecuted brotherhood reappeared in America. About 1824, in Memphis, Tennessee, one of the members had a conversation with the millionaire ascetic Ezra Buckley. Buckley listened with some disdain as the other men talked, and then burst out laughing at the modesty of the project. He declared that in America it was absurd to invent a country, and proposed the invention of a whole planet. To this gigantic idea he added another born of his own nihilism. Note: Buckley was a freethinker, a fatalist, and an apologist for slavery. End note. That of keeping the enormous project a secret. The 20 volumes of the Encyclopedia Britannica were then in circulation. Buckley suggested a systematic encyclopedia of the imaginary planet. He would leave the society his mountain ranges with their gold fields, his navigable rivers, his prairies where bull and bison roamed, his Negroes, his brothels, and his dollars, on one condition. The work will have no truck with the impostor Jesus Christ. Buckley did not believe in God, but nevertheless wished to demonstrate to the non-existent God that mortal men were capable of conceiving a world. Buckley was poisoned in Baton Rouge in 1828. In 1914, the Society forwarded to its collaborators, 300 in number, the final volume of the First Encyclopedia of Plön. The edition was secret. The 40 volumes which comprised it, the work was vaster than any previously undertaken by men, were to be the basis for another work, more detailed, and this time written, not in English, but in some one of the languages of Plön. This review of an illusory world was called, provisionally, Orbis Tertius, and one of its minor demiurges was Herbert Ashe, whether as an agent of Gunnar Erfjord, or as a full associate I do not know. The fact that he received a copy of the 11th volume would favor the second view. But what about the others? About 1942 events began to speed up. I recall with distinct clarity one of the first, and I seem to have felt something of its premonitory character. It occurred in an apartment on the Calle Laprida, facing a high open balcony which looked to the west. From Poitiers, the Princess of Faucigny-Lucinge had received her silver table service. Out of the recesses of a crate stamped all over with international markings, fine immobile pieces were emerging. Silver plate from Utrecht and Paris, with hard heraldic fauna, a samovar. Amongst them, trembling faintly, just perceptibly, like a sleeping bird, was a magnetic compass. It shivered mysteriously. The princess did not recognize it. The blue needle longed for magnetic north. The metal case was concave. The letters on the dial corresponded to those of one of the alphabets of Plön. Such was the first intrusion of the fantastic world into the real one. A disturbing accident brought it about that I was also witness to the second. It happened some months afterwards in a grocery store belonging to a Brazilian in Cuchilla Negra. Amorim and I were on our way back from Santana. A sudden rising of the Tacuarembó River compelled us to test, and to suffer patiently, the rudimentary hospitality of the general store. The grocer set up some creaking cots for us in a large room, cluttered with barrels and wineskins. We went to bed, but were kept from sleeping until dawn by the drunkenness of an invisible neighbor, who alternated between shouting indecipherable abuse and singing snatches of milongas, or rather snatches of the same milonga. As might be supposed, we attributed this insistent uproar to the fiery rum of the proprietor. At dawn, the man lay dead in the corridor. The coarseness of his voice had deceived us. He was a young boy. In his delirium he had spilled a few coins and a shining metal cone, of the diameter of a die, from his heavy gaucho belt. A serving lad tried to pick up this cone, in vain. It was scarcely possible for a man to lift it. I held it in my hand for some minutes. I remember that it was intolerably heavy, and that after putting it down, its oppression remained. I also remember the precise circle it marked in my flesh. This manifestation of an object which was so tiny and at the same time so heavy left me with an unpleasant sense of abhorrence and fear. A countryman proposed that it be thrown into the rushing river. Amorim acquired it for a few pesos. No one knew anything of the dead man, only that he came from the frontier. Those small and extremely heavy cones, made of a metal which does not exist in this world, are images of divinity in certain religions in Plön. Here I conclude the personal part of my narrative. The rest, when it is not in their hopes or their fears, is at least in the memories of all my readers. It is enough to recall or to mention subsequent events in as few words as possible. That concave basin, which is the collective memory, will furnish the wherewithal to enrich or amplify them. About 1944, a reporter from the Nashville, Tennessee American uncovered in a Memphis library the 40 volumes of the first encyclopedia of Plön. Even now it is uncertain whether this discovery was accidental, or whether the directors of the still nebulous Orbis Tertius condoned it. The second alternative is more likely. Some of the more improbable features of the 11th volume, for example, the multiplying of the Hrungnir, had been either removed or modified in the Memphis copy. It is reasonable to suppose that these erasures were in keeping with the plan of projecting a world which would not be too incompatible with the real world. The dissemination of objects from Plön throughout various countries would complement that plan. Note: there remains naturally the problem of matter, of which some of these objects consisted. End note. The fact is that the international press overwhelmingly hailed the find. Manuals, anthologies, summaries, literal versions, authorized reprints, and pirated editions of the masterwork of man poured and continue to pour out into the world. Almost immediately, reality gave ground on more than one point. The truth is that it hankered to give ground. 10 years ago, any symmetrical system whatsoever which gave the appearance of order, dialectical materialism, anti-Semitism, Nazism, was enough to fascinate men. Why not fall under the spell of Plön and submit to the minute and vast evidence of an ordered planet? Useless to reply that reality, too, is ordered. It may be so, but in accordance with divine laws. I translate, inhuman laws, which we will never completely perceive. Plön may be a labyrinth, but it is a labyrinth plotted by men, a labyrinth destined to be deciphered by men. Contact with Plön and the ways of Plön have disintegrated this world. Captivated by its discipline, humanity forgets and goes on forgetting that it is the discipline of chess players, not of angels. Now the conjectural, primitive language of Plön has found its way into the schools. Now the teaching of its harmonious history, full of stirring episodes, has obliterated the history which dominated my childhood. Now in all memories, a fictitious past occupies the place of any other. We know nothing about it with any certainty, Not even that it is false. Numismatics, pharmacology, and archaeology have been revised. I gather that biology and mathematics are awaiting their avatar. A scattered dynasty of solitaries has changed the face of the world. Its task continues. If our foresight is not mistaken, 100 years from now, someone will discover the 100 volumes of the second encyclopedia of Klein. Then English, French, and mere Spanish will disappear from this planet. The world will be Klein. I take no notice. I go on revising in the quiet of the days in the hotel at Androyev. A tentative translation into Spanish, in the style of Quevedo, which I do not intend to see published, of Sir Thomas Browne's Urn Burial. Odin. They say that an old man arrived one night, wrapped in a dark cloak, with the brim of his hat down over his eyes, at the court of Olaf Tryggvason, which had been converted to the new faith. The king asked him if he could do anything. The stranger replied that he could play the harp and tell stories. He played old tunes on the harp. He talked about Gudrun and Gunnar, and finally he told of the birth of Odin. He said that the 3 Parsi came, and that the first 2 promised much happiness, but the third said angrily, "The child shall live no longer than the candle which burns at his side." His parents then blew out the candle, so that Odin shouldn't die. Olaf Tryggvason didn't believe the story. The stranger insisted that it was true, took out a candle and lit it. As they were watching it burn, the man said it was late and that he must go. When the candle had burned itself out, they went searching for him. A few steps from the king's house, Odin had died. Jorge Luis Borges and Delia Ingenieros. The Golden Kite, the Silver Wind. Ray Bradbury, born 1920, American writer of fantasy and science fiction, began writing for cheap genre magazines in the 1940s, but developed a poetic, evocative style that is evident in collections such as Dark Carnival, 1947, The October Country, 1955, and The Martian Chronicles, 1950, as well as in novels like Something Wicked This Way Comes, 1962, and Fahrenheit 451, 1953. "In the shape of a pig?" cried the Mandarin. "In the shape of a pig," said the messenger, and departed. "Oh, what an evil day, in an evil year!" cried the Mandarin. "The town of Quanxi, beyond the hill, was very small in my childhood. Now it has grown so large that at last they are building a wall." "But why should a wall 2 miles away make my good father sad and angry all within the hour?" asked his daughter quietly. "They build their wall," said the Mandarin, "in the shape of a pig. Do you see? Our own city wall is built in the shape of an orange. That pig will devour us greedily." "Ah." They both sat thinking. Life was full of symbols and omens. Demons lurked everywhere. Death swam in the wetness of an eye, the turn of a gull's wing meant rain, a fan held so, the tilt of a roof, and yes, even a city wall was of immense importance. Travelers and tourists, caravans, musicians, artists, coming upon these 2 towns, equally judging the portents, would say, "The city shaped like an orange? No, I will enter the city shaped like a pig and prosper, eating all, growing fat with good luck and prosperity." The Mandarin wept. "All is lost. These symbols and signs terrify. Our city will come on evil days." "Then," said the daughter, "call in your stonemasons and temple builders. I will whisper from behind the silken screen, and you will know the words." The old man clapped his hands despairingly. "Ho, stonemasons! Ho, builders of towns and palaces!" The men who knew marble and granite and onyx and quartz came quickly. The Mandarin faced them most uneasily, himself waiting for a whisper from the silken screen behind his throne. At last the whisper came. "I have called you here," said the whisper. "I have called you here," said the mandarin aloud, "because our city is shaped like an orange, and the vile city of Guan has this day shaped theirs like a ravenous pig." Here the stonemasons groaned and wept. Death rattled his cane in the outer courtyard. Poverty made a sound like a wet cough in the shadows of the room. "And so," said the whisper, said the mandarin, "you raisers of walls must go bearing trowels and rocks and change the shape of our city." The architects and masons gasped. The mandarin himself gasped at what he had said. The whisper whispered. The mandarin went on. "And you will change our walls into a club, which may beat the pig and drive it off." The stonemasons rose up, shouting. Even the mandarin, delighted at the words from his mouth, applauded, stood down from his throne. "Quick!" he cried. "To work!" When his men had gone, smiling and bustling, the mandarin turned with great love to the silken screen. "Daughter," he whispered, "I will embrace you." There was no reply. He stepped around the screen, and she was gone. Such modesty, he thought. She had slipped away and left me with a triumph as if it were mine. The news spread through the city. The mandarin was acclaimed. Everyone carried stone to the walls. Fireworks were set off, and the demons of death and poverty did not linger, as all worked together. At the end of the month the wall had been changed. It was now a mighty bludgeon with which to drive pigs, boars, even lions far away. The mandarin slept like a happy fox every night. I would like to see the mandarin of Guan when the news is learned. Such pandemonium and hysteria! He will likely throw himself from a mountain. A little more of that wine, O daughter who thinks like a son. But the pleasure was like a winter flower. It died swiftly. That very afternoon the messenger rushed into the courtroom. "O mandarin, disease, early sorrow, avalanches, grasshopper plagues, and poisoned well water." The mandarin trembled. "The town of Guan," said the messenger, "which was built like a pig, and which animal we drove away by changing our walls to a mighty stick, has now turned triumph to winter ashes. They have built their city's walls like a great bonfire to burn our stick." The mandarin's heart sickened within him, like an autumn fruit upon an ancient tree. "O gods, travelers will spurn us. Tradesmen reading the symbols will turn from the stick so easily destroyed to the fire which conquers all." "No," said a whisper like a snowflake from behind the silken screen. "No," said the startled mandarin. "Tell my stonemasons," said the whisper that was a falling drop of rain, "to build our walls in the shape of a shining lake." The mandarin said this aloud. His heart warmed. "And with this lake of water," said the whisper and the old man, "we will quench the fire and put it out forever." The city turned out in joy to learn that once again they had been saved by the magnificent emperor of ideas. They ran to the walls and built them nearer to this new vision, singing, not as loudly as before, of course, for they were tired, and not as quickly, for since it had taken a month to build the wall the first time, they had had to neglect business and crops, and therefore were somewhat weaker and poorer. There then followed a succession of horrible and wonderful days, one in another like a nest of frightening boxes. "O Emperor," cried the messenger, "Guan has rebuilt their walls to resemble a mouth with which to drink all our lake." "Then," said the emperor, standing very close to his silken screen, "build our walls like a needle to sew up that mouth." "Emperor," screamed the messenger, "they make their walls like a sword to break your needle." The emperor held, trembling, to the silken screen. "Then shift the stones to form a scabbard to sheathe that sword." "Mercy," wept the messenger the following morning. "They have worked all night and shaped their walls like lightning, which will explode and destroy that sheath." Sickness spread in the city like a pack of evil dogs. Shops closed. The population, working now steadily for endless months upon the changing of the walls, resembled Death himself, clattering his white bones like musical instruments in the wind. Funerals began to appear in the streets, though it was the middle of summer, a time when all should be tending and harvesting. The mandarin fell so ill that he had his bed drawn up by the silken screen, and there he lay, miserably giving his architectural orders. The voice behind the screen was weak now, too, and faint, like the wind in the eaves. "Quan-si is an eagle. Then our walls must be a net for that eagle. They are a sun to burn our net, then we build a moon to eclipse their sun." Like a rusted machine, the city ground to a halt. At last the whisper behind the screen cried out, "In the name of the gods, send for Quan-si." Upon the last day of summer, the mandarin Quan-si, very ill and withered away, was carried into our mandarin's courtroom by 4 starving footmen. The 2 mandarins were propped up, facing each other. Their breaths fluttered like winter winds in their mouths. A voice said, "Let us put an end to this." The old men nodded. "This cannot go on," said the faint voice. "Our people do nothing but rebuild our cities to a different shape every day, every hour. They have no time to hunt, to fish, to love, to be good to their ancestors and their ancestors' children." "This I admit," said the mandarins of the towns of the cage, the moon, the spear, the fire, the sword, and this, that, and other things. "Carry us into the sunlight," said the voice. The old men were borne out under the sun and up a little hill. In the late summer breeze, a few very thin children were flying dragon kites in all the colors of the sun, and frogs and grass, the color of the sea, and the color of coins and wheat. The first mandarin's daughter stood by his bed. "See," she said. "Those are nothing but kites," said the 2 old men. "But what is a kite on the ground?" she said. "It is nothing. What does it need to sustain it and make it beautiful and truly spiritual?" "The wind, of course," said the others. "And what do the sky and the wind need to make them beautiful?" "A kite, of course. Many kites to break the monotony, the sameness of the sky. Colored kites flying." "So," said the mandarin's daughter, "you, Quan-si, will make a last rebuilding of your town to resemble nothing more or less than the wind, and we shall build like a golden kite. The wind will beautify the kite and carry it to wondrous heights, and the kite will break the sameness of the wind's existence and give it purpose and meaning. One without the other is nothing. Together all will be beauty and cooperation and a long and enduring life." Whereupon the 2 mandarins were so overjoyed that they took their first nourishment in days, momentarily were given strength, embraced, and lavished praise upon each other, called the mandarin's daughter a boy, a man, a stone pillar, a warrior, and a true and unforgettable son. Almost immediately they parted and hurried to their towns, calling out and singing, weakly but happily. And so in time the towns became the town of the golden kite and the town of the silver wind, and harvestings were harvested, and business tended again, and the flesh returned, and disease ran off like a frightened jackal. And on every night of the year the inhabitants in the town of the kite could hear the good clear wind sustaining them. And those in the town of the wind could hear the kite singing, whispering, rising and beautifying them. "So be it," said the mandarin in front of his silken screen. The Man Who Collected the 1st of September, 1973. Tor Åge Bringsværd, born 1939, one of Norway's leading authors, has edited a number of science fiction anthologies, as well as writing plays, children's stories, and novels. His best imaginative work is in Caravan, 1974. 1. Tick discovered that he was about to lose his grip on reality. In fact, it had been building up for years, he suddenly realized, without his caring, without his giving it a thought. Perhaps he hadn't even been aware of it. Now the gray film had thickened to a crust, a stocking cap stretched over and encasing his arms, a sagging tent-like umbrella dimming out the outside world. The hands of his wristwatch flamed, and he no longer knew on which side his hair was parted. The mirror said the right, his hand the left. In the paper he read about a Frenchman who, for various reasons, had had himself imprisoned naked inside a small chamber 300 feet under the Earth's surface. When he returned from isolation after 3 months, scientists were able to affirm that man has a natural rhythm, a built-in timekeeper, and that this timekeeper is not adjusted to the sun but counts 31 hours in the day-night cycle instead of 24. But no one dared to make the inference, the only logic possibility, that man is a stranger, that Obstfelter was right, that our real home is another and slower globe, which, lighted by an unknown sun, takes 7 hours more than the Earth to rotate about its own axis, that this is the genuine Eden, the garden we have been turned out from. Tick pointed in amazement at his own mirror image, and neither aspirins nor Valium was able to make him think otherwise. 2. Tick decided to face his everyday, to try to orientate himself in the reality he was stranded in. He went out, bought all of that day's Oslo papers, Saturday the 18th of August, 1973, and went home. He read them thoroughly, page by page, column by column. When at last he felt that he had got some sort of grip on Saturday the 18th of August, in the meantime Tuesday the 21st of August had arrived, and reality had changed its face 3 times. Tick realized that the sum of information was too weighty for any single man to balance on his head. News fell in heaps around his feet, clung like ivy to his legs, and tightened like a belt round his stomach. He fought in despair against Wednesday the 22nd and Thursday the 23rd. He dared not blink for fear that Friday the 24th might weigh down his eyelids, and even so, despite the best will in the world, Saturday the 25th went over his head completely. 3. Tick realized that he'd acted in haste. He who consumes too much news has no time for boiling, frying, or chewing it over, but is obliged to swallow everything raw and whole. Having considered political digestion and protective fatty layers of tissue, he decided to attack the problem from quite a different angle. Confronted with reality as a many-headed beast, he resigned, but chose instead to cut off one of the heads in order to get under the creature's skin by means of a detailed study of one single head. He selected the 1st of September, 1973. In advance, he had equipped a corner of his bedroom as a laboratory, and was all set with a typewriter, scissors, glue, paper, and a 24-volume calf-bound encyclopedia at hand. 4. By the end of October, Tick had finished all the Norwegian papers from the 1st of September, including weekly papers. Without hesitation, he delved into the study of papers from the rest of Scandinavia, primarily Denmark and Sweden. He had his fixed seat in the university library, and at night he stuck cuttings, notes, and Xerox copies on his bedroom walls. He developed an interest in curves and diagrams. 5. Soon his bedroom grew too small. In order to make his material for study as complete as possible, Tick wrote to papers all over the world and asked for a copy from the 1st of September, 1973, whether he had command of the language or not. He went to evening classes in Spanish and Russian. 6. 4 years later, his flat had been exploited to the full. Apart from a cooker, a fridge, a bed, a coffee table, and a wooden chair, there was no furniture. No ornaments. The rooms were divided with hundreds of partitions, and the passages were so narrow that Tick had to walk sidelong, very carefully, when he wanted to remind himself of an important cutting or add a new note. Working hours apart, Tick was an accountant, he spent all his time in his historical archives. He neglected friends and relatives, and when he met one of them in the street, going to or from his office, he found it hard to carry on a sensible conversation. He grew more and more appalled at how little people knew of the 1st of September, 1973. In the end, he cut himself off completely, ignored invitations, had the telephone removed, and made detours. 7. Twice he had to find a bigger flat. By 1982 he knew, more or less, 20 different languages and dialects. But all the time there were more things to learn. The subject turned out to be just about inexhaustible. Who would have guessed that so much had happened on exactly the 1st of September, 1973? What a coincidence, Tick said to himself. He hadn't talked to anyone else for 6 years. What luck I had, choosing that particular day. He still used the partition system, and busied himself organizing it all as systematically as possible. Not all subjects required the same amount of space. Some subjects, like temperature and wind, only needed half a wall, while others, as for instance business and finance, covered the whole dining room alone. All in all, 30 walls, that is, about 4,050 square feet. 8. On a gray and cloudy day in February 1983, a fire started in the Games and Sports Department. Tick was on his way home from a private lesson in Mongolian dialects. When he opened his front door, the title fight world heavyweight was in flames, and as champion George Foreman struck a powerful right hook, the Puerto Rican challenger photograph, as well as the picture, curled up. It was an absolute storm of fire. Nothing was saved. Before the fire brigade got there, the whole archive was in ashes. Apart from the 2 basement storerooms, of course, but here he had mainly deaths from the personal columns and unsorted obituaries, all of peripheral interest. Tick was badly burnt and spent the rest of his life, 2 years, in hospital. 9. During these 2 years, both doctors and patients tried in vain to get through to him. But whenever anyone spoke of the war in South America, Tick talked of Southeast Asia. If anyone mentioned the EEC, Tick replied that he thought there still was a Norwegian majority against it. Certainly he was. If the other patients talked about games, Tick always shook his head and mumbled something about an illegal punch and the first World Championships in synchronized swimming starting in Belgrade. He now and then talked about 2 Englishmen rescued after being trapped in a mini-submarine on the floor of the Atlantic. He referred to the king as the Crown Prince, and always spoke of the American president as Nixon. If he was willing to reply at all. Most of the time he was not. "A hopeless case," the doctor said. "There's nothing we can do." 10. And when no one tried any more, Tick was allowed the peace he so ardently yearned for. He spent his last 3 months lying happily on his back. One by one, he brought forth the fragments. One by one, he painstakingly put them together, starting at the back right-hand corner of his brain and working leftwards. The picture of the 1st of September, 1973, slowly grew in his mind, getting bigger and clearer day to day. Names and numbers melted into maps and diagrams. Border disputes and cinema advertisements merged. Tick smiled. The picture filled his head. Some bits were still missing. He found them. His head became too small. The picture shattered his head and filled the whole hospital. Still some bits were missing. A few. He found them. The picture shattered the hospital and filled all of the park outside, unfolded like a transparent film and became one with the trees, the birds, and the sky. But then he'd already been dead. 1/4 of an hour, one doctor said. 10 minutes, said the other. And neither noticed that it was autumn. The Careless Rabbi. Martin Buber, born in Austria in 1878. Died in Israel in 1965. Historian of the Orthodox Hasidic sect and existential philosopher. His works include Die Geschichten des Rabbi Nachman, 1906, translated into English as The Tales of Rabbi Nachman, 1956. Gog u Magog, 1941, translated into English as For the Sake of Heaven, 1945, and Ich und Du, 1937, translated into English as I and Thou, 1937. It is told, once Rabbi Elimelech was eating the Sabbath meal with his disciples. The servant set the soup bowl down before him. Rabbi Elimelech raised it and upset it, so that the soup poured over the table. All at once young Mendel, later the rabbi of Rimanov, cried out, "Rabbi, what are you doing? They will put us all in jail." The other disciples smiled at these foolish words. They would have laughed out loud had not the presence of their teacher restrained them. He, however, did not smile. He nodded to young Mendel and said, "Do not be afraid, my son." Some time after this, it became known that on that day an edict directed against the Jews of the whole country had been presented to the emperor for his signature. Time after time he took up his pen, but something always happened to interrupt him. Finally he signed the paper. Then he reached for the sand container, but took the inkwell instead, and upset it on the document. Hereupon he tore it up, and forbade them to put the edict before him again. The Tale and the Poet. Sir Richard Burton, 1821 to 1890. The distinguished explorer, Orientalist, polyglot, and anthropologist. Translated, Las Lusíadas, by the Portuguese poet Luís de Camões, circa 1524 to 1580, as the Lusiads, 1880, and the first unexpurgated version of 1001 Nights. Tulsidas, the Hindu poet, created the tale of Hanuman and his army of monkeys. Years afterwards, a despot imprisoned him in a stone tower. Alone in his cell, he fell to meditating, and from his meditation came Hanuman and his monkey army, who laid low the city, broke open the tower, and freed Tulsidas. Fate is a Fool. Arturo Cancela, Argentinian writer, born in Buenos Aires in 1882, died in the same city in 1957. Author of Tres Relatos Porteños, 1922, El Burro de Maruf, 1925, Palabras Socráticas, 1928, Film Porteño, 1933. Pilar de Lusareta, Argentinian novelist and art critic. Author of a collection of tales of fantasy entitled Job el Opulento, 1928, Celimene sin Corazón, 1935, and of the play El Culto de los Héroes, in collaboration with Arturo Cancela, 1939. In 1964 she published El Manto de Noé. On how Juan Pedro Rearte made his entrance into the 20th century. The arguable popular principle that things come in threes was never more objectionable than in the case of Juan Pedro Rearte. This old Argentine, who for 15 years had been a coachman with the Buenos Aires Tram Company, broke his leg at the end of the last century. His was an allegorical turn-of-the-century accident. The tram he was driving ran into the last ox cart crossing the streets of the city center. In the Lainez newspaper, El Diario, this urban episode was highlighted as a final incident in the struggle between civilization and barbarism. And so, by virtue of the carelessness which prevented him from stopping the horses of his coach on the slope in Calle Comercio, Rearte was invested the character of symbol of progress by the anonymous columnist. Note: Humberto I was still triumphantly parading through the cities of Italy the crown and debonair moustache inherited from his father. End note. The involuntary aggressor of the last cart from Tucuman was taken to the charity hospital, in one of whose wards he waited with the patience of the humble for time to weld together the two fragments of tibia which had been violently separated in the crash, and no less violently put back in contact with each other by the hurried surgeon who had administered first aid. The good disciple of Pirovano, in order to save a few minutes, he had a commitment of a non-professional nature with one of the possible helpers at the Lezama Park Charity Fair, organized by the ladies of the Trust, shortened the poor tram driver's right leg by 4 centimeters. In his haste to attend the charity event, He had treated the fracture, which was direct and total, as though it were simple and incomplete, and given that the many miracles of nature do not include that of correcting medical errors, Juan Pedro Rearte left the hospital limping, and limping, he entered the 20th century. Short parenthesis on the philosophy of history. He made his entrance, in his new capacity as an invalid, with some precipitation. What person with a limp have you seen who doesn't walk in a hurry? Nor what stammerer who doesn't talk in a rush? The majestic slowness is the most obvious sign of faith in the effort. People from our provinces are instinctively aware of this law, and take advantage of it to the extent of combining, in some cases, solemnity with a stammer. We insist that the driver Rearte brought forward in unseemly fashion his entry into the present century, because the law of occupational accidents, which should have protected him, had not yet been decreed. It was not enacted until 16 years later, but even had he had any inkling of it, he couldn't have waited in hospital all that time. It's true that the most noticeable effect of that law has been the extension of periods of convalescence. Before it came into force, those injured in their daily work quickly either got better or died, which is the most complete cure for all ills, although the one offered the greatest resistance. Juan Pedro Rearte chose to get back to work as soon as possible, without reflecting on the injustice of his fate or on the selfishness of the company which, after 15 years' service, left him to his misfortune. Nothing could be further from his soul than such speculations. These belong in their entirety to the historian of this episode, who, like all historians, blends in his reflections the past and the present, the real and the possible, what was, what might have been, and what should have been. The philosophy of history basically consists of that constant anachronism which twists with the imagination in every sense, the inflexible determinism of facts. The dandy and social order. Juan Pedro Rearte couldn't think, or even vaguely feel, any of the foregoing, because, like all those of his profession, he was what was called, in the colloquial language of the time, a dandy. Now, the dandy was instinctively conservative, as are all men who are pleased with themselves, and there is nobody more vain about their person than those coachmen, with their uniform peaked cap, carnation behind the ear, silk scarf around the neck, drain-pipe trousers à la Française, and short boots with a high military heel. Note: it is discontentment with oneself, whether due to obscurity of origin, a physical defect, or the lack of brilliant spiritual conditions, that leads many men to revolutionary activity. And, on the other hand, in every rebellious spirit, there is a great underlying timidity. Revolutionary activity is the violent reaction of the timid who disturb society for encouragement, which is the same as setting fire to somebody else's house in order to warm up. Sometimes in the course of revolutionary activity, when it is successful, the shy lose their timidity and become conservative. This is the secret psychological cause of the desertion of so many impetuous prophets who have left the emancipation of their people halfway merely because they achieved their own spiritual liberation first. When I lose my literary shyness, I shall write a comedy full of sharp observations on the subject, amongst others, that austerity, revolutionary virtue par excellence, is a natural attitude in all those who are timid. A comedy I shall entitle The Rodeos of the Timid Man, and which I'm certain already will not be a great success. It would be a different matter if it were premiered in Paris and were entitled Le Détour du Timide. End note. Their pride in their status was obvious at all times. In the arabesques they outlined in the air with their whips as they spurred on the horses, in the flourishes with which they embellished the most well-known phrases of popular tunes on their horns, in the dizzy dexterity with which they turned the brake-handle, in the sly sweetness of their compliments to the maids, and in the mocking contempt of their insults to their rivals in the traffic. Not until he left the high platform, mobile rostrum for compliments and insults, did the tram coachman return to his humble status as a proletarian. But that return to obscurity was too short to give him time to reflect on the insubstantiality of his pride. Working 10 hours a day, they had no leisure time, the source of all bad habits, particularly of the most terrible of all, the philosophical vice of pessimism and timidity. The relics of a cohabitation. However, in the days following his discharge from hospital, Rearte had a few moments of leisure. As soon as he was out, he went to the company's administration, where, as though he had willingly deserted his post, he shyly expressed his desire to return to work. They made him take a few steps, to see how his leg was doing, and although his limp was very obvious, Mr. McNabb, the administrator, decided he could return to work in a fortnight's time. In addition, he gave him 50 pesos, together with the advice that he should shorten the heel of his left boot by 3 centimeters in order to partly restore the balance of his bearing. Rearte spent the money, although he didn't follow the advice. In the fortnight that passed until his return to work, he barely left his tidy celibate's bedroom, which he had occupied for the last 10 years in a quiet house on Calle Peru. He devoted all that time to caring for the 24 pairs of canaries, which were the luxury of his existence and the pride of his status as a breeder and tutor. The former, because all that multitude of songbirds had originated from a single couple legitimately inherited from a roommate, who 6 years earlier had run off with all his savings and his only 2 suits. And the latter, because he had a special knack of teaching the chicks the tunes he played on his tram-driver's horn. Of that ill-fated cohabitation, Rearte had left, in addition to the pair of canaries, which, in compensation, had proved to be so fertile, 2 oil paintings and a few books. It is pointless to say that neither the paintings nor the books had reproduced like the birds. They were the same ones his disloyal roommate had abandoned in his flight. The meeting at the cliff, in which the outline of an illustrious orator stood out like a rock on a sea of 3,000 identical galleons. The July Revolution, where the bellicose decoration of the park contrasted with the studied attitude of statesmanship of Alem. The Union Civica, its origin and trends, official publication, an imposing volume which the tram driver had never dared browse through. White Magic and the Key to Dreams, a work frequently borrowed by his neighbors. The Lover's Secretary, to whose epistolary aid he would never dream of going. And finally, The Businesses of Carlos Lanza, by Eduardo Gutierrez, a fictional story which had instilled in Rearte a bewildered mistrust of banks and bureaux de change. On how a single cause can produce opposite effects. After that brief domestic respite which Rearte dedicated to teaching the first few bars of the waltz On the Waves to his 48 canaries, our hero returned to the scene of his triumphs. He returned somewhat diminished in physical stature, but morally exalted by the glorious misfortune which earned him an allegorical item in El Diario. The obscure driver had for a time been the champion of progress, the destroyer of carts, the symbol of the great conquests of his century in the field of urban transport. But, as the Imitation of Christ says, all human glory is ephemeral, and after a very few months of basking in it, that same progress of which he was made champion had left him behind. Electric trams arrived on the scene, and although Rearte tried to become a motorman, he couldn't because of his limp, which hindered him from ringing the warning bell. During training, each time he tried to kick with his heel in warning, he lost his balance. This episode, which provoked much merriment amongst the other learners, occasioned bitter reflections in the poor driver. "So," he said to himself, deeply melancholic, "progress has left me with a limp, and that same limp prevents me from following it, making me the champion of underdevelopment." And that indeed was how it was, for once the electrification of the tram lines was complete, Mr. Bright, the new administrator, posted him to hitching carriages in Caridad Station. With a team of increasingly scraggy horses, several times a day Rearte would take from inside the station to the middle of the street the old trams, which were becoming increasingly older, destined now to be a modest appendage to the motor coaches. In this way he came to be, for several minutes, a parody of himself, of that witty and conquering Rearte who outlined arabesques in the air with his whip, wore a carnation behind his ear, and played I like them all, I like them all on his horn every time he saw a black woman. A road accident. 15 years after resigning himself to being a ghost of his pristine glory on the street, Rearte arrived at the station earlier than usual. Bright's disease, and not precisely the Bright of the Anglo-Argentine Company, makes men become early risers. Complaining, with the palms of his hand on his waist, and swearing through clenched teeth, the old driver sat on the windowsill of a low window, under the garage in which the trams were lined up, with a wise air of beasts in the manger. Opposite him, a half-closed tap dripped isochronously and melancholically, widening with imperceptible tenacity an eye in the water, whose brightness livened up the hostile appearance of the depot. It must have been like that all night, he thought. These night watchmen are becoming more and more careless. Good-for-nothings. I'd soon sort them out. He tried to adjust the tap, but after several fruitless attempts, in which all he managed to do was splash his boots and hurt his finger, the rebellious tap continued to run, now with a sort of hoarse whistle, like a teacher at the end of the year. In a few moments the water was overflowing from the stone basin which contained it, and ran sinuously to the straight and predictable canal formed by the rails. That feeble flow brought to his mind old times, when after 4 drops of rain the uneven roads of Buenos Aires would flood. Around the Cinco Esquinas, the mud. Even with extra draft, it was impossible to get out of the mire, and you had to wait until the rain died down, sitting with the passengers on the backs of the seats to avoid the water which reached the step, sometimes flooding the inside of the coaches. But the people were different. They were all acquaintances, all friends. You knew who you were dealing with, and who you were taking. You could have a chat and smoke a Sublime or an Ideal with anybody, and from the doorways in summer the families out for a breath of fresh air would send regards to your family. The bell announcing the scheduled time for the departure of the first coach made him leave the tap. Smiling at his memories, and, still immersed in them, he brought and hitched the hairy team of nags to the carriage. That's what he, an Argentine of pure Spanish descent, who appreciated and was a friend of good beasts, had never been able to do with patience. To drive along the worst roads in the city, those squalid horses, fed like pigs on a mess of bran and water. The truth is, he thought, that they're not worth even that. He adjusted the chains, climbed into the driver's seat after wrapping his scarf around his neck, whistled a happy reveille between his teeth, spurred on the wretched horses with a click of the tongue, and with an ironic, "Gee up, bonito! Gee up, pipon!" The tram set off amid the squeaking and creaking of all its hinges, couplings, windows, and boards. Outside, the electric tram must be waiting for him. Unusual that the bell wasn't jingling under the Spaniard Pedrosa's worn helm. But no, the road was clear, and in the cold morning mist the city was fading, pale and melancholic like an old photograph. The chill air pecked at the driver's temples and hands. He would happily go for a ride, he thought, but he was distracted by the desperate gesturing from the street, by a high mulatta, loaded with a basket covered by a white scarf. "Stop, will you?" she shouted. "Not paying attention, are you?" Rearte suddenly drew to a halt, and the black woman heaved aboard the trembling bulk of her flaccid flesh. The step creaked under the weight of her enormous espadrille, and with a flash of white in between her fleshy lips, asked the tram conductor, "Will you hand me my basket now?" He complied gallantly, and whilst the black woman searched her pocket full of crumbs and medals for the 2 pesos for the fare, they commented on the weather. "It's a cool morning, isn't it?" "Good for bathing in the river." "Enough to make you perish." Further on, from a low balcony, a chubby-cheeked maid signalled him to stop, shouting into the house, "The tram, master! The tram's here!" A solemn gentleman with frock coat and top hat rushed out, protesting vigorously, "What a hopeless timetable! It's impossible to have breakfast, and even so one is late everywhere. Appalling service, taking advantage—" "Good morning, Don Maximo," the mulatta humbly cut in. "Morning, Rosario." And referring to something implicit, "Are they nice and tender?" just out of the frying pan. Would you care for one?" The solemn gentleman accepted a crispy pasty, which scattered golden scales on the dull lapel of his frock-coat. Rearte was remembering those voices, the delicate aroma of cooking. He felt rejuvenated, and involuntarily put his hand up to his ear to check whether the large carnation was in place, furtively picked from the plant which flowered in a large coffee tin in the yard. No, he wasn't wearing it. But of course, it was winter. "Get away from there, boy! Get away at once, or I'll tell your father!" shouted Don Maximo to a boy running behind the coach, with the obvious intention of jumping on. "That's how accidents happen," the black woman remarked. Rearte lashed out right and left with his formidable whip, which the boy evaded by running away and mocking him from the road. The bells were calling them to church in Balvanera. The black woman crossed herself devoutly. Don Maximo took off his hat. In the portico, two priests, one with a big belly and dirty-looking, the other scraggy and equally dirty, were talking excitedly, cassocks loose, and holding their hats. Without any signal from them, the driver stopped the tram. After giving the service, Father Prudencio Eguera took the tram every day. He waited a couple of minutes, cap in hand, while the Reverend said goodbye. Don Maximo coughed discreetly. The black woman cleared her throat, and with a swirl of his skirts the priest sat down, greeting everyone like someone granting plenary indulgence. Rosario was hiding her basket, pretending to look out of the window, twiddling her silver rings which shone on her dark bony hand. "Up early, Don Maximo." "What does your reverence expect, Father Prudencio, with this company's appalling service?" "It's very chilly this morning. Healthy breathing, this air. Gives you a good appetite. And after Mass—" "Did you attend last night's conference in the National College, Father?" "I couldn't make it. I had to prepare a sermon." "The events hall was too small to contain the public, with the 840 students, the teachers, and guests." "What did you preach on?" "On the Gospels." The priest turned around in his seat. "And you, Rosario? Always a good Christian?" "As long as I'm not told to change." "And even if you were told to—" "They smell good today." Thin-voiced, the woman offered them. "Would you care for one?" Don Maximo threw some coins into her lap, saying, "It's paid for." "Certainly not," protested the priest, affecting reluctance, and then becoming distracted. "Is there any news about our wages?" "Not that I know of." "We haven't had anything since January." "Salaries for teachers and the priesthood should be sacred to the country. Its present and its future are in our hands. It is scandalous to think that in yesterday's session it was voted that 200,000 pesos on paper be spent on furnishing the court's archives." A maize-pudding cart crossed the mire of the corner of Piedad and Andes at a trot, drenching the conductor and passengers. "You maniac! Beast!" "Peace, peace," intervened the priest in a conciliatory tone. Taking advantage of the tram stopping, two elderly women walking along the street asked through the window, "Will you be taking confession tomorrow, Father Prudencio?" The Reverend, concerned with the honesty of commerce, had a measure of maize-pudding and milk filled to the brim, from that maize-pudding, which old people still recall, and which disappeared along with cobblestones. A pale sun filtered through the mist. The street began to fill with people, and the familiar shouting of sellers joined the tooting of the tram. Wood and newspaper sellers, pastry cooks, Basques with their churns at the side of their mounts, and street vendors selling Paraguayan oranges and Brazilian bananas made a ready chorus for the dog-catcher's concert, to which the generation of '85 awoke every morning. "Wouldn't you like a ride? I'll take you for free," Rearte asked a dark, plump girl, scrubbing a doorstep. The girl replied stonily, "And you? Do you want me to scrub your face for free?" The tram became full opposite Piedad. Father Prudencio made room very deferentially to an elegant lady with a veil over her eyes and a rosary tangled around her extremely fine fingers. She barely responded condescendingly, and made a friendly gesture to a man with a fair salt-and-pepper beard. "So early and on your own?" "From church. You know I come every month especially to take communion. And you, where are you off to at this hour by tram?
I'm on my way back, Teodorita, on my way back.
You're telling me? What a scandal!
The thing is, unfortunately, I've come from the club, all night long discussing the propaganda program.
Well, for Juarez to be chosen as candidate.
It's the only thing I dare deny to you, Teodorita. Don Bernardo has the support of reason.
And Juarez that of the people. But tell me then, weren't you at the Colon last night?
I am not blessed with ubiquity. How was Lucrezia?
Lucrezia was awful, but on the other hand, if you'd seen Guillermina—
Don't be so critical. Let's talk about something else.
Are you scared? Oh, well, since I've just come from confession, and I've promised not to gossip.
The gentleman tried to distract her. So, Borgi Mammo is not that great?
She wasn't very good, I assure you, when you think of Teodorini's Lucrezia. And the bass! In Vieni mia vendetta, I thought my eardrums would burst.
A man with dandruff and thick elasticated boots with holes at the bunions sneezed. He was reading the news in La Nación. Hey, this isn't bad. What? Inquired a young man who was amusing himself by composing anagrams aloud out of the advertisements decorating the inside of the coach. They're asking for doormats in the tramways of San Jose de Flores so that the passengers won't get cold feet. I suffer from that a great deal. A man with a handlebar mustache deferentially greeted another in a hazel-colored overcoat and of foreign appearance. Congratulations, Ikaza, old chap. It seems to me that your proposal to the council, which is so careless in these matters, couldn't be a better one. It's the only way to put an end to the plagues of mosquitoes and the spreading of so many diseases. What's it all about? Asked Dr. Velez from the other end. Something very simple. You just plow 10 blocks of land around the depots and have canals take the sewage there so that they disappear by absorption. Not to mention that with irrigation and fertilization the soil would become very fertile indeed. The tram swerved so that passengers were thrown against each other, giving rise to terrible protestations. Have you hurt yourself, Teodorita? Jesus, I'll never again take a tram, even if I have to ask for transport at Cabral's at 4 in the morning. These vehicles should be for men on their own. The La Nación reader remarked on a terrible incident in the news. Listen to this. A poor old porter was having a quiet rest sitting on the curb of the pavement at the corner of Cangallo and La Florida when a cart went by and ran over his foot. The clock at San Ignacio struck 7. The teacher bade farewell to the priest with his usual protestations, and the latter, half closing his eyelids, began to mutter a rosary. The elegant lady and the distinguished gentleman also got off. 2 men travelling on the platform occupied the seats, forecasting the crisis in the British cabinet. Gladstone and his supporters will fall. The situation is imminent. And what do you think of the result of Dr. Pellegrini's negotiations? A skillful diplomat, superior intelligence. He'll secure the loan, I'm sure. The younger man inquired, Tell me, Mr. Poblet, is it true that Rodriguez's land in San Juan is being auctioned off? Some hope, my friend. Don Ernesto is becoming richer all the time. A lucky Spaniard if ever there was one. I'm told that 30 leagues are on sale with no reserve price next to La Rosita, and I imagined— If you could give me more precise details, I'm interested. But of course, the land belongs to the Arcadinis, an old family who are travelling around Europe whilst a villain is managing it for them. Whoever buys it will become rich. Land with a future, my dear Casares. At that moment someone in a hurry consulted his watch. Good grief, 7 already! What? Rearte had let the scraggy beasts go at their own pace, interested in the comments, and suddenly realized how behind schedule he was. He had to reach the Bajo del Retiro at 7:30 for the extra horses. He whipped the horses enthusiastically, and they galloped round the bend in Maipú at risk of derailing, and straightened up to head northwards, where Juan Pedro Rearte jumps 30 years. A formidable crash of glass and boards was drowning out the passengers' conversations. Spurred on by a nightmarish impatience, Rearte was desperately sounding his horn and crossing the intersections like a whirlwind. The gendarmes, in kepis and white shakos and spats, greeted him ironically as he went by, and from the high driver's seats of their coupés, the coachmen with long moustaches and pointed beards were encouraging him to go faster. Proud of his horses, Rearte paid no attention to the passengers' desperate ringing of the bell. Suddenly his vision blurred, and like a balloon bursting, the familiar landscape disappeared. The gendarmes in their kepis and white spats, the bearded coach drivers, the maize pudding carts, the Basque milkmen on horseback, the ladies in shawls and the gentlemen in top hats. Even the double row of low houses became lost on the horizon, merging like the last stretches of a railway line. Rearte closed his eyes in resigned sadness so as not to see the last ghosts of his world annihilated. A lamplighter who disappeared elastically with his pole over his shoulder and a water cart dragged heavily by 3 small mules. When he reopened them, he found himself lying by a doorway in the shadow of a 7-story house. He was surrounded by a circle of people through whose legs he could see on the road the remains of the carriage and the inert bodies of 2 nags lying in a pool of blood. Next to him, a fair-haired gendarme, notebook and pencil in hand like a diligent reporter, was questioning a pale and talkative motorman. Rearte realized he had crashed into an electric tram, and by the already familiar symptoms, he knew he had just broken his other leg. On recovering consciousness, together with the pain, the only thing he was worried about was what day it was. "What day is it?" he asked anxiously. "July 26th, the nurse, who was feeling his ankle, replied. "What year?" insisted Rearte. 1918, answered the nurse, and added as though to himself, "The tibia appears to be broken in 3 places." "It's not much for a 30-year jump," the old driver remarked philosophically. Because 30 years earlier, on 26th July 1888, the horses had bolted on the same stretch, and according to the doctor, he had almost broken his shin bone. After that stoical reflection, Juan Pedro Rearte closed his eyes, pretending to faint. He was ashamed at having become the object of public curiosity, and having to answer policemen's urgent questions. He would have liked to have been questioned by one of those gendarmes with kepis and shakos, so arbitrary and so good-natured at the same time, the gendarmes of his youth. The present ones seemed foreign to him, and to make a statement to them seemed to him like abdicating his nationality. And he was irritated above all by the amazement of the motorman, who didn't stop repeating, "But how is it possible that this contraption could have crossed the whole of the city at this time in the wrong way? How is that possible?" Rearte knew how it had been possible, because in the clashes between the deluded and reality, they have the ineffable key to the mystery. But how could he explain that to the common servant of a machine? Fate is a fool. Once in the ambulance, with the loquaciousness induced by the morphine, Rearte explained the mystery. "The thing is, fate is a rogue and a fool like the gringos. It was ordained by God, ever since I first got into a tram, that I had to break my left leg. I should have broken it 30 years ago, but I was saved by a miracle. In '90, at Laval and Paraná, the first day of the revolution, 3 bullets crossed the platform at knee height without even brushing past my trousers. Later, when I crashed into the cart, fate made a mistake and broke my right leg. And now, through fear that I would escape, it has set this trap to have it its own way. It's a real devil, isn't it?" An actual, authentic ghost. Thomas Carlyle, Scots historian and essayist. Born in Ecclefechan in 1795. Died in London in 1881. Author of The French Revolution, 1837. Heroes and Hero Worship, 1841. Letters and Speeches of Oliver Cromwell, 1845. Latter-day Pamphlets, 1850. History of Frederick the Great, 1851. And many essays and lectures. Again, could anything be more miraculous than an actual authentic ghost? The English Johnson longed all his life to see one, but could not, though he went to Cock Lane, and thence to the church vaults and tapped on coffins. Foolish doctor!
Did he never, with the mind's eye, as well as with the body's, look round him into that full tide of human life he so loved? Did he never so much as look into himself? The good doctor was a ghost, as actual and authentic as heart could wish. Well nigh 1,000,000 of ghosts were travelling the streets by his side. Once more, I say, sweep away the illusion of time. Compress the 60 years into 3 minutes. What else was he? What else are we? Are we not spirits that are shaped into a body, into an appearance, and that fade away again into air and invisibility? The Red King's Dream. Lewis Carroll, pen name of the Reverend Charles Lutwidge Dodgson, English writer and mathematician, born at Daresbury in 1832, died at Guildford in 1898. Author of Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, 1865, Through the Looking Glass, 1871, Phantasmagoria, 1876, The Hunting of the Snark, 1876, and Sylvie and Bruno, 1889. He published his Curiosa Mathematica, 1888-1893, and Symbolic Logic, 1896, both mathematical treatises, under his own name. "It's only the Red King snoring," said Tweedledee. "Come and look at him," the brothers cried, and they each took one of Alice's hands and led her up to where the king was sleeping. "Isn't he a lovely sight?" said Tweedledum. Alice couldn't say honestly that he was. He had a tall red nightcap on, with a tassel, and he was lying crumpled up into a sort of untidy heap, snoring loud. "Fit to snore his head off," as Tweedledum remarked. "I'm afraid he'll catch cold with lying on the damp grass," said Tweedledee. "And what do you think he's dreaming about?" Alice said, "Nobody can guess that." "Why, about you!" Tweedledee exclaimed, clapping his hand triumphantly. "And if he left off dreaming about you, where do you suppose you'd be?" "Where I am now, of course," said Alice. "Not you," Tweedledee retorted contemptuously. "You'd be nowhere. Why, you're only a sort of thing in his dream." "If that there king was to wake," added Tweedledum, "you'd go out. Bang! Just like a candle." "I shouldn't!" Alice exclaimed indignantly. "Besides, if I'm only a sort of thing in his dream, what are you, I should like to know?" "Ditto," said Tweedledum. "Ditto, ditto," cried Tweedledee. He shouted this so loud that Alice couldn't help saying, "Hush! You'll be waking him, I'm afraid, if you make so much noise." "Well, it's no use your talking about waking him," said Tweedledum, "when you're only one of the things in his dream. You know very well you're not real." "I am real," said Alice, and began to cry. "You won't make yourself a bit realer by crying," Tweedledee remarked. "There's nothing to cry about." "If I wasn't real," Alice said, half laughing through her tears, it all seemed so ridiculous, "I shouldn't be able to cry." "I hope you don't suppose those are real tears," Tweedledum interrupted, in a tone of great contempt. "I know they're talking nonsense," Alice thought to herself, "and it's foolish to cry about it." So she brushed away her tears and went on as cheerfully as she could. "At any rate, I'd better be getting out of the wood, for really it's coming on very dark. Do you think it's going to rain?" Tweedledum spread a large umbrella over himself and his brother and looked up into it. "No, I don't think it is," he said. "At least, not under here. Nohow." The Tree of Pride. G.K. Chesterton, English essayist, novelist, and poet, born in London in 1874, died in 1936. He published a vast amount of work, always lucid yet ardent. He wrote and revived various literary styles, including novels, literary criticism, lyric poetry, biography, polemics, and detective stories. He is the author of essays on Robert Browning, 1903, G.F. Watts, 1904, and Charles Dickens, 1906. His books include Heretics, 1905, The Man Who Was Thursday, 1908, Orthodoxy, 1908. Man Alive, 1912. Magic, 1913. The Crimes of England, 1915. A Short History of England, 1917. The Uses of Diversity, 1920. Father Brown's Stories, 1927. Collected Poems, 1927. The Poet and the Lunatics, 1929. Four Faultless Felons, 1930. Autobiography, 1937. And The Paradoxes of Mr. Pond, 1936. If you go down to the Barbary coast, where the last wedge of the forest narrows down between the desert and the great tideless sea, you will find the natives still telling a strange story about a saint of the Dark Ages. There, on the twilight border of the Dark Continent, you feel the Dark Ages. I have only visited the place once, though it lies, so to speak, opposite to the Italian city where I lived for years, and yet you would hardly believe how the topsy-turvydom and transmigration of this myth somehow seemed less mad than they really are. With the wood loud with lions at night, and that dark red solitude beyond. They say that the hermit Saint Securus, living there among trees, grew to love them like companions. Since, though great giants with many arms like Briareus, they were the mildest and most blameless of the creatures. They did not devour like the lions, but rather opened their arms to all the little birds, and he prayed that they might be loosened from time to time to walk like other things. And the trees were moved upon the prayers of Securus, as they were at the songs of Orpheus. The men of the desert were stricken from afar with fear, seeing the saint walking with a walking grove, like a schoolmaster with his boys. For the trees were thus freed under strict conditions of discipline. They were to return at the sound of the hermit's bell, and above all, to copy the wild beasts in walking only, to destroy and devour nothing. Well, it is said that one of the trees heard a voice that was not the saint's, that in the warm green twilight of one summer evening it became conscious of something sitting and speaking in its branches in the guise of a great bird, and it was that which once spoke from a tree in the guise of a great serpent. As the voice grew louder among its murmuring leaves, the tree was torn with a great desire to stretch out and snatch at the birds that flew harmlessly about their nests, and pluck them to pieces. Finally the tempter filled the tree-top with his own birds of pride, the starry pageant of the peacocks. And the spirit of the brute overcame the spirit of the tree, and it rent and consumed the blue-green birds till not a plume was left, and returned to the quiet tribe of trees. But they say that when spring came, all the other trees put forth leaves, but this put forth feathers of a strange hue and pattern. And by that monstrous assimilation the saint knew of the sin, and he rooted that one tree to the earth with a judgment, so that evil should fall on any who removed it again. The Tower of Babel. The story about that hole in the ground that goes down nobody knows where has always fascinated me rather. It's Mohammedan in form now, but I shouldn't wonder if the tale is a long way older than Mohammed. It's all about somebody they call the Sultan Aladdin. Not our friend of the lamp, of course, but rather like him in having to do with genii or giants or something of that sort. They say he commanded the giants to build him a sort of pagoda, rising higher and higher above all the stars. The utmost for the highest, as the people said when they built the Tower of Babel. But the builders of the Tower of Babel were quite modest and domestic people, like mice, compared with old Aladdin. They only wanted a tower that would reach heaven, a mere trifle. He wanted a tower that would pass heaven and rise above it, and go on rising forever and ever. And Allah cast him down to earth with a thunderbolt, which sank into the earth, boring a hole deeper and deeper, till it made a well that was without a bottom, as the tower was to have been without a top. And down that inverted tower of darkness the soul of the proud Sultan is falling forever and ever. The Dream of the Butterfly. Zhuangzi. circa 369 to 286 BC. Chinese Taoist philosopher. His work is full of allegorical tales, of which only 33 have survived. They were translated into English by Herbert A. Giles and published in 1926. The philosopher Zhuangzi dreamed he was a butterfly, and when he woke up, he said he did not know whether he was Zhuangzi, who had dreamed he was a butterfly, or a butterfly, now dreaming that it was Zhuangzi. The Look of Death. Jean Cocteau, 1891 to 1963. Outstanding and amazingly prolific French writer. Of his books, the following is a selection. Poetry, L'Opéra, L'Ange Heurtebise. Novels, Le Grand Écart, Les Enfants Terribles. Criticism, Le Rappel à l'Ordre, Le Mystère Laïque, Portrait Souvenir. Plays include La Voix Humaine, Le Parent Terrible, Les Monstres Sacres. A young Persian gardener said to his prince, "Save me! I met death in the garden this morning, and he gave me a threatening look. I wish that tonight by some miracle I might be far away in Ispahan." The prince lent him his swiftest horse. That afternoon, as he was walking in the garden, the prince came face to face with Death. "Why," he asked, "did you give my gardener a threatening look this morning?" "It was not a threatening look," replied Death. "It was an expression of surprise, for I saw him here this morning, and I knew that I would take him in Ispahan tonight." House Taken Over. Julio Cortazar, 1914 to 84. Argentinian writer who lived and worked in Europe. Author of Los Reyes, 1949. Bestiario, 1951. Final del Juego, 1956. Las Armas Secretas, 1959. Los Premios, translated into English as The Winners, 1965. Historias de Cronopias y Famas, 1962. Rayuela, 1963, translated into English as Hopscotch, 1966. We like the house, because apart from its being old and spacious, in a day when old houses go down for a profitable auction of their construction materials, it kept the memories of great-grandparents, our paternal grandfather, our parents, and the whole of childhood. Irina and I got used to staying in the house by ourselves, which was crazy. 8 people could have lived in that place and not have gotten in each other's way. We rose at 7 in the morning and got the cleaning done, and about 11 I left Irina to finish off whatever rooms and went to the kitchen. We lunched at noon precisely. Then there was nothing left to do but a few dirty plates. It was pleasant to take lunch and commune with the great, hollow, silent house, and it was enough for us just to keep it clean. We ended up thinking, at times, that that was what had kept us from marrying. Irina turned down 2 suitors for no particular reason, and Maria Esther went and died on me before we could manage to get engaged. We were easing into our 40s, with the unvoiced concept that the quiet, simple marriage of sister and brother was the indispensable end to a line established in this house by our grandparents. We would die here some day. Obscure and distant cousins would inherit the place, have it torn down, sell the bricks, and get rich on the building plot. Or, more justly, and better yet, we would topple it ourselves before it was too late. Irina never bothered anyone. Once the morning housework was finished, she spent the rest of the day on the sofa in her bedroom, knitting. I couldn't tell you why she knitted so much. I think women knit when they discover that it's a fat excuse to do nothing at all. But Irina was not like that. She always knitted necessities. Sweaters for winter, socks for me, handy morning robes and bed jackets for herself. Sometimes she would do a jacket, then unravel it the next moment because there was something that didn't please her. It was pleasant to see a pile of tangled wool in her knitting basket, fighting a losing battle for a few hours to retain its shape. Saturdays I went downtown to buy wool. Irena had faith in my good taste, was pleased with the colors, and never a skein got to be returned. I took advantage of these trips to make the rounds of the bookstores, uselessly asking if they had anything new in French literature. Nothing worthwhile had arrived in Argentina since 1939. But it's the house I want to talk about. The house and Irena. I'm not very important. I wonder what Irena would have done without her knitting. One can reread a book, but once a pullover is finished you can't do it over again. It's some kind of disgrace. One day I found that the drawer at the bottom of the chiffonier, replete with mothballs, was filled with shawls, white, green, lilac, stacked amid a great smell of camphor. It was like a shop. I didn't have the nerve to ask her what she planned to do with them. We didn't have to earn our living. There was plenty coming in from the farms each month, even piling up. But Irena was only interested in the knitting, and showed a wonderful dexterity, and for me the hours slipped away watching her. Her hands like silver sea urchins, needles flashing, and one or two knitting baskets on the floor, the balls of yarn jumping about. It was lovely. How not to remember the layout of that house? The dining room, a living room with tapestries, the library, and 3 large bedrooms in the section most recessed, the one that faced toward Rodriguez Peña. Only a corridor with its massive oak door separated that part from the front wing, where there was a bath, the kitchen, our bedrooms, and the hall. One entered the house through a vestibule with enameled tiles, and a wrought-iron grated door opened onto the living room. You had to come in through the vestibule and open the gate to go into the living room. The doors to our bedrooms were on either side of this, and opposite it was the corridor leading to the back section. Going down the passage, one swung open the oak door beyond, which was the other part of the house. Or, just before the door, one could turn to the left and go down a narrower passageway, which led to the kitchen and the bath. When the door was open, you became aware of the size of the house. When it was closed, you had the impression of an apartment, like the ones they build today, with barely enough room to move around in. Irena and I always lived in this part of the house, and hardly ever went beyond the oak door, except to do the cleaning. Incredible how much dust collected on the furniture. It may be Buenos Aires is a clean city, but she owes it to her population and nothing else. There's too much dust in the air, the slightest breeze, and it's back on the marble console tops and in the diamond patterns of the tooled leather desk set. It's a lot of work to get it off with a feather duster. The motes rise and hang in the air, and settle again a minute later on the pianos and the furniture. I'll always have a clear memory of it, because it happened so simply and without fuss. Irena was knitting in her bedroom. It was 8 at night, and I suddenly decided to put the water up for mate. I went down the corridor as far as the oak door, which was ajar, then turned into the hall toward the kitchen, when I heard something in the library or the dining room. The sound came through, muted and indistinct, a chair being knocked over onto the carpet, or the muffled buzzing of a conversation. At the same time, or a second later, I heard it at the end of the passage, which led from those 2 rooms toward the door. I hurled myself against the door before it was too late and shut it, leaned on it with the weight of my body. Luckily, the key was on our side. Moreover, I ran the great bolt into place, just to be safe. I went down to the kitchen, heated the kettle, and when I got back with the tray of mate, I told Irena I had to shut the door to the passage. They've taken over the back part. She let her knitting fall, and looked at me with her tired, serious eyes. "You're sure?" I nodded. "In that case," she said, picking up her needles again, "we'll have to live on this side." I sipped at the mate very carefully, but she took her time starting her work again. I remember it was a gray vest she was knitting. I liked that vest. The first few days were painful, since we'd both left so many things in the part that had been taken over. My collection of French literature, for example, was still in the library. Irena had left several folios of stationery and a pair of slippers that she used a lot in the winter. I missed my briar pipe, and Irena, I think, regretted the loss of an ancient bottle of hesperidin. It happened repeatedly, but only in the first few days, that we would close some drawer or cabinet and look at one another sadly. It's not here. One thing more among the many lost on the other side of the house. But there were advantages, too. The cleaning was so much simplified that, even when we got up late, 9:30 for instance, by 11 we were sitting around with our arms folded. Irena got into the habit of coming to the kitchen with me to help get lunch. We thought about it and decided on this. While I prepared the lunch, Irena would cook up dishes that could be eaten cold in the evening. We were happy with the arrangement because it was always such a bother to have to leave our bedrooms in the evening and start to cook. Now we made do with the table in Irena's room and platters of cold supper. Since it left her more time for knitting, Irena was content. I was a little lost without my books, but so as not to inflict myself on my sister, I set about reordering Papa's stamp collection. That killed some time. We amused ourselves sufficiently, each with his own thing, almost always getting together in Irena's bedroom, which was the more comfortable. Every once in a while Irena might say, "Look at this pattern I just figured out. Doesn't it look like clover?" After a bit it was I, pushing a small square of paper in front of her so that she could see the excellence of some stamp or another from Eupen et Mamadi. We were fine, and little by little we stopped thinking. You can live without thinking. Whenever Irena talked in her sleep, I woke up immediately and stayed awake. I never could get used to this voice from a statue or a parrot, a voice that came out of the dreams, not from a throat. Irena said that in my sleep I flailed about enormously and shook the blankets off. We had the living room between us, but at night you could hear everything in the house. We heard each other breathing, coughing, could even feel each other reaching for the light switch when, as happened frequently, neither of us could fall asleep. Aside from our nocturnal rumblings, everything was quiet in the house. During the day there were the household sounds, the metallic click of knitting needles, the rustle of stamp album pages turning. The oak door was massive, I think I said that. In the kitchen or the bath, which adjoined the part that was taken over, we managed to talk loudly, or Irena sang lullabies. In a kitchen there's always too much noise, the plates and glasses, for there to be interruptions from other sounds. We seldom allowed ourselves silence there, but when we went back to our rooms or to the living room, then the house grew quiet, half-lit. We ended by stepping around more slowly, so as not to disturb one another. I think it was because of this that I woke up irremediably and at once when Irena began to talk in her sleep. Except for the consequences, it's nearly a matter of repeating the same scene over again. I was thirsty that night, and before we went to sleep I told Irena that I was going to the kitchen for a glass of water. From the door of the bedroom, she was knitting, I heard the noise in the kitchen. If not the kitchen, then the bath. The passage off at that angle dulled the sound. Irena noticed how brusquely I had paused, and came up beside me without a word. We stood listening to the noises, growing more and more sure that they were on our side of the oak door. If not the kitchen, then the bath, or in the hall itself at the turn almost next to us. We didn't wait to look at one another. I took Irena's arm and forced her to run with me to the wrought iron door, not waiting to look back. You could hear the noises, still muffled, but louder, just behind us. I slammed the grating and we stopped in the vestibule. Now there was nothing to be heard. "They've taken over our section," Irena said. The knitting had reeled off from her hands, and the yarn ran back toward the door and disappeared under it. When she saw that the balls of yarn were on the other side, she dropped the knitting without looking at it. "Did you have time to bring anything?" I asked hopelessly. "No, nothing." We had what we had on. I remembered 15,000 pesos in the wardrobe in my bedroom. Too late now. I still had my wristwatch on, and saw that it was 11 p.m. I took Irena around the waist. I think she was crying. And that was how we went into the street. Before we left, I felt terrible. I locked the front door up tight and tossed the key down the sewer. It wouldn't do to have some poor devil decide to go in and rob the house at that hour, and with the house taken over. Being dust. Santiago da Bove, Argentinian author, born in Moron in Argentina in 1889, died in 1951. La Muerta y su Traje, published posthumously, is a collection of his tales of fantasy. Merciless cruelty of circumstance. The doctors who were tending to me had to administer, at my insistent request, my desperate pleas, several injections of morphine and other substances that would file down the claws used to torture me by the unrelenting disease, a cruel trigeminal neuralgia. I, for my part, took more poisons than Mithridates. The point was to dampen that species of voltaic battery or coil which tormented my trigeminal with its current of sharp, painful throbbing. But never let it be said that I have exhausted suffering, that nothing can exceed this pain. There will always be further suffering, further pain, further tears to endure. And don't take my complaints and expression of bitterness here as anything other than a variation on these singularly harsh words. There is no hope for the heart of man. I said my goodbyes to the doctors, taking with me a syringe for hypodermic injections, opium pills, and the whole arsenal of my pharmacopoeia. I rode on horseback, as usual, across the 40 kilometers I had often traveled between towns. Just opposite that dusty, abandoned cemetery, which gave me the impression of a double death, the one it sheltered and its own, it was collapsing into ruins, brick by brick, piece by piece. Disaster struck. Right opposite that ruin, I met my bane, just like Jacob when the angel touched his thigh in the mist and exhausted him, as it couldn't actually defeat him. The hemiplegia, the paralysis which had been threatening me for a long time, knocked me off my horse. After I had fallen, the horse grazed for a while and soon wandered away. I was left abandoned on that solitary route, where sometimes no human being passed by for several days. I did curse my fate. Cursing had exhausted itself on my lips and no longer meant anything. Cursing for me had been the equivalent of the expressions of gratitude to fate made by someone whose life is rich in gifts. As the ground on which I fell, on the side of the road, was hard, and as I might have to remain there for quite some time, and I could hardly move, I devoted my energies to patiently digging the ground around my body with my penknife. The task turned out to be rather easy, because beneath the hard surface the earth was spongy. I gradually buried myself in a sort of trench, which proved to be a tolerable bed, almost protected by the warm damp. The afternoon fled. My hope and my horse disappeared over the horizon. Night fell, dark and close. I had expected it like that, horrific and sticky with blackness, and the despair of worlds, with a moon and stars. Those first few black nights, fear got the better of me. Leagues of fear, despair, memories. No, the memories come second. I'm not going to cry for myself, nor for— A fine persistent drizzle cried for me. At dawn the following day my body was struck well into the earth. I devoted time to swallowing, enthusiastically and regularly, specimens, pill after pill of opium, which must have determined the dream preceding my death. It was a strange waking dream and a death life. My body felt heavier than lead at times. At other times I didn't feel it at all, except for my head, which preserved its sensitivity. Several days, I think, went by in that state, and the black pills kept slipping into my mouth, and without being swallowed, slid down, settling below to turn everything into blackness and into earth. My head felt and knew it belonged to an earthy body, inhabited by worms and beetles, and criss-crossed with corridors frequented by ants. My body was feeling a certain warmth, and a certain pleasure in being of mud, and in becoming gradually hollower. That's the way it was, and the extraordinary thing was that my very arms, which initially maintained a certain independence of movement, also adopted a horizontal position. Only my head seemed to remain intact, nourished by the mud just like a plant. But since there is no respite in any condition, it had to gnash in self-defense at the birds of prey which wanted to eat its eyes and the flesh from its face. Judging by the tingling sensation I have inside me, I think I must have an ant's nest somewhere near my heart. I'm glad, but I feel impelled to walk, and you can't be made of mud and walk. Everything has to come to me. I shall not go in search of the dawn or the sunset, of any sensation. A curious thing, the body is attacked by the gnawing forces of life, and it is a hodgepodge in which no anatomist could distinguish anything other than mud, corridors and neat constructions of insects installing their home, and yet the brain preserves its intelligence. I realized that my head was receiving the powerful nourishment of the earth, but directly, just like plants. The sap moved slowly up and down, instead of the blood, which nervously drives the heart. But what happens now? Things change. My head was almost happy to become like a bulb, a potato, a tuber, and now it's full of fear. The fear that one of those paleontologists who spend their lives sniffing out death will discover it. Or that those political historians, the other funeral directors who turn up after inhumation, should notice the vegetalization of my head. But luckily they didn't see me. How sad, to be almost like the earth and still have hopes of moving, of loving. If I want to move, I find I'm stuck, solidified with the earth. I'm diffusing. Soon I'm going to be defunct. What a strange plant my head is. Its uniqueness cannot long remain unknown. Men discover everything, even a muddy 2-cent coin. My head bent mechanically towards the pocket watch I had placed at my side when I fell. The lid, which closed over the clockwork, was open, and a small string of ants went in and out. I would have liked to clean it and put it away, but in which vestige of my suit, if everything of mine had practically turned into earth? I felt that my transition to plant wasn't progressing much, because I was tormented by a strong desire to smoke. Absurd ideas crossed my mind. I wanted to be a tobacco plant so that I wouldn't need to smoke. The imperative need to move was giving way to the need to be firm and nourished by a rich protective earth. At times I amuse myself watching the clouds float by with interest. How many shapes do they plan to assume before they no longer exist, mere masks of steam? Will they exhaust them all? Clouds amuse those who cannot do anything other than look at the sky. But when they unsuccessfully repeat unto exhaustion their attempt to take on animal shapes, I feel so disappointed that I could watch impassively as a plowshare came straight at my head. I'm going to be a plant, but I don't feel it, because plants are aware of their ecstatic and selfish life. Their mode of amorous fulfillment and realization, through telegrams of pollen, cannot satisfy us like our close carnal love. But it is a matter of trying, and we'll see what their voluptuousness is like. But it is not easy to be content, and we would rub out what is written in the Book of Destiny if it hadn't already happened to us. How I've come to hate the term family tree. It reminds me too much of my tragic state of regression to a plant. I do not make an issue of dignity or privileges. The state of planthood is as honorable as animalhood. But let's be logical. Why don't they represent human ascendancies with a deer's antlers? It would be more in tune with the reality and animality of the matter. Alone in that desert, the days slowly passed over my sorrow and boredom. I estimated how long I'd been buried by the length of my beard. I noticed it was a bit swollen, and its horny nature, just like nails and skin, it would fluff up like plant fibers. I consoled myself thinking that there are trees as expressive as an animal or human being. I remember seeing a poplar, a rope stretching from the sky to the earth. It was a leafy tree with short branches, very tall, prettier than a decorated mast. The wind, depending on its strength, drew from the foliage different expressions, a murmur, a rumour, almost a sound like a violin's bow, which makes the strings vibrate with graded speed and intensity. I heard a man's footsteps, the soles of a walker perhaps, or because he couldn't afford the ticket to come this far, he has put something like a piston on his legs and steam pressure in his chest. He stopped as though he had suddenly braked in front of my bearded face. At first he was frightened and turned to flee. Then, overcome by curiosity, he came back, and, thinking perhaps of a crime, tried to dig me out with a penknife. I didn't know how to speak to him, because my voice was by then half silent, because of the almost complete absence of lungs. As though in secret I said to him, "Leave me alone. Leave me alone. If you dig me out of the ground, as a man I will have nothing functional left, and as a plant you will kill me. If you want to preserve my life, and not merely be a policeman, don't kill this mode of existence, in which there is actually something pleasant, innocent, and desirable." The man didn't hear me, no doubt accustomed to the great voices of the country, and tried to go on digging. Then I spat in his face. He took offense and hit me with the back of his hand. His simplicity as a peasant, quick to react, no doubt asserted itself over any inclination towards investigation or inquiry. But it seemed to me that a wave of blood was rising to my head, and my choleric eyes were challenging, like those of a fencer buried with his swords and the skilful edge which aimed to hurt. The expression on the man's face, of a distressed and helpful good person, warned me that he wasn't of that chivalrous and dueling race. He seemed to want to move away without delving any deeper into the mystery. And indeed he went, twisting his neck back for a long time to keep on looking. But in all this there was something which made me shudder, something about myself. A common occurrence with many a man when he becomes angry, my face became flushed. You will have noticed that without a mirror you cannot see much more of your face than the side of your nose, and a very small part of your cheek and lip, all very blurred, and only by closing one eye. I, who had closed my left eye as though for a pistol duel, could glimpse on the right side in the images confused by being so close, in that cheek which had once been so fatigued by pain, I could glimpse, the rising of a green flush. Would it be sap or blood? If it was the latter, would the chlorophyll of peripheral cells give it an illusory green appearance? I don't know, but I think that each day I'm becoming less of a man. Opposite that old cemetery I was becoming a solitary cactus, on which idle youths would test their penknives. With those huge fleshy gloved hands that cacti have, I would pat their sweaty backs and would inhale with pleasure their human smell. Their smell? By that time, what with? All my senses were becoming duller in geometric progression. Just as the varied and sharp sounds of door hinges will never become music, my animal frenzy, shrillness in creation, could not reconcile itself to the silent and serene activity of plants, with their subdued ease. And the only thing I understood was precisely what the latter don't know, that they are elements in the landscape. Their innocence and tranquillity, their possible ecstasies are perhaps equivalent to the intuition of beauty, the scenery they all go to make up offers to man. However highly human activity, change, and movement are valued, in most cases man moves, walks, comes and goes in a long, filiform cage. He who has 4 very familiar walls as a horizon isn't so very different from he who travels along the same roads every day to fulfill tasks which are always the same, in much the same circumstances. All this tiring oneself is not worth a mutual tacit kiss between a plant and the earth. But all this is nothing but a sophism. Each time I die more like a man, and that death covers me in thorns and layers of chlorophyll. And now, opposite the dusty cemetery, opposite the anonymous ruin, the cactus, to which I belong, disintegrates, its trunk cut by an axe. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Neutral? I don't know. But it will take quite some ferment to work again with matter like mine, so riddled with disappointments and defeat. A Parable of Gluttony. Alexandre David-Neel, French Orientalist born in Paris. Lived in Tibet for many years, and was very familiar with Tibetan life, hagiography, and customs. Author of Initiation lamaïque, Le Lama aux Cinq Sagesses, Le Bouddhisme, Ses Doctrines et Ses Méthodes, Les Théories Individualistes dans la Philosophie Chinoise. A holy monk, so runs the story, met on his way a man who was boiling, near a river, a broth made with the fishes he had just caught. The monk, without uttering a word, took the pot and swallowed the boiling broth. The man was astonished to see how he could bear the touch of the boiling liquid, but yet scoffed at him, reproaching him for his sinful gluttony. Chinese and Korean Buddhist monks never eat animal food. But the monk, still keeping silent, entered the river and micturated. And then, with his water, the fishes came out living, and went away swimming in the river. The persecution of the master. Then, in his eagerness to learn the doctrine that could save him from the purgatories, Naropa wanders from town to town, with the only result that each time he reaches a place where Tilopa is said to be staying, the latter had invariably just left it a little before his arrival. Once, knocking at the door of a house to beg food, a man comes out who offers him wine. Naropa feels deeply offended and indignantly refuses the impure beverage. The house and its master vanish immediately. The proud Brahmin is left alone on the solitary road, while a mocking voice laughs, "That man was I, Tilopa." Another day, a villager asks Naropa to help him to skin a dead animal. Such work in India is done only by untouchable outcasts. The mere approach of such men makes a Hindu, belonging to one of the pure castes, unclean. Naropa flees, utterly disgusted, and the invisible Tilopa scoffs at him, "That man was myself." Again the traveler sees a brutal husband who drags his wife by her hair, and when he interferes, the cruel fellow tells him, "You had better help me. I want to kill her. At least pass your way and let me do it." Naropa can hear nothing more. He knocks the man down on the ground, sets free the woman, and lo, once more the phantasmagoria disappears, while the same voice repeats scornfully, "I was there, I, Tilopa." One evening, after a long tramp, he reaches a cemetery. A crumbled-down pyre is smoldering in a corner. At times a dark reddish flame leaps from it, showing shriveled-up, carbonized remains. The glimmer allows Naropa to vaguely discern a man lying beside the pyre. He looks at him. A mocking laugh answers his inspection. He understood. He falls prostrate on the ground, holding Tilopa's feet and placing them on his head. This time the yogin does not disappear. The Idle City. Lord Dunsany, Edward John Morton Drax Plunkett, Irish author, born in London in 1878, died in Ireland in 1957, fought in the Boer War and in World War I, author of Time and the Gods, 1906, The Sword of Welleran, 1908, A Dreamer's Tales, 1910, King Argemenes and the Unknown Warrior, 1911, Unhappy Far-Off Things, 1919, The Curse of the Wise Woman, 1934, and an autobiography, Patches of Sunlight, 1938. He also published his memoirs of World War II. There was once a city which was an idle city, wherein men told vain tales. And it was that city's custom to tax all men that would enter in, with the toll of some idle story in the gate. So all men paid to the watchers in the gate the toll of an idle story, and passed into the city unhindered and unhurt. And in a certain hour of the night, when the king of that city arose and went pacing swiftly up and down the chamber of his sleeping, and called upon the name of the dead queen, then would the watchers fasten up the gate, and go into that chamber to the king, and sitting on the floor would tell him all the tales that they had gathered. And listening to them, some calmer mood would come upon the king, and listening still he would lie down again, and at last fall asleep, and all the watchers silently would arise and steal away from the chamber. A while ago, wandering, I came to the gate of that city, and even as I came, a man stood up to pay his toll to the watchers. They were seated cross-legged on the ground between him and the gate, and each one held a spear. Near him 2 other travelers sat on the warm sand waiting. And the man said, "Now the city of Nombros forsook the worship of the gods, and turned towards God. So the gods threw their cloaks over their faces, and strode away from the city, and going into the haze among the hills, passed through the trunks of the olive groves into the sunset. But when they had already left the earth, they turned and looked through the gleaming folds of the twilight for the last time at their city, and they looked half in anger and half in regret, then turned and went away forever. But they sent back a death, who bore a scythe, saying to it, Slay half in the city that forsook us, but half of them spare alive, that they may yet remember their old forsaken gods. But God sent a destroying angel to show that he was God, saying unto him, Go down and show the strength of mine arm unto that city, and slay half of the dwellers therein, yet spare a half of them, that they may know that I am God. And at once the destroying angel put his hand to his sword, and the sword came out of the scabbard with a deep breath, like to the breath that a broad woodman takes before his first blow at some giant oak. Thereat the angel pointed his arms downwards, and bending his head between them, fell forward from heaven's edge, and the spring of his ankles shot him downwards with his wings furled behind him. So he went slanting earthward through the evening, with his sword stretched out before him. And he was like a javelin that some hunter hath hurled that returneth again to the earth. But just before he touched it, he lifted his head and spread his wings, with the under feathers forward, and alighted by the bank of the broad Flavro that divides the city of Nombros. And down the bank of the Flavro he fluttered low, like to a hawk over a new-cut cornfield, when the little creatures of the corn are shelterless. And at the same time, down the other bank, the death from the gods went mowing. At once they saw each other, and the angel glared at the death, and the death leered back at him, and the flames in the eyes of the angel illumined with a red glare the mist that lay in the hollows of the sockets of the death. Suddenly they fell on one another, sword to scythe, and the angel captured the temples of the gods, and set up over them the sign of God, and led into them the ceremonies and sacrifices of the gods. And all the while the centuries slipped quietly by, going down the Flavro seawards. And now some worship God in the temple of the gods, and others worship the gods in the temple of God. And still the angel hath not returned again to the rejoicing choirs, and still the death hath not gone back to die with the dead gods. But all through Nombros they fight up and down, and still on each side of the Flavro the city lives. And the watchers in the gate said, Enter in. Then another traveler rose up and said, Solemnly, between Huhenwazi and Nitkrana, the huge grey clouds came floating, and those great mountains, heavenly Huhenwazi and Nitkrana, the king of peaks, greeted them, calling them brothers. And the clouds were glad of their greeting, for they meet with companions seldom in the lonely heights of the sky. But the vapours of evening said unto the earth mist, What are those shapes that dare to move above us, and to go where Nitkrana is, and Huhenwazi? And the earth mist said in answer unto the vapours of evening, It is only an earth mist that has become mad, and has left the warm and comfortable earth, and has in his madness thought that his place is with Huhenwazi and Nitkrana. Once, said the vapours of evening, there were clouds, but this was many and many a day ago, as our forefathers have said. Perhaps the mad one thinks he is the clouds. Then spake the earthworms from the warm deeps of the mud, saying, O earth-mist, thou art indeed the clouds, and there are no clouds but thou, and as for Huhenwazi and Nitrana, I cannot see them, and therefore they are not high, and there are no mountains in the world but those that I cast up every morning out of the deeps of the mud. And the earth-mist and the vapours of evening were glad at the voice of the earthworms, and looking earthward believed what they had said. And indeed, it is better to be as the earth-mist, and to keep close to the warm mud at night, and to hear the earthworms' comfortable speech, and not to be a wanderer in the cheerless heights, but to leave the mountains alone with their vast aspect over all the cities of men, and from the whispers that they hear at evening of unknown distant gods. And the watchers in the gate said, Enter in. Then a man stood up who came out of the west and told a western tale. He said, There is a road in Rome that runs through an ancient temple that once the gods had loved. It runs along the top of a great wall, and the floor of the temple lies far down beneath it, of marble, pink and white. Upon the temple floor I counted to the number of 13 hungry cats. Sometimes they said among themselves, It was the gods that lived here. Sometimes it was men. And now it's cats. So let us enjoy the sun on the hot marble before another people comes. For it was at that hour of a warm afternoon when my fancy is able to hear the silent voices. And the fearful leanness of all those 13 cats moved me to go into a neighboring fish shop, and there to buy a quantity of fishes. Then I returned and threw them all over the railing at the top of the great wall, and they fell for 30 feet, and hit the sacred marble with a smack. Now in any other town but Rome, or in the minds of any other cats, the sight of fishes falling out of heaven had surely excited wonder. They rose slowly, and all stretched themselves. Then they came leisurely towards the fishes. It is only a miracle, they said in their hearts. And the watchers in the gate said, Enter in. Proudly and slowly as they spoke, drew up to them a camel, whose rider sought for entrance to the city. His face shone with the sunset, by which for long he had steered for the city's gate. Of him they demanded toll, whereat he spoke to his camel, and the camel roared and kneeled, and the man descended from him. And the man unwrapped from many silks a box of divers metals wrought by the Japanese, and on the lid of it were figures of men who gazed from some shore at an isle of the inland sea. This he showed to the watchers, and when they had seen it, said, It has seemed to me that these speak to each other thus. Behold now Ujni, the dear one of the sea, the little mother sea that hath no storms. She goeth out from Ujni singing a song, and she returneth singing over her sands. Little is Ujni in the lap of the sea, and scarce to be perceived by wandering ships. White sails have never wafted her legends afar, they are told not by bearded wanderers of the sea. Her fireside tales are known not to the north, the dragons of China have not heard of them, nor those that ride on elephants through Ind. Men tell the tales, and the smoke ariseth upwards, the smoke departeth, and the tales are told. Ujni is not a name among the nations. She is not known of where the merchants meet. She is not spoken of by alien lips. Indeed, but Ujni is little among the isles, yet is she loved by those that know her coasts and her inland places hidden from the sea. Without glory, without fame, and without wealth, Ujni is greatly loved by a little people and by a few. Yet not by few, for all her dead still love her, and oft by night come whispering through her woods. Who could forget Ujni even among the dead? For here in Ujni, wot you, are homes of men and gardens, and golden temples of the gods, and sacred places inshore from the sea, and many murmurous woods. And there is a path that winds over the hills to go into mysterious holy lands, where dance by night the spirits of the woods, or sing unseen in the sunlight. And no one goes into these holy lands, for who that love Ujni would rob her of her mysteries, and the curious aliens come not. Indeed, but we love Ujni, though she is so little. She is the little mother of our race, and the kindly nurse of all seafaring birds. And behold, even now caressing her, the gentle fingers of the mother sea, whose dreams are afar with that old wanderer ocean. And yet, let us forget not Fusiyama, for he stands manifest over clouds and sea, misty below and vague and indistinct, but clear above for all the isles to watch. The ships make all their journeys in his sight, the nights and the days go by him like a wind, the summers and winters under him flicker and fade, the lives of men pass quietly here and hence, and Fusiyama watches there, and knows. And the watchers in the gate said, "Enter in." And I, too, would have told them a tale, very wonderful and very true, one that I had told in many cities, which as yet had no believers. But now the sun had set, and the brief twilight gone, and ghostly silences were rising from far and darkening hills. A stillness hung over that city's gate, and the great silence of the solemn night was more acceptable to the watchers in the gate than any sound of man. Therefore they beckoned to us, and motioned with their hands that we should pass untaxed into the city. And softly we went up over the sand, and between the high rock pillars of the gate, and a deep stillness settled among the watchers, and the stars over them twinkled undisturbed. For how short a while man speaks, and withal how vainly, and for how long he is silent. Only the other day I met a king in Thebes, who had been silent already for 4,000 years. Tantalya. Macedonio Fernandez, Argentinian metaphysicist and humorist, born in Buenos Aires in 1874, died in 1952. His extremely original work, which includes No toda es vigilia de los ojos abiertos, 1928, and Parteles de recién venido, 1930, is distinguished for its intensity and continual inventiveness. The world is of Tantalic inspiration. First moment. The career of a little plant. He is finally convinced that his sentimentality, his capacity for affection, which has long been struggling to recover, is totally exhausted, and in the pain of this discovery ponders and comes to the decision that perhaps caring for a fragile little plant, a minimal life, the most in need of affection, should be the first step in the re-education of his sentimentality. A few days after this meditation and the projects pending, having no inkling of his thoughts, but moved by a vague apprehension she had had of the emotional impoverishment taking place in him, she sent him a gift of a little clover plant. He decided to adopt it to initiate the procedure he had been contemplating. He looked after it enthusiastically for some time, gradually becoming more aware of the infinite care and protection susceptible to a fatal lapse, required to ensure the life of such a weak being, which a cat, a frost, a knock, heat or wind could threaten. He felt intimidated by the possibility of seeing it die one day as a result of the slightest carelessness. But it was not only the fear of losing his beloved's gift. Talking with her, worried just like all those who are passionate, the more so when that passion is flagging, it became an obsession that there was an intertwining of destinies of the life of the plant and their lives, or that of their love. It was she who one day came to tell him that the clover was the symbol of life, of their love. They began to fear that the little plant might die, and that with it one of them might die, and what's more, their love, the only death there is. They saw each other frequently, going over it in conversations, whilst the fear in which they found themselves trapped grew. They then decided to destroy the recognizable identity of the little plant, so that, avoiding the bad omen which killing it would entail, there would be nothing identifiable in the world whose existence their life and love was subordinate, and in so doing ensure that they would never know whether that vegetable existence, which had so uniquely become part of the vicissitudes of a human passion, lived or died. Then they decided at night to lose it in a vast clover field somewhere unfamiliar to them. Second moment. Identity of a clover. But the excitement which had been mounting in him for some time, and the disappointment of both at having had to give up the attempt on which they had embarked to re-educate his sensitivity, and the habit and affection emerging in him as he looked after the little plant, were translated into a covert deed on his return from the mission to forget in the shadows. On the way back, without her noticing for certain, yet feeling a certain anxiety, he bent down and picked another clover. "What are you doing?" "Nothing." They parted at dawn. She somewhat frightened, both of them relieved at no longer seeing themselves dependent on the symbolic life of that little plant, and in both also was the fear that we feel at the point of no return, when we have just created an impossibility, as in this case the impossibility of ever knowing whether it was living, and which one was the little plant which had initially been a gift of love. Third moment. The torturer of a clover. For sundry reasons and afflictions, I find myself enjoying neither the pleasures of the intellect or art, nor sensual pleasures, which are there for the taking. I'm becoming deaf, music having been my greatest pleasure. The long walks amongst the hedgerows are becoming impossible, because of 1,000 details of physiological decadence. And similarly in other ways. This little clover plant has been chosen by me for pain out of a myriad others. Chosen. Poor thing. I'll see if I can create a world of pain for it. I'll see if its innocence and torture become such that something explodes in being, in universality, so that nothingness will claim and achieve total cessation for itself and for the whole, for the world is such that there is not even individual death, a ceasing of the whole or inexorable eternity for everyone. The only intelligible cessation is that of the whole. The idea that he who had once felt should cease to feel, the remaining reality still existing, but he having ceased, is a contradiction in terms, an impossible concept. Chosen amongst millions, it befell you to be so for pain. Not yet. From tomorrow I shall be an artist in pain with you. For 3 days, 60, 70 hours, the summer wind was constant, swinging within a small angle. It came and went from an accent and direction to a small variation of an accent and a direction, and my bedroom door, its swinging limited by its frame, and a chair I placed in its path for this purpose, swung unceasingly, and the shutter of my window also banged unceasingly at the mercy of the wind. 60, 70 hours of the door and shutter giving in minute by minute to their different pressures, and I likewise, sitting or swinging in the swing seat. It's as though I said to myself, this is eternity. It's as though what I was feeling, that recipe of weariness, the senselessness of things, the aimlessness, the feeling of everything being the same, pain, pleasure, cruelty, kindness, spawned the thought of becoming the torturer of a little plant. I'll practice, I repeated to myself, without trying any more to love again, torturing the weakest and most defenseless, the tamest and most vulnerable form of life. I'll be the torturer of this little plant. This is the poor little one chosen from thousands to put up with my creativeness and zeal as a torturer. Because when I wanted to make a clover happy, I had had to give up the attempt and banish it from me under sentence of unrecognizability. The pendulum of my perverted and battered will swung to the other extreme, emerging all of a sudden in a contrary mutation, in dislike, and quickly gave rise to the idea of martyring innocence and isolation in order to obtain the suicide of the cosmos by shame, that so repulsive and cowardly a scene should thrive in its bosom. After all, the cosmos has also created me. I deny death. There could be no death, not even as the occultation of one being for another. When for them all was love, and I don't deny it only as death for its own sake. If there is no death of he who once felt, why should the total cessation of being not exist, annihilation of the whole? You are indeed possible, eternal cessation. In you all those of us who do not believe in death, but who are not satisfied with being, with life, would take refuge. And I believe that desire can come to work directly on the cosmos, without mediation by our bodies, that faith can move mountains. I believe, even though no other being might. I cannot rekindle the lacerating memory of the life of pain I planned, inventing new cruel methods each day to make it suffer without killing it. To skim over the matter, I would place it every day close to, but untouched by the sun's rays, and with the meticulousness of cruelty, push it away as the patch of sunlight advanced. I watered it, just enough to stop it from dying, whilst surrounding it with bowls of water, and I had invented realistic sounds of neighboring rain and drizzle, which never refreshed it. To tempt and not give. The world is a table set with temptation, with infinite obstacles interposed, and no less a variety of impediments than of things offered. The world is of tantalic inspiration, a display of an immense making itself desired, which is called cosmos, or rather temptation. Everything a clover wants and everything a man wants is offered and denied. I also thought, tempt and deny. My internal orders, my tantalism, was to seek out the most exquisite states of torment without harming life, seeking, on the contrary, a fuller life, a more lively and excited sensitivity to suffering. And in this I succeeded, making it tremble from the pain of tantalic deprivation. But I could neither watch it nor touch it. My own actions filled me with disgust. When I pulled it up, that night so black in my spirit, I didn't look towards where it was, and its contact was too odious to me. It would writhe at the sound of rain, the moist freshness always outside its reach. Chosen amongst millions for a martyr's destiny, chosen, poor thing! Oh, your pain would leap over the world. When I pulled you up, you had already been chosen by my yearning to torment. Fourth moment. New smile. The radical intimate formula of what he was doing so wretchedly was the ambition and anxiety of achieving the replacement of the whole by nothingness, of everything that there is, that there was, that is, of all the reality of the material and spiritual. He thought that the cosmos, the real, couldn't survive long, being ashamed to harbor in its midst such a scene of torture inflicted on a member of one of the lower echelons of the weakest and most fragile of life forms, because of the greater power and endowment of the living, man tyrannizing a clover. So that's what the advent of man was about. The irritation of denial of what has been offered can drive the most thoughtful of men to perversity. Thus the cowardly martyrdom, the disgusting satisfaction of the greater power in the treachery towards a minimal life. He conceived of the equal possibility of nothingness and being, and thought a total substitution of the all-being by the all-nothingness plainly intelligible and possible. He, as the highest of life consciousness, as a man, and a man who was exceptionally endowed, was the one who could, in an ultimate refinement of thought, have found the mainspring, the talisman, which could choose the option of being for nothingness, option or replacement, or pushing out of being by nothingness. Because truly, tell me if I'm mistaken, isn't it true that there is no mental element which can decide that nothingness or being differ in the possibility of being in some degree? Is it not entirely possible that nothingness should exist instead of being? This is true, evident, because the world is or is not. But if it is causalistic, and thus Its cessation, its not being, is causable. Although the mainspring thought doesn't determine the cessation of being, perhaps another might determine it. If the existence of the world or nothingness are absolutely equally possible, in this equilibrium or balance of being and nothingness, a wisp, a dewdrop, a sigh, a desire, an idea, could be capable of pushing the alternative to a world of non-being from a world of being. One day the savior of being would come. I comment and theorize on what he did, but I am not he. But she came one day. Tell me, what did you do that night? Because I heard the dampened sound of a little plant being uprooted, the sound of the earth muffling, the pulling up of a tender root. Is that what I heard? But he felt he was once more in his element after a long pilgrimage in search of the answer, and he burst into tears in her arms, and loved her once more, immensely as before. They were tears which hadn't been shed for 10 or 12 years, which swelled his heart, which had made him want to blow up the world. And as he was reminded of the little scream, the humbling murmur of vegetable pain, of a torn rootlet, that was it, what his nature needed, so that tears overflowing should rinse his entire being, and return him to the days of his abundance of love. The suffocated scream of a suffering root in the earth, just as all reality was able to decide towards non-being, was able to change his entire inner life. I believe in it, and what the whole world believes is much more than I say I believe in. Who is judged by their beliefs? Therefore don't accuse me of an absurd rashness in belief. Any woman believes that the life of her beloved can depend on the wilting of the carnation she gave him, if her beloved forgets to put water in the glass she once gave him. Every mother believes that her son who leaves with her blessing departs protected from evil. Every woman believes that what she prays for fervently can overcome fate. Everything is possible is my belief. Thus I believe it. I am not deceived by the swollen verbiage of the placid ideology of many metaphysicians, with their opinions founded on opinions. An event which drives one mad with humiliation, with horror, the secret, the being mystery, the martyrdom of vegetable innocence for the maximum personalization of consciousness. Man for extreme non-mechanical power. I believe such an event, without need of proof, merely conceived by human consciousness, can edge towards non-being, everything that is. It is conceived. Therefore cessation is potentially caused. We can await it. But the miraculous recreation of love, conceived at the same time by the author, will perhaps battle with cessation, or triumph later after the realization of non-being. In truth, the psychological continuum of conscience is a series of cessations and recreations rather than a continuum. I have seen them love each other once again, but I cannot watch him or listen to him without experiencing sudden dread. I wish he had never made his terrible confession to me. Eternal Life. James George Fraser, British social anthropologist, born in Glasgow in 1854, died in 1941. His major work is The Golden Bough, 1890 to 1915. He also wrote The Devil's Advocate, A Plea for Superstition, 1909, and Totemism and Exogamy, 1910. A fourth story, taken down near Oltenburg in Holstein, tells of a jolly dame that ate and drank and lived right merrily, and had all that heart would desire, and she wished to live always. For the first 100 years all went well, but after that she began to shrink and shrivel up, till at last she could neither walk, nor stand, nor eat, nor drink. But die she could not. At first they fed her as if she were a little child, but when she grew smaller and smaller they put her in a glass bottle and hung her up in the church. And there she still hangs, in the church of St. Mary at Lübeck. She is as small as a mouse, but once a year she stirs. A secure home. Elena Garro, Mexican writer, born in Puebla. Her books include the volume of comedies Un Hogar Sólido and the novel Los Recuerdos del Porvenir, 1963. Clemente, aged 60. Doña Gertrudis, aged 40. Mamá Jesucita, aged 80. Catalina, aged 5. Vicente Mejia, aged 28. Muni, aged 28. Eva, a foreigner, aged 20. Lydia, aged 32. Interior of a small room with stone walls and ceiling. There are no windows or doors. To the left, built into the wall, and also of stone, some bunks. In one of them, Mamá Jesucita, wearing a lace nightdress and lace sleeping cap. The scene is very dark. Voice of Doña Gertrudis. Clemente, Clemente, I hear footsteps. Voice of Clemente. You're always hearing footsteps. Why are women so impatient? Always anticipating what's going to happen, prophesying disasters. Voice of Doña Gertrudis. Well, I can hear them. Voice of Clemente. No, woman, you're always mistaken. You get carried away by your nostalgia for catastrophes. Voice of Doña Gertrudis. That's true, but this time I'm not mistaken. Voice of Catalina. There are lots of feet, Gertrudis. Catita emerges in a white dress, as worn around 1865, little black boots and a coral necklace around her neck. Her hair is pulled to the nape of her neck with a red bow. Goody, goody, tra-la-la, tra-la-la. Catita jumps and claps her hands. Doña Gertrudis, appearing in a pink 1930s dress. Children don't make mistakes. Isn't it true, Aunt Catalina, that somebody's coming? Catalina. Yes, I know. I knew ever since they first came. I was so scared here, all alone. Clemente. He appears in a black suit and white cuffs. I think they're right. Gertrudis! Gertrudis! Help me find my metacarpi. I'm always losing them, and I can't shake hands without them. Vicente Mejia. Appearing, dressed as a Juarez partisan. You've read too much, Don Clemente. That's where the bad habit of forgetting things comes from. Look at me, complete in my uniform, always ready for any arrival. Mamá Jesucita, straightening herself in her bunk and poking out her head, covered with a lace sleeping cap. Catita is right. The footsteps are approaching. She puts one hand behind her ear as though listening. The first ones have stopped, unless something awful has happened to the Ramirezes. This neighborhood has already disappointed us several times. Catalina jumping. You go to sleep, Jesucita. All you like doing is sleeping. Sleep, sleep, the cockerel's crowing in San Agustin. Is the bread done? Mamá Jesucita. And what do you expect me to do? They left me in my nightdress. Clemente. Don't complain, Doña Jesus. We think that out of respect. Mamá Jesucita. Out of respect? And out of respect, such lack of respect? Gertrudis. Had I been there, mother, but what did you expect the girls and Clemente to do? Above we hear many footsteps. They stop. The sound of footsteps returns. Mamá Jesucita. Catita, come here and polish my forehead. I want it to shine like the pole star. Blessed was the time when I ran around the house like lightning, sweeping, shaking the dust which fell on the piano in deceitful torrents of gold. Later, when everything shone like a comet, to break the ice of my cubes, left out in the open, and bathe with the water full of winter stars. Do you remember, Gertrudis? That was living, surrounded by my children, straight and clean as slate pencils. Gertrudis. Yes, mother. And I also remember the little burnt cork you would use to paint rings under the eyes, and the lemons you used to eat so that your blood would become water, and those evenings when you would go with father to the Teatro de los Héroes. How pretty you looked with your fan and your earrings on. Mamá Jesucita.
You see, child, life is so short. Every time I got to the box—
Clemente, interrupting.
For pity's sake, now I can't find my femur.
Mamma Jesucita.
How inconsiderate, interrupting a lady.
Catita, meanwhile, has been helping Jesucita to fix her cap. Vincente.
I saw Catita playing the trumpet with it.
Gertrudis.
And Catalina, where have you left Clemente's femur?
Catalina.
Jesucita, Jesucita, they want to take my trumpet away from me.
Mamma Jesucita.
Gertrudis, leave that child alone. And as to you, I say, worse than my child being ill is what it has done to her will.
Gertrudis.
But, mother, be fair, it's Clemente's femur.
Catalina.
You're horrid mean. I'll hit you. It's not his femur. It's my sugar trumpet.
Clemente, to Gertrudis.
Perhaps she's eaten it. Your aunt is unbearable.
Gertrudis.
I don't know, Clemente. She lost my broken collarbone for me. She loved the whitewashed trails left by the scar. And it was my favorite bone. It reminded me of the doors of my house, surrounded by heliotrope. I told you I fell, didn't I? We'd been to the circus the night before. The whole of Chihuahua was there to see Ricardo Bell. Suddenly a tightrope walker came out, looking like a butterfly, and I never forgot her.
We hear a bang above, and Gertrudis interrupts herself.
Gertrudis, continuing.
In the morning I went to the brambles, to dance on one foot, because all night long I dreamt I was her. Above we hear a louder bang.
Gertrudis.
Of course, I didn't know I had bones. As a child one doesn't know anything. Since I broke it, I always say it was the first bone I had. Life's full of surprises. The bangs follow more rapidly. Vicente, smoothing his moustache.
No doubt. Somebody's coming. We have visitors.
He sings, As night casts its shadow, the moon glitters, and in the lagoon the kingfisher sings. Mamma Jesucita.
Be quiet, Vicente. It's not the time to sing. Look at those intrusive people. In my day, people said they would be coming before dropping in for a visit. There was more respect. Let's see who they bring us now. One of those strangers who married the girls. God strikes down the humble, as poor old Ramon used to say, God rest his soul.
Vicente.
You haven't changed for the better, Jesucita. You find fault with everything. You used to be so cheerful. The only thing you enjoyed doing was dancing polkas.
He hums Jesucita in Chihuahua and dances a few steps.
Do you remember how we used to dance at that carnival?
He carries on dancing.
Your pink dress whirled around and around, and your neck was very close to my mouth.
Mamma Jesucita.
For goodness sake, Cousin Vicente, don't remind me of those silly things.
Vicente, laughing.
What would Ramon say now? He's so jealous, and you and me here together, whilst he rots alone in Dolores' Pantheon?
Gertrudis.
Uncle Vicente, be quiet. You'll be upsetting her.
Clemente, alarmed.
I've already explained to you, Doña Jesus, that at the time we had no money to move him.
Mamma Jesucita.
And the girls, what are they waiting for to bring him? Don't give me any explanations. You always were lacking in tact.
We hear a louder bang. Catalina.
I saw light.
A ray of light comes in.
I saw a saber. St. Michael is coming to visit us again. Look at his spear.
Vicente.
Are we all here? Well then, fall in and we will arise.
Clemente.
Mooney and my sister-in-law are missing.
Mamma Jesucita.
You foreigners are always wandering off.
Gertrudis.
Mooney, Mooney, somebody's coming. Perhaps it's one of your cousins. Don't you like it, son? You can play and laugh with them again. Let's see if it dispels your gloom.
Eva appears, foreign, fair-haired, tall, sad, very young, in a 1920s traveling dress. Eva.
Mooney was around a moment ago. Mooney, my son, can you hear that beating? That's how the sea beats against the rocks of my house. None of you knew it. It was on a rock tall as a wave. Beaten by the winds which rocked us at night, swirls of salt covered its windows with sea stars. The whitewash in the kitchen became golden with my father's sunny hands. At night the creatures of the wind, The sea, fire, salt, came in through the chimney, curled up in the flames, sang in the drips in the basins. Plink, plonk, plink, 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 plonk. And the iodine spread around the house like sleep. A shiny dolphin's tail heralded the day, like that, with a cascade of scales and coral.
Eva, on saying the last phrase, raises her arm and points to the flood of light entering the crypt. Above, the first stone slab is removed. The room is bathed in sunlight. The luxurious dresses are dusty and the faces pale. The little girl, Catalina, jumps with delight. Catalina.
Look, Jesucita, somebody's coming. Who's bringing him, Jesucita? Doña Difteria or Saint Michael?
Mamá Jesucita.
Wait, child, we'll see.
Catalina.
Doña Difteria brought me. Do you remember her? She had fingers of cotton wool and didn't let me breathe. Did she frighten you, Jesucita?
Mamá Jesucita.
Yes, sister. I remember they took you away, and the patio of the house was covered in purple petals. Mother cried a lot, and we girls, too.
Catalina.
Silly. You didn't know you'd be coming to play with me? That day St. Michael sat next to me, and with his spear of fire he wrote it in the sky of my house. I couldn't read, and I read it. And was the Mrs. Simpson's school pretty?
Mamá Jesucita.
Very pretty, Catita. Mother sent us with black bows, and you could no longer go.
Catalina.
And did you learn how to spell? That's what Mother was going to send me there for. And since...
Muni. He enters in pajamas, his face blue, with fair hair.
Who could it be?
Above, through the piece of vault open to the sky, we can see the feet of a woman suspended in a circle of light. Gertrudis.
Clemente, Clemente, those are Lydia's feet. How lovely, my child, how lovely that you've died so soon.
Everyone is quiet. Lydia starts her descent, suspended by ropes. She comes upright, with a white dress, her arms crossed over her chest, her fingers making a cross, head bent and eyes closed.
Catalina. Who's Lydia?
Muni. Lydia? She's the daughter of Uncle Clemente and Aunt Gertrudis, Catita. He caresses the girl. Mamá Jesucita.
That's all we needed. Now we have the whole set of grandchildren. What a lot of small fry. What's with the crematorium? Isn't that more modern? I thought it was at least more hygienic.
Catalina.
Isn't it true, Jesucita, that Lydia isn't real?
Mamá Jesucita.
If only it were, child. Here there is room for everyone except poor old Ramon.
Eva. How she's grown. When I came she was as small as Muni. Lydia remains standing in their midst as they watch her. Then she opens her eyes. Lydia.
Father.
She hugs him.
Mother. Muni.
She hugs them. Gertrudis. You look very well, child. Lydia.
And grandmother.
Clemente. She couldn't get up. Do you remember we made the mistake of burying her in her nightdress? Mamá Jesucita.
Yes, Lily. Here I am lying down forever and ever.
Gertrudis. My mother's ideas. You know, Lily, how composed she always was. Mamá Jesucita.
The worst thing would be, child, to appear like this before our Lord God. Don't you think it's wicked? Why didn't you think of bringing me a dress? That gray one with the brocade ruffles and the little bunch of violets? But nobody remembers old people.
Catalina.
When St. Michael comes to see us, she hides.
Lydia.
And who are you, darling?
Catalina.
Catita.
Lydia.
Ah, of course. We had her on the piano. Now she's in Evita's house. How sad when we saw her so melancholic, painted in her white dress. I'd forgotten she was here.
Vicente. And aren't you pleased to meet me, niece? Lydia.
Uncle Vicente! We also had you in the lounge in uniform, and your medal was in a little red velvet box.
Eva.
And don't you remember your Aunt Eva?
Lydia.
Aunt Eva. Yes, I can just remember you, with your fair hair in the sun, and I remember your purple parasol, and your pale face under its lights, like that of a beautiful drowned woman. and your empty chair rocking to the rhythm of your song after you had gone.
A voice erupts from the circle of light. A speech. Voice. The generous earth of our beloved Mexico opens its arms to give you loving shelter. Virtuous lady, most exemplary mother, model wife, you leave an irremediable void.
Mamá Jesucita. Who's talking to you with such familiarity?
Lydia.
It's Don Gregorio de la Huerta y Ramirez Puente, president of the Society for the Blind.
Vicente. What madness! And what are so many blind people doing together?
Mamá Jesucita. But why does he treat you so familiarly?
Gertrudis.
It's the fashion, Mother, to talk familiarly to the dead.
Voice. Most cruel loss, whose absence we shall grieve with growing sorrow with the passage of time. You deprive us of your overwhelming charm, and you also leave a secure Christian home in the most pitiless orphanhood. Let homes tremble before the merciless Parsi.
Clemente.
Good God! Is that idiot still around?
Mamá Jesucita.
What's no good thrives.
Lydia. Yes, and now she's chair of the bank, of the Knights of Columbus, of the flag, and of Mother's Day.
Voice. Only unshakable faith, Christian resignation and compassion.
Catalina. Don Hilario always says the same thing.
Mamá Jesucita.
It's not Don Hilario, Catita. Don Hilario died a mere 67 years ago.
Catalina, without hearing her.
When they brought me here, he said, "A little angel has flown," and it wasn't true. I was down here alone, very frightened. Isn't that right, Vicente? Isn't it true that I don't tell lies?
Vicente. You're telling me. I arrived here, still dazed by the flashes, with open wounds, and... What do I see? Catita crying. I want to see my mummy. I want to see my mummy. What a battle this child gave me. I tell you, I even missed the French... Voice. Requiescat in pace. They begin to replace the stone slabs. The scene gradually darkens.
Catalina. We were alone a long time, weren't we, Vicente? We didn't know what was happening. Why, nobody ever came back again.
Mamá Jesucita.
I've told you already, Catita. We went to Mexico. Then there was the revolution.
Catalina.
Until one day Eva arrived. You said, Vicente, that she was a foreigner because we didn't know her.
Vicente. The situation was rather strained, and Eva didn't say a word to us.
Eva. I felt intimidated, and I was thinking of Muni and my house. Everything was so quiet here.
Silence. They replaced the last slab. Lydia. And now what do we do? Clemente. Wait.
Lydia. Still wait?
Gertrudis.
Yes, child, you'll see.
Eva.
You'll see everything you want to see, except your house with its white pine table, and the waves in the windows, and the boat sails.
Muni. Aren't you happy, Lily?
Lydia. Yes, Muni, especially seeing you. When I saw you lying that night in the yard of the police station, with that smell of urine coming from broken slabs, and you sleeping on the bunk amongst the policemen's feet, your pajamas crumpled and your face blue, I asked myself, why?
Catalina.
So did I, Lily. I had never seen a blue dead body. Jesucita told me later that cyanide has many brushes, and only one tube of paint, blue.
Mamá Jesucita.
Leave the lad alone. Blue suits fair people very well.
Muni. Why, Cousin Lily? Haven't you seen stray dogs wandering forever along the pavement, looking for bones in butcher shops, full of flies, and the butcher, with his fingers soaked in blood from chopping so much meat? Well, I didn't want to walk along any more grim pavements looking for a bone amongst the blood, nor to see the corners, props for drunks, places where dogs pee. I wanted a joyful city, full of suns and moons, a secure city, like the house we had as children, with a sun at each door, a moon for each window, and planets in the rooms. Do you remember it, Lily? It had a labyrinth of laughter. Its kitchen was a crossroads, its garden the bed of all rivers,
And the whole of it, the birth of nations.
Lydia.
A secure home, Mooney. That's exactly what I wanted. And you know, they took me to a strange house, and I found nothing there but clocks and some eyes without eyelids, which watched for years. I polished the floors in order not to see the thousands of dead words the maids swept in the mornings. They polished the mirrors to drive away our hostile looks. I was expecting that one morning the loving image would arise from its quicksilver. I would open books in order to open up avenues in that circular inferno. I embroidered serviettes with intertwined initials to find the unbreakable magic thread which makes two names one.
Mooney. I know, Lily. Lydia.
But everything was in vain. The angry eyes never stopped looking at me. If I could find the spider which lived in my house, I would say to myself, with its invisible thread linking flower to light, apple to perfume, woman to man, I would sew beautiful eyelids onto these eyes, which would look at me, and this house would enter the solar order. Each balcony would be a different country. Its furniture would flower, sprinklers would sprout from its glasses, from the sheets, magic carpets to travel through a dream, from my children's hands, castles, flags, and battles. But I couldn't find the thread, Mooney.
Mooney. You told me at the police station, in that strange yard far away forever from that other yard, in whose sky a bell tower told us the hours we had left to play.
Lydia. Yes, Mooney, and in you I kept the last day we were children. Afterwards there was only one.
Lydia sitting facing the wall, waiting.
Mooney. I couldn't grow either, live on the corners. I wanted my house.
Eva.
So did I, Mooney, my son. I wanted a secure home, so secure that the sea could beat against it every night, bang, bang, and it would laugh with the laughter of my father, full of fishes and nets.
Clemente. Lily, aren't you happy? You'll find the thread, and you'll find the spider. Now your house is the center of the sun, the heart of every star, the root of every grass, the most secure point of every rock.
Mooney. Yes, Lily. You don't know it yet, but suddenly you don't need a house, nor do you need a river. We shall not swim in mescal. We shall be mescal.
Gertrudis.
Sometimes you'll feel very cold, and you'll be the snow falling in an unfamiliar city, onto gray roofs and red caps.
Catalina.
What I like most is to be a sweet in a little girl's mouth, or a gold thistle to make those who read by a window cry.
Mooney. Don't worry when your eyes begin to disappear, because then you'll be all the eyes of the dogs looking at absurd feet. Mamá Jesucita.
Oh, I hope you never have to be the blind eyes of a blind fish in the deepest sea. You don't know what a terrible feeling it gave me. It was like seeing and not seeing.
Catalina, laughing and clapping.
You also got very scared when you were the worm going in and out of your mouth.
Vicente. For me, the worst thing was being the murderer's dagger.
Mamá Jesucita.
Now the rats will come back. Don't scream when you yourself scurry across your own face.
Clemente. Don't tell her that, you'll scare her. It's frightening learning to be all those things. Gertrudis. Especially since you barely learned to be a man in the world.
Lydia. And could I be a pine tree with a spider's nest, and build a secure home?
Clemente. Of course, and you'll be the pine tree and the steps and the fire.
Lydia. And then?
Mamá Jesucita.
Then God will call us to his bosom.
Clemente. After you've learned to be everything, St. Michael's spear will appear, center of the universe, and under its light will emerge the divine host of angels, and we will enter the celestial order.
Mooney. I want to be the fold in an angel's tunic.
Mamá Jesucita.
Your color would go very well. It'll give some beautiful reflections. And what will I do encased in this nightdress?
Catalina. I want to be God the Father's index finger.
Everyone in chorus. Child!
Eva. And I, a wave splattered with salt, transformed into a cloud.
Lydia.
And I, the virgin seamstress's fingers, embroidering.
Gertrudis.
And I the music from Saint Cecilia's harp.
Vicente.
And I the fury of Saint Gabriel's sword.
Clemente.
And I a particle of Saint Peter's stone.
Catalina. And I the window which looks out on the world. Mamá Jesucita.
There will be no more world, Catita, because we'll be all these things after the last judgment.
Catalina, crying. There'll be no more world? And when am I going to see it? I haven't seen anything. I haven't even learned how to spell. I want there to be a world.
Vicente.
See it now, Catita. In the distance we hear a trumpet.
Mamá Jesucita.
Jesus, Virgin, most pure, the trumpet of the last judgment, and me in my nightdress. Forgive me, Lord, this immodesty.
Lydia.
No, Granny, it's the curfew. There's a barracks next to the Pantheon.
Mamá Jesucita. Ah, yes, they've told me before, and I always forget. Whoever thought of putting a barracks so close to us? What a government! It's so confusing.
Vicente.
The curfew? I'm off. I'm the wind which opens all the doors I never opened, which climbs in a whirlwind the steps I never climbed, which runs through the streets new to my officer's uniform, and lifts the skirts of beautiful unknown women. Ah, freshness!
He disappears.
Mamá Jesucita. Rascal!
Clemente.
Ah, rain on water!
He disappears.
Muni. Can you hear that? A dog is howling. Ah, melancholy!
He disappears.
Catalina. The table at which 9 children are eating. I'm the game.
She disappears.
Mamá Jesucita. The fresh heart of a lettuce.
She disappears.
Eva. Lightning sinking into the Black Sea.
She disappears.
Lydia. A secure home. That's what I am. The slabs of my tomb.
She disappears. The Man Who Did Not Believe in Miracles. Ju Fu-Tze, who didn't believe in miracles, died. His son-in-law was watching over him. At dawn, the coffin rose up of its own accord and hung noiselessly in the air, 2 feet from the ground. The pious son-in-law was terrified.
"Oh, venerable father-in-law," he begged, "don't destroy my faith that miracles are possible."
At that point the coffin descended slowly, and the son-in-law regained his faith. Herbert A. Giles. Earth's Holocaust. Nathaniel Hawthorne, 1804 to 1864, came from an old Puritan family, and won acclaim for his sketches of New England life and his novel The Scarlet Letter, 1850. He also wrote many imaginative stories, such as Wakefield and Mr. Higginbotham's Catastrophe, which were enormously influential in the history of American writing. Once upon a time, but whether in the time past or time to come is a matter of little or no moment, this wide world had become so overburdened with an accumulation of worn-out trumpery that the inhabitants determined to rid themselves of it by a general bonfire. The site fixed upon at the representation of the insurance companies, and as being as central a spot as any other on the globe, was one of the broadest prairies of the West, where no human habitation would be endangered by the flames, and where a vast assemblage of spectators might commodiously admire the show. Having a taste for sights of this kind, and imagining likewise that the illumination of the bonfire might reveal some profundity of moral truth heretofore hidden in mist or darkness, I made it convenient to journey thither and be present. At my arrival, although the heap of condemned rubbish was as yet comparatively small, the torch had already been applied. Amid that boundless plain in the dusk of the evening, like a far-off star alone in the firmament, there was merely visible one tremulous gleam, whence none could have anticipated so fierce a blaze as was destined to ensue. With every moment, however, there came foot-travelers, women holding up their aprons, men on horseback, wheelbarrows, lumbering baggage wagons, and other vehicles great and small, and from far and near laden with articles that were judged fit for nothing but to be burned. "What materials have been used to kindle the flame?" inquired I of a bystander, for I was desirous of knowing the whole process of the affair from beginning to end. The person whom I addressed was a grave man, 50 years old or thereabout, who had evidently come thither as a looker-on. He struck me immediately as having weighed for himself the true value of life and its circumstances, and therefore as feeling little personal interest in whatever judgment the world might form of them. Before answering my question, he looked me in the face by the kindling light of the fire. "Oh, some very dry combustibles," replied he, "and extremely suitable to the purpose. No other, in fact, than yesterday's newspapers, last month's magazines, and last year's withered leaves. Here now comes some antiquated trash that will take fire like a handful of shavings." As he spoke, some rough-looking men advanced to the verge of the bonfire and threw in, as it appeared, all the rubbish of the herald's office, the blazonry of coat-armour, the crests and devices of illustrious families, pedigrees that extended back like lines of light into the mist of the dark ages, together with stars, garters, and embroidered collars, each of which, as paltry a bauble as it might appear to the uninstructed eye, had once possessed vast significance, and was still in truth reckoned among the most precious of moral or material facts by the worshippers of the gorgeous past. Mingled with this confused heap, which was tossed into the flames by armfuls at once, were innumerable badges of knighthood, comprising those of all the European sovereignties, and Napoleon's decoration of the Legion of Honor, the ribbons of which were entangled with those of the ancient Order of St. Louis. There, too, were the medals of our own Society of Cincinnati, by means of which, as history tells us, an order of hereditary knights came near being constituted out of the king-quellers of the Revolution. And besides, there were the patents of nobility of German counts and barons, Spanish grandees and English peers, from the worm-eaten instruments signed by William the Conqueror down to the brand-new parchment of the latest lord who has received his honours from the fair hand of Victoria. At sight of the dense volumes of smoke, mingled with vivid jets of flame, that gushed and eddied forth from this immense pile of earthy distinctions, the multitude of plebeian spectators set up a joyous shout, and clapped their hands with an emphasis that made the welkin echo. That was their moment of triumph, achieved after long ages over creatures of the same clay and the same spiritual infirmities, who had dared to assume the privileges due only to heaven's better workmanship. But now there rushed towards the blazing heap a grey-haired man of stately presence, wearing a coat, from the breast of which a star, or rather badge of rank, seemed to have been forcibly wrenched away. He had not the tokens of intellectual power in his face, but still there was the demeanour, the habitual and almost native dignity, of one who had been born to the idea of his own social superiority, and had never felt it questioned till that moment. "People," cried he, gazing at the ruin of what was dearest to his eyes with grief and wonder, but nevertheless with a degree of stateliness, "people, what have you done? This fire is consuming all that marked your advance from barbarism, or that could have prevented your relapse thither. We, the men of the privileged orders, were those who kept alive from age to age the old chivalrous spirit, the gentle and generous thought, the higher, the purer, the more refined and delicate life. With the nobles, too, you cast off the poet, the painter, the sculptor, all the beautiful arts, for we were their patrons, and created the atmosphere in which they flourish. In abolishing the majestic distinctions of rank, society loses not only its grace, but its steadfastness." More he would doubtless have spoken, but here there arose an outcry, sportive, contemptuous, and indignant, that altogether drowned the appeal of the fallen nobleman, insomuch that, casting one look of despair at his own half-burned pedigree, he shrunk back into the crowd, glad to shelter himself under his new-found insignificance. "Let him thank his stars that we have not flung him into the same fire," shouted a rude figure, spurning the embers with his foot. "And henceforth let no man dare to show a piece of musty parchment as his warrant for lording it over his fellows. If he have strength of arm, well and good. It is one species of superiority.
If he have wit, wisdom, courage, force of character, let these attributes do for him what they may. But from this day forward no mortal must hope for place and consideration by reckoning up the mouldy bones of his ancestors. That nonsense is done away." "And in good time," remarked the grave observer by my side, in a low voice, however, "if no worse nonsense comes in its place. But at all events, this species of nonsense has fairly lived out its life." There was little space to muse or moralize over the embers of this time-honored rubbish, for before it was half burned out, there came another multitude from beyond the sea, bearing the purple robes of royalty, and the crowns, globes, and sceptres of emperors and kings. All these had been condemned as useless baubles, playthings at best, fit only for the infancy of the world, or rods to govern and chastise it in its nonage, but with which universal manhood, at its full-grown stature, could no longer brook to be insulted. Into such contempt had these insignia now fallen, that the gilded crown and tinselled robes of the player-king from Drury Lane Theatre had been thrown in among the rest, doubtless as a mockery of his brother monarchs on the great stage of the world. It was a strange sight to discern the crown jewels of England glowing and flashing in the midst of the fire. Some of them had been delivered down from the time of the Saxon princes. Others were purchased with vast revenues, or perchance ravished from the dead brows of the native potentates of Hindustan, and the whole now blazed with a dazzling lustre, as if a star had fallen in that spot and been shattered into fragments. The splendor of the ruined monarchy had no reflection save in those inestimable precious stones. But enough on this subject. It were but tedious to describe how the Emperor of Austria's mantle was converted to tinder, and how the posts and pillars of the French throne became a heap of coals, which it was impossible to distinguish from those of any other wood. Let me add, however, that I noticed one of the exiled Poles stirring up the bonfire with the Tsar of Russia's sceptre, which he afterwards flung into the flames. "The smell of singed garments is quite intolerable here," observed my new acquaintance, as the breeze enveloped us in the smoke of a royal wardrobe. "Let us get to windward, and see what they are doing on the other side of the bonfire." We accordingly passed around, and were just in time to witness the arrival of a vast procession of Washingtonians, as the votaries of temperance call themselves nowadays, accompanied by thousands of the Irish disciples of Father Matthew, with that great apostle at their head. They brought a rich contribution to the bonfire, being nothing less than all the hogsheads and barrels of liquor in the world, which they rolled before them across the prairie. "Now, my children," cried Father Matthew, when they reached the verge of the fire, "one shove more and the work is done, and now let us stand off and see Satan deal with his own liquor." Accordingly, having placed their wooden vessels within reach of the flames, the procession stood off at a safe distance, and soon beheld them burst into a blaze that reached the clouds and threatened to set the sky itself on fire. And well it might, for here was the whole world's stock of spirituous liquors, which, instead of kindling a frenzied light in the eyes of individual topers as of yore, soared upwards with a bewildering gleam that startled all mankind. It was the aggregate of that fierce fire which would otherwise have scorched the hearts of millions. Meantime, numberless bottles of precious wine were flung into the blaze, which lapped up the contents as if it loved them, and grew, like other drunkards, the merrier and fiercer for what it quaffed. Never again will the insatiable thirst of the fire-fiend be so pampered. Here were the treasures of famous bon vivants, liquors that had been tossed on ocean, and mellowed in the sun, and hoarded long in the recesses of the earth. The pale, the gold, the ruddy juice of whatever vineyards were most delicate, the entire vintage of Tokay, all mingling in one stream with the vile fluids of the common pothouse, and contributing to heighten the selfsame blaze. And while it rose in a gigantic spire that seemed to wave against the arch of the firmament and combine itself with the light of the stars, the multitude gave a shout, as if the broad earth were exulting in its deliverance from the curse of ages. But the joy was not universal. Many deemed that human life would be gloomier than ever when that brief illumination should sink down. While the reformers were at work,
I overheard muttered expostulations from several respectable gentlemen with red noses and wearing gouty shoes, and a ragged worthy, whose face looked like a hearth where the fire is burned out, now expressed his discontent more openly and boldly.
"What is this world good for?" said the last toper, "now that we can never be jolly any more? What is to comfort the poor man in sorrow and perplexity? How is he to keep his heart warm against the cold winds of this cheerless earth? And what do you propose to give him in exchange for the solace that you take away? How are old friends to sit together by the fireside without a cheerful glass between them? A plague upon your reformation! It is a sad world, a cold world, a selfish world, a low world, not worth an honest fellow's living in, now that good fellowship is gone forever."
This harangue excited great mirth among the bystanders, but, preposterous as was the sentiment, I could not help commiserating the forlorn condition of the last toper, whose boon companions had dwindled away from his side, leaving the poor fellow without a soul to countenance him in sipping his liquor, nor indeed any liquor to sip. Not that this was the true state of the case, for I had observed him at a critical moment filch a bottle of fourth-proof brandy that fell beside the bonfire and hide it in his pocket. The spirituous and fermented liquors being thus disposed of, the zeal of the reformers next induced them to replenish the fire with all the boxes of tea and bags of coffee in the world. And now came the planters of Virginia, bringing their crops and tobacco. These, being cast upon the heap of inutility, aggregated it to the size of a mountain, and incensed the atmosphere with such potent fragrance that methought we should never draw pure breath again. The present sacrifice seemed to startle the lovers of the weed more than any that they had hitherto witnessed.
"Well, they've put my pipe out,"
said an old gentleman, flinging it into the flames in a pet.
"What is this world coming to? Everything rich and racy, all the spice of life is to be condemned as useless? Now that they have kindled the bonfire, if these nonsensical reformers would fling themselves into it, all would be well enough."
"Be patient," responded a staunch conservative. "It will come to that in the end. They will first fling us in and finally themselves." From the general and systematic measures of reform, I now turn to consider the individual contributions to this memorable bonfire. In many instances, these were of a very amusing character. One poor fellow threw in his empty purse, and another a bundle of counterfeit or insolvable banknotes. Fashionable ladies threw in their last season's bonnets, together with heaps of ribbons, yellow lace, and such other half-worn milliner's wear, all of which proved even more evanescent in the fire than it had been in the fashion. A multitude of lovers of both sexes, discarded maids or bachelors, and couples mutually weary of one another, tossed in bundles of perfumed letters and enamoured sonnets. A hack politician, being deprived of bread by the loss of office, threw in his teeth, which happened to be false ones. The Reverend Sidney Smith, having voyaged across the Atlantic for that sole purpose, came up to the bonfire with a bitter grin and threw in certain repudiated bonds, fortified though they were with the broad seal of a sovereign state. A little boy of 5 years old, in the premature manliness of the present epoch, threw in his playthings, a college graduate his diploma, an apothecary ruined by the spread of homeopathy his whole stock of drugs and medicines, a physician his library, a parson his old sermons, and a fine gentleman of the old school his code of manners, which he had formerly written down for the benefit of the next generation. A widow, resolving on a second marriage, slyly threw in her dead husband's miniature. A young man, jilted by his mistress, would willingly have flung his own desperate heart into the flames, but could find no means to wrench it out of his bosom. An American author, whose works were neglected by the public, threw his pen and paper into the bonfire, and betook himself to some less discouraging occupation. It somewhat startled me to overhear a number of ladies, highly respectable in appearance, proposing to fling their gowns and petticoats into the flames, and assume the garb, together with the manners, duties, offices, and responsibilities of the opposite sex. What favour was accorded to this scheme I am unable to say, my attention being suddenly drawn to a poor, deceived, and half-delirious girl, who, exclaiming that she was the most worthless thing alive or dead, attempted to cast herself into the fire, amid all that wrecked and broken trumpery of the world. A good man, however, ran to her rescue. "Patience, my poor girl," said he, as he drew her back from the fierce embrace of the destroying angel. "Be patient and abide heaven's will. So long as you possess a living soul, all may be restored to its first freshness. These things of matter and creation of human fantasy are fit for nothing but to be burned when once they have had their day. But your day is eternity." "Yes," said the wretched girl, whose frenzy seemed now to have sunk down into deep despondency. "Yes, and the sunshine is blotted out of it." It was now rumored among the spectators that all the weapons and munitions of war were to be thrown into the bonfire, with the exception of the world's stock of gunpowder, which, as the safest mode of disposing of it, had already been drowned in the sea. This intelligence seemed to awaken great diversity of opinion. The hopeful philanthropist esteemed it a token that the millennium was already come, while persons of another stamp, in whose view mankind was a breed of bulldogs, prophesied that all the old stoutness, fervor, nobleness, generosity, and magnanimity of the race would disappear, these qualities, as they affirmed, requiring blood for their nourishment. They comforted themselves, however, in the belief that the proposed abolition of war was impracticable for any length of time together. Be that as it might, numberless great guns, whose thunder had long been the voice of battle, the artillery of the Armada, the battering trains of Marlborough, and the adverse cannon of Napoleon and Wellington, were trundled into the midst of the fire. By the continual addition of dry combustibles, it had now waxed so intense that neither brass nor iron could withstand it. It was wonderful to behold how these terrible instruments of slaughter melted away like playthings of wax. Then the armies of the earth wheeled around the mighty furnace, with their military music playing triumphant marches, and flung in their muskets and swords. The standard-bearers likewise cast one look upward at their banners, all tattered with shot holes, and inscribed with the names of victorious fields, and giving them a last flourish on the breeze, they lowered them into the flame, which snatched them upward in its rush towards the clouds. This ceremony being over, the world was left without a single weapon in its hands, except possibly a few old king's arms and rusty swords, and other trophies of the Revolution in some of our state armories. And now the drums were beaten and the trumpets brayed all together, as a prelude to the proclamation of universal and eternal peace, and the announcement that glory was no longer to be won by blood, but that it would henceforth be the contention of the human race to work out the greatest mutual good, and that beneficence, in the future annals of the earth, would claim the praise of valor. The blessed tidings were accordingly promulgated, and caused infinite rejoicings among those who had stood aghast at the horror and absurdity of war. But I saw a grim smile pass over the seared visage of a stately old commander. By his war-worn figure and rich military dress, he might have been one of Napoleon's famous marshals, who, with the rest of the world's soldiery, had just flung away the sword that had been familiar to his right hand for half a century. "Aye, aye," grumbled he, "let them proclaim what they please, but in the end we shall find that all this foolery has only made more work for the armourers and cannon-founders." "Why, sir," exclaimed I in astonishment, "do you imagine that the human race will ever so far return on the steps of its past madness as to weld another sword or cast another cannon?" "There will be no need," observed with a sneer one who neither felt benevolence nor had faith in it. "When Cain wished to slay his brother, he was at no loss for a weapon." "We shall see," replied the veteran commander. "If I am mistaken, so much the better. But in my opinion, without pretending to philosophize about the matter, the necessity of war lies far deeper than these honest gentlemen suppose. What? Is there a field for all the petty disputes of individuals? And shall there be no great law court for the settlement of national difficulties? The battlefield is the only court where such suits can be tried." "You forget, General," rejoined I, "that in this advanced stage of civilization, reason and philanthropy combined will constitute just such a tribunal as is requisite." "Ah, I had forgotten that, indeed," said the old warrior as he limped away. The fire was now to be replenished with materials that had hitherto been considered of even greater importance to the well-being of society than the warlike munitions which we had already consumed. A body of reformers had traveled all over the earth in quest of the machinery by which the different nations were accustomed to inflict the punishment of death. A shudder passed through the multitude as these ghastly emblems were dragged forward. Even the flames seemed at first to shrink away, displaying the shape and murderous contrivance of each in a full blaze of light, which of itself was sufficient to convince mankind of the long and deadly error of human law. Those old implements of cruelty, those horrible monsters of mechanism, those inventions which seemed to demand something worse than man's natural heart to contrive, and which had lurked in the dusky nooks of ancient prisons, the subject of terror-stricken legend, were now brought forth to view. Headsmen's axes with the rust of noble and royal blood upon them, and a vast collection of halters that had choked the breath of plebeian victims, were thrown in together. A shout greeted the arrival of the guillotine, which was thrust forward on the same wheels that had borne it from one to another of the blood-stained streets of Paris. But the loudest roar of applause went up, telling the distant sky of the triumph of the earth's redemption, when the gallows made its appearance. An ill-looking fellow, however, rushed forward, and putting himself in the path of the reformers, bellowed hoarsely, and fought with brute fury to stay their progress. It was little matter of surprise, perhaps, that the executioner should thus do his best to vindicate and uphold the machinery, by which he himself had his livelihood, and worthier individuals their death. But it deserved special note that men of a far different sphere, even of that consecrated class in whose guardianship the world is apt to trust its benevolence, were found to take the hangman's view of the question.
"Stay, my brethren," cried one of them. "You are misled by a false philanthropy. You know not what to do. The gallows is a heaven-ordained instrument. Bear it back, then, reverently, and set it up in its old place, else the world will fall to speedily ruin and desolation."
"Onward, onward!" shouted a leader in the reform.
"Into the flames with the accursed instrument of man's blood policy! How can human law inculcate benevolence and love while it persists in setting up the gallows as its chief symbol? One heave more, good friends, and the world will be redeemed from its greatest error."
1,000 hands, that nevertheless loathed the touch, now lent their assistance, and thrust the ominous burden far, far into the center of the raging furnace. There its fatal and abhorred image was beheld, first black, then a red coal, then ashes.
"That was well done," exclaimed I.
"Yes, it was well done," replied, but with less enthusiasm than I expected, the thoughtful observer who was still at my side. "Well done, if the world be good enough for the measure. Death, however, is an idea that cannot easily be dispensed with in any condition between the primal innocence and that other purity and perfection which perchance we are destined to attain after travelling round the full circle. But at all events, it is well that the experiment should now be tried."
"Too cold! Too cold!"
impatiently exclaimed the young and ardent leader in this triumph.
"Let the heart have its voice here as well as the intellect. And as for ripeness, and as for progress, let mankind always do the highest, kindest, noblest thing that, as any given period, it has attained the perception of, and surely that thing cannot be wrong nor wrongly timed."
I know not whether it were the excitement of the scene, or whether the good people around the bonfire were really growing more enlightened every instant, but they now proceeded to measures in the full length of which I was hardly prepared to keep them company. For instance, some threw their marriage certificates into the flames, and declared themselves candidates for a higher, holier, and more comprehensive union than that which had subsisted from the birth of time under the form of the connubial tie. Others hastened to the vaults of banks and to the coffers of the rich, all of which were open to the first comer on this fated occasion, and brought entire bales of paper money to enliven the blaze, and tons of coin to be melted down by its intensity. Henceforth, they said, universal benevolence, uncoined and exhaustless, was to be the golden currency of the world. At this intelligence the bankers and speculators in the stocks grew pale, and a pickpocket, who had reaped a rich harvest among the crowd, fell down in a deadly fainting fit. A few men of business burned their day-books and ledgers, the notes and obligations of their creditors, and all other evidences of debts due to themselves, while perhaps a somewhat larger number satisfied their zeal for reform with the sacrifice of any uncomfortable recollection of their own indebtment. There was then a cry that the period was arrived when the title deeds of landed property should be given to the flames, and the whole soil of the earth revert to the public, from whom it had been wrongfully abstracted and most unequally distributed among individuals. Another party demanded that all written constitution, set forms of government, legislative acts, statute books, and everything else on which human invention had endeavored to stamp its arbitrary laws, should at once be destroyed, leaving the consummated world as free as the man first created. Whether any ultimate action was taken with regard to these propositions is beyond my knowledge, for just then some matters were in progress that concerned my sympathies more nearly. "See, see, what heaps of books and pamphlets!" cried a fellow who did not seem to be a lover of literature. "Now we shall have a glorious blaze." "That's just the thing," said a modern philosopher. "Now we shall get rid of the weight of dead men's thought, which has hitherto pressed so heavily on the living intellect that it has been incompetent to any effectual self-exertion. Well done, my lads, into the fire with them! Now you are enlightening the world indeed." "But what is to become of the trade?" cried a frantic bookseller. "Oh, by all means let them accompany their merchandise," coolly observed an author. "It will be a noble funeral pile." The truth was that the human race had now reached a stage of progress so far beyond what the wisest and wittiest men of former ages had ever dreamed of, that it would have been a manifest absurdity to allow the earth to be any longer encumbered with their poor achievements in the literary line. Accordingly, a thorough and searching investigation had swept the booksellers' shops, hawkers' stands, public and private libraries, and even the little bookshelf by the country fireside, and had brought the world's entire mass of printed paper, bound or in sheets, to swell the already mountain bulk of our illustrious bonfire. Thick, heavy folios, containing the labors of lexicographers, commentators, and encyclopedists, were flung in, and falling among the embers with a leaden thump, smouldered away to ashes like rotten wood. The small, richly gilt French tomes of the last age, with 100 volumes of Voltaire among them, went off in a brilliant shower of sparkles and little jets of flame, while the current literature of the same nation burned red and blue, and threw an infernal light over the visages of the spectators, converting them all to the aspect of party-colored fiends. A collection of German stories emitted a scent of brimstone. The English standard authors made excellent fuel, generally exhibiting the properties of sound oak logs. Milton's works in particular sent up a powerful blaze, gradually reddening into a coal which promised to endure longer than almost any other material of the pile. From Shakespeare there gushed a flame of such marvelous splendor that men shaded their eyes as against the sun's meridian glory. Nor even when the works of his own elucidators were flung upon him did he cease to flash forth a dazzling radiance from beneath the ponderous heap. It is my belief that he is blazing as fervidly as ever. "Could a poet but light a lamp at that glorious flame," remarked I, "he might then consume the midnight oil to some good purpose." "That is the very thing which modern poets have been too apt to do, or at least to attempt," answered a critic. "The chief benefit to be expected from this conflagration of past literature undoubtedly is that writers will henceforth be compelled to light their lamps at the sun or stars." "If they can reach so high," said I, "but that task requires a giant, who may afterwards distribute the light among inferior men. It is not every one that can steal the fire from heaven like Prometheus, but when once he had done the deed, 1,000 hearths were kindled by it." It amazed me much to observe how indefinite was the proportion between the physical mass of any given author and the property of brilliant and long-continued combustion. For instance, there was not a quarto volume of the last century, nor indeed of the present, that could compete in that particular with a child's little gilt-covered book containing Mother Goose's melodies. The Life and Death of Tom Thumb outlasted the biography of Marlborough. An epic, indeed, a dozen of them, was converted to white ashes before the single sheet of an old ballad was half consumed. In more than one case, too, when volumes of applauded verse proved incapable of anything better than a stifling smoke, an unregarded ditty of some nameless bard, perchance in the corner of a newspaper, soared up among the stars with a flame as brilliant as their own. Speaking of the properties of flame, methought Shelley's poetry emitted a purer light than almost any other productions of his day, contrasting beautifully with the fitful and lurid gleams and gushes of black vapour that flashed and eddied from the volumes of Lord Byron. As for Tom Moore, some of his songs diffused an odour like a burning pastel. I felt particular interest in watching the combustion of American authors, and scrupulously noted by my watch the precise number of moments that changed most of them from shabbily printed books to indistinguishable ashes. It would be invidious, however, if not perilous, to betray these awful secrets, so that I shall content myself with observing that it was not invariably the writer most frequent in the public mouth that made the most splendid appearance in the bonfire. I especially remember that a great deal of excellent inflammability was exhibited in a thin volume of poems by Ellery Channing, although, to speak the truth, there were certain portions that hissed and spluttered in a very disagreeable fashion. A curious phenomenon occurred in reference to several writers, native as well as foreign. Their books, though of highly respectable figure, instead of bursting into a blaze, or even smouldering out their substance in smoke, suddenly melted away in a manner that proved them to be ice. If it be no lack of modesty to mention my own works, it must here be confessed that I looked for them with fatherly interest, but in vain. Too probably they were changed to vapour by the first action of the heat. At best, I can only hope that in their quiet way they contributed a glimmering spark or two to the splendour of the evening.
Alas, and woe is me,
thus bemoaned himself a heavy-looking gentleman in green spectacles.
The world is utterly ruined, and there is nothing to live for any longer. The business of my life is snatched from me, not a volume to be had for love or money.
This, remarked the sedate observer beside me, is a bookworm, one of those men who are born to gnaw dead thoughts. His clothes, you see, are covered with the dust of libraries. He has no inward fountain of ideas, and in good earnest, now that the old stock is abolished, I do not see what is to become of the poor fellow. Have you no word of comfort for him? My dear sir, said I to the desperate bookworm, is not nature better than a book? Is not the human heart deeper than any system of philosophy? Is not life replete with more instruction than past observers have found it possible to write down in maxims? Be of good cheer. The great book of time is still spread wide open before us, and if we read it aright, it will be to us a volume of eternal truth.
Oh, my books, my precious printed books,
reiterated the forlorn bookworm.
My only reality was a bound volume, and now they will not leave me even a shadowy pamphlet.
In fact, the last remnant of the literature of all the ages was now descending upon the blazing heap in the shape of a cloud of pamphlets from the press of the New World. These likewise were consumed in the twinkling of an eye, leaving the earth for the first time since the days of Cadmus, free from the plague of letters, an enviable field for the authors of the next generation. Well, and does anything remain to be done? Inquired I somewhat anxiously. Unless we set fire to the earth itself, and then leap boldly off into infinite space, I know not that we can carry reform to any farther point.
You are vastly mistaken, my good friend, said the observer. Believe me, the fire will not be allowed to settle down without the addition of fuel that will startle many persons who have lent a willing hand thus far.
Nevertheless, there appeared to be a relaxation of effort for a little time, during which, probably, the leaders of the movement were considering what should be done next. In the interval, a philosopher threw his theory into the flames, a sacrifice which, by those who knew how to estimate it, was pronounced the most remarkable that had yet been made. The combustion, however, was by no means brilliant. Some indefatigable people, scorning to take a moment's ease, now employed themselves in collecting all the withered leaves and fallen boughs of the forest, and thereby recruited the bonfire to a greater height than ever. But this was mere by-play.
Here comes the fresh fuel that I spoke of, said my companion.
To my astonishment, the persons who now advanced into the vacant space around the mountain fire bore surplices and other priestly garments, mitres, croziers, and a confusion of popish and Protestant emblems, with which it seemed their purpose to consummate the great act of faith. Crosses from the spires of old cathedrals were cast upon the heap, with as little remorse as if the reverence of centuries, passing in long array beneath the lofty towers, had not looked up to them as the holiest of symbols. The font in which infants were consecrated to God, the sacramental vessels whence piety received the hallowed draught, were given the same destruction. Perhaps it most nearly touched my heart to see among these devoted relics fragments of the humble communion tables, and undecorated pulpits which I recognized as having been torn from the meeting-houses of New England. Those simple edifices might have been permitted to retain all of sacred embellishment that their Puritan founders had bestowed, even though the mighty structure of St. Peter's had sent its spoils to the fire of this terrible sacrifice. Yet I felt that these were but the externals of religion, and might most safely be relinquished by spirits that best knew their deep significance. "All is well," said I cheerfully. "The wood-path shall be the aisles of our cathedral. The firmament itself shall be its ceiling. What needs an earthly roof between the deity and his worshippers? Our faith can well afford to lose all the drapery that even the holiest men have thrown around it, and be only the more sublime in its simplicity." "True," said my companion, "but will they pause here?" The doubt implied in his question was well-founded. In the general destruction of books already described, a holy volume that stood apart from the catalogue of human literature, and yet in one sense was at its head, had been spared. But the Titan of innovation, angel or fiend, double in his nature and capable of deeds befitting both characters, at first shaking down only the old and rotten shapes of things, had now, as it appeared, laid his terrible hand upon the main pillars which supported the whole edifice of our moral and spiritual state. The inhabitants of the earth had grown too enlightened to define their faith within a form of words, or to limit the spiritual by any analogy to our material existence. Truths which the heavens trembled at were now but a fable of the world's infancy. Therefore, as the final sacrifice of human error, what else remained to be thrown upon the embers of that awful pile, except the book which, though a celestial revelation to past ages, was but a voice from a lower sphere as regarded the present race of man? It was done. Upon the blazing heap of falsehood and worn-out truth, things that the earth had never needed, or had ceased to need, or had grown childishly weary of, fell the ponderous church Bible, the great old volume that had lain so long on the cushion of the pulpit, and whence the pastor's solemn voice had given holy utterance on so many a Sabbath day. There likewise fell the family Bible, which the long-buried patriarch had read to his children, in prosperity or sorrow, by the fireside and in the summer shade of trees, and had bequeathed downward as the heirloom of generations. There fell the bosom Bible, the little volume that had been the soul's friend of some sorely tried child of dust, who thence took courage, whether his trial were for life or death, steadfastly confronting both in the strong assurance of immortality. All these were flung into the fierce and riotous blaze, and then a mighty wind came roaring across the plain with a desolate howl, as if it were the angry lamentation of the earth for the loss of heaven's sunshine, and it shook the gigantic pyramid of flame, and scattered the cinders of half-consumed abominations around the spectators. "This is terrible," said I, feeling that my cheek grew pale, and seeing a like change in the visages about me. "Be of good courage yet," answered the man with whom I had so often spoken. He continued to gaze steadily at the spectacle with a singular calmness, as if it concerned him merely as an observer. "Be of good courage, nor yet exult too much, for there is far less both of good and evil in the effect of this bonfire than the world might be willing to believe." "How can that be?" exclaimed I impatiently. "Has it not consumed everything? Has it not swallowed up or melted down every human or divine appendage of our mortal state that had substance enough to be acted on by fire? Will there be anything left us tomorrow morning, better or worse than a heap of embers and ashes?" "Assuredly there will," said my grave friend. "Come hither tomorrow morning, or whenever the combustible portion of the pile shall be quite burned out, and you will find among the ashes everything really valuable that you have seen cast into the flames. Trust me,
The world of tomorrow will again enrich itself with the gold and diamonds which have been cast off by the world of today. Not a truth is destroyed nor buried so deep among the ashes, but it will be raked up at last." This was a strange assurance, yet I felt inclined to credit it, the more especially as I beheld among the wallowing flames a copy of the Holy Scriptures, the pages of which, instead of being blackened into tinder, only assumed a more dazzling whiteness, as the finger marks of human imperfection were purified away. Certain marginal notes and commentaries, it is true, yielded to the intensity of the fiery test, but without detriment to the smallest syllable that had flamed from the pen of inspiration. "Yes, there is the proof of what you say," answered I, turning to the observer. "But if only what is evil can feel the action of the fire, then surely the conflagration has been of inestimable utility. Yet if I understand aright, you intimate a doubt whether the world's expectation of benefit would be realized by it." "Listen to the talk of these worthies," said he, pointing to a group in front of the blazing pile. "Possibly they may teach you something useful without intending it." The persons whom he indicated consisted of that brutal and most earthly figure who had stood forth so furiously in defense of the gallows, the hangman, in short, together with the last thief and the last murderer, all three of whom were clustered about the last toper. The latter was liberally passing the brandy bottle, which he had rescued from the general destruction of wines and spirits. This little convivial party seemed at the lowest pitch of despondency, as considering that the purified world must needs be utterly unlike the sphere that they had hitherto known, and therefore but a strange and desolate abode for gentlemen of their kidney. "The best counsel for all of us is," remarked the hangman, "that as soon as we have finished the last drop of liquor, I help you, my three friends, to a comfortable end upon the nearest tree, and then hang myself on the same bough. This is no world for us any longer." "Po, po, my good fellows," said a dark-complexioned personage, who now joined the group. His complexion was indeed fearfully dark, and his eyes glowed with a redder light than that of the bonfire. "Be not so cast down, my dear friends. You shall see good days yet. There's one thing that these wiseacres have forgotten to throw into the fire, and without which all the rest of the conflagration is just nothing at all. Yes, though they had burned the earth itself to a cinder." "And what may that be?" eagerly demanded the last murderer. "What but the human heart itself?" said the dark-visaged stranger, with a portentous grin. "And unless they hit upon some method of purifying that foul cavern, forth from it will reissue all the shapes of wrong and misery, the same old shapes, or worse ones, which they have taken such a vast deal of trouble to consume to ashes. I have stood by this livelong night, and laughed in my sleeve at the whole business. Oh, take my word for it, it will be the old world yet." This brief conversation supplied me with a theme for lengthened thought. How sad a truth, if true it were, that man's age-long endeavour for perfection had served only to render him the mockery of the evil principle, from the fatal circumstance of an error at the very root of the matter. The heart. The heart. There was the little yet boundless sphere wherein existed the original wrong of which the crime and misery of this outward world were merely types. Purify that inward sphere, and the many shapes of evil that haunt the outward, and which now seem almost our only realities, will turn to shadowy phantoms and vanish of their own accord. But if we go no deeper than the intellect, and strive with merely that feeble instrument to discern and rectify what is wrong, our whole accomplishment will be a dream, so unsubstantial that it matters little whether the bonfire, which I have so faithfully described, were what we choose to call a real event and a flame that would scorch the finger, or only a phosphoric radiance and a parable of my own brain. Ending for a Ghost Story. I.A. Ireland,
English savant, born in Hanley in 1871. He claimed descent from the infamous impostor William H. Ireland, who had invented an ancestor, William Henry Ireland, to whom Shakespeare had allegedly bequeathed his manuscripts. He published A Brief History of Nightmares, 1899, Spanish Literature, 1911, The 10th Book of Annals of Tacitus, newly done into English, 1911. "How eerie!" said the girl, advancing cautiously. "And what a heavy door!" She touched it as she spoke, and it suddenly swung to with a click. "Good Lord," said the man, "I don't believe there's a handle inside. Why, you've locked us both in." "Not both of us. Only one of us," said the girl, and before his eyes she passed straight through the door and vanished. The Monkey's Paw. W. W. Jacobs, English humorist and prolific short story writer, born in 1843, died in 1943. His works include Many Cargoes, 1896, The Skipper's Wooing, 1911, and Sea Whispers, 1926. 1. Without, the night was cold and wet, but in the small parlour of Laburnum Villa the blinds were drawn and the fire burned brightly. Father and son were at chess. The former, who possessed ideas about the game involving radical changes, putting his king into such sharp and unnecessary perils that it even provoked comment from the white-haired old lady knitting placidly by the fire. "Hark at the wind," said Mr. White, who, having seen a fatal mistake after it was too late, was amiably desirous of preventing his son from seeing it. "I'm listening," said the latter, grimly surveying the board as he stretched out his hand. "Check." "I should hardly think that he'd come tonight," said his father, with his hand poised over the board. "Mate," replied the son. "That's the worst of living so far out," bawled Mr. White, with sudden and unlooked-for violence. "Of all the beastly, slushy, out-of-the-way places to live in, this is the worst. Path's a bog and the road's a torrent. I don't know what people are thinking about. I suppose because only 2 houses in the road are let, they think it doesn't matter." "Never mind, dear," said his wife soothingly. "Perhaps you'll win the next one." Mr. White looked up sharply, just in time to intercept a knowing glance between mother and son. The words died away on his lips, and he hid a guilty grin in his thin grey beard. "There he is," said Herbert White, as the gate banged to loudly, and heavy footsteps came towards the door. The old man rose with hospitable haste, and opening the door, was heard condoling with the new arrival. The new arrival also condoled with himself, so that Mrs. White said, "Tut, tut," and coughed gently as her husband entered the room, followed by a tall, burly man, beady of eye and rubicund of visage. "Sergeant Major Morris," he said, introducing him. The sergeant major shook hands, and taking the proffered seat by the fire, watched contentedly while his host got out whiskey and tumblers and stood a small copper kettle on the fire. At the third glass his eyes got brighter, and he began to talk, the little family circle regarding with eager interest this visitor from distant parts, as he squared his broad shoulders in the chair and spoke of wild scenes and doughty deeds, of wars and plagues and strange peoples. 21 years of it," said Mr. White, nodding at his wife and son. "When he went away he was a slip of a youth in the warehouse. Now look at him." "He don't look to have taken much harm," said Mrs. White politely. "I'd like to go to India myself," said the old man, "just to look round a bit, you know." "Better where you are," said the sergeant major, shaking his head. He put down the empty glass, and sighing softly, shook it again. "I should like to see those old temples and fakirs and jugglers," said the old man. "What was that you started telling me the other day about a monkey's paw or something, Morris?" "Nothing," said the soldier hastily. "Leastwise, nothing worth hearing."
Monkey's paw? Said Mrs. White curiously.
Well, it's just a bit of what you might call magic, perhaps,
said the sergeant major offhandedly. His three listeners leaned forward eagerly. The visitor absent-mindedly put his empty glass to his lips and then set it down again. His host filled it for him.
To look at,
said the sergeant major, fumbling in his pocket,
it's just an ordinary little paw, dried to a mummy.
He took something out of his pocket and proffered it. Mrs. White drew back with a grimace, but her son, taking it, examined it curiously. "And what is there special about it?" inquired Mr. White, as he took it from his son, and having examined it, placed it upon the table.
"It had a spell put on it by an old fakir," said the sergeant major. "A very holy man. He wanted to show that fate ruled people's lives, and that those who interfered with it did so to their sorrow. He put a spell on it so that 3 separate men could each have 3 wishes from it."
His manner was so impressive that his hearers were conscious that their light laughter jarred somewhat.
"Well, why don't you have 3, sir?" said Herbert White cleverly.
The soldier regarded him in the way that middle age is wont to regard presumptuous youth.
"I have,"
he said quietly, and his blotchy face whitened.
"And did you really have the 3 wishes granted?" asked Mrs. White. "I did,"
said the sergeant major, and his glass tapped against his strong teeth.
"And has anybody else wished?" persisted the old lady.
"The first man had his 3 wishes." "Yes," was the reply. "I don't know what the first 2 were, but the 3rd was for death. That's how I got the paw."
His tones were so grave that a hush fell upon the group.
"If you've had your 3 wishes, it's no good to you now, then, Morris," said the old man at last. "What do you keep it for?"
The soldier shook his head.
"Fancy, I suppose," he said slowly. "I did have some idea of selling it, but I don't think I will. It has caused enough mischief already. Besides, people won't buy. They think it's a fairy tale, some of them, and those who do think anything of it want to try it first and pay me afterward."
"If you could have another 3 wishes," said the old man, eyeing him keenly, "would you have them?"
"I don't know," said the other. "I don't know."
He took the paw, and dangling it between his forefinger and thumb, suddenly threw it upon the fire. White, with a slight cry, stooped down and snatched it off.
"Better let it burn," said the soldier solemnly. "If you don't want it, Morris," said the other, "give it to me." "I won't," said his friend doggedly. "I threw it on the fire. If you keep it, don't blame me for what happens. Pitch it on the fire again like a sensible man."
The other shook his head and examined his new possession closely.
"How do you do it?" he inquired. "Hold it up in your right hand and wish aloud," said the sergeant major. "But I warn you of the consequences."
"Sounds like the Arabian Nights," said Mrs. White, as she rose and began to set the supper. "Don't you think you might wish for 4 pairs of hands for me?"
Her husband drew the talisman from his pocket, and then all 3 burst into laughter as the sergeant major, with a look of alarm on his face, caught him by the arm.
"If you must wish," he said gruffly, "wish for something sensible."
Mr. White dropped it back in his pocket, and placing chairs, motioned his friend to the table. In the business of supper the talisman was partly forgotten, and afterward the 3 sat listening in an enthralled fashion to a second installment of the soldier's adventures in India.
"If the tale about the monkey's paw is not more truthful than those he has been telling us," said Herbert,
as the door closed behind their guest, just in time to catch the last train,
"we shan't make much out of it."
"Did you give him anything for it, father?" inquired Mrs. White, regarding her husband closely.
"A trifle," said he, colouring slightly. "He didn't want it, but I made him take it, and he pressed me again to throw it away."
"Likely," said Herbert with pretended horror.
Why, we're going to be rich and famous and happy. Wish to be an emperor, father, to begin with. Then you can't be henpecked." He darted round the table, pursued by the maligned Mrs. White, armed with an antimacassar. Mr. White took the paw from his pocket and eyed it dubiously. "I don't know what to wish for, and that's a fact," he said slowly. "It seems to me I've got all I want." "If you only cleared the house, you'd be quite happy, wouldn't you?" said Herbert, with his hand on his shoulder. "Well, wish for £200, then. That'll just do it." His father, smiling shamefacedly at his own credulity, held up the talisman, as his son, with a solemn face, somewhat marred by a wink at his mother, sat down at the piano and struck a few impressive chords. "I wish for £200, said the old man distinctly. A fine crash from the piano greeted the words, interrupted by a shuddering cry from the old man. His wife and son ran towards him. "It moved!" he cried, with a glance of disgust at the object as it lay on the floor. "As I wished! It twisted in my hand like a snake." "Well, I don't see the money," said his son, as he picked it up and placed it on the table. "And I bet I never shall." "It must have been your fancy, father," said his wife, regarding him anxiously. He shook his head. "Never mind, though. There's no harm done. But it gave me a shock all the same." They sat down by the fire again, while the two men finished their pipes. Outside the wind was higher than ever, and the old man started nervously at the sound of a door banging upstairs. A silence unusual and depressing settled upon all three, which lasted until the old couple rose to retire for the night. "I expect you'll find the cash tied up in a big bag in the middle of your bed," said Herbert as he bade them good night. "And something horrible squatting up on top of the wardrobe, watching you as you pocket your ill-gotten gains." He sat alone in the darkness, gazing at the dying fire, and seeing faces in it. The last face was so horrible and so simian that he gazed at it in amazement. It got so vivid that, with a little uneasy laugh, he felt on the table for a glass containing a little water to throw over it. His hand grasped the monkey's paw, and with a little shiver he wiped his hand on his coat and went up to bed. 2. In the brightness of the wintry sun next morning, as it streamed over the breakfast table, he laughed at his fears. There was an air of prosaic wholesomeness about the room which it had lacked on the previous night, and the dirty, shriveled little paw was pitched on the sideboard with a carelessness which betokened no great belief in its virtues. "I suppose all old soldiers are the same," said Mrs. White. "The idea of our listening to such nonsense! How could wishes be granted in these days? And if they could, how could £200 hurt you, father?" "Might drop on his head from the sky," said the frivolous Herbert. "Morris said the things happened so naturally," said his father, "that you might, if you so wished, attribute it to coincidence." "Well, don't break into the money before I come back," said Herbert, as he rose from the table. "I'm afraid it'll turn you into a mean, avaricious man, and we shall have to disown you." His mother laughed, and following him to the door, watched him down the road, and returning to the breakfast table, was very happy at the expense of her husband's credulity, all of which did not prevent her from scurrying to the door at the postman's knock, nor prevent her from referring somewhat shortly to retired sergeant-majors of bibulous habits, when she found that the post brought a tailor's bill. "Herbert will have some more of his funny remarks, I expect, when he comes home," she said, as they sat at dinner. "I dare say," said Mr. White, pouring himself out some beer. "But for all that, the thing moved in my hand. That I'll swear to." "You thought it did," said the old lady soothingly. "I say it did," replied the other. "There was no thought about it. I had just— What's the matter?" His wife made no reply. She was watching the mysterious movements of a man outside, who, peering in an undecided fashion at the house, appeared to be trying to make up his mind to enter. In mental connection with the £200, she noticed that the stranger was well dressed and wore a silk hat of glossy newness. 3 times he paused at the gate, and then walked on again. The 4th time he stood with his hand upon it, and then with sudden resolution flung it open and walked up the path.
Mrs. White at the same moment placed her hands behind her, and hurriedly unfastening the strings of her apron, put that useful article of apparel beneath the cushion of her chair. She brought the stranger, who seemed ill at ease, into the room. He gazed at her furtively, and listened in a preoccupied fashion as the old lady apologized for the appearance of the room and her husband's coat, a garment which he usually reserved for the garden. She then waited as patiently as her sex would permit for him to broach his business, but he was at first strangely silent.
"I was asked to call," he said at last,
and stooped and picked a piece of cotton from his trousers.
"I come from Moore and Megan's."
The old lady started.
"Is anything the matter?" she asked breathlessly. "Has anything happened to Herbert? What is it? What is it?"
Her husband interposed.
There, mother," he said hastily. "Sit down, and don't jump to conclusions. You've not brought bad news, I'm sure, sir."
And he eyed the other wistfully.
"I'm sorry,"
began the visitor.
"Is he hurt?"
demanded the mother wildly. The visitor bowed in assent.
"Badly hurt,"
he said quietly.
"But he is not in any pain."
"Oh, thank God!"
said the old woman, clasping her hands.
"Thank God for that! Thank—"
She broke off suddenly as the sinister meaning of the assurance dawned upon her, and she saw the awful confirmation of her fears in the other's averted face. She caught her breath, and turning to her slow-witted husband, laid her trembling old hand upon his. There was a long silence.
"He was caught in the machinery,"
said the visitor at length in a low voice.
"Caught in the machinery,"
repeated Mr. White in a dazed fashion.
"Yes."
He sat staring blankly out of the window, and taking his wife's hand between his own, pressed it as he had been wont to do in their old courting days nearly 40 years before.
"He was the only one left to us,"
he said, turning gently to the visitor.
"It is hard."
The other coughed, and rising, walked slowly to the window.
"The firm wished me to convey their sincere sympathy with you in your great loss," he said, without looking round. "I beg that you will understand I am only their servant, and merely obeying orders."
There was no reply. The old woman's face was white, her eyes staring and her breath inaudible. On the husband's face was a look such as his friend the sergeant might have carried into his first action.
"I was to say that Moore and Meggins disclaim all responsibility," continued the other. "They admit no liability at all, but in consideration of your son's services, they wish to present you with a certain sum as compensation."
Mr. White dropped his wife's hand, and rising to his feet, gazed with a look of horror at his visitor. His dry lips shaped the words, "How much?"
£200,
was the answer. Unconscious of his wife's shriek, the old man smiled faintly, put out his hands like a sightless man, and dropped a senseless heap to the floor. 3. In the huge new cemetery, some 2 miles distant, the old people buried their dead, and came back to the house, steeped in shadow and silence. It was all over so quickly that at first they could hardly realize it, and remained in a state of expectation, as though of something else to happen. Something else which was to lighten this load, too heavy for old hearts to bear. But the days passed, and expectation gave place to resignation. The hopeless resignation of the old, sometimes miscalled apathy. Sometimes they hardly exchanged a word, for now they had nothing to talk about, and their days were long to weariness. It was about a week after that, the old man, waking suddenly in the night, stretched out his hand and found himself alone. The room was in darkness, and the sound of subdued weeping came from the window. He raised himself in bed and listened.
"Come back," he said tenderly. "You will be cold."
"It is colder for my son,"
said the old woman, and wept afresh. The sound of her sobs died away on his ears. The bed was warm, and his eyes heavy with sleep. He dozed fitfully, and then slept until a sudden wild cry from his wife awoke him with a start.
"The paw!" she cried wildly. "The monkey's paw!"
He started up in alarm.
Where is it? What's the matter?"
She came stumbling across the room toward him.
"I want it," she said quietly. "You've not destroyed it?" "It's in the parlour on the bracket," he replied, marvelling. "Why?"
She cried and laughed together, and bending over kissed his cheek.
"I only just thought of it," she said hysterically. "Why didn't I think of it before? Why didn't you think of it?"
"Think of what?" he questioned.
"The other 2 wishes," she replied rapidly. "We've only had one."
"Was not that enough?" he demanded fiercely.
"No," she cried triumphantly. "We'll have one more. Go down and get it quickly, and wish our boy alive again."
The man sat up in bed and flung the bedclothes from his quaking limbs.
"Good God, you are mad!" he cried aghast.
"Get it," she panted. "Get it quickly and wish—"
"Oh, my boy, my boy!"
Her husband struck a match and lit the candle.
"Get back to bed," he said unsteadily. "You don't know what you are saying." "We had the first wish granted," said the old woman feverishly. "Why not the second?"
"A coincidence," stammered the old man.
"Go and get it and wish," cried his wife, quivering with excitement.
The old man turned and regarded her, and his voice shook.
"He has been dead 10 days. And besides, I would not tell you else, but I could only recognize him by his clothing. If he was too terrible for you to see then, how now?"
"Bring him back,"
cried the old woman, and dragged him towards the door.
"Do you think I fear the child I have nursed?"
He went down in the darkness and felt his way to the parlour, and then to the mantelpiece. The talisman was in its place, and a horrible fear that the unspoken wish might bring his mutilated son before him ere he could escape from the room seized upon him, and he caught his breath as he found that he had lost the direction of the door. His brow cold with sweat, he felt his way round the table and groped along the wall until he found himself in the small passage with the unwholesome thing in his hand. Even his wife's face seemed changed as he entered the room. It was white and expectant, and to his fears seemed to have an unnatural look upon it. He was afraid of her. "Wish!" she cried in a strong voice.
"It is foolish and wicked," he faltered.
"Wish!" repeated his wife. He raised his hand.
"I wish my son alive again."
The talisman fell to the floor, and he regarded it fearfully. Then he sank trembling into a chair as the old woman with burning eyes walked to the window and raised the blind. He sat until he was chilled with the cold, glancing occasionally at the figure of the old woman peering through the window. The candle end, which had burned below the rim of the china candlestick, was throwing pulsating shadows on the ceiling and walls, until, with a flicker larger than the rest, it expired. The old man, with an unspeakable sense of relief at the failure of the talisman, crept back to his bed, and a minute or two afterward the old woman came silently and apathetically beside him. Neither spoke, but lay silently listening to the ticking of the clock. A stair creaked, and a squeaky mouse scurried noisily through the wall. The darkness was oppressive, and after lying for some time screwing up his courage, he took the box of matches, and striking one, went downstairs for a candle. At the foot of the stairs the match went out, and he paused to strike another, and at the same moment a knock, so quiet and stealthy as to be scarcely audible, sounded on the front door. The matches fell from his hand and spilled in the passage. He stood motionless, his breath suspended until the knock was repeated. Then he turned and fled swiftly back to his room and closed the door behind him. A third knock sounded through the house.
"What's that?"
cried the old woman, starting up.
"A rat,"
said the old man in shaking tones.
"A rat. It passed me on the stairs."
His wife sat up in bed listening. A loud knock resounded through the house.
"It's Herbert!" she screamed. "It's Herbert!"
She ran to the door, but her husband was before her, and catching her by the arm, held her tightly.
"What are you going to do?" he whispered hoarsely.
"It's my boy! It's Herbert!" she cried, struggling mechanically.
I forgot it was 2 miles away. What are you holding me for? Let go. I must open the door."
"For God's sake, don't let it in," cried the old man, trembling.
"You're afraid of your own son," she cried, struggling. "Let me go. I'm coming, Herbert. I'm coming."
There was another knock and another. The old woman, with a sudden wrench, broke free and ran from the room. Her husband followed to the landing and called after her appealingly as she hurried downstairs. He heard the chain rattle back and the bottom bolt drawn slowly and stiffly from the socket. Then the old woman's voice, strained and panting.
"The boat!" she cried loudly. "Come down! I can't reach it!"
But her husband was on his hands and knees, groping wildly on the floor in search of the paw. If he could only find it before the thing outside got in. A perfect fusillade of knocks reverberated through the house, and he heard the scraping of a chair as he found the monkey's paw and frantically breathed his third and last wish. The knocking ceased suddenly, although the echoes of it were still in the house. He heard the chair drawn back and the door opened. A cold wind rushed up the staircase, and a loud, loud wail of disappointment and misery from his wife gave him courage to run down to her side, and then to the gate beyond. The street lamp flickering opposite shone on a quiet and deserted road. What is a ghost? James Joyce, Irish author, born in Dublin in 1882, died in Zurich in 1941. He was a brilliant technician, particularly with words. He published Chamber Music, 1907, Dubliners, 1914, Portrait of the Artist as a Young Man, 1916, Exiles, 1918, Ulysses, 1921, and Finnegan's Wake, 1939. "What is a ghost?" Stephen said with tingling energy. "One who has faded into impalpability through death, through absence, through change of manners." May Goulding. Simon. "Think of your mother's people." Stephen. "Dance of death." Bang, fresh barang bang of lackey's bell, horse, nag, steer, piglings. "Con me on Christus." Lame crutch and leg sailor, in cockboat, arm folded, rope pulling, hitching, stamp, hornpipe through and through. Barabum! On nags, hogs, bell horses, Gadarene swine, Cornean coffin, steel shark, stone one-handled Nelson, 2 trickies, Frauenzimmer, plum-stained, from pram falling bawling. Gum, he's a champion. Fuse blue pier from barrel rev evensong, love on hackney jaunt, blazes blind, cadoubled bicyclers, dilly with snow-cake, no fancy clothes. Then in last switchback, lumbering up and down, bump mash tub, sort of viceroy, and rain relish for tublumber bumpshire rose. Barabum! The couples fall aside. Stephen whirls giddily. Room whirls back. Eyes closed, he totters. Red rails fly spacewards. Stars all around, suns turn round about. Bright midges dance on walls. He stops dead. Stephen. Ho! Stephen's mother, emaciated, rises stark through the floor, in leper grey, with a wreath of faded orange blossoms and a torn bridal veil, her face worn and noseless, green with grave mould, her hair is scant and lank. She fixes her blue-circled hollow eye sockets on Stephen and opens her toothless mouth, uttering a silent word. A choir of virgins and confessors sing voicelessly. The choir. Liliata rutiliantium te confessorum, jubilantium te virginum. From the top of a tower, Buck Mulligan, in party-colored jester's dress of puce and yellow and clown's cap with curling bell, stands gaping at her, a smoking, buttered split scone in his hand. Buck Mulligan.
She's beastly dead. The pity of it. Mulligan meets the afflicted mother. He upturns his eyes. Mercurial malachy.
The mother, with the subtle smile of death's madness. I was once the beautiful May Goulding. I am dead.
The wizard passed over. Infante Don Juan Manuel, Spanish prince, born in Escalona in 1282, died in Penafiel in 1349. He was the nephew of Alfonso X of Castile. A man of Latin culture and Islamic erudition, he was one of the fathers of Spanish prose. He wrote the Libro de Patronio, 1128-35, translated into English by J.B. Trend in 1924. In the city of Santiago, there was a dean who had a burning desire to learn the art of magic. Hearing that Don Ilan of Toledo knew more about magic than anyone else, the dean went to Toledo in search of him. The very morning he arrived, he went straight to Don Ilan's and found him reading in a room at the back of his house. Don Ilan received the dean cordially and asked him to postpone telling him the object of his visit until after they had eaten. Showing his guest into pleasant quarters, Don Ilan said he felt very happy about the dean's visit. After their meal, the dean told Don Ilan why he had come, and he begged to be taught the craft of magic. Don Ilan said that he already knew that his guest was a dean, a man of good standing and of good prospects, but that were he to teach him all his knowledge, the day might come when the dean would fail to repay his services, as men in high places are often wont to do. The dean swore that he would never forget Don Ilan's bounty, and that he would always be at his call. Once they came to an agreement, Don Ilan explained that the magic arts could not be learned save in a place of deep seclusion, and taking the dean by the hand, he led him to the next room, in whose floor there was a large iron ring. Before this, however, he told the serving-maid to prepare partridges for supper, but not to put them on to roast until he so ordered. Don Ilan and his guest lifted the ring and went down a well-worn, winding stairway, until it seemed to the dean they had gone down so far that the bed of the Tagus must now be above them. At the foot of the staircase was a cell, and in it were a library of books and a kind of cabinet with magic instruments. They were leafing through the books when suddenly 2 men appeared, bearing a letter for the dean, written by the bishop, his uncle, in which the bishop informed him that he was gravely ill, and that if the dean wanted to find him alive he should not tarry. The news was very upsetting to the dean, for one thing because of his uncle's illness, for another because he would be forced to interrupt his studies. In the end, choosing to stay, he wrote an apology and sent it to the bishop. 3 days passed, and there arrived several men in mourning, bearing further letters for the dean, in which he read that the archbishop had died, that a successor was being chosen, and that they hoped by the grace of God that the dean would be elected. The letters advised him to remain where he was, it seeming better that he be absent during his election. 10 days elapsed, and 2 finely dressed squires came, throwing themselves down at the dean's feet, and kissing his hands and greeting him as bishop. When Don Ilan saw these things, he turned to the new prelate with great joy, and said that he thanked the Lord that such good news should have come to his house. He then asked for the now vacant deanery for his son. The bishop answered that he had already set aside the deanery for his own brother, but that he would find the son some post in the church, and he begged that they all 3 leave together for Santiago. They made their way to the city of Santiago, where they were received with honors. 6 months passed, and messengers from the Pope came to the bishop, offering him the archbishopric of Toulouse, and leaving in his hands the naming of a successor. When Don Ilan heard this, he reminded the archbishop of his old promise, and asked for the vacated title for his son. The archbishop told him that he had already set aside the bishopric for his own uncle, his father's brother, but that as he had given his word to shed favor on Don Ilan, they should together with the son all leave for Toulouse. Don Ilan had no recourse but to agree. The 3 set out for Toulouse, where they were received with honors and masses. 2 years passed,
and messengers from the Pope came to the Archbishop, elevating him to the cardinalate, and leaving in his hands the naming of a successor. When Don Ilan learned this, he reminded the cardinal of his old promise, and asked for the vacant title for his son. The cardinal told him that he had already set aside the archbishopric for his own uncle, his mother's brother, a good old man, but that if Don Ilan and his son were to accompany him to Rome, surely some favorable opportunity would present itself. Don Ilan protested, but in the end he was forced to agree. The three then set out for Rome, where they were received with honors, masses, and processions. 4 years elapsed, and the Pope died, and our cardinal was elected to the papacy by all the other cardinals. Learning of this, Don Ilan kissed His Holiness's feet, reminded him of his old promise, and asked for the vacant cardinal's office for his son. The Pope told Don Ilan that by now he was weary of his continued requests, and that if he persisted in importuning him, he would clap him in jail, since he knew full well that Don Ilan was no more than a wizard, and that in Toledo he had been a teacher of the arts of magic. Poor Don Ilan could only answer that he was going back to Spain, and he asked the Pope for something to eat during the long sea journey. Once more the Pope refused him, whereupon Don Ilan, whose face had changed in a strange fashion, said in an unwavering voice, "In that case, I shall have to eat the partridges that I ordered for tonight." The serving-maid came forward, and Don Ilan ordered the partridges roasted. Immediately the Pope found himself in the underground cell in Toledo, no more than Dean of Santiago, and so taken aback with shame that he did not know what to say. Don Ilan said that this test was sufficient, refused the Dean his share of the partridges, and saw him to the door, where, taking leave of him with great courtesy, he wished him a safe journey home. Josephine the Singer, or the Mouse Folk. Franz Kafka. Austrian writer, born in Prague in 1883, died in Vienna in 1924. In all his books, loneliness is a recurring theme. In almost all of them he dwells on the process of infinite and excruciating delay. His works include Der Prozess, 1925, translated into English as The Trial, 1933. Der Schloss, 1926, translated into English as The Castle, 1953. America, 1927, and many short stories, including the famous Die Verwandlung, 1912, translated into English as Metamorphosis, 1961. Our singer is called Josephine. Anyone who has not heard her does not know the power of song. There is no one but is carried away by her singing, a tribute all the greater, as we are not in general a music-loving race. Tranquil peace is the music we love best. Our life is hard. We are no longer able, even on occasions when we have tried to shake off the cares of daily life, to rise to anything so high and remote from our usual routine as music. But we do not much lament that. We do not get even so far. A certain practical cunning, which admittedly we stand greatly in need of, we hold to be our greatest distinction. And with a smile born of such cunning, we are wont to console ourselves for all shortcomings, even supposing, only it does not happen, that we were to yearn once in a way for the kind of bliss which music may provide. Josephine is the sole exception. She has a love for music, and knows, too, how to transmit it. She is the only one. When she dies, music, who knows for how long, will vanish from our lives. I have often thought about what this music of hers really means, for we are quite unmusical. How is it that we understand Josephine singing, or, since Josephine denies that, at least think we can understand it? The simplest answer would be that the beauty of her singing is so great that even the most insensitive cannot be deaf to it. But this answer is not satisfactory. If it were really so, her singing would have to give one an immediate and lasting feeling of being something out of the ordinary, a feeling that from her throat something is sounding which we have never heard before, and which we are not even capable of hearing. Something that Josephine alone and no one else can enable us to hear. But in my opinion, that is just what does not happen. I do not feel this, and have never observed that others feel anything of the kind. Among intimates, we admit freely to one another that Josephine's singing, as singing, is nothing out of the ordinary. Is it in fact singing at all? Although we are unmusical, we have a tradition of singing. In the old days our people did sing. This is mentioned in legends, and some songs have actually survived, which, it is true, no one can now sing. Thus we have an inkling of what singing is, and Josephine's art does not really correspond to it. So is it singing at all? Is it not just a piping? And piping is something we all know about. It is the real artistic accomplishment of our people, or rather, no mere accomplishment, but a characteristic expression of our life. We all pipe, but of course no one dreams of making out that piping is an art. We pipe without thinking of it, indeed without noticing it, and there are even many among us who are quite unaware that piping is one of our characteristics. So if it were true that Josephine does not sing but only pipes, and perhaps, as it seems to me at least, hardly rises above the level of our usual piping, yet perhaps her strength is not even quite equal to our usual piping, whereas an ordinary farmhand can keep it up effortlessly all day long, besides doing his work. If that were all true, then indeed Josephine's alleged vocal skill might be disproved. But that would merely clear the ground for the real riddle, which needs solving, the enormous influence she has. After all, it is only a kind of piping that she produces. If you post yourself quite far away from her and listen, or still better, put your judgment to the test whenever she happens to be singing along with others by trying to identify her voice, you will undoubtedly distinguish nothing but a quite ordinary piping tone, which at most differs a little from the others through being delicate or weak. Yet if you sit down before her, it is not merely a piping. To comprehend her art, it is necessary not only to hear but to see her. Even if hers were only our usual workaday piping, there is first of all this peculiarity to consider, that here is someone making a ceremonial performance out of doing the usual thing. To crack a nut is truly no feat, so no one would ever dare to collect an audience in order to entertain it with nut-cracking. But if all the same one does do that, and succeeds in entertaining the public, then it cannot be a matter of simple nut-cracking. Or it is a matter of nut-cracking, but it turns out that we have overlooked the art of cracking nuts because we were too skilled in it, and that this newcomer to it first shows us its real nature, even finding it useful in making his effects to be rather less expert in nut-cracking than most of us. Perhaps it is much the same with Josephine's singing. We admire in her what we do not at all admire in ourselves. In this respect, I may say, she is of one mind with us. I was once present when someone, as of course often happens, drew her attention to the folk piping everywhere going on, making only a modest reference to it, yet for Josephine that was more than enough. A smile so sarcastic and arrogant as she then assumed I have never seen. She, who in appearance is delicacy itself, conspicuously so, even among our people who are prolific in such feminine types, seemed at that moment actually vulgar. She was at once aware of it herself, by the way, with her extreme sensibility, and controlled herself. At any rate, she denies any connection between her art and ordinary piping. For those who are of the contrary opinion, she has only contempt, and probably unacknowledged hatred. This is not simple vanity, for the opposition, with which I too am half in sympathy, certainly admires her no less than the crowd does. But Josephine does not want mere admiration. She wants to be admired exactly in the way she prescribes. Mere admiration leaves her cold. And when you take a seat before her, you understand her. Opposition is possible only at a distance. When you sit before her, you know. This piping of hers is no piping. Since piping is one of our thoughtless habits, one might think that people would pipe up in Josephine's audience too. Her art makes us feel happy, and when we are happy we pipe. But her audience never pipes.
It sits in mouse-like stillness, as if we had become partakers in the peace we long for, from which our own piping, at the very least, holds us back. We make no sound. It is her singing that enchants us, or is it not rather the solemn stillness enclosing her frail little voice? Once it happened, while Josephine was singing, that some silly little thing in all innocence began to pipe up too. Now it was just the same as what we were hearing from Josephine. In front of us the piping sound that, despite all rehearsal, was still tentative, and here in the audience, the unself-conscious piping of a child. It would have been impossible to define the difference, but yet at once we hissed and whistled the interrupter down, although it would not really have been necessary, for in any case she would certainly have crawled away in fear and shame, whereas Josephine struck up her most triumphal notes, and was quite beyond herself, spreading her arms wide, and stretching her throat as high as it could reach. That is what she is like always. Every trifle, every casual incident, every nuisance, a creaking in the parquet, a grinding of teeth, a failure in the lighting, incites her to heighten the effectiveness of her song. She believes anyhow that she is singing to deaf ears. There is no lack of enthusiasm and applause, but she has long learned not to expect real understanding, as she conceives it. So all disturbance is very welcome to her. Whatever intervenes from outside to hinder the purity of her song, to be overcome with a slight effort, even with no effort at all, merely by confronting it, can help to awaken the masses, to teach them not perhaps understanding, but awed respect. And if small events do her such service, how much more do great ones? Our life is very uneasy. Every day brings surprises, apprehensions, hopes, and terrors, so that it would be impossible for a single individual to bear it all, did he not always have by day and night the support of his fellows. But even so, it often becomes very difficult. Frequently as many as 1,000 shoulders are trembling under a burden that was really meant only for one pair. Then Josephine holds that her time has come. So there she stands, the delicate creature, shaken by vibrations, especially below the breastbone, so that one feels anxious for her. It is as if she has concentrated all her strength on her song, as if from everything in her that does not directly subserve her singing, all strength has been withdrawn, almost all power of life, as if she were laid bare, abandoned, committed merely to the care of good angels, as if while she is so wholly withdrawn, and living only in her song, a cold breath blowing upon her might kill her. But just when she makes such an appearance, we who are supposed to be her opponents are in the habit of saying, "She can't even pipe. She has to put such a terrible strain on herself to force out not a song, we can't call it a song, but some approximation to our usual customary piping." So it seems to us. But this impression, although, as I said, inevitable, is yet fleeting and transient. We too are soon sunk in the feeling of the mass, which, warmly pressed body to body, listens with indrawn breath. And to gather around her this mass of our people, who are almost always on the run and scurrying hither and thither, for reasons that are often not very clear, Josephine mostly needs to do nothing else than take up her stand, head thrown back, mouth half open, eyes turned upwards, in the position that indicates her intention to sing. She can do this where she likes. It need not be a place visible a long way off. Any secluded corner pitched on in a moment's caprice will serve as well. The news that she is going to sing flies around at once, and soon whole processions are on the way there. Now, sometimes, all the same, obstacles intervene. Josephine likes best to sing just when things are most upset. Many worries and dangers force us then to take devious ways. With the best will in the world, we cannot assemble ourselves as quickly as Josephine wants, and on occasion she stands there in ceremonial state for quite a time without a sufficient audience. Then, indeed, she turns furious. Then she stamps her feet, swearing in most unmaidenly fashion. She actually bites. But even such behavior does no harm to her reputation. Instead of curbing a little her excessive demands, people exert themselves to meet them. Messengers are sent out to summon fresh hearers. She is kept in ignorance of the fact that this is being done. On the roads all around, sentries can be seen posted who wave on newcomers and urge them to hurry. This goes on until at last a tolerably large audience is gathered.
What drives the people to make such exertions for Josephine's sake? This is no easier to answer than the first question about Josephine's singing, with which it is closely connected. One could eliminate that and combine them both in the second question, if it were possible to assert that because of her singing, our people are unconditionally devoted to Josephine, but this is simply not the case. Unconditional devotion is hardly known among us. Ours are people who love slyness beyond everything, without any malice to be sure, and childish whispering and chatter, innocent superficial chatter to be sure, but people of such a kind cannot go in for unconditional devotion, and that Josephine herself certainly feels. That is what she is fighting against, with all the force of her feeble throat. In making such generalized pronouncements, of course, one should not go too far. Our people are all the same devoted to Josephine, only not unconditionally. For instance, they would not be capable of laughing at Josephine. It can be admitted. In Josephine there is much to make one laugh, and laughter for its own sake is never far away for us. In spite of all the misery of our lives, quiet laughter is always, so to speak, at our elbows. But we do not laugh at Josephine. Many a time I have had the impression that our people interpret their relationship to Josephine in this way, that she, this frail creature, needing protection and in some way remarkable, in her own opinion remarkable for her gift of song, is entrusted to their care, and they must look after her. The reason for this is not clear to anyone. Only the fact seems to be established. But what is entrusted to one's care one does not laugh at. To laugh would be a breach of duty. The utmost malice which the most malicious of us wreak on Josephine is to say now and then, "The sight of Josephine is enough to make one stop laughing." So the people look after Josephine much as a father takes into his care a child whose little hand, one cannot tell whether in appeal or command, is stretched out to him. One might think that our people are not fitted to exercise such paternal duties, but in reality they discharge them, at least in this case, admirably. No single individual could do what in this respect the people as a whole are capable of doing. To be sure, the difference in strength between the people and the individual is so enormous that it is enough for the nursling to be drawn into the warmth of their nearness, and he is sufficiently protected. To Josephine, certainly, one does not dare mention such ideas. "Your protection isn't worth an old song," she says then. Sure, old song, we think. And besides, her protest is no real contradiction. It is rather a thoroughly childish way of doing, and childish gratitude, while a father's way of doing is to pay no attention to it. Yet there is something else behind it, which is not so easy to explain by this relationship between the people and Josephine. Josephine, that is to say, thinks just the opposite. She believes it is she who protects the people. When we are in a bad way politically or economically, her singing is supposed to save us, nothing less than that, and if it does not drive away the evil, at least gives us the strength to bear it. She does not put it in these words, or in any other. She says very little anyhow. She is silent among the chatterers, but it flashes from her eyes, on her closed lips. Few among us can keep their lips closed, but she can. It is plainly legible. Whenever we get bad news, and on many days bad news comes thick and fast at once, lies and half-truths included, she rises up at once, whereas usually she sits listlessly on the ground. She rises up and stretches her neck and tries to see over the heads of her flock like a shepherd before a thunderstorm. It is certainly a habit of children in their wild, impulsive fashion to make such claims, but Josephine's are not quite so unfounded as children's. True, she does not save us, and she gives us no strength. It is easy to stage oneself as a savior of our people, inured as they are to suffering, not sparing themselves, swift in decision, well acquainted with death, timorous only to the eye in the atmosphere of reckless daring which they constantly breathe, and as prolific besides as they are bold. It is easy, I say, to stage oneself after the event as the savior of our people, who have always somehow managed to save themselves, although at the cost of sacrifices which make historians, generally speaking we ignore historical research entirely, quite horror-struck. And yet it is true that just in emergencies we hearken better than at other times to Josephine's voice. The menaces that loom over us make us quieter, more humble, more submissive to Josephine's domination. We like to come together, we like to huddle close to each other, especially on an occasion set apart from the troubles preoccupying us. It is as if we were drinking in all haste. Yes, haste is necessary. Josephine too often forgets that. From a cup of peace in common before the battle. It is not so much a performance of songs as an assembly of the people, and an assembly where, except for the small piping voice in front, there is complete stillness. The hour is much too grave for us to waste it in chatter. A relationship of this kind, of course, would never content Josephine. Despite all the nervous uneasiness that fills Josephine because her position has never been quite defined, there is still much that she does not see, blinded by her self-conceit, and she can be brought fairly easily to overlook much more. A swarm of flatterers is always busy about her to this end, thus really doing a public service. And yet to be only an incidental, unnoticed performer in a corner of an assembly of the people, for that, although in itself it would be no small thing, she would certainly not make us the sacrifice of her singing. Nor does she need to, for her art does not go unnoticed. Although we are at bottom preoccupied with quite other things, and it is by no means only for the sake of her singing that stillness prevails, and many a listener does not even look up but buries his face in his neighbor's fur, so that Josephine up in front seems to be exerting herself to no purpose, there is yet something, it cannot be denied, that irresistibly makes its way into us from Josephine's piping. This piping, which rises up where everyone else is pledged to silence, comes almost like a message from the whole people to each individual. Josephine's thin piping amidst the tumult of a hostile world. Josephine exerts herself, a mere nothing in voice, a mere nothing in execution. She asserts herself and gets across to us. It does us good to think of that. A really trained singer, if ever such a one should be found among us, we would certainly not endure at such a time, and we should unanimously turn away from the senselessness of any such performance. May Josephine be spared from perceiving that the mere fact of our listening to her is proof that she is no singer. An intuition of it she must have, else why does she so passionately deny that we do listen? Only she keeps on singing and piping her intuition away. But there are other things she could take comfort from. We do really listen to her in a sense, probably much as one listens to a trained singer. She gets effects which a trained singer would try in vain to achieve among us, and which are only produced precisely because her means are so inadequate. For this, doubtless, our way of life is mainly responsible. Among our people there is no age of youth, scarcely the briefest childhood. Regularly, it is true, demands are put forward that the children should be granted a special freedom, a special protection, that their right to be a little carefree, to have a little senseless giddiness, a little play, that this right should be respected and the exercise of it encouraged. Such demands are put forward, and nearly everyone approves them. There is nothing one could approve of more, but there is also nothing in the reality of our daily life that is less likely to be granted. One approves these demands, one makes attempts to meet them, but soon all the old ways are back again. Our life happens to be such that a child, as soon as it can run about a little, and a little distinguish one thing from another, must look after itself, just like an adult. The areas on which, for economic reasons, we have to live in dispersion are too wide, our enemies too numerous, the dangers lying everywhere in wait for us too incalculable. We cannot shelter our children from the struggle for existence. If we did so, it would bring them to an early grave. These depressing considerations are reinforced by another which is not depressing, the fertility of our race. One generation, and each is numerous, treads on the heels of another. The children have no time to be children. Other races may foster their children carefully. Schools may be erected for their little ones. Out of these schools the children may come pouring daily, the future of the race. Yet among them it is always the same children that come out day after day for a long time. We have no schools, but from our race come pouring at the briefest intervals the innumerable swarms of our children, merrily lisping or chirping so long as they cannot yet pipe, rolling or tumbling along by sheer impetus so long as they cannot yet run, clumsily carrying everything before them by mass weight so long as they cannot yet see, our children. And not the same children as in those schools, no, always new children again and again, without end, without a break. Hardly does a child appear, then it is no more a child, while behind it new childish faces are already crowding so fast and so thick that they are indistinguishable, rosy with happiness. Truly, however delightful this may be, and however much others may envy us for it, and rightly, we simply cannot give a real childhood to our children. And that has its consequences. A kind of unexpended, ineradicable childishness pervades our people. In direct opposition to what is best in us, our infallible practical common sense, we often behave with the utmost foolishness, with exactly the same foolishness as children, senselessly, wastefully, grandiosely, irresponsibly, and all that often for the sake of some trivial amusement. And although our enjoyment of it cannot, of course, be so wholehearted as a child's enjoyment, something of this survives in it without a doubt. From this childishness of our people, Josephine, too, has profited since the beginning. Yet our people are not only childish, we are also, in a sense, prematurely old. Childhood and old age come upon us not as upon others. We have no youth. We are all at once grown up, and then we stay grown up too long. A certain weariness and hopelessness, spreading from that, leaves a broad trail through our people's nature, tough and strong in hope that it is in general. Our lack of musical gifts has surely some connection with this. We are too old for music. Its excitement, its rapture do not suit our heaviness. Wearily we wave it away. We content ourselves with piping. A little piping here and there, that is enough for us. Who knows? There may be talents for music among us, but if there were, the character of our people would suppress them before they could unfold. Josephine, on the other hand, can pipe as much as she will, or sing, or whatever she likes to call it. That does not disturb us. That suits us. That we can well put up with. Any music there may be in it is reduced to the least possible trace. A certain tradition of music is preserved, yet without making the slightest demand upon us. But our people, being what they are, get still more than this from Josephine. At her concerts, especially in times of stress, it is only the very young who are interested in her singing as singing. They alone gaze in astonishment as she purses her lips, expels the air between her pretty front teeth, half dies in sheer wonderment at the sounds she herself is producing, and after such a swooning swells her performance to new and more incredible heights, whereas the real mass of the people, this is plain to see, are quite withdrawn into themselves. Here in the brief intervals between their struggles our people dream. It is as if the limbs of each were loosened, as if the harried individual once in a while could relax and stretch himself at ease in the great warm bed of the community. And into these dreams Josephine's piping drops note by note. She calls it pearl-like. We call it staccato. But at any rate, here it is in its right place, as nowhere else, finding the moment wait for it, as music scarcely ever does. Something of our poor brief childhood is in it, something of lost happiness that can never be found again, but also something of active daily life, of its small gaieties, unaccountable, and yet springing up and not to be obliterated. And indeed this is all expressed not in full round tones, but softly, in whispers, confidentially, sometimes a little hoarsely. Of course it is a kind of piping. Why not? Piping is our people's daily speech, only many a one pipes his whole life long and does not know it, where here piping is set free from the fetters of daily life, and it frees too for a little while. We certainly should not want to do without these performances. But from that point it is a long, long way to Josephine's claim that she gives us new strength, and so on and so forth. For ordinary people, at least, not for her train of flatterers. What other explanation could there be, they say, with quite shameless sauciness? How else could you explain the great audiences, especially when danger is most imminent, which have even often enough hindered proper precautions being taken in time to avert danger? Now, this last statement is unfortunately true, but can hardly be counted as one of Josephine's titles to fame, especially considering that when such large gatherings have been unexpectedly flushed by the enemy, and many of our people left lying for dead, Josephine, who was responsible for it all, and indeed perhaps attracted the enemy by her piping, has always occupied the safest place, and was always the first to whisk away quietly and speedily under cover of her escort. Still, everyone really knows that, and yet people keep running to whatever place Josephine decides on next, at whatever time she rises up to sing. One could argue from this that Josephine stands almost beyond the law, that she can do what she pleases at the risk of actually endangering the community, and will be forgiven for everything. If this were so, even Josephine's claims would be entirely comprehensible. Yes, in this freedom to be allowed her, this extraordinary gift granted to her, and to no one else in direct contravention of the laws, one could see an admission of the fact that they marvel helplessly at her art, feel themselves unworthy of it. Try to assuage the pity she rouses in them by making really desperate sacrifices for her, and to the same extent that her art is beyond their comprehension, consider her personality and her wishes to lie beyond their jurisdiction. Well, that is simply not true at all. Perhaps as individuals the people may surrender too easily to Josephine, but as a whole they surrender unconditionally to no one, and not to her either. For a long time back, perhaps since the very beginning of her artistic career, Josephine has been fighting for exemption from all daily work on account of her singing. She should be relieved of all responsibility for earning her daily bread and being involved in the general struggle for existence, which, apparently, should be transferred on her behalf to the people as a whole. A facile enthusiast, and there have been such, might argue from the mere unusualness of this demand, from the spiritual attitude needed to frame such a demand, that it has an inner justification. But our people draw other conclusions and quietly refuse it, nor do they trouble much about disproving the assumptions on which it is based. Josephine argues, for instance, that the strain of working is bad for her voice, that the strain of working is of course nothing to the strain of singing, but it prevents her from being able to rest sufficiently after singing, and to recuperate for more singing. She has to exhaust her strength completely, and yet, in these circumstances, can never rise to the peak of her abilities. The people listen to her arguments and pay no attention. Our people, so easily moved, sometimes cannot be moved at all. Their refusal is sometimes so decided that even Josephine is taken aback. She appears to submit, does her proper share of work, sings as best she can, but all only for a time. Then, with renewed strength, for this purpose her strength seems inexhaustible, she takes up the fight again. Now it is clear that what Josephine really wants is not what she puts into words. She is honorable, she is not work-shy. Shirking, in any case, is quite unknown among us. If her petition were granted, she would certainly live the same life as before. Her work would not at all get in the way of her singing, nor would her singing grow any better. What she wants is public, unambiguous, permanent recognition of her art, going far beyond any precedent so far known. But while almost everything else seems within her reach, this eludes her persistently. Perhaps she should have taken a different line of attack from the beginning. Perhaps she herself sees that her approach was wrong, but now she cannot draw back. Retreat would be self-betrayal. Now she must stand or fall by her petition. If she really had enemies, as she avers, they could get much amusement from watching the struggle without having to lift a finger. But she has no enemies, and even though she is often criticized here and there, no one finds this struggle of hers amusing. Just because of the fact that the people show themselves here in their cold judicial aspect, which is otherwise rarely seen among us. And however one may approve it in this case, the very idea that such an aspect might be turned upon itself some day prevents amusement from breaking in. The important thing, both in the people's refusal and in Josephine's petition, is not the action itself, but the fact that the people are capable of presenting a stony, impenetrable front to one of their own, and that it is all the more impenetrable because in other respects they show an anxious paternal care, and more than paternal care, for this very member of the people. Suppose that instead of the people, one had an individual to deal with. One might imagine that this man had been giving in to Josephine all the time, while nursing a wild desire to put an end to his submissiveness one fine day. That he had made superhuman sacrifices for Josephine, in the firm belief that there was a natural limit to his capacity for sacrifice. Yes, that he had sacrificed more than was needful, merely to hasten the process, merely to spoil Josephine, and encourage her to ask for more and more, until she did indeed reach the limit with this last petition of hers, and that he then cut her off with a final refusal, which was curt because long held in reserve. Now this is certainly not how the matter stands. The people have no need of such guile. Besides, their respect for Josephine is well tried and genuine, and Josephine's demands are, after all, so far-reaching that any simple child could have told her what the outcome would be. Yet it may be that such considerations enter into Josephine's way of taking the matter, and so add a certain bitterness to the pain of being refused. But whatever her ideas on the subject, she does not let them deter her from pursuing the campaign. Recently she has even intensified her attack. Hitherto she has used only words as her weapons, but now she is beginning to have recourse to other means, which she thinks will prove more efficacious, but which we think will run her into greater dangers. Many believe that Josephine is becoming so insistent because she feels herself growing old and her voice falling off, and so she thinks it high time to wage the last battle for recognition. I do not believe it. Josephine would not be Josephine if that were true. For her there is no growing old and no falling off in her voice. If she makes demands, it is not because of outward circumstances, but because of an inner logic. She reaches for the highest garland not because it is momentarily hanging a little lower, but because it is the highest. If she had any say in the matter, she would have it still higher. This contempt for external difficulties, to be sure, does not hinder her from using the most unworthy methods. Her rights seem beyond question to her, so what does it matter how she secures them? Especially since in this world, as she sees it, honest methods are bound to fail. Perhaps that is why she has transferred the battle for her rights from the field of song to another which she cares little about. Her supporters have let it be known that, according to herself, she feels quite capable of singing in such a way that all levels of the populace, even to the remotest corners of the opposition, would find it a real delight not by popular standards, for the people affirm that they have always delighted in her singing, but a delight by her own standards. However, she adds, since she cannot falsify the highest standards nor pander to the lowest, her singing will have to stay as it is. But when it comes to her campaign for exemption from work, we get a different story. It is, of course, also a campaign on behalf of her singing, yet she is not fighting directly with the priceless weapon of her song, so any instrument she uses is good enough. Thus, for instance, the rumor went around that Josephine meant to cut short her grace notes if her petition were not granted. I know nothing about grace notes, and have never noticed any in Josephine's singing. But Josephine is going to cut short her grace notes, not for the present, to cut them out entirely, only to cut them short. Presumably she has carried out her threat, although I for one have observed no difference in her performance. The people as a whole listened in the usual way without making any pronouncement on the grace notes, nor did their response to her petition vary by a jot. It must be admitted that Josephine's way of thinking, like her figure, is often very charming. And so, for instance, after that performance, just as if her decision about the grace notes had been too severe or too sudden a move against the people, she announced that next time she would put in all the grace notes again. Yet after the next concert she changed her mind once more. There was to be definitely an end of these great arias with the grace notes, and until her petition was favorably regarded, they would never recur. Well, the people let all these announcements, decisions and counter-decisions, go in at one ear and out at the other, like a grown-up person deep in thought, turning a deaf ear to a child's babble, fundamentally well-disposed, but not accessible. Josephine, however, does not give in. The other day, for instance, she claimed that she had hurt her foot at work, so that it was difficult for her to stand up to sing. But since she could not sing except standing up, her songs would now have to be cut short. Although she limps and leans on her supporters, no one believes that she is really hurt. Granted that her frail body is extra-sensitive, she is yet one of us, and we are a race of workers. If we were to start limping every time we got a scratch, the whole people would never be done limping. Yet though she lets herself be led about like a cripple, though she shows herself in this pathetic condition oftener than usual, the people all the same listen to her singing thankfully and appreciatively as before, but do not bother much about the shortening of her songs. Since she cannot very well go on limping forever, she thinks of something else. She pleads that she is tired, not in the mood for singing, feeling faint. And so we get a theatrical performance as well as a concert. We see Josephine's supporters in the background, begging and imploring her to sing. She would be glad to oblige, but she cannot. They comfort and caress her with flatteries. They almost carry her to the selected spot where she is supposed to sing. At last, bursting inexplicably into tears, she gives way. But when she stands up to sing, obviously at the end of her resources, weary, her arms not widespread as usual, but hanging lifelessly down, so that one gets the impression that they are perhaps a little too short. Just as she is about to strike up, there, she cannot do it after all. An unwilling shake of the head tells us so, and she breaks down before our eyes. To be sure, she pulls herself together again and sings, I fancy, much as usual. Perhaps if one has an ear for the finer shades of expression, one can even hear that she is singing with unusual feeling, which is, however, all to the good. And in the end she is actually less tired than before. With a firm tread, if one can use such a term for her tripping gait, she moves off, refusing all help from her supporters, and measuring with cold eyes the crowd which respectfully makes way for her. That happened a day or two ago. But the latest is that she has disappeared, just at a time when she was supposed to sing. It is not only her supporters who are looking for her, many are devoting themselves to the search, but all in vain. Josephine has vanished. She will not sing. She will not even be cajoled into singing. This time she has deserted us entirely. Curiously, how mistaken she is in her calculations. The clever creature, so mistaken that one might fancy she has made no calculations at all, but is only being driven on by her destiny, which in our world cannot be anything but a sad one. Of her own accord she abandons her singing. Of her own accord she destroys the power she has gained over people's hearts. How could she ever have gained that power, since she knows so little about these hearts of ours? She hides herself and does not sing. But our people, quietly, without visible disappointment, a self-confident mass in perfect equilibrium, so constituted, even though appearances are misleading, that they can only bestow gifts and not receive them. Even from Josephine, our people continue on their way. Josephine's road, however, must go downhill. The time will soon come when her last notes sound and die into silence. She is a small episode in the eternal history of our people, and the people will get over the loss of her. Not that it will be easy for us. How can our gatherings take place in utter silence? Still, were they not silent even when Josephine was present? Was her actual piping notably louder and more alive than the memory of it will be? Was it even in her lifetime more than a simple memory? Was it not rather because Josephine's singing was already past losing in this way that our people in their wisdom prized it so highly? So perhaps we shall not miss so very much after all, while Josephine, redeemed from the earthly sorrows which to her thinking lay in wait for all chosen spirits, will happily lose herself in the numberless throng of the heroes of our people, and soon, since we are no historians, will rise to the heights of redemption and be forgotten like all her brothers. Before the law. Before the law stands a doorkeeper. To this doorkeeper there comes a man from the country and prays for admittance to the law, but the doorkeeper says that he cannot grant admittance at the moment. The man thinks it over and then asks if he will be allowed in later. "It is possible," says the doorkeeper, "but not at the moment." Since the gate stands open as usual, and the doorkeeper steps to one side, the man stoops to peer through the gateway into the interior. Observing that, the doorkeeper laughs and says, "If you are so drawn to it, just try to go in despite my veto. But take note, I am powerful, and I am only the least of the doorkeepers. From hall to hall there is one doorkeeper after another, each more powerful than the last. The third doorkeeper is already so terrible that even I cannot bear to look at him. These are difficulties the man from the country has not expected. The law, he thinks, should surely be accessible at all times and to everyone. But as he now takes a closer look at the doorkeeper in his fur coat, with his big sharp nose and long, thin, black Tartar beard, he decides that it is better to wait until he gets permission to enter. The doorkeeper gives him a stool and lets him sit down at one side of the door. There he sits for days and years. He makes many attempts to be admitted, and wearies the doorkeeper by his importunity. The doorkeeper frequently has little interviews with him, asking him questions about his home and many other things, but the questions are put indifferently, as great lords put them, and always finish with the statement that he cannot be let in yet. The man, who has furnished himself with many things for his journey, sacrifices all he has, however valuable, to bribe the doorkeeper. The doorkeeper accepts everything, but always with the remark, "I am only taking it to keep you from thinking you have omitted anything." During these many years, the man fixes his attention almost continuously on the doorkeeper. He forgets the other doorkeepers, and this first one seems to him the sole obstacle preventing access to the law. He curses his bad luck, in his early years boldly and loudly. Later, as he grows old, he only grumbles to himself. He becomes childish, and since in his year-long contemplation of the doorkeeper he has come to know even the fleas on his fur collar, he begs the fleas as well to help him, and to change the doorkeeper's mind. At length his eyesight begins to fail, and he does not know whether the world is really darker, or whether his eyes are only deceiving him. Yet in his darkness he is now aware of a radiance that streams inextinguishably from the gateway of the law. Now he has not very long to live. Before he dies, all his experiences in these long years gather themselves in his head to one point, a question he has not yet asked the doorkeeper. He waves him nearer, since he can no longer raise his stiffening body. The doorkeeper has to bend low towards him, much to the man's disadvantage. "What do you want to know now?" asks the doorkeeper. "You are insatiable." "Everyone strives to reach the law," says the man. "So how does it happen that for all these many years no one but myself has ever begged for admittance?" The doorkeeper recognizes that the man has reached his end, and to let his failing senses catch the words, roars in his ear, "No one else could ever be admitted here, since this gate was made only for you. I am now going to shut it." The Return of Imre. Rudyard Kipling, famous novelist, storyteller, and epic poet, was born in Bombay in 1865, died in England in 1936. He won the Nobel Prize for Literature in 1907. Of his vast literary legacy, mention should be made of Plain Tales from the Hills, 1887, The Light That Failed, 1891, The Seven Seas, 1896, Stalky and Company, 1899, Kim, 1901, The Five Nations, 1903, Actions and Reactions, 1909, A Diversity of Creatures, 1917, The Years Between, 1918, Debits and Credits, 1926, Limits and Renewals, 1935, and Something of Myself, 1937. The doors were wide, the story saith. Out of the night came the patient wraith. He might not speak, and he could not stir, a hair of the Baron's miniver. Speechless and strengthless, a shadow thin, he roved the castle to seek his kin, and oh, 'twas a piteous thing to see the dumb ghost follow his enemy. The Baron. Imre achieved the impossible. Without warning, for no conceivable motive, in his youth, at the threshold of his career, he chose to disappear from the world, which is to say, the little Indian station where he lived. Upon a day he was alive, well, happy, and in great evidence among the billiard tables at his club. Upon a morning he was not, and no manner of search could make sure where he might be. He had stepped out of his place. He had not appeared at his office at the proper time, and his dog-cart was not upon the public roads. For these reasons, and because he was hampering, in a microscopical degree, the administration of the Indian Empire, that empire paused for one microscopical moment to make inquiry into the fate of Imre. Ponds were dragged,
Wells were plumbed, telegrams were dispatched down the lines of railways and to the nearest seaport town, 1,200 miles away. But Imre was not at the end of the drag ropes nor the telegraph wires. He was gone, and his place knew him no more. Then the work of the great Indian Empire swept forward, because it could not be delayed, and Imre, from being a man, became a mystery. Such a thing as men talk over at their tables in the club for a month, and then forget utterly. His guns, horses, and carts were sold to the highest bidder. His superior officer wrote an altogether absurd letter to his mother, saying that Imre had unaccountably disappeared, and his bungalow stood empty. After 3 or 4 months of the scorching hot weather had gone by, my friend Strickland of the police saw fit to rent the bungalow from the native landlord. This was before he was engaged to Miss Yall, an affair which has been described in another place, and while he was pursuing his investigations into native life. His own life was sufficiently peculiar, and men complained of his manners and customs. There was always food in his house, but there were no regular times for meals. He ate standing up and walking about, whatever he might find at the sideboard, and this is not good for human beings. His domestic equipment was limited to 6 rifles, 3 shotguns, 5 saddles, and a collection of stiff-jointed mahseer rods, bigger and stronger than the largest salmon rods. These occupied 1/2 of his bungalow, and the other half was given up to Strickland and his dog Tietjens, an enormous Rampur slut who devoured daily the rations of 2 men. She spoke to Strickland in a language of her own, and whenever, walking abroad, she saw things calculated to destroy the peace of Her Majesty the Queen Empress, she returned to her master and laid information. Strickland would take steps at once, and the end of his labors was trouble, and fine and imprisonment for other people. The natives believed that Tietjens was a familiar spirit, and treated her with a great reverence that is born of hate and fear. One room in the bungalow was set apart for her special use. She owned a bedstead, a blanket, and a drinking trough, and if anyone came into Strickland's room at night, her custom was to knock down the invader and give tongue till someone came with a light. Strickland owed his life to her when he was on the frontier in search of a local murderer, who came in the grey dawn to send Strickland much farther than the Andaman Islands. Tietjens caught the man as he was crawling into Strickland's tent with a dagger between his teeth, and after his record of iniquity was established in the eyes of the law, he was hanged. From that date Tietjens wore a collar of rough silver, and employed a monogram on her night blanket, and the blanket was of double-woven cashmere cloth, for she was a delicate dog. Under no circumstances would she be separated from Strickland, and once, when he was ill with fever, made great trouble for the doctors, because she did not know how to help her master, and would not allow another creature to attempt aid. McCarnett, of the Indian Medical Service, beat her over her head with a gun butt before she could understand that she must give room for those who could give quinine. A short time after Strickland had taken Imre's bungalow, my business took me through that station, and naturally, the club quarters being full, I quartered myself upon Strickland. It was a desirable bungalow, 8-roomed and heavily thatched against any chance of leakage from rain. Under the pitch of the roof ran a ceiling cloth, which looked just as neat as a whitewashed ceiling. The landlord had repainted it when Strickland took the bungalow. Unless you knew how Indian bungalows were built, you would never have suspected that above the cloth lay the dark, 3-cornered cavern of the roof, where the beams and the underside of the thatch harbored all manner of rats, bats, ants, and foul things. Tietjens met me in the veranda, with a bay like the boom of the bell of St. Paul's, putting her paws on my shoulder to show she was glad to see me. Strickland had contrived to claw together a sort of meal which he called lunch, and immediately after it was finished went out about his business. I was left alone with Tietjens and my own affairs. The heat of the summer had broken up and turned to the warm damp of the rains. There was no motion in the heated air, but the rain fell like ramrods on the earth, and flung up a blue mist when it splashed back. The bamboo and the custard apples, the poinsettias and the mango trees in the garden stood still, while the warm water lashed through them, and the frogs began to swim among the aloe hedges. A little before the light failed, and when the rain was at its worst, I sat in the back veranda and heard the water roar from the eaves, and scratched myself because I was covered with a thing called prickly heat.
Tietjens came out with me and put her head in my lap and was very sorrowful. So I gave her biscuits when tea was ready, and I took tea in the back veranda on account of the little coolness found there. The rooms of the house were dark behind me. I could smell Strickland's saddlery and the oil on his guns, and I had no desire to sit among these things. My own servant came to me in the twilight, the muslin of his clothes clinging tightly to his drenched body, and told me that a gentleman had called and wished to see someone. Very much against my will, but only because of the darkness of the rooms, I went into the naked drawing-room, telling my man to bring the lights. There might or might not have been a caller waiting. It seemed to me that I saw a figure by one of the windows, but when the lights came there was nothing save the spites of the rain without, and the smell of the drinking earth in my nostrils. I explained to my servant that he was no wiser than he ought to be, and went back to the veranda to talk to Tietjens. She had gone out into the wet, and I could hardly coax her back to me, even with biscuits with sugar tops. Strickland came home, dripping wet, just before dinner, and the first thing he said was, "Is anyone called?" I explained with apologies that my servant had summoned me into the drawing-room on a false alarm, or that some loafer had tried to call on Strickland, and thinking better of it, had fled after giving his name. Strickland ordered dinner, without comment, and since it was a real dinner with a white tablecloth attached, we sat down. At 9 o'clock Strickland wanted to go to bed, and I was tired too. Tietjens, who had been lying underneath the table, rose up and slung into the least exposed veranda as soon as her master moved to his own room, which was next to the stately chamber set apart for Tietjens. If a mere wife had wished to sleep out of doors in that pelting rain, it would not have mattered. But Tietjens was a dog, and therefore the better animal. I looked at Strickland, expecting to see him flay her with a whip. He smiled queerly, as a man would smile after telling some unpleasant domestic tragedy. "She has done this ever since I moved in here," said he. "Let her go." The dog was Strickland's dog, so I said nothing, but I felt all that Strickland felt in being thus made light of. Tietjens encamped outside my bedroom window, and storm after storm came up, thundered on the thatch, and died away. The lightning spattered the sky as a thrown egg spatters a barn door, but the light was pale blue, not yellow. And looking through my split bamboo blinds, I could see the great dog standing, not sleeping, in the veranda, the hackles alift on her back, and her feet anchored as tensely as the drawn wire rope of a suspension bridge. In the very short pauses of the thunder I tried to sleep, but it seemed that someone wanted me very urgently. He, whoever he was trying to call me by name, but his voice was no more than a husky whisper. The thunder ceased, and Tietjens went into the garden and howled at the low moon. Somebody tried to open my door, walked about and about through the house, and stood breathing heavily in the verandas. And just when I was falling asleep, I fancied that I heard a wild hammering and clamoring above my head or on the door. I ran into Strickland's room and asked him whether he was ill and had been calling me. He was lying on his bed half-dressed, a pipe in his mouth. "I thought you'd come," he said. "Have I been walking round the house recently?" I explained that he had been tramping in the dining-room and the smoking-room and 2 or 3 other places, and he laughed and told me to go back to bed. I went back to bed and slept till the morning, but through all my mixed dreams I was sure I was doing someone an injustice in not attending to his wants. What those wants were I could not tell, but a fluttering, whispering, bolt-fumbling, lurking, loitering someone was reproaching me for my slackness, and half awake I heard the howling of Tietjens in the garden and the threshing of the rain. I lived in that house for 2 days. Strickland went to his office daily, leaving me alone for 8 or 10 hours with Tietjens for my only companion. As long as the full light lasted, I was comfortable, and so was Tietjens. But in the twilight she and I moved into the back veranda and cuddled each other for company. We were alone in the house, but none the less it was much too fully occupied by a tenant with whom I did not wish to interfere. I never saw him, but I could see the curtains between the rooms quivering where he had just passed through. I could hear the chairs creaking as the bamboos sprung under a weight that had just quitted them. And I could feel when I went to get a book from the dining-room that somebody was waiting in the shadows of the front veranda till I should have gone away.
Tietjens made the twilight more interesting by glaring into the darkened rooms with every hair erect and following the motions of something that I could not see. She never entered the rooms, but her eyes moved interestedly. That was quite sufficient. Only when my servant came to trim the lamps and make all light and habitable, she would come in with me and spend her time sitting on her haunches, watching an invisible extra man as he moved about behind my shoulder. Dogs are cheerful companions. I explained to Strickland, gently as might be, that I would go over to the club and find for myself quarters there. I admired his hospitality, was pleased with his guns and rods, but I did not much care for his house and its atmosphere. He heard me out to the end, and then smiled very wearily, but without contempt, for he is a man who understands things. "Stay on," he said, "and see what this thing means. All you have talked about I have known since I took the bungalow. Stay on and wait. Tietjens has left me. Are you going too?" I had seen him through one little affair, connected with a heathen idol, that had brought me to the doors of a lunatic asylum, and I had no desire to help him through further experiences. He was a man to whom unpleasantness arrived as do dinners to ordinary people. Therefore I explained more clearly than ever that I liked him immensely, and would be happy to see him in the daytime, but that I did not care to sleep under his roof. This was after dinner, when Tietjens had gone out to lie in the veranda. "'Pon my soul, I don't wonder," said Strickland, with his eyes on the ceiling-cloth. "Look at that." The tails of 2 brown snakes were hanging between the cloth and the cornice of the wall. They threw long shadows in the lamplight. "If you are afraid of snakes, of course," said Strickland. I hate and fear snakes, because if you look into the eyes of any snake, you will see that it knows all and more of the mystery of man's fall, and that it feels all the contempt that the devil felt when Adam was evicted from Eden. Besides which, its bite is generally fatal, and it twists up trouser legs. "You ought to get your thatch overhauled," I said. "Give me a mahseer rod, and we'll poke 'em down." "They'll hide among the roof beams," said Strickland. "I can't stand snakes overhead. I'm going up into the roof. If I shake 'em down, stand by with a cleaning rod and break their backs." I was not anxious to assist Strickland in his work, but I took the cleaning rod and waited in the dining-room while Strickland brought a gardener's ladder from the veranda and set it against the side of the room. The snake-tails drew themselves up and disappeared. We could hear the dry, rushing scuttle of long bodies running over the baggy ceiling-cloth. Strickland took a lamp with him, while I tried to make clear to him the danger of hunting roof snakes between a ceiling-cloth and a thatch, apart from the deterioration of property caused by ripping out ceiling-cloths. "Nonsense," said Strickland. "They're sure to hide near the walls by the cloth. The bricks are too cold for 'em, and the heat of the room is just what they like." He put his hand to the corner of the stuff and ripped it from the cornice. It gave with a great sound of tearing, and Strickland put his head through the opening into the dark of the angle of the roof beams. I set my teeth and lifted the rod, for I had not the least knowledge of what might descend. Said Strickland, and his voice rolled and rumbled in the roof. "There's room for another set of rooms up here, and by Jove, someone is occupying 'em." "Snakes?" I said from below. "No, it's a buffalo. Hand me up the 2 last joints of a mahseer rod, and I'll prod it. It's lying on the main roof beam." I handed up the rod. "What a nest for owls and serpents! No wonder the snakes live here," said Strickland, climbing farther into the roof. I could see his elbow thrusting with the rod. "Come out of that, whoever you are! Heads below there, it's falling." I saw the ceiling-cloth nearly in the center of the room sag with a shape that was pressing it downwards and downwards towards the lighted lamp on the table. I snatched the lamp out of danger and stood back. Then the cloth ripped out from the walls, tore, split, swayed, and shot down upon the table something that I dared not look at, till Strickland had slid down the ladder and was standing by my side. He did not say much, being a man of few words, but he picked up the loose end of the tablecloth and threw it over the remnants on the table. "It strikes me," said he, putting down the lamp. "Our friend Imre has come back." "Oh, you would you?" There was a movement under the cloth, and a little snake wriggled out, to be back-broken by the butt of the masseur rod. I was sufficiently sick to make no remarks worth recording. Strickland meditated and helped himself to drinks. The arrangement under the cloth made no more signs of life. "Is it Imre?" I said. Strickland turned back the cloth for a moment and looked. "It is Imre," he said, "and his throat is cut from ear to ear." Then we spoke, both together and to ourselves. That's why he whispered about the house. Tietjens in the garden began to bay furiously. A little later her great nose heaved open the dining-room door. She sniffed and was still. The tattered ceiling cloth hung down almost to the level of the table, and there was hardly room to move away from the discovery. Tietjens came in and sat down, her teeth bared under her lip and her forepaws planted. She looked at Strickland. "It's a bad business, old lady," said he. "Men don't climb up into the roofs of their bungalows to die, and they don't fasten up the ceiling cloth behind 'em. Let's think it out." "Let's think it out somewhere else," I said. "Excellent idea. Turn the lamps out. We'll get into my room." I did not turn the lamps out. I went into Strickland's room first and allowed him to make the darkness. Then he followed me, and we lit tobacco and thought. Strickland thought. I smoked furiously because I was afraid. "Imre is back," said Strickland. "The question is, who killed Imre? Don't talk, I've a notion of my own. When I took this bungalow, I took over most of Imre's servants. Imre was guileless and inoffensive, wasn't he?" I agreed, though the heap under the cloth had looked neither one thing nor the other. "If I call in all the servants, they will stand fast in a crowd and lie like Aryans. What do you suggest?" "Call them in one by one," I said. "They'll run away and give the news to all their fellows," said Strickland. "We must segregate 'em. Do you suppose your servant knows anything about it?" "He may, for aught I know, but I don't think it's likely. He's only been here 2 or 3 days, I answered. "What's your notion?" "I can't quite tell. How the dickens did the man get the wrong side of the ceiling cloth?" There was a heavy coughing outside Strickland's bedroom door. This showed that Bahadur Khan, his body servant, had waked from sleep and wished to put Strickland to bed. "Come in," said Strickland. "It's a very warm night, isn't it?" Bahadur Khan, a great green-turbaned, 6-foot Mohammedan, said that it was a very warm night, but that there was more rain pending, which, by his honour's favour, would bring relief to the country. "It will be so, if God pleases," said Strickland, tugging off his boots. "It is in my mind, Bahadur Khan, that I have worked thee remorselessly for many days, ever since that time when thou first camest into my service. What time was that?" "Hast the heaven-born forgotten? It was when Imre Sahib went secretly to Europe without warning given, and I, even I, came into the honoured service of the protector of the poor." "And Imre Sahib went to Europe?" "It is so said among those who were his servants." "And thou wilt take service with him when he returns?" "Assuredly, Sahib. He was a good master, and cherished his dependents." "That is true. I am very tired, but I go buck-shooting tomorrow. Give me the little sharp rifle that I use for black-buck. It is in the case yonder." The man stooped over the case, handed barrels, stock, and fore-end to Strickland, who fitted all together, yawning dolefully. Then he reached down to the gun-case, took a solid drawn cartridge, and slipped it into the breech of the 360 Express. "And Imre Sahib has gone to Europe secretly. That is very strange, Bahadur Khan, is it not?" "What do I know of the ways of the white man, heaven-born?" "Very little, truly. But thou shalt know more anon. It has reached me that Imre Sahib has returned from his so long journeyings, and that even now he lies in the next room waiting his servant." "Sahib!" The lamplight slid along the barrels of the rifle as they levelled themselves at Bahadur Khan's broad breast. "Go and look," said Strickland. "Take a lamp. Thy master is tired, and he waits thee. Go." The man picked up a lamp and went into the dining-room, Strickland following, and almost pushing him with the muzzle of the rifle. He looked for a moment at the black depths behind the ceiling cloth,
at the writhing snake underfoot, and last, a grey glaze settling on his face at the thing under the tablecloth. "Hast thou seen?" said Strickland after a pause. "I have seen. I am clay in the white man's hands. What does the presence do?" "Hang thee within the month. What else?" "For killing him? Nay, Sahib, consider. Walking among us, his servants, he cast his eyes upon my child, who was 4 years old. Him he bewitched, and in 10 days he died of the fever. My child!" "What said Imre Sahib?" "He said he was a handsome child, and patted him on the head. Wherefore my child died. Wherefore I killed Imre Sahib in the twilight, when he had come back from office and was sleeping. Wherefore I dragged him up into the roof beams, and made all fast behind him. The Heaven-born knows all things. I am the servant of the Heaven-born." Strickland looked at me above the rifle, and said in the vernacular, "Thou art witness to this saying? He has killed." Bahadur Khan stood ashen grey in the light of the one lamp. The need for justification came upon him very swiftly. "I am trapped," he said, "but the offence was that man's. He cast an evil eye upon my child, and I killed and hid him. Only such as are served by devils." He glared at Tietjens, couched stolidly before him. "Only such could know what I did." "It was clever, but thou shouldst have lashed him to the beam with a rope. Now thou thyself wilt hang by a rope. Orderly!" A drowsy policeman answered Strickland's call. He was followed by another, and Tietjens sat wondrous still. "Take him to the police station," said Strickland. "There is a case toward." "Do I hang, then?" said Bahadur Khan, making no attempt to escape, and keeping his eyes on the ground. "If the sun shines or the water runs, yes," said Strickland. Bahadur Khan stepped back one long pace, quivered and stood still. The 2 policemen waited further orders. "Go," said Strickland. "Nay, but I go very swiftly," said Bahadur Khan. "Look, I am even now a dead man." He lifted his foot, and to the little toe there clung the head of the half-killed snake, firm fixed in the agony of death. "I come of landholding stock," said Bahadur Khan, rocking where he stood. "It were a disgrace to me to go to the public scaffold. Therefore I take this way. Be it remembered that the Sahib's shirts are correctly enumerated, and that there is an extra piece of soap in his wash-basin. My child was bewitched, and I slew the wizard. Why should you seek to slay me with the rope? My honor is saved, and I die." At the end of an hour he died, as they die who are bitten by the little brown karate, and the policemen bore him and the thing under the tablecloth to their appointed places. All were needed to make clear the disappearance of Imre. "This," said Strickland very calmly as he climbed into bed, "is called the 19th century. Did you hear what that man said?" "I heard," I answered. "Imre made a mistake." "Simply and solely through not knowing the nature of the Oriental, and the coincidence of a little seasonal fever. Bahadur Khan had been with him for 4 years. I shuddered. My own servant had been with me for exactly that length of time. When I went over to my own room, I found my man waiting, impassive as the copperhead on a penny, to pull off my boots. "What has befallen Bahadur Khan?" said I. "He was bitten by a snake and died. The rest the Sahib knows," was the answer. "And how much of this matter hast thou known?" "As much as might be gathered from one coming in the twilight to seek satisfaction. Gently, Sahib. Let me pull off those boots." I had just settled to the sleep of exhaustion when I heard Strickland shouting from his side of the house, "Tietjens has come back to her place." And so she had. The great deerhound was crouched statelily on her own bedstead on her own blanket, while in the next room the idle empty ceiling-cloth waggled as it trailed on the table. The Horses of Abdera.
Leopoldo Lugones, Argentinian writer, born in Rio Seco, in the province of Cordoba, in 1874, died in El Tigre, Buenos Aires province, in 1938. He was at home in poetry, biography, history, Homeric studies, and fiction. His literary legacy includes the following titles: Las Montañas del Oro, 1897, Los Crepúsculos del Jardín, 1905, El Imperio Jesuístico, 1905, Lunario Sentimental, 1909, Odas Seculares, 1910, Historia de Sarmiento, 1911, El Payador, 1916, El Libro de los Paisaís, 1917, Mi Beligerancia, 1917, La Torre de Cassandra, 1919, Nuevos Estudios Helénicas, 1928, La Grande Argentina, 1930, Roca, 1938. By the Aegean Sea lay the Thracian city of Abdera, which is now called Balastra, and must not be confused with its Andalusian namesake, and which was famous for its horses. In Thrace, to win distinction for horses was no mean achievement, and Abdera's reputation in this regard was unsurpassed. Each and every citizen took great pride in the care and rearing of these noble creatures, and their devotion to horses, carefully nurtured over many years, until it had grown into a deeply rooted tradition, had led to wonderful results. The horses of Abdera commanded extraordinary prestige, and all the Thracian people from Sicilia to Bisalta paid a special tax to the Bithynians, the conquerors of Abdera. Moreover, the business of horse-rearing, a joy as well as a trade, occupied everyone, from the king down to the lowliest citizen. This great tradition drew horse and master together much more closely than elsewhere in Thrace. The stable came to be regarded as a natural extension of the home, even, since enthusiasm leads to understandable excess, to the extent of allowing the horses to eat at table with their owners. They were truly remarkable steeds, and the manner of their treatment might make one forget that they were beasts at all. Some slept under fine linen bed-covers, and since not a few veterinarians maintained that the equine race displayed artistic taste, others had the walls of their stalls decorated with simple frescoes, whilst in the horses' cemetery there were 2 or 3 real masterpieces among the conventionally over-elaborate gravestones. Abdera's most beautiful temple was dedicated to Orion, the horse that Neptune conjured from the ground with a single blow of his trident, and I believe that the current practice of carving a ship's prow in the shape of a horse's head derives from the temple decorations. In any event, the most common architectural decorations were the equestrian bas-reliefs. It was the king who showed the greatest devotion to horses, but his leniency towards his own steeds' mischief turned them into particularly ferocious creatures, so much so that Podargos and Flash of Light became names in dark and terrible legends, for it should be added that horses were given human names. But on the whole, the horses of Abdera were so well trained that bridles were unnecessary and were used only for adornment, a practice greatly appreciated by the horses themselves. The usual method of communication with them was by the spoken word, and since it had been found that complete freedom from all constraint brought out their best qualities, they were left to roam freely to feed and frolic in the lush meadows reserved for them on the outskirts of the city, on the banks of the river Cassanides, except when they needed to be saddled or harnessed. A horn was then sounded to summon them in, and they were always extremely punctual, whether it was for work or for feeding. Their skill in all manner of circus tricks, even in parlor games, their bravery in combat, their self-possession during formal ceremonies, all defied credulity. The hippodrome at Abdera thus became renowned not only for its troops of acrobats, but also for its bronze-armored teams of horses, and for its ceremonial funerals, so that people came from far and near to wonder at the excellence of the trainers and horses alike. This practice of nurturing horses, cultivating and idealizing their qualities, in short, this humanizing of the equine race, gradually brought about something on which the Bithynians gloated as another glorious national achievement. The intelligence of the animals began to develop, as did their moral conscience. But this also led to some instances of rather curious behavior, which aroused much public debate.
A mare demanded mirrors in her stall. She tore them off the walls of her master's bedroom with her teeth, and when he protested, she kicked them to pieces. When her whim was finally indulged, she became visibly coquettish. Another instance. Berlioz, the finest horse in the district, an elegant and high-strung white colt who had survived 2 military campaigns, and who thrilled at the sound of heroic hexameters, died of a broken heart. He had been stricken with love for the wife of his master, the general, and the lady made no attempt to disguise what had happened. It was whispered that his bizarre affaire gratified her vanity. Things of this sort occurred frequently in the capital. There were also cases of equine infanticide, which increased at such an alarming rate that they had to be forestalled by giving the foals to old motherly mules. The horses developed tastes for fish and for hemp, and they raided the hemp plantations. They also began to rebel against their masters in a number of scattered outbreaks, and had to be quelled with burning irons, whips proving inadequate. This stern punishment was employed more and more as the horses became increasingly restless, despite all attempts to discipline them. But these were half-hearted at best, for the Bithynians were besotted with their horses and took no heed of the growing unrest. Soon there were more significant occurrences. 2 or 3 teams of horses banded together to attack a carter who had flogged an unruly mare. The horses began to resist being harnessed and yoked, and donkeys started to be used in their place. Some horses would not be saddled at all, but their wealthy owners still took no action, dismissing it with a laugh as a passing mood. On a certain day the horses ignored the sound of the horn, and their owners had to go and round them up from the meadows. But the rebellion did not break out at once. It erupted later, when the tide had covered the beach with stranded fishes, as had often happened before. On this day, however, the horses gorged themselves on the fishes, and then were seen ambling slowly and menacingly back towards the open meadows in the suburbs of the city. The conflict first broke out at midnight. Suddenly the inhabitants of the outlying regions heard a muffled but persistent sound of thunder as the horses stampeded together in an attempt to storm the city. The cause was not discovered until later, however. At the time there was merely surprise at the unexpected sound coming out of the night's darkness, and no suspicion that an attack might be imminent. Since the pasture lands were within the city walls, nothing could contain the main assault, and since the horses also knew their masters' houses inside out, the destruction was devastating. It was an appalling night, yet only in the day's light was the full extent of its horrors revealed. Doors had been kicked down, and they lay shattered on the ground, offering no obstacle to the hordes of frenzied horses pouring through in an unending stream. There was blood, for many citizens were crushed beneath the sharp hoofs, or torn apart by the great flashing teeth of the raging beasts, and men's own weapons were turned against them to wreak destruction. The city was paralyzed by the surging mass, its skies darkened by the clouds of dust that it raised, and it was rent by a weird tumult in which cries of rage or of pain mingled with whinnyings as subtle as speech and the violent crashes of destruction. Strange and horrifying sounds which added to the visible terror of the onslaught. The ground trembled with the ceaseless pounding of the rebellious hooves, which, like a hurricane, grew and faded in intensity as frantic crowds of people rushed to and fro without purpose or clear direction. The horses plundered the fields of hemp and even the wine cellars. Some of the beasts, corrupted by luxurious living, had long coveted the latter, and their fury grew as they became intoxicated and maddened. Escape by sea was impossible, for the horses knew the purpose of the boats and barricaded the way to the harbor. Only the fortress itself remained safe, and from within its walls men began to plan a defense. They fired arrows at any horse which approached, and if it fell within reach, they dragged it inside for food. Strange rumors spread amongst the cowering citizens, that the attack had been intended as nothing more than a pillaging expedition, and that the horses had battered down the doors and broken into the chambers merely to try and adorn themselves with the sumptuous draperies, the jewelry, and the other finery that lay within. It was the resistance they met that had aroused their fury. Others whispered of unthinkable acts of rapine, of women set upon and crushed with bestial violence on their own beds. They told of a virtuous young noblewoman who, racked with tears, had managed to stammer out the tale of her vile experience before she broke down utterly. How she was awakened in the dim lamplight of her chamber
by the foul, thick-lipped mouth of a black colt rubbing against hers, its lips curling with pleasure and revealing its loathsome teeth. How she cried out in sheer terror at the presence of an animal that had turned into a slavering beast, its eyes burning with an evil human gleam, full of lust, and how she was almost drowned in a sea of hot blood when the horse was run through by her servant's sword. They told of cruel and deliberate murders, when mares gleefully bit their victims with the frenzy of she-devils as they crushed them with their hooves. They had slaughtered all the asses, but the mules had joined in the rebellion, mindlessly, reveling in destruction for its own sake, and taking a particular pleasure in cruelly tormenting and then trampling dogs. All the while the thunderous roar of the rampaging horses continued to shake the fortress, and the crashing sounds of the destruction grew louder. If the huddling citizens were to save their city from utter destruction, they must escape somehow, though their assailants' sheer power in strength and number made it impossibly dangerous. The men gathered their arms, but now they had had a taste of what they had craved, the horses launched another attack. A sudden silence preceded the assault. From the fortress, the men could see the fearful army congregating, not without some confusion, in the hippodrome. This took the animals several hours, and when everything seemed ready, a sudden bout of prancing and a series of high-pitched neighings, the purpose of which was impossible to discern, threw the ranks into great disarray. The sun was already setting when the first charge came. It was, if one may use the term, no more than a demonstration, for the animals confined themselves to running past the fortress and returned riddled with arrows. They launched another attack from the furthest part of the city, and its impact on the city's defenses was enormous. The entire fortress reverberated beneath the storm of hoofs, and its solid Doric ramparts were severely strained. This time the enemy was repulsed, but it very soon attacked again. Most destructive were the shod horses and mules, which fell by the dozen. But their numbers seemingly undiminished, they quickly closed their ranks in frantic rage. The worst thing was that some had managed to put on fighting armor, and the steel mesh blunted the arrows. Others wore gaudy strips of cloth, others necklaces, and childlike in their very fury, they would burst into unexpected frolics. Some of them were recognized from the ramparts: Dione, Aden, Amalthea, Xanthe. They greeted the men with joyous whinnies, arching their tails, then immediately charging at them with fiery jerks. One of them, obviously a leader, stood straight up on his hocks and walked some way like this, gracefully waving his forelegs in the air, as if he were dancing a military two-step, and writhing his neck with snake-like elegance, until an arrow pierced his chest. Meanwhile the attack was succeeding. The fortress walls were beginning to yield. Suddenly an alarm paralyzed the beasts. Using each other's rumps and backs for support, they raised themselves one above the other and stretched out their necks to peer at the poplar grove that grew along the banks of the Cassinides, and when the defenders turned to look in the same direction, a fearful sight met their eyes. Towering above the dark trees, horrifying against the early evening sky, the colossal head of a lion gazed towards the city. It was one of those wild prehistoric beasts which, although gradually dying out, still occasionally devastated the Rhodope mountains. But never had anything so monstrous been seen before, for the head soared above the tallest trees, the matted hair of its mane merging with the twilight-tinged leaves. They could see its enormous teeth gleaming brightly, its eyes half-closed against the light. Its wild smell wafted towards them in the fitful breeze. Motionless against the trembling foliage, its gigantic mane glowing rusty red, shining like gold in the setting sun, it rose on the horizon like one of those boulders upon which Pelasgian, as old as the mountains, carved his savage deities. And suddenly it began to walk, as slowly as the ocean. You could hear the foliage being forced apart beneath its chest, and its bellow-like breathing, which undoubtedly would soon turn into a roar, making the whole city tremble with fear. Despite their prodigious strength and numbers, the insurgent horses were unable to endure the presence of such a beast. In one thrust, they rushed to the beach, where they headed towards Macedonia, raising a storm of sand and foam as many disappeared beneath the waves. In the fortress panic reigned. What could they do against such an enemy? What bronze door-hinge could resist its jaws? What wall could withstand its huge claws? They were already beginning to prefer past dangers. It had, after all, been a fight against civilized animals, too exhausted to even reload their bows when the monster emerged from the trees. Yet a roar did not break from its jaws. Instead came a human war cry, the aggressive "Hullo!" of battle, and in reply came the triumphant, joyous cries of "Hail!" and "Hip hurrah!" from the fortress. Oh, wondrous miracle! Beneath the feline head the face of a deity, lit from above, appeared, and it blended magnificently with his honey-colored skin, his marble chest, his arms of oak, and his splendid muscles. And a cry, a concerted cry of freedom, of gratitude, of pride, filled the evening air. "It is Hercules! Hercules is coming!" The Ceremony. Arthur Machen, Welsh novelist, essayist, translator, and journalist, born 1863. Fascinated by black magic and the supernatural, he wrote stories and novels on these themes, such as The Great God Pan, 1894, and The Hill of Dreams, 1907, dying in poverty in 1947. From her childhood, from those early and misty days which began to seem unreal, she recollected the grey stone in the wood. It was something between the pillar and the pyramid in shape, and its grey solemnity amidst the leaves and the grass shone and shone from those early years, always with some hint of wonder. She remembered how, when she was quite a little girl, she had strayed one day, on a hot afternoon, from her nurse's side, and only a little way in the wood the grey stone rose from the grass. And she cried out and ran back in panicked terror. "What a silly little girl," the nurse had said. "It's only the blank stone." She had quite forgotten the name that the servant had given, and she was always ashamed to ask as she grew older. But always that hot day, that burning afternoon of her childhood, when she had first looked consciously on the grey image in the wood, remained not a memory, but a sensation. The wide wood swelling like the sea, the tossing of the bright boughs in the sunshine, the sweet smell of the grass and flowers, the beating of the summer wind upon her cheek, the gloom of the underglade, rich, indistinct, gorgeous, significant as old tapestry. She could feel it and see it all, and the scent of it was in her nostrils, and in the midst of the picture, where strange plants grew gross in shadow, was the old grey shape of the stone. But there were in her mind broken remnants of another and far earlier impression. It was all uncertain, the shadow of a shadow, so vague that it might well have been a dream that had mingled with the confused waking thoughts of a little child. She did not know that she remembered, she rather remembered the memory. But again it was a summer day, and a woman, perhaps the same nurse, held her in her arms and went through the wood. The woman carried bright flowers in one hand. The dream had in it a glow of bright red and the perfume of cottage roses. Then she saw herself put down for a moment on the grass, and the red color stained the grim stone, and there was nothing else, except that one night she woke up and heard the nurse sobbing. She often used to think of the strangeness of very early life. One came, it seemed, from a dark cloud. There was a glow of light, but for a moment and afterwards the night. It was as if one gazed at a velvet curtain, heavy, mysterious, impenetrable blackness, and then, for the twinkling of an eye, one spied through a pinhole a storied town that flamed with fire about its walls and pinnacles. And then again the folding darkness, so that sight became illusion almost in the seeing. So to her was that earliest doubtful vision of the grey stone, of the red colour spilled upon it, with the incongruous episode of the nursemaid who wept at night. But the later memory was clear. She could feel even now the inconsequent terror that sent her away shrieking, running to the nurse's skirts. Afterwards, through the days of girlhood, the stone had taken its place amongst the vast array of unintelligible things which haunt every child's imagination. It was part of her life, to be accepted and not questioned. Her elders spoke of many things which she could not understand. She opened books and was dimly amazed, and in the Bible there were many phrases which seemed strange. Indeed, she was often puzzled by her parents' conduct, by their looks at one another, by their half-words, and amongst all these problems, which she hardly recognized as problems, was the grey ancient figure rising from dark grass. Some semi-conscious impulse made her haunt the wood where shadow enshrined the stone. One thing was noticeable, that all through the summer months the passers-by dropped flowers there. Withered blossoms were always on the ground amongst the grass, and on the stone fresh blooms constantly appeared. From the daffodil to the Michaelmas daisy there was marked the calendar of the cottage gardens, and in the winter she had seen sprays of juniper and box, mistletoe and holly. Once she had been drawn through the bushes by a red glow, as if there had been a fire in the wood, and when she came to the place, all the stone shone, and all the ground about it was bright with roses. In her 18th year she went one day into the wood, carrying with her a book that she was reading. She hid herself in a nook of hazel, and her soul was full of poetry, when there was a rustling, the rapping of parted boughs returning to their place. Her concealment was but a little way from the stone, and she peered through the net of boughs, and saw a girl timidly approaching. She knew her quite well. It was Annie Dolben, the daughter of a labourer, lately a promising pupil at Sunday school. Annie was a nice-mannered girl, never failing in her curtsy, wonderful for her knowledge of the Jewish kings. Her face had taken an expression that whispered, that hinted strange things. There was a light and a glow behind the veil of flesh, and in her hand she bore lilies. The lady hidden in hazels watched Annie come close to the grey image. For a moment her whole body palpitated with expectation. Almost the sense of what was to happen dawned upon her. She watched Annie crown the stone with flowers. She watched the amazing ceremony that followed. And yet, in spite of all her blushing shame, she herself bore blossoms to the wood a few months later. She laid white hothouse lilies upon the stone, and orchids of dying purple, and crimson exotic flowers. Having kissed the grey image with devout passion, she performed there all the antique immemorial rite. The Riddle. Walter Delamere, 1873 to 1956, English poet and novelist. His writing reveals his fascination with childhood, nature, and dreams, notably in Henry Brocken, 1904, and The Listeners, 1912, and in his fine anthology Come Hither, 1939. So these 7 children, Anne and Matilda, James, William and Henry, Harriet and Dorothea, came to live with their grandmother. The house in which their grandmother had lived since her childhood was built in the time of the Georges. It was not a pretty house, but roomy, substantial, and square, and a great cedar tree outstretched its branches almost to the windows. When the children were come out of the cab, 5 sitting inside and 2 beside the driver, they were shown into their grandmother's presence. They stood in a little black group before the old lady, seated in her bow window, and she asked them each their names, and repeated each name in her kind, quavering voice. Then to one she gave a work-box, to William a jackknife, to Dorothea a painted ball, to each a present according to age, and she kissed all her grandchildren to the youngest. "My dears," she said, "I wish to see all of you bright and gay in my house. I am an old woman, so that I cannot romp with you, but Anne must look to you, and Mrs. Fenn too. And every morning and every evening you must all come in to see your granny, and bring me smiling faces that call back to my mind my own son Harry. But all the rest of the day, when school is done, you shall do just as you please, my dears. And there is only one thing, just one, I would have you remember. In the large spare bedroom that looks out on the slate roof, there stands in the corner an old oak chest. Aye, older than I, my dears, a great deal older. Older than my grandmother. Play anywhere else in the house, but not there." She spoke kindly to them all, smiling at them, but she was very old, and her eyes seemed to see nothing of this world.
And the 7 children, though at first they were gloomy and strange, soon began to be happy and at home in the great house. There was much to interest and to amuse them there. All was new to them. Twice every day, morning and evening, they came in to see their grandmother, who every day seemed more feeble. And she spoke pleasantly to them of her mother and her childhood, but never forgetting to visit her store of sugar plums. And so the weeks passed by. It was evening twilight when Henry went upstairs from the nursery by himself to look at the oak chest. He pressed his fingers into the carved fruit and flowers, and spoke to the dark, smiling heads at the corners, and then with a glance over his shoulder, he opened the lid and looked in. But the chest concealed no treasure, neither gold nor baubles, nor was there anything to alarm the eye. The chest was empty, except that it was lined with silk of old rose, seeming darker in the dusk, and smelling sweet of potpourri. And while Henry was looking in, he heard the softened laughter and the clinking of the cups downstairs in the nursery, and out at the window he saw the day darkening. These things brought strangely to his memory his mother, who in her glimmering white dress used to read to him in the dusk, and he climbed into the chest, and the lid closed gently down over him. When the other 6 children were tired with their playing, they filed into their grandmother's room for her good night and her sugar plums. She looked out between the candles at them, as if she were uncertain of something in her thoughts. The next day Anne told her grandmother that Henry was not anywhere to be found. "Dearie me, child, then he must be gone away for a time," said the old lady. She paused. "But remember, all of you, do not meddle with the oak chest." But Matilda could not forget her brother Henry, finding no pleasure in playing without him, so she would loiter in the house, thinking where he might be. And she carried her wooden doll in her bare arms, singing under her breath all she could make up about it. And when one bright morning she peeped in on the chest, so sweet-scented and secret it seemed that she took her doll with her into it, just as Henry himself had done. So Anne and James and William, Harriet and Dorothea were left at home to play together. "Some day maybe they will come back to you, my dears," said their grandmother. "Or maybe you will go to them. Heed my warning as best you may." Now Harriet and William were friends together, pretending to be sweethearts, while James and Dorothea liked wild games of hunting and fishing and battles. On a silent afternoon in October, Harriet and William were talking softly together, looking out over the slate roof at the green fields, and they heard the squeak and frisking of a mouse behind them in the room. They went together and searched for the small, dark hole from whence it had come out, but finding no hole, they began to finger the carving of the chest, and to give names to the dark, smiling heads, just as Henry had done. "I know. Let's pretend you are Sleeping Beauty, Harriet," said William, "and I'll be the prince that squeezes through the thorns and comes in." Harriet looked gently and strangely at her brother, but she got into the box and lay down, pretending to be fast asleep, and on tiptoe William leaned over, and seeing how big was the chest, he stepped in to kiss the Sleeping Beauty and to wake her from her quiet sleep. Slowly the carved lid turned on its noiseless hinges, and only the clatter of James and Dorothea came in sometimes to recall Anne from her book. But their old grandmother was very feeble, and her sight dim, and her hearing extremely difficult. Snow was falling through the still air upon the roof, and Dorothea was a fish in the oak chest, and James stood over the hole in the ice, brandishing a walking-stick for a harpoon, pretending to be an Eskimo. Dorothea's face was red, and her wild eyes sparkled through her tousled hair, and James had a crooked scratch upon his cheek. "You must struggle, Dorothea, and then I shall swim back and drag you out. Be quick now," he shouted with laughter as he was drawn into the open chest, and the lid closed softly and gently down as before. Anne, left to herself, was too old to care overmuch for sugar plums, but she would go solitary to bid her grandmother good night, and the old lady looked wistfully at her over her spectacles. "Well, my dear," she said with trembling head,
and she squeezed Anne's fingers between her own knuckled finger and thumb.
"What lonely old people we two are, to be sure."
Anne kissed her grandmother's soft, loose cheek. She left the old lady sitting in her easy-chair, her hands upon her knees, and her head turned sidelong towards her. When Anne was gone to bed, she used to sit reading her book by candlelight. She drew up her knees under the sheets, resting her book upon them. Her story was about fairies and gnomes, and the gently flowing moonlight of the narrative seemed to illumine the white pages, and she could hear in fancy fairy voices. So silent was the great many-roomed house, and so mellifluent were the words of the story. Presently she put out her candle, and with a confused babble of voices close to her ear, and faint swift pictures before her eyes, she fell asleep. And in the dead of night she rose out of her bed in dream, and with eyes wide open, yet seeing nothing of reality, moved silently through the vacant house, past the room where her grandmother was snoring in brief, heavy slumber. She stepped lightly and surely, and down the wide staircase. And Vega, the far shining, stood over against the window above the slate roof. Anne walked into the strange room, beneath, as if she were being guided by the hand towards the oak chest. There, just as if she were dreaming it was her bed, she laid herself down in the old rose silk, in the fragrant place. But it was so dark in the room that the movement of the lid was indistinguishable. Through the long day the grandmother sat in her bow window. Her lips were pursed, and she looked with dim, inquisitive scrutiny upon the street where people passed to and fro and vehicles rolled by. At evening she climbed the stair and stood in the doorway of the large spare bedroom. The ascent had shortened her breath. Her magnifying spectacles rested upon her nose. Leaning her hand on the doorpost, she peered in towards the glimmering square of window in the quiet gloom. But she could not see far, because her sight was dim and the light of day feeble, nor could she detect the faint fragrance as of autumnal leaves. But in her mind was a tangled skein of memories, laughter and tears, and children long ago become old-fashioned, and the advent of friends and last farewells. And gossiping fitfully, inarticulately with herself, the old lady went down again to her window-seat. Who knows? Guy de Maupassant, French novelist and short story writer, born in the Château de Miromesnil in 1850, died at Auteuil in 1893. He wrote various novels and 215 short stories. His works include Le Maison Tergier, 1881, Le Sur Rondoli, 1884, Belle Amie, 1885, Contes du jour et de la nuit, 1885, Le Horla, 1887, Monsieur Parent, 1888, Le Main Gauche, 1889, Notre Cour, 1890, and Le Lit, 1895, all of which have been translated. 1. My God, so at last I am going to put down in writing all that has happened to me. But how can I do it? How dare I do it? It's all so bizarre, so incomprehensible, so crazy. If I were not certain about what I have seen, certain that there has been no weak link in my logic, no error in my investigations, no lapse in the relentless progression of my observations, I would consider myself simply the victim of some hallucination, deceived by some strange fantasy. After all, who knows? I am writing this in a private mental hospital, but I have come in here of my own free will, as a precaution, and because I am afraid. Only one living soul knows my story, the doctor in charge here. And now I am going to write it down. I don't really know why. Perhaps it is so I can get it out of my system, for I can feel it rising within me like an unbearable nightmare. Well, here it is. I have always had a solitary disposition, always been a dreamer, a sort of lone philosopher, kind to others, content with little, bearing neither bitterness towards men nor resentment towards heaven. I have always lived alone, as a result of a kind of uneasiness which comes over me when I am with other people. How can I explain this? I don't suppose I can explain it,
It's not that I refuse to see people or to chat to them or to have dinner with friends, but when I've been with them for some time, even with the people I know best, I find that they weary me, tire me out, get on my nerves, and with a growing exasperation I long to see them go, or go away myself so that I can be alone. This feeling I have is more than a desire. It is a compelling necessity, and if I had to endure the continued presence of other people, if I had to go on listening to their conversation for any length of time, something would certainly happen to me. What exactly would it be? Who knows? Perhaps I should faint, something like that. I am so passionately fond of solitude that I can't even tolerate other people sleeping under the same roof. I can't bear to live in Paris because for me it seems like a lingering death. Not only do I suffer a spiritual death, but I also find that my body and nerves are tortured by the vast swarming crowds of people who are living all around me, even when they are asleep. Oh yes, I find the sleep of other human beings even harder to bear than their endless talking. And I can never get any rest myself when I know, or when I suspect, that on the other side of a wall there are lives being interrupted by those regular eclipses of consciousness which we call sleep. Why do I feel like this? Who knows? Perhaps there's a very simple explanation. Perhaps it's because I tire very quickly of anything which takes place outside of me, as it were. There are a lot of people in my situation. One of the results of all this is that I become deeply attached to inanimate objects, which seem to me to take on the importance of living creatures. My house has become, or rather had become, a whole world in which I lived a solitary yet active life, surrounded by physical things, familiar items of furniture and other odds and ends, which seemed to me to be as warm and friendly as human faces. I had gradually filled and adorned my home with these things, and when I was safe inside, I felt as content and satisfied and genuinely happy as if I were in the arms of a loving woman whose familiar caress had become a gentle, tranquilizing necessity. This house stood in a beautiful garden, which isolated it from the roads, yet it was within reach of a town where, if I happened to feel like it, I could find all the social activities in which I took an occasional interest. All my servants slept in a building some distance away, at the bottom of the kitchen garden, which was surrounded by a high wall. The embrace of sombre nights and the silence of this house of mine, lost, hidden, submerged amongst the foliage of great trees, was so restful and so good for me that every evening I would delay going to bed for several hours, just so that I could enjoy it even longer. On that particular day there had been a performance of Ernest Reyer's Sigurd at the theatre in town. It was the first time that I had heard this beautiful romantic opera, and it had given me the greatest of pleasure. I was walking back home at a brisk and cheerful pace, with my head full of rich melodies and pretty fairy-tale scenes. It was very dark indeed, so dark, in fact, that I could hardly make out the edge of the main road, and several times I nearly fell into a ditch. The distance from the toll-gate to my house is about a mile, perhaps a little more. Let us say 20 minutes at normal walking pace. It would be about 1 o'clock in the morning, possibly as late as 1:30. As I walked, the sky ahead of me seemed to grow a little lighter, and a slender crescent moon appeared, the melancholy crescent of the moon's last quarter. The crescent of the first quarter, the one you see rising at 4 or 5 o'clock in the evening, is bright, cheerful, glistening with silver, but the one you see rising after midnight is reddish, dismal, disturbing, the sinister moon of the witches' Sabbath. And all those who are out late at night must have noticed this difference. The crescent of the first quarter, even if it is only as slender as a thread, sheds a cheerful radiance which gladdens the heart and lightens up the earth sufficiently to leave clear-cut shadows. The crescent of the last quarter struggles to shed its dying light, which is so feeble that it hardly casts any shadows at all. In the distance I noticed the gloomy mass of trees surrounding my garden, and for some reason or other I felt uneasy at the thought of entering it. I slackened my pace. The night was very mild. That great cluster of trees had the look of a tomb in which my house was buried. I opened my gate and walked down the long avenue of sycamore trees which led up to the house. It was arched overhead like a high tunnel, and ran past dense masses of shrubbery and round dark moonlit lawns, on which flower beds superimposed their oval patches of wan colors.
When I got near the house, I was overcome by a strange feeling of agitation. I stood still. There was not a sound to be heard. There was not a leaf stirring in the breeze. What on earth's the matter with me, I thought. For 10 years I had been coming home like this without feeling the slightest bit of anxiety. I was not afraid, and I never have been afraid when coming home late at night. The mere sight of a strange man, some prowler or burglar, would have made me furious, and I would have leaped upon him without a moment's hesitation. Besides, I was armed. I had my revolver with me. But I did not touch it, because I was determined to master this nervousness stirring within me. What was it? Some kind of premonition? Was it the mysterious foreboding which takes possession of a man's senses when he is about to see something inexplicable? Possibly. Who knows? As I moved slowly forwards, I felt my skin tingling all over, and when I got to the wall of my vast house with its closed shutters, I knew that I would have to wait a few minutes before I could open the door and go inside. So I sat down on a seat under the windows of my drawing-room. I stayed there for a while, trembling a little, with my head leaning back against the wall of the house, and my eyes wide open, staring at the gloomy foliage. For the first few moments I noticed nothing unusual. There was a sort of rushing sound in my ears, but I often get that. It sometimes seems as though I can hear trains going by, or bells ringing, or marching footsteps. But soon these head noises became louder, more distinct, more recognizable. I had been mistaken. It was not the usual surging in my arteries that was filling my ears with this murmuring sound, but a very peculiar, rather jumbled noise. And there was no doubt whatever that it was coming from inside my house. Through the wall I could make out this continuous noise, more like a vibration than a noise, the sort of confused sound you would expect if a number of things were being moved about. It was as though all my articles of furniture were vibrating, being moved from their accustomed places, being gently dragged about the house. Oh, I can assure you that for an appreciable time I doubted the evidence of my senses. But when I had pressed my ear against a shutter so I could get a better idea of what was going on inside, I became absolutely convinced that something abnormal and incomprehensible was taking place in my home. I was not exactly afraid, but I was, how can I put it, stunned with astonishment. I didn't even release the safety catch on my revolver, because I felt sure there would be no need to use it. I simply waited. I waited for a long time, unable to come to any decision, thinking very clearly, but beside myself with anxiety. I waited, standing there, listening all the time to the noise, which was now growing louder, occasionally reaching a kind of violent intensity, which seemed like a growl of impatience or anger, a sort of mysterious rebellion. Then, suddenly feeling ashamed of my cowardice, I took my bunch of keys, found the one I needed, pushed it into the keyhole, turned it fully in the lock, and pushing on the door with all my strength, I swung it open so violently that it banged against the inner wall. The noise it made rang out like a gunshot, and instantly, as if in reply to this loud bang, from the whole of my house, from top to bottom, there came the most tremendous uproar. It was so unexpected, so horrible, so deafening, that I recoiled a few steps and, though I still knew it was useless, I drew my revolver from its holster. I waited, but not for long. Now I could hear an extraordinary stamping noise on the stairs, on the floors, on the carpets. Not the stamping of shoes worn by human beings, but the stamping of crutches, wooden crutches and iron crutches, which made a noise like the clashing of cymbals. And then it was that I suddenly noticed an armchair on the threshold of my front door, the big armchair I always used when reading. It was going out of the house, swaying and waddling as it went. There it was, going off into the garden. Other chairs followed it, the ones out of my drawing-room. Then came the low couches, dragging themselves along like crocodiles on their short legs. Then out came all the rest of my chairs, leaping about like goats, and the little stools bounding along like rabbits. What a state I was in! I ran out and hid in a shrubbery, crouching down, unable to take my eyes off this march past of my furniture. For every stick of it was going, one item after the other, some quickly, some slowly, depending on the size and weight. My piano,
My huge grand piano galloped past like a runaway horse, rattling and tinkling with music. The tiniest little objects were running over the gravel, the glasses, the goblets, in which the moonlight gleamed with the phosphorescence of glowworms. The curtains and carpets were writhing and slithering along like octopuses. Then I saw my writing desk appear. It was a valuable antique from the 18th century, and it contained all the letters I have ever received, the entire story of my personal life, a long story which has brought me much suffering, and there were photographs in there, too. Suddenly I was afraid no longer. I rushed forward and flung myself on this desk, grabbing hold of it as if I were tackling a burglar. But it continued irresistibly on its way, and in spite of all my struggles, in spite of all my anger, I couldn't even manage to slow it down. Struggling like a desperate man against this terrifying strength, I was flung to the ground, still wrestling to hold it back. Then it sent me rolling over, dragged me along the gravel, and the furniture that had been coming along behind it started to walk over me, trampling on my legs and bruising them badly. Then, as soon as I had let go of the desk, the rest of the furniture passed over my body, just like cavalry charging over a dismounted soldier. By this time I was out of my mind with terror, but I managed to drag myself out of the drive and hide once again among the trees, from where I watched all my possessions disappearing into the night. Every single one of them. The lowliest, the smallest, the most ordinary, even the ones I had never paid much attention to, but all of them belonging to me. Then I heard some distance away the tremendous clatter of doors being shut. It came from my own house, which was now filled with the sonorous echoes of an empty house. The doors of the building slammed shut from top to bottom, until finally the front door, which in my folly I had opened to permit this mass escape, slammed shut last of all. I took flight myself, running all the way to the town, and I only recovered my self-control when I got into the streets, where there were a few people about, coming home late. I went and rang at the door of a hotel where I was well known. With my hands I had dashed the dirt off my clothes, and at the hotel I told the story that I had lost my bunch of keys, which also included the key to the kitchen garden. I told them that this was where my servants were asleep in a detached building, surrounded by the high wall, which protected my fruit and vegetables from prowlers. They gave me a bed, and though I buried myself under the sheets, I couldn't sleep, but lay there waiting for daybreak, listening to the pounding of my heart. I had told somebody in the hotel to inform my servants of my whereabouts as soon as it was light, and at 7 o'clock in the morning my valet banged on my door. From his face I could see that he was terribly upset. "Something dreadful has happened during the night, monsieur," he said. "All your furniture has been stolen, monsieur. Everything, absolutely everything, even down to the smallest articles." I felt pleased when I heard him say this. Why? Who knows? I was completely in control of myself, certain that I would be able to conceal my feelings and not tell anybody about what I had seen, certain that I could hide this thing, bury it deep in my mind like some frightful secret. I answered him by saying, "It must be the same people as the ones who stole my keys. We must inform the police immediately. I'll get dressed and be with you in just a few moments." The investigations went on for 5 months. The police discovered nothing whatever. They could neither trace the smallest of my possessions nor uncover the slightest clue about the thieves. My God! If I had told them what I knew, if I had told them, they would have locked me up. Me, not the thieves. Me, the man who had been able to see what I had seen. Oh, I knew how to keep my mouth shut. But I didn't start refurnishing my house. It would have been quite pointless. The whole business would have started all over again. I didn't want to go back to my house. I never did go back. I never saw it again. I came to Paris and stayed in a hotel. I consulted various doctors about the state of my nerves, something which has been worrying me a great deal ever since that appalling night. They strongly advised me to travel. I took their advice. 2. I began with a trip to Italy. The sunshine there did me good. For 6 months I wandered from Genoa to Venice, from Venice to Florence, from Florence to Rome, from Rome to Naples. Then I traveled through Sicily, a place which has both wonderful scenery and wonderful historical sites, relics from the days of the Greeks and the Normans.
I went over to Africa and made a safe journey across that great, calm, yellow desert, peopled by camels, gazelles, and nomadic Arabs, and where in the crystal-clear atmosphere there is no suggestion of any haunting vision, either by night or day. I returned to France by way of Marseille, and in spite of the Provençal gaiety, the fact that the skies were less bright than in Africa made me rather depressed. On returning to Europe, I felt as a sick man must feel when he believes himself to be cured, and then a dull pain reminds him that the focus of infection has not been eliminated. I came back to Paris, and after a month here I became bored. But now it was autumn, and before winter set in, I wanted to take a trip through Normandy, where I had never been before. I began by visiting Rouen, of course, and for a whole week I wandered in a state of ecstatic enthusiasm through this medieval city, this amazing museum of extraordinary Gothic buildings. Now, one afternoon, about 4 o'clock, I turned down a most peculiar street, along which flowed an inky black stream called the Eau de Robec. I was gazing up at the queer ancient facades of the houses, when my attention was suddenly caught by the sight of a whole row of shops, dealing in second-hand furniture. How well they had chosen their site, these sordid dealers in old junk. There they were in this weird alley, perched above this sinister-looking stream, and above them were the angular roofs of tiles and slates, on which there still creaked the weathercocks of a bygone age. In the depths of these gloomy shops, you could see a higgledy-piggledy assortment of carved chests, pottery from Rouen, Nevers, and Moustiers, statues of various kinds, some painted, some in oak, images of saints, church ornaments, garments worn by priests. There were even holy chalices, and an old wooden tabernacle painted gold, in which God no longer resided. Oh, what strange, mysterious grottos there were in these tall houses, crammed from cellar to attic with objects of every conceivable kind, objects whose life seemed to be over, and yet which had outlived their mortal owners, even outlived their century, their period, and their fashion, so they could be bought as curios by new generations. My passion for antiques was being aroused again, in this stronghold of antique dealers. I went from shop to shop, taking quick, light steps across the little bridges, made from 3 or 4 rotten planks, which lay across the evil-smelling water of the Eau de Robec. Gracious God, what a shock! I found myself looking at one of my own wardrobes, one of the finest I had. It was standing at the side of a vaulted gallery which was cluttered up with antiques, a place which looked like the entrance to the catacombs of a cemetery for old furniture. I went up to the wardrobe, trembling all over, trembling so much that I hardly dared touch it. Hesitantly I reached out my hand, and yet it really was mine. A unique Louis XIII wardrobe, which would have been recognized straight away by anyone who had seen it even once. Suddenly, looking a little further into the gloomy depths of this gallery, I noticed 3 of my armchairs, the ones upholstered in petit point tapestry. Then, still deeper in the gallery, my 2 Henry II tables, so rare that people used to come all the way from Paris to see them. Just imagine how I felt. Just think of my state of mind. I moved further into the gallery. I was almost petrified with fear, but I am not a coward, and in spite of my agony of mind, I moved forward, like a knight from the Dark Ages, thrusting his way into a place that is haunted and bewitched. I went on, and at each step I took, I found something that had belonged to me. My chandeliers, my books, my pictures, my curtains, my antique weapons. Everything was there except the writing desk containing my letters, and this was nowhere to be seen. I went on, going down steps leading to lower floors, then climbing to ones higher up. I was all alone. I called out, but nobody answered. I was all alone. There was not another soul in this vast labyrinth of a building. Night fell, and I had to sit there in the darkness on one of my own chairs, for I was determined not to leave the place. Every now and then I shouted out, "Hello? Hello, is anybody there?" I must have been there for more than an hour when I heard the sound of footsteps, light, slow footsteps, coming from somewhere in the gallery. I nearly jumped up and ran out in the street, but bracing myself, I called out once again, and I saw a light appear in an adjoining room. "Who's there?" asked a voice. I replied, "A customer." The answer came back, "It's very late for you to be coming into a shop, isn't it?"
"I've been waiting for more than an hour," I rejoined.
"You could come back tomorrow."
"Tomorrow I shall have left Rouen." I simply dared not go towards him, and he was not coming out to me. The bright glow was still coming from his lamp and lighting up a tapestry which depicted two angels hovering over the corpses on a battlefield. This item, too, belonged to me. I called out, "Well, then, are you coming?" He replied, "I'm waiting for you." I got up and went towards him. In the middle of a large room there stood a little man, very short and very fat, phenomenally fat, like some hideous freak. He had a thin, straggling beard, which was patchy and yellowish, and there was not a hair on his head. Not a hair. As he lifted up his candle at arm's length, in order to see me better, his skull looked just like a little round moon in this enormous room cluttered with old furniture. His face was wrinkled and bloated. His eyes were so sunken they could hardly be seen. I bargained with him for 3 chairs which belonged to me, and paid him a large sum for them in cash, giving him only the number of my room and the name of the hotel. The chairs were to be delivered the following morning by 9 o'clock. Then I left. He saw me to the door, behaving very courteously. I then went to the local superintendent of police and told him about how my furniture had been stolen and what I had just discovered. He immediately sent a telegram to the department which had been investigating the burglary, and asked me to wait until he received the information he required. An hour later the reply came, confirming my story. "I'm going to have this man arrested and questioned," said the superintendent. "And it must be done straight away, because he might have got suspicious and had your belongings removed. If you can go and have a meal and come back in a couple of hours, I'll have him here by then, and I can question him again in your presence." "I can certainly do that, monsieur. I am extremely grateful to you." I went to my hotel and dined with a heartier appetite than I could have believed possible. I suppose I was feeling rather pleased about the way things had worked out. At last we had him. 2 hours later I went back to the police officer, who was waiting for me. "Well, now, monsieur," he said as soon as he saw me, "we've not found this thief of yours. My men haven't been able to get their hands on him at all." "Ah!" I gasped, and suddenly felt as though I was going to faint. "But," I asked him, "surely you've managed to find his house?" "Yes, indeed, and I'm going to have it kept under surveillance until he gets back. But as for the man himself, disappeared." "Disappeared?" "Yes, disappeared. He usually spends his evenings at the house of a neighbor, a woman who is a second-hand dealer like himself, a queer old witch of a woman, a widow by the name of Bioy. She hasn't seen him tonight, and she can't tell us where he is. We shall have to wait until tomorrow." I left the police station. Ah, those ancient streets of Rouen, how sinister, how disturbing, how haunted they now seemed to me. I slept very badly that night, with a nightmare at the end of each brief interval of sleep. The next day I waited until 10 o'clock before going to the police. I didn't want to give them the impression that I was too anxious or in too much of a hurry. The dealer had not turned up. His shop was still closed. The superintendent said to me, "I've taken all the necessary steps. I've been in touch with headquarters. I want you to come with us to this shop. I'll have it forced open, and then you can show me what belongs to you." We drove there in a carriage. Policemen were standing in front of the shop, and with them there was a locksmith, who soon opened it up for us. When I went in, I could see neither my cupboard, nor my armchairs, nor my tables, nor anything at all that had once furnished my house. Nothing whatever. And yet the night before I could hardly move a step without coming across something of mine. The superintendent was surprised, and at first he looked at me rather suspiciously. I said, "My word, monsieur, it's a remarkable coincidence that the furniture has disappeared at the same time as the dealer." "That's certainly true," he said with a smile. "You know, you were wrong to buy those things of yours yesterday, and pay for them as well. It'll have aroused his suspicions." "What I simply can't understand," I said, "is that every single space that was occupied by my furniture has now been filled by other articles." "Oh," replied the superintendent, "he's had all night, and probably been helped by accomplices as well. And I dare say this house communicates with the ones on each side. Don't worry, monsieur. I'm going to give this case my personal attention. Now we know his hideout, it won't be long before we get our hands on this villain." Ah, my heart, my poor heart, how madly it was beating. I stayed in Rouen for a fortnight. The man never came back. My God, who could ever have been any problem to a man like that, or caught him off his guard? Now, when I had been in Rouen exactly a fortnight, on the morning of the 15th day, I received from the gardener, who had been left in charge of my locked and empty house, the following strange letter. Dear Sir, I beg to inform you that last night something happened which none of us can understand, not even the police. All the furniture has come back, all of it, with not a single thing missing. It's all here, down to the tiniest little things. The house is now exactly the same as it was on the night of the burglary. It's enough to drive you out of your mind. It happened in the middle of the night, between Friday and Saturday. The whole drive has got deep ruts in it, and it looks as though they'd dragged everything from the gate right up to the front door. It was just like that the day everything disappeared. We're waiting for you to come back, monsieur, and I remain your obedient servant, Rondin Philippe. Oh, no. Oh, no. No, I shall never go back. I took this letter to the Rouen superintendent. It's a very clever piece of restitution, he said. We'd better lie low for the time being. Don't worry. We'll nab this fellow one of these days.
But they haven't nabbed him. Oh, no, they haven't nabbed him, and I'm as scared of him now as if he were a ferocious beast about to spring on me from behind my back. Untraceable. That's what he is, untraceable. Nobody can possibly find him, this monster with the moon-like skull. They'll never catch him. He'll never go back to his shop. What does he care? I am the only person who could possibly confront him, and I don't want to. No, I don't want to. I don't want to. And anyway, what if he does come back? What if he does return to his shop? Who will be able to prove that my furniture was on his premises? Mine is the only evidence against him, and I'm well aware that the police are beginning to treat it with suspicion. Oh, no, I couldn't go on living that kind of life. And yet I couldn't keep quiet about what I have seen. I couldn't go on living a normal life so long as I dreaded the possibility of this business starting all over again. So I came to see the doctor who runs this private mental hospital, and I told him everything. After he had spent a long time asking me questions, he said, "Monsieur, would you be willing to stay here for a while?" "Yes, monsieur, I'd be glad to." "Have you sufficient money?" "Yes, monsieur." "Would you like any of your friends to come and visit you?" "No, monsieur. No, I don't want anybody. The man from Rouen might try to get at me here, out of revenge. And I have been alone, all alone, for 3 months. My nerves are more or less calm now. I have only one fear. Suppose the antique dealer went mad, and suppose they brought him into this place. Even the prisons are not safe.